Chapter 551. Piece of shit. In an act of anger, Kevin threw his phone all the way toward his bed before walking toward the room's glass windows. Placing his hands on the window, he stared at the city beneath him. This is the second time. When he remembered what happened in Isanor, where he clapped in front of everyone, Kevin felt as if he wanted to burrow himself beneath the ground. I swear to God. My name is Kevin. My name is Kevin. My name is Kevin. Kevin repeatedly muttered to himself as he leaned his body against the window. In spite of knowing his name was Kevin, he was still not used to it. To him, it felt unnatural. In the presence of people calling him by that name, he would experience an odd sense of discomfort that he couldn't quite explain. I know my name is Kevin, but why do I hate being called that? Just what did Ren do to me? My name is Kevin. My name is Kevin. My name is Kevin. Mumbling the name a couple of more times, Kevin eventually took his hands away from the window. After that, he swiped his hand in the air. System. His attention was drawn to a small holographic table in front of him. Swiping his hand, his brows furrowed tightly. Harrison Street. Displayed in front of him was a large map of Ashton City. 2 red dots appeared on the map. At the top of the red dots, 2 names were displayed. Why is he with Amanda? With a thoughtful look, Kevin pinched his fingers and zoomed the map closely. Upon confirming that Ren was with Amanda, his face grew curious. Could he be on a date? Additionally to its great restaurants and view, Harrison Street had a lively atmosphere, one that made it a great place to go on a date. I doubt this is the case. Kevin shook his head after a bit of thought. Ren didn't strike him as a guy that would spend time on such things. He was probably there to do something important. Pinching the map out, 2 more dots appeared on the map, and Kevin muttered, "This is a pretty useful feature. Soul linkage." That was the name of the feature he was currently using. It wasn't a skill, but something that was integrated with the system he had. By creating links with several individuals, Kevin was able to know their location at any time he wanted. That wasn't all. When facing an emergency situation, he could use the feature to teleport directly to them and vice versa, by teleporting them to him. Although the cooldown was extremely long, about half a year, it was a very useful feature that made Kevin feel a lot more relieved. It really made him worry less about his friends. Waving his hand, the screen in front of him vanished as he mumbled to himself. A pity that I can't register that many people. Although it wasn't exactly a big problem, at the moment, he could only link his soul with 5 people. But this was enough. After all, he was only close to about 5 people. Setting that aside, I should probably get to work. Scratching the back of his head and taking out an orb from his dimensional space, Kevin outstretched his hand toward the air. Later on, the orb disappeared into thin air, and the room's mana started fluctuating. Would you like to set up a portal? A string of blue text suddenly appeared in his vision as Kevin shook his head. No, configure the coordinates for now. Following his words, a whirl of mana swirled in the air as Kevin's hair and clothes fluttered. At the same time, in response to the strange distortion in the space around him, Jezebeth slowly opened his eyes. There was a tight furrow of his brows as he stared toward the distance. This power. Raising his hand and sensing the familiar power coming from the distance, Jezebeth's eyes icily flashed as he became more certain. It's the Akashic records. The moment he came to such a realization, everything around him came to a still as he slowly stood up from his throne. Unprecedented seriousness flashed across his face as he extended his palm toward where he felt the power coming from. Gone. But just as he raised his hand, the sensation quickly disappeared. Lowering his hand, Jezebeth's face remained impassive as he continued to gaze into the far distance. After a while, he softly muttered, "His connection with the records has gotten stronger." His voice loudly echoed throughout the space he was in. There was a deep hint of solemnity in Jezebeth's voice as he moved in the direction of the power he felt. Halting his footsteps, Jezebeth once again raised his hand and stared at it. His hand was encircled by strange white thin threads. The Akashic laws, a power that he had managed to acquire after swallowing the planetary seeds, and the only power that could harm the records. With each movement of his fingers, the faster the threads moved around his hand. Slowly, he raised his head. It's a pity that you didn't use your powers for longer, Kevin. However, there won't be a next time. Configuring coordinates. Error. A string of red text suddenly formed in front of Kevin's vision as his brows furrowed tightly. What's going on? The sudden turn of events did not deter Kevin from losing his cool. As this was not the first time something strange was happening to the system, he was able to quickly adjust himself to the sudden situation. Nevertheless, he was still concerned. What exactly is going on? Error, error, error. As Kevin viewed the continuous stream of error messages, his frown tightened. In that moment, however, he was awoken by a new string of text. His brows immediately jumped up. Warning, there is an interference with the connection. Warning, there is an interference with the connection. Warning, there is an interference with the connection. Interference with connection. His expression instantly changed to one of solemnity. It was clear to him that something serious was happening, despite not knowing what exactly was happening. Bah, thump, bah, thump. In an instant, everything around him stopped and time seemed to have slowed down. An uncontrollable rush of adrenaline filled his body as his heart started to beat faster. What's going on? This sudden turn of events startled Kevin as he looked around him in alarm. In the midst of this strange feeling, he suddenly felt his body get engulfed by a strange energy. Shortly after, the mana inside of his body quickly drained as his face paled. Raising his hand, he shouted, "Stop." In the wake of Kevin's words, his vision was colored with yet another string of messages. A sudden sense of doom loomed over Kevin as if a gigantic black hand was reaching for him, as his heart tightened unconsciously. Another string of text appeared. Disrupting connection. Error. Trying again. Error. Force shut down. Error. Trying again. The error messages continued for about a minute before they finally disappeared. Bah. Thump. Bah. Thump. Bah. Thump. As sweat trickled down Kevin's face, the only sound he heard was the beating of his heart. Ha. Ha. A heavy gulp of air forced Kevin to get on his knees as his energy drained out. What just happened? It was difficult for him to explain, but he felt his connection with the system deteriorate for a short time. This was something that had never happened to him before, and it was quite frankly worrisome to him. Taking a deep breath, Kevin sat back down on the ground, trying to put his thoughts into order as he tried to sort out what had just happened. Throughout the process of configuring the coordinates of my destination planet, a strange force suddenly appeared and attacked me out of nowhere, sending the system into a frenzy. It seems that the force is somehow related to the system, though I'm not sure what it is. Upon further reflection, Kevin was only left with more questions as the frown on his face deepened. Should I tell this to Ren? Kevin suddenly thought. If there is one person that might know what's going on, it has to be him. Although he was still angry at him, Kevin understood that the situation was very serious. Taking out his phone, he quickly sent him another message. I've got something serious to discuss. If you don't answer, I will directly go to you. I know where you are. Should we go somewhere else? Uncomfortable with the stares of those around me, I scratched the side of my cheek and looked around. The situation had quite frankly gotten out of hand. Amanda was simply attracting too much attention. Fortunately, she seemed to have noticed this as well, for she nodded her head in agreement. Sure. Great. Do you want to go to a cafe first? In spite of my nerves, I asked calmly. Having never been on a date before, I had no idea what to expect, and my distorted memories were of no help whatsoever. In fact, there were many times in my memories when I was rejected by girls, so if anything, they were only making me more nervous. With a soft smile on her face, Amanda answered. I'm fine with anything. Raising my brow, I turned my head slightly. And what if I choose a really crappy place? That's fine with me. The expression on Amanda's face remained unchanged as she answered. Still the same simple smile that attracted the gazes of the people around us. I trust you, she added. Ha. As I studied her expression, I let out a long sigh. Talking like that, she was really making it hard for me. When you put it like that. Turning around, I waved my hand. All right, follow me. I know of a nice place that the both of us can go to. While we're at it, we can probably eat lunch there as well. Okay. A brighter smile spread across Amanda's face as she walked beside me. Looking forward to it. Chapter 552. It was already late afternoon when we reached the cafe, and the sun was blazing down on us. The extreme heat made it difficult for the two of us to stay outside any longer. Amanda and I walked into the cafe, wondering if the heat would stop anytime soon. So, Amanda, what are you going to order? Just some coffee for now. I'm not hungry yet. I'll do the same. As I browsed the menu, I decided to get a simple cold brew. Much preferred that over an espresso, especially given how hot it was outside. Looking around the restaurant, I turned back to look at Amanda. She was admiring the scenery outside the window with a smile of joy. Thinking of something, I let out a bitter sigh. Then, I called out Amanda's name. Hey, Amanda. Amanda turned around and faced me. Yes. I'll probably leave on another trip quite soon. There was an immediate expression of obscurity on Amanda's face as she looked back at me. You're going on a trip after having just come back from one. With a bitter smile on my face, I nodded my head. Yeah, I have no choice. Is it really important? It is. I nodded my head. In view of the fact that completing this task would delay the Demon King's ascension by a year, the mission was indeed critical. After staring at me for what felt like an eternity, Amanda let out a sigh. Thank you for telling me. I wasn't exactly sure why, but I was relieved to see that she wasn't mad about me suddenly leaving again. Closing down the menu in front of her, she asked, have you told your mother? My face instantly hardened. Scratching my face, I turned my attention away from Amanda. Following my actions, I could hear an audible sigh coming from Amanda's side. You're planning on telling them that you're leaving, right? If you leave once again without any warning, I don't think I'll be able to help you out of the situation. I know. I stared at Amanda. It did occur to me for a time that it would be better simply to leave without telling them, and hope to return in a day or two given the time difference. But, upon further thought, I realized that this was not a good idea. Putting aside that lying to my parents again would be disrespectful to my parents, it would also be arrogant of me to think that I would only be able to spend a short time there, especially since this was quite a difficult mission to complete. I'll have a talk with them after I come back home. That's for the best. In an effort to call for a waiter, Amanda raised her hand. Due to her appearance, her sudden actions instantly caught the attention of those around us, and a waiter soon approached our table with a bright smile on my face. Throughout the entire time, he completely ignored my existence. How can I help you? I was left speechless by this. By the way, seeing my dumbfounded stare, Amanda ordered for me and changed the subject. I'm curious about something. There was a slight stutter in her voice as she placed both of her hands on her thighs. In an barely audible tone, she brushed her hair behind her ear and spoke. Did that Sophia girl contact you recently? In an effort to maintain her composure, she tried to keep a straight look. Unfortunately for her, the reddening of her ears was a dead giveaway to me as my lips curled. Is she jealous of Sophia? How cute. Shaking my head, I replied. No, she hasn't contacted me since I left, but she probably already knows this. Not that she would have been able to sense I was away for the past 6 months, and Leopold had probably told her that. That being said, now that I was back, I wasn't as certain it would be the case again. Oh, so she will contact you now that you are back. Grumbling, Amanda stuck out her lips in a small pout. In an effort to make it not obvious that she was jealous, she decided to change the topic. Also, I may not be as strong as you are, but you could ask me to help you sometimes. No, I'll soon break through to A- rank. I'm sure I can be of help. Since when had Amanda been so talkative? I'm not asking you to bring me if you can't. I'm just suggesting that maybe you should ask me for help now and then. I've been training a lot, and I have a good reputation in my guild. I'm sure it can be helpful for you. Unlike her, seeing her throwing a tantrum, I could only laugh silently. This side of hers was really cute. Here is your order. It was right at this moment that the server finally came with our orders. Holding onto a circular black tray, he carefully placed our drinks in front of us. An espresso and a cold brew. Thank you. Thanks. Taking the drink, I sipped it quickly. The feeling of refreshment spread throughout my entire body as my face relaxed. Not bad. This. However, it was at that moment that I heard Amanda's confused voice. As I turned my head, I saw the waiter handing her a bouquet of flowers. With a smile on his face, he announced, "This over here is courtesy of the gentleman sitting over there." After that, he pointed away from her to where a handsome young man sat quietly spying on her from a distance. He had long black hair, accompanied by brown eyes that seemed to carry hints of wisdom and arrogance within. The clothes he was wearing seemed rather flashy, as they all seemed to be from designer brands. Once his eyes met Amanda's, his back became straight as a confident smile spread across his face. Oh God. Turning my head to face away from him, I took another sip of the coffee in my hand. As expected of Amanda, it was inevitable for her to attract the attention of some rich youth. She was simply that beautiful. But it was at that moment that I was met with Amanda's gaze. I turned to glance at her. So what? She pointed at the flowers. Not going to say anything about them. The flowers. I shook my head. Why should I? Are you going to take them? Was she expecting me to get jealous over some flowers? As if. Taking another sip of my cold brew, I leaned back on my chair. I soon cracked a smirk as I thought about something. Just so you know, my charm is higher than Han Yufi's. His charm was B rank. Mine was B+. I won. After taking a moment to process what I said, Amanda then rolled her eyes. And how would you know that? I've recruited him into my mercenary group. You. I could see Amanda staring blankly at me for at least 2 seconds, as she struggled to comprehend my words. Excuse me. Her thoughts were interrupted by the waiter pushing the flowers towards her. Will you take them? Before she turned to look at the flowers again, Amanda looked at me with a thoughtful look on her face. You really won't mind me taking the flowers? Nope, I answered while taking another sip of the coffee. It would be troublesome if you rejected the flowers. The guy will most likely bear a grudge or something, and things will get annoying. Just your typical annoying stuff. It was better if she took the flowers. While staring at me deeply for some time, Amanda nodded her head. Despite her quickness, her eyes flashed with disappointment, and my body tensed up a little. Okay. After that, she reached out to touch the flowers with her hand. A brightened expression spread across the face of the individual who sent her the flowers as he slowly rose up from his seat. He seemed to be ready to walk over at any minute. When I saw this, my brows furrowed. A strange mixture of annoyance and something else washed over me as Amanda was about to reach the flower and the individual was about to walk over. Even though I knew she was probably pretending to take the flowers at the moment, I felt a strange sense of discomfort as the image of her taking the flowers imprinted itself inside of my head. In the blink of an eye, I had already reached out and grabbed Amanda's wrist before I had even realized what I was feeling. In just a few seconds, the server's face and the individual that was about to walk over changed. But I didn't care. Wait. I called out as Amanda turned to look at me with a stunned look on her face. Ren. Amanda called out. Her face is still stained with surprise. Looking deeply into her eyes, I firmly gripped her wrist. On second thought, don't take the flowers. But I know what I said, and I'm sorry. Don't take the flowers. I couldn't explain why I was doing this, but the thought of Amanda taking the flowers irked me. No, who am I fooling? I already knew what I was feeling. I just didn't want to admit it. Neither of us spoke for the next couple of seconds as we just stared at one another. After a few seconds, Amanda calmly nodded. Okay. While she tried to hide it, there was a slight tremor in her voice as her pupils dilated and her lips twitched. I could only bitterly sigh at her when I saw this. With a calm look on her face, Amanda turned to look at the server and pushed the flowers away. Extending her hand in my direction, she proceeded to speak. As you can see, I'm currently on a date with him. Turning around, her eyes paused on the male that was about to head our way, and she raised her voice a little. Please tell him that I'm currently taken. When the server heard her voice, an awkward look spread across his face as he gazed at the distant male consumer, who looked back at him with a twisted look on his face. A few seconds later, he stormed off the store, glaring in our direction. Leaving after him was the server, who brought the banquet of flowers away with him. While staring at them both, I sighed. Great, it looks like someone has been offended. What are you afraid of? Amanda asked as she softly smiled in my direction. Turning to look at her, I replied, I'm not afraid. I'm just saying that it's annoying. It didn't take a genius to understand that he was soon going to come back with backup to annoy us. Ugh, just the thought further irritated me. Seemingly amused by my annoyance, Amanda reassured. Don't worry too much. How can I not? Trust me, I can bet all my money that this will happen. Instead of answering, Amanda continued to smile. Well, whatever. Finished with my rant, I leaned back on my chair and grabbed my drink. I'll deal with them when the time comes. Just so you know, I was going to refuse the flowers. Rumbling one more time, I was cut off by a soft whisper. It was very faint, but I was able to hear it clearly. It was then that my hand, which had been holding the drink, suddenly stopped moving. Lowering my hand to get a better look at her, Amanda's head lowered as she continued to whisper. I was never planning on taking the flowers. Opening my mouth for a moment, I soon closed it. A smile spread across my face. I know. Chapter 553. A small smile spread across Amanda's face as she sipped her coffee cautiously. When it came to smiling, she didn't do it very often, but today, she just couldn't stop herself from doing it. Particularly after what had just happened half an hour earlier. On second thought, don't take the flowers. Amanda's hand trembled as she recalled what Ren had said when he stopped her from taking the flowers. Despite accepting the fact that she liked Ren, she didn't expect to feel so delighted when he expressed his jealousy as clearly as he did. He was definitely jealous. As observant as she was, Amanda could easily tell from a glance what Ren was feeling back then. His furrowed brows, his firm grasp on her hand, his stern voice. They were all obvious indications to Amanda, and her heart raced unknowingly. Hey, Amanda. Amanda's thoughts were jolted by Ren's voice. In light of her current state of mind, she could not help but be startled as her hand shook, and her coffee spilled, resulting in a few coffee stains appearing on the tablecloth. Leaning forward, Ren asked, Did I surprise you? A little, Amanda honestly replied as she put the coffee down. Fortunately, you didn't seem to have spilled on yourself. Yes, Amanda softly replied as her eyes were drawn to the small stains on the cloth. There was a twitch in her hand. I can endure it. Taking her eyes away from the stains, she smiled. I was just too deep into my thoughts. It's nothing big. While she spoke, Amanda tried not to glance at the stains, but her attention kept drifting toward them as she curled her toes. Putting her arm over the stains, she pursed her lips. In an instant, her shoulders relaxed and she felt better. I can do it. Breathing a sigh of relief, she looked at Ren. So, what did you want to talk about? Nothing. With a shrug of his shoulders, Ren leaned back on his chair. I just wanted to know if you wanted to eat yet. Eat. Rubbing her tummy, Amanda thought for a moment before she nodded her head. Sure. She was indeed feeling a little hungry. Great. Trying to attract the waiter's attention, Ren raised his hand. In no time at all, the last waiter arrived. They were greeted by a different waiter than the previous one. This was to be expected. After what had happened, there was no way that the previous waiter would have the face to serve them again. How can I help you? With a bright smile on her face, the waiter greeted the two of them. The first to order was Ren, who picked up the menu and pointed his finger toward a certain item. I would like to order that. Perhaps due to his excitement, while pointing at the menu, Ren's elbow came into contact with his cup, and it spilled all over the table. Ah, crap. Ren cursed out loud as he pushed his body back and avoided the liquid from falling all over his body. His actions clearly startled the waitress as her body jerked back a bit. It was only upon realizing what had happened that her face turned a little red from embarrassment. With a wry smile on his face, Ren scratched the side of his ear and looked at the waitress. Can we have the cloth changed? Yes. Please wait a moment. With a nod of her head, the waitress turned around and left. Staring at the departing waitress, Ren leaned back on his chair and grumbled. What luck. Thank you. It was at that moment, however, that Amanda spoke. A warm feeling embraced her as she gazed toward Ren. You noticed, didn't you? Though she didn't say it aloud, she could clearly understand the intent behind his actions. Turning his head to look at her, Ren shrugged. For what? As her smile grew brighter, Amanda shook her head. Nothing. Just thank you. As expected of a feature from the system, it works flawlessly. It only took Kevin a few seconds to find Ren after he followed the point on the map. Since you've been ignoring my calls, I've got no choice but to go to you. The same goes for Amanda. Despite being with Ren, she too ignored his calls, as she seemed to have ignored his calls and messages, forcing him to go directly to them. Honestly speaking, Kevin had no interest in going to Ren directly. It was quite a distance from where he was, and he wasn't particularly eager to see his face. However, he was someone who knew his priorities, and his priorities currently urged him to take whatever happened not too long ago very seriously. The impending sense of doom he felt before was still lingering before him. I have a bad feeling about this. Kevin rarely had bad feelings, but when he did, they all tended to come true. The feeling he just experienced was the clearest one he had experienced thus far. As his thoughts paused there, he checked the map one more time. After that, he picked up his pace. Where is this? Scratching the side of his head, Liam looked at a small piece of paper in his hand. Written on it was an address. Ashton City Northern District, Fillion Street 097. This should be the place. Liam checked his GPS. Upon confirming that he was indeed in the right place, he crumpled the paper in his hand. After that, he stared at the enormous warehouse in the distance. This place looks kind of sketchy. It appeared that the warehouse was the only building within a kilometer radius of the site. As an actual matter of fact, it was quite distant from the city, and Liam wouldn't have made the trip if he hadn't found the letter in his pocket telling him to go here. That being said, where exactly does the letter come from? It was on his way around the city that he found the letter in his pocket. If he had to be honest, he had completely forgotten about it and therefore had no clue as to whom had given it to him. In spite of that, after deliberating over it for a couple of hours, he decided to head toward the location in the letter. Surely, it must be something important. I'm starting to regret my decision. Carefully scrutinizing the warehouse in the distance, Liam was starting to feel that perhaps coming here was a mistake. The warehouse looked rather abandoned and badly maintained, with crevices on the side of the building and spider webs covering the windows. In other words, it wasn't the most appealing building that one could see. Lowering his head to once again glance at the crumpled paper in his hand, Liam eventually sighed and put the paper away. Whatever, since I'm already here, I might as well just go. As he stepped forward, he began to walk toward the building. While silently murmuring to himself, he yawned loudly. If it's a trap, I hope they are strong. It would truly be a pity if the opponents were weak. Do you want to go here after? This looks nice. While waiting for our orders to arrive, I presented Amanda with different spots we could go to after eating lunch. Although it was unbearably hot outside, there were still a lot of fun places to go to. One such example was the ice skating ring in a mall nearby. Apparently, it was a popular location to go to, especially with the heat outside. Ren. It was while we were choosing our next location that I faintly heard Amanda's voice. Raising my head to look at her, I asked, "What is it?" "About the guy that we've offended." Upon his mention, my mood soured a bit. "What about him?" "Have a look." Flipping her phone around, Amanda showed me a photo. On it was the image of an individual who closely resembled the guy from before. Michael Liverton, C-rank hero, and the rising star of the Starlight Guild. Reading his description, my face turned strange. The same could be said for Amanda, who leaned her body forward to get a better look at the image displayed on her phone. At the moment, our faces were only a couple of inches apart. Since Amanda's focus was on the image on her phone, she didn't seem to have noticed this. Pointing at the screen, she spoke. "He has cleared several C-ranked dungeons, and is predicted to be a ranked hero in the future. He seems to be as skilled as some of our most promising heroes." I guess. The more I read, the more I was left impressed by the guy's resume. It was pretty good. That said, it wasn't anything impressive compared to the likes of Jin, Amanda, and the others. He was just a very talented human. The likes of Kevin and the others had long left the human realm. Still, for him to be a part of Jin's guild. Ren, your face. Distracting me out of my thoughts was Amanda, as she shook her head when she looked at me. Raising my hands to touch my face, I wondered, is there something wrong with my face? No. Amanda shook her head once more before pointing her finger at my face. It's your expression. Before I had a chance to understand what she was trying to say, she turned her phone around, and I was finally able to catch a glimpse of myself. From there I was able to notice the smirk on my face. Covering my mouth with my fist, I coughed. Enough of that. Placing my hand over her phone, I lowered it and glanced at her from the side of my eye. Pretend that you didn't see that. No point. You've done it more times than you can count. Really? Yeah. This. How come I was only made aware of this fact now? Actually, never mind. Small Snake has said the same thing multiple times in the past. I guess this is a bad habit of mine. In any case, since he works for Jin, things will be much easier. In fact, things wouldn't have escalated to this point had he been able to recognize Amanda and I. Unfortunately, I was wearing black contact lenses at the time. This, along with my white hair, only made me look like a Ren lookalike. Not the real thing. The reason for this was because I didn't want to interact with people, and as far as I could tell, it worked like a charm, as no one bothered me. The reason why no one was coming at me could also be because I lashed out at everyone during the press conference, but I honestly didn't care. I hated attention anyways. The same couldn't be said for Amanda, who was in fact a lot more famous than me. However, with the individual in question being such a prolific hunter, he probably spent most of his time inside of dungeons, and most likely didn't know who the both of us were. "Excuse me." In the midst of our discussion, the waiter finally arrived at our table with 2 plates of food. Instantly a nice fragrance lingered in the air as Amanda leaned back in her seat. Similarly leaning back, and catching a whiff of the smell coming from the food, I was forced to smack my lips together to stop myself from salivating. As I stared at Amanda, her lips were pursed in a similar manner as mine. My hand reached for the fork next to me. "Shall we?" As she picked up the fork, Amanda nodded. While we both were about to dig into our food, from the corner of my eye, I spotted a figure bursting into the restaurant. Opening my mouth, I lowered my fork and smiled. Fuck. Chapter 554. He is here. As I stared toward the entrance of the building, I silently sighed to myself as I repositioned my fork on the table. After turning her head, Amanda also caught sight of the individual, resulting in her eyebrows furrowing tightly. He came a lot faster than I expected. Yeah. With a nod of my head, I met the individual's eyes. Immediately after meeting my eyes, I was met with his fierce glare. After him, a couple of people with larger frames entered. Their appearance only served to give me a bigger headache. I knew that this was going to happen. Squinting my eyes, I carefully scrutinized them. They appear to be B rank at best. The auras they emitted were not hard to detect since they did not attempt to hide them in the first place. In addition, they both wore black suits adorned with a familiar emblem. After a careful look, I realized that the emblem belonged to the Starlight Guild. It was then that I came to one conclusion. They are probably his designated bodyguards. They are. Anyhow, even if they brought an A rank, I would not be concerned. The same could not be said with S ranks as they would be quite troublesome to deal with. But it was not like they could actually get one. Upon their arrival, all the eyes inside the restaurant shifted toward the three individuals as they approached our general direction. When I turned to stare at Amanda, my smile became bitter. What did I tell you? Turning her head away from them, her lips curled. So what are you going to do? What else am I supposed to do? As I slowly stood up from my seat, I removed the napkin from my lap, ready to confront the people who were about to approach us. I will just release a bit of my aura and get this over with. However, what business do you have with them? Out of nowhere, a familiar figure appeared, and two hands touched the shoulders of the bulky individuals, stopping them from moving. Startled, they turned to look at the individual who had stopped them. As soon as they saw him, their faces bleached completely, and their bodies trembled. Meanwhile, with eyes wide open, I immediately recognized the figure as I called out, "Kevin." A million questions rose inside my mind as our eyes met. What are you doing here? Since when was he here? And how does he know that I am here? Was it a coincidence? I discarded the notion as soon as I saw his glare. There was no doubt that he had come to me on purpose. Before that, who are you? A loud shout echoed throughout the restaurant as Michael glared at Kevin. With a furrow of his brows, Kevin did not answer immediately. Staring in my direction, he alternated his gaze between Amanda and I. What are you guys doing? We are having lunch, I replied after meeting his gaze. Nodding his head, Kevin's frown deepened. After that, he turned to look at the three individuals that were looking for trouble. Let me handle this for now. Once you are done with lunch, I will just need 10 minutes from you. I need to talk about something important. Okay, I subconsciously replied as I stared at his serious expression. The only time Kevin's seriousness was this severe was when something significant happened. And so I knew better than to continue to ignore him. Hey you. Without waiting for the guy to finish speaking, Kevin gripped Michael's shoulder blade, and he let out an agonized scream. On the other hand, the bodyguards had stopped moving completely as their eyes focused on Amanda. Their already bleach-white faces blanched even more. Clearly, they had finally recognized Amanda, who no longer had her back turned on them. Silently staring at them for a moment, Amanda raised her head to stare at Kevin, who was dragging Michael out of the store. Pointing at him, Amanda asked the two bodyguards, "Shouldn't you be helping him? We apologize for his behavior." Instead of following him, the two bodyguards bowed their heads in Amanda's direction. Coldly staring at them for a couple of seconds, Amanda waved her hand. "Leave. Thank you." After that, the two bodyguards quickly scurried out of the restaurant. Scratching the side of my head, I turned to look at Amanda, who seemed to be in a sour mood. That was resolved a lot faster than I expected. In truth, I had originally thought I would have to do some annoying stuff, but things turned out much more smoothly than I expected. Now that I think about it, we really do have some bad luck. What do you mean? I mean, pausing, I glanced around the place. Immediately after I glanced around the place, the heads of the people around the store quickly snapped away from our direction. I wryly smiled. See, a lot of the people here recognize you. For that one guy to know who you are, it really is bad luck. You are pretty famous too. Not with my hair and eyes. Squinting her eyes to get a better look at me, Amanda picked the fork back up and softly muttered, "Maybe. Mr. Voss, we deeply apologize for his behavior." Quickly coming out of the restaurant, the two bodyguards rushed up to Kevin and apologized profusely as they looked at Michael on the floor, bloodied and bruised. With a white cloth in hand, Kevin glanced in their direction briefly without replying. On the outside, Kevin looked extremely serious and fierce. However, on the inside he was secretly regretting his actions. I may have gone overboard. He had only wanted to stop him for a moment, but the more he restrained him, the more he lashed out. In the end, Kevin beat him up for good, and he was ashamed to say that he felt great relief from it as he imagined Ren being the guy he was beating up. In any case, taking out his phone, Kevin snapped a photo of the guy on the floor. After that, he quickly sent the image to Jin. "I hope he will not get too mad at me. This guy yours." Ringing. Not even a couple of seconds after he sent the message, his phone suddenly started to ring. With a bitter smile on his face, Kevin picked it up. "So, what happened?" After a brief pause, Jin's solemn voice echoed through the speakers of Kevin's phone. As soon as his words echoed out, the bodyguards' bodies trembled uncontrollably, as they instantly recognized who the voice belonged to. Well, brushing his hair up, Kevin started to recount to Jin exactly what had happened. He had already heard a bit from the individual himself, and connecting the dots together, he already had an idea of what had happened. In short, this guy annoyed Ren and Amanda. Ha, Jin's voice sounded rather confused. Did you just say that he annoyed Ren and Amanda? What did he do? I am not exactly sure myself, but it appears as though he tried to hit on Amanda while she was having lunch with Ren. He did. Yeah. After another brief pause, Jin spoke up. "Do me a favor and let them go for me." "Sure, but what are you going to do with them?" Kevin asked out of curiosity. However, Jin's reply caught him off guard as he almost tripped on the spot. "What else am I going to do? I am going to promote them." "What? Did you not hear what I said?" It is exactly because I heard what you said that they deserve to be promoted. Opening his mouth for a moment, Kevin soon closed it. Did Ren also piss you off? Oi, if you have something to say about me, say it to my face. Cutting Kevin off was Ren's voice as he headed in his direction. Glancing at the individual on the ground, his eyes soon paused on Kevin's phone. Jin, is that you? He was met with no response. Give me that for a second. Taking his phone from his hand, Ren spoke up. I know that you are still connected. You do not have to pretend like you are not. What do you want? It was then that Jin finally spoke, and Ren smiled in satisfaction. Clearing his throat for a moment, Ren looked at Kevin before his eyes paused on the figure on the ground. Do you have time 2 days from now? 2 days from now. What do you need? You free or not? In an attempt to avoid answering him, Ren pushed. Somehow it worked as Jin started to check his schedule. Let me check. Sure. Turning his head to face Kevin, Ren shrugged his shoulders. Kevin instantly realized what he was trying to do and shook his head. Guess we are going with the kidnapping. I am free. It was at that moment that Jin's voice once again echoed through the speaker of the phone. Looking back at Kevin, the smile on Ren's face widened. That is great, that is great. Ren repeatedly muttered out loud as he brought the phone closer to himself. Since you are free, I will send you the address and location of a place in a bit. Make sure you do not come late. Wait, I did not say that I was going to. Without waiting for Jin to finish replying, Ren hung up. Then, turning to look at Kevin, he tossed the phone in his direction. That is one problem solved. Catching the phone, Kevin put it away and looked at the 2 bodyguards. Pointing at Michael on the ground, he waved his hand. Take him. Immediately after his words, the 2 bodyguards nodded their heads and grabbed him by the armpits and carried him away. Staring at their departing figures, Kevin shook his head. He almost felt bad for them, especially since he knew that Jin was only joking when he said that he was going to promote them. Tough days will lay ahead of them. What are you thinking about? Arriving next to him, Kevin felt a hand on his shoulder. Never mind what I am thinking. Let us go somewhere more private to speak. I have got something important to say to you. Feeling Ren's gaze on him, Kevin stared back. After a while, Ren nodded his head. All right, if that makes you feel better. Chapter 555. What did you want to talk about? Gazing into the distance from one of the park benches, I sat. The person next to me, Kevin, sighed and leaned back on the bench. You know, if you had answered my calls, I wouldn't have had to come all the way here. I was kind of busy, you know. I replied whilst scratching the side of my neck. I actively chose not to use my phone while I was spending time with Amanda, as I thought that it would be rude of me to do so. In addition, I was here to understand my feelings properly, not to play around with my phone. And, after sending me over 100 messages just this morning, I wouldn't know if you sent me a message. Whose fault do you think that is? Kevin glared my way. His eyebrows shot up as he suddenly recalled something. Now that you've reminded me, fix what you did. Right. I almost forgot that Kevin's memories were still altered. Empty your mind. A gentle white hue enshrouded my hands as I extended them towards Kevin. I was just about to touch Kevin's head when he backed away and warily glanced my way. His reaction made me frown. What are you doing? I am telling you now, you better not pull off another one of your jokes. I won't. Waving my hand, I reached out to grab his head. The only reason I even did what I did back then was because I wanted to confirm a couple of things regarding the skill. If I used the skill too often, I would end up losing Kevin's trust. Relax a bit. If you do it like last time, you will suffer a bit of pain. I know. In a harsh reply, Kevin closed his eyes. After that, an intense white light illuminated the area we were in for several seconds. It came as fast as it went, but it was enough to attract the attention of the people around us who looked at us with strange looks. Figures. My grip on Kevin's head soon loosened, and he gradually opened his eyes. How are you feeling? I asked. After pulling a small card from his wallet, Kevin glanced at me briefly before ignoring me and staring at it. Similarly looking at the card in his hand, I recognized what the card was based on its color. Is that your ID card? I was met with no response. As Kevin ignored me, his eyes swept left and right across the card. While he was scrutinizing the card, his face was filled with serious expressions. Everything seems to be in order. It was only after a while that he finally put the card down and sighed in relief. His reaction made me want to roll my eyes. Am I that untrustworthy? Yes. Kevin nodded his head, not an ounce of doubt in his tone. Stopping for a moment, he looked straight into my eyes before repeating. You are definitely the least trustworthy person that I know. Right. I should probably treat Kevin better. Scratching the side of my head, I shook my head and checked the time. 5 minutes already passed. Whatever. Please don't tell me that the only reason you called me here is because you wanted me to fix your memories. No, a serious look crossed Kevin's face as he shook his head. Ren, there is a problem with the system. Upon hearing his words, I immediately tensed up. A problem with the system. This was a lot more serious than I thought. Crossing my arms together, I asked. What exactly happened? Earlier today, I was trying to configure the coordinates of the planet we are about to go to, but the system suddenly stopped working as I got a string of error messages, and I even lost contact with the system for a moment. For a moment, you lost connection with the system. Repeating his words, my brows knit even more. Leaning my body forward, I covered my mouth with my hand as my brows furrowed tightly. This is a lot more serious than I thought. For Kevin to have lost connection with the system, there was only one thing that came to my mind. Turning to face Kevin, I breathed out. Although I am not sure, I believe that the Demon King has his eye on you, Kevin. The Demon King. Kevin's face tensed immediately when he heard my words. His reaction was to be expected. After all, the Demon King was currently the most powerful individual in the entire universe. For him to have targeted Kevin, there was no doubt that he felt extremely wary. How do you know this? Kevin suddenly asked as he turned to look at him. With my gaze still locked toward the ground, I replied. It is just a hypothesis for now, but I believe the Demon King draws power from the same source as you. In what sense? As in that, it is closely related to the Akashic records. Having thought deeply about what my other self had told me in the past, I came up with this theory. In particular, from how he said that Kevin was the only person capable of killing the Demon King. That was the phrase that sparked this hypothesis. In the most likely scenario, the Demon King noticed you opening the portal and intervened. Of course, we could assume that something happened to the records, and that is why you lost connection. But I honestly doubt that is what happened. There was a brief moment of silence after my words as Kevin stared deeply at the park. After a while he asked, if that is the case, does that mean that we cannot finish the quest? Furrowing my brows, I leaned forward a bit. This was more serious than I thought. Only 4 years remained until the Demon King descended, so if we could not complete the mission, we would be in serious trouble. Even with the mana density increasing by the day, it was simply not enough time. How about this? It was then that I suggested. I will soon send you the address of my mercenary headquarters. Before we leave, we can run a few tests to see if anything goes wrong. If you feel you are losing connection with the system, I will knock you out directly and disrupt the connection directly. At this point, this was probably the best course of action. This was especially true because of the fact that my warehouse was in the middle of nowhere, and there was no way that anyone would notice that we were currently setting up a portal there. Having said that, we have always planned on setting up the portal there. This was especially so because Small Snake and the others were there. Their presence would definitely simplify things. This might work. Standing up from my seat and checking the time, I patted Kevin on the shoulder. 10 minutes on the dot. Come to my place in a few days to see if there are any problems with the system. If there are, we might have to give up on the idea of going there. Okay. Similarly, Kevin stood up after nodding his head and exhaling deeply. I will leave now. Have fun on your date. Immediately after he said those words, my head snapped in his direction, but by then, he had already disappeared from my sight. As I squinted my eyes, I shrugged my shoulders and headed back to the restaurant. Guess he found out. Whatever. What do you think? Will Nola like this? Meeting back with Amanda, we soon decided to take a stroll in the surroundings. From going to different shops to trying food on the street, we went to whatever was in the vicinity, and quite honestly, I really enjoyed my time. So much so that in no time, it was already late into the night, and we were standing in front of a large candy shop. Currently, my attention was drawn to a large lollipop about the size of Nola's head. That is too big, Amanda commented as she looked at the lollipop. True, as I pictured Nola struggling to hold the lollipop in her hand, my interest in the treat was even more piqued. Don't think about it. It seemed that Amanda could read my thoughts as she pressed her hand against my shoulder and pointed in a different direction. Following her line of sight, I was able to catch a glimpse of a large teddy bear. A teddy bear. My eyes squinted. My gaze shifted to Amanda, who kept her expressionless. Taking a glance at me, she lowered her head. Why are you looking at me? Are you sure this is for Nola? The moment my words left my mouth, Amanda's head slowly turned as her right brow twitched. Bingo. A smile spread across my face as I shook my head. It is hard to believe she is someone who would be hard to understand when her expressions are so easy to understand. Wait here for a moment, I will go buy something for Nola. Okay, Amanda replied with a soft whisper as her eyes darted toward the teddy bear once more. She then turned her eyes away from the shop and looked elsewhere. Entering the store, I walked up to the clerk. Looking back to see if Amanda was watching and confirming that she wasn't, I pointed at the teddy bears. Can I have 2 of them please? The bears? Yes. Understood. Immediately after that, the cashier retrieved the teddy bears and handed them to me. That would be ADU. Here you go. With a simple tap of my card, I paid the fee and put the bears inside of my dimensional space. After that, I headed out of the store. Spotting Amanda sitting on one of the benches lit up by one of the street lights, I headed her way. Similarly spotting me, she softly smiled and asked, "Did you manage to get the bears?" "Yeah." While sitting on the bench next to her, I leaned back and relaxed. Neither one of us spoke for the next minute as we both stared toward the stars in the sky. Amanda broke the silence first. "I had fun today." Turning to gaze her way, I didn't answer immediately. When I reflected on everything that had happened to me over the past few years, and how rarely I had the opportunity to enjoy myself like this, a sad smile spread across my lips. Slowly, I murmured, "Me too." Chapter 556. 9 p.m. As Amanda stared at the familiar building in the distance, her footsteps slowed. Matching her pace, Ren's footsteps also slowed. They eventually stopped in front of the building. "We are here," Amanda muttered softly as she raised her head up, her face basking beneath the gentle moonlight. In no time at all, it was already nighttime, and Amanda felt the whole day pass by in a blur. It was fun, she thought as she turned her head to gaze at Ren's profile. While he may look different from how he once did, as she gazed in his direction, she could not help but feel her heart racing. Amanda had never felt this way before, and it felt refreshing. This was especially true after everything that had happened to her. Now that I think about it, all of this happiness is because of him, isn't it? From risking his life to save her mother, to saving her father from the demon world. After meeting him, Amanda's dark world began to lighten to the point that she did not dread waking up in the morning like in the past. She no longer had to wake up in an empty home with no one to greet her in the morning. She no longer had to worry about her father's safety every day. And she no longer felt as empty as before. Truly, while he may not have done it specifically for her, he had changed her life for the better, and she was grateful for him. Before she knew it, her mouth opened on its own. Thank you. Thank you. Turning to look at her, Ren cocked his head a little. Are you thanking me for today? No. Meeting his gaze, Amanda shook her head before interlocking her hands behind her back. Slowly, she took a step toward the building. Thank you for everything. For saving her mother. For saving her father. For brightening up her cold world. For letting her meet new people who treat her with warmth. And for existing. Thank you. Sure. Clearly confused, Ren tilted his head further. Then, recalling something, he tapped on his bracelet. It was at that moment that a large teddy bear appeared in his hands. There was an immediate pause in Amanda's steps. Isn't that Nola's bear? Nope. Shaking his head, Ren stepped forward and brought the bear toward her. A small grin spread across his face. You think I wouldn't notice your secret glances at the bear? Ah. An embarrassed look flashed across Amanda's face as she felt her cheeks warm up a little. Was I that obvious? You were. Ren's voice echoed out as he seemed to have read her mind. Amanda's cheek became even warmer as a result. She then turned her head to look away from him. Are you going to take it or not? But it was at that moment that she heard Ren's voice. Feeling the bear touch her body, Amanda turned her head slightly and softly bit her lips. My arms are starting to hurt. If you don't take it, I'll give 2 bears to Nola. I'll take it. Unable to contain herself anymore, she snatched the bear from Ren's hands as he hugged it tightly. Her simple yet innocent actions were clearly caught by Ren, who unknowingly smiled. Tapping onto his bracelet once more, he said, I've got something else for you. Immediately after he said those words, Amanda suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from Ren as she was forced to take a step back. Ugh. Her hair fluttered behind her as a strong gust of wind blew on her clothes. Suddenly, Amanda caught sight of a small frame in Ren's hand amid a nebula-like black hue. She couldn't quite make out what it was due to the nebula-like hue. However, it wasn't long before the hue receded. When she raised her hand to get a better look, her eyes opened wide in surprise. Isn't that a bow? It is. Ren replied as a powerful hue sprung out from his body, covering the black nebula and forcing it to shrink. Following his actions, everything around them once again returned to normal as Ren apologetically looked at her. Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. It looks like the high mana density here has somehow excited the bow. After testing the bow to ensure that it was not acting up anymore, Ren handed it to her. Here, for me. Who else but you can use the bow? Upon hearing his confirmation, Amanda lowered her head to gaze at the bow. This bow. She was left astonished and shaken by the tremendous pressure the bow emanated when her eyes locked on it. That's at least S-ranked. It had to be noted that even S-ranked artifacts were very rare. Each one of them went for an astronomical amount of money. One such example was Monica's sword, which sold for billions of U back at the auction. They were so rare that even her guild only had a couple of them. And none of them were bows. The value of the bow Ren was giving her was simply tremendous. So much so that Amanda was starting to feel conflicted. Ever since I've met him, all he's done is help me while I dot. Gently biting her lips, Amanda secretly clenched her fist. Thinking of her past, she realized that she had never truly helped Ren the way that he helped her. She was always on the receiving end. There were times when she had also helped him, but compared to what he did for her, they were negligible. And she hated that. I want to help him as he had helped her. I'll take it. And that was exactly why she firmed her mind and decided to take the bow. Amanda had no reason to reject the bow in the first place. If she took the bow, her power and usefulness to Ren would increase dramatically. Rejecting him would do nobody any good. She wasn't one who didn't see the bigger picture, and refusing the bow simply because she felt she owed too much to Ren would come across as though she was insecure on her part. If she wanted to be of help in any way, shape, or form, she had to take the bow, and she understood it. I'll use this bow to help Ren. Extending her hand, she soon came into contact with the bow. Ugh. An explosive force erupted from the bow the moment Amanda touched it, forcing her to take a step back. Regardless, gritting her teeth, she continued to press her hand against the bow as she firmed her grip on the grip of the bow. Even then, the bow proved to be a lot harder to handle than she originally thought as her mana started to quickly deplete. Let me help a bit. In the midst of her struggle, she heard a gentle voice from beside her. A short time after hearing the voice, the pressure on Amanda began to ease, and the power erupting from the bow slowly receded. After that, the wild aura coming from the bow quickly calmed down, and it wasn't long before Amanda was finally able to fully control the bow as she firmly held it in her hands. With heavy breaths, she glanced in Ren's way from the corner of her eyes. Thank you. While she still struggled to properly control the bow as her rank was still not enough to properly wield it, she was now able to somewhat bear the pressure. Taking a couple of deep breaths to catch her breath, Amanda suddenly felt Ren's grip loosen from her shoulder. How do you feel? Tired. Amanda replied with a bitter look on her face. She truly did not expect Ren to suddenly pull out such a strong bow, let alone give it to her. Regardless, staring at the bow in her hands, Amanda felt a weird sense of closeness. Looking at the bow's frame that seemed to blend perfectly with the night sky, she thought, so beautiful. Amanda finally had a chance to take a good look at the bow now that it had calmed down, and she was able to appreciate its true beauty. There was a subtle yet majestic glow emanating from out of its beautifully carved frame that seemed to be meticulously carved by hand by a master. In addition, its weight also seemed to perfectly balance in Amanda's hand. It felt as though it was handcrafted just for her. It was an odd yet satisfying feeling. It's perfect, Amanda thought as she raised and lowered her hand. The bow was without a question even better than her current bow, Nightfall, an erranked bow that she had been wielding for the past couple of years. Without a doubt, this bow was far superior to it in any way, shape, or form. I'll make good use of it, Amanda muttered as she firmed her grip on the bow. I'm glad you like it, Ren replied with a smile. There were hints of relief as he scratched the back of his head. I didn't know if you would have liked it, to be honest. Although it's an S-ranked artifact, it still looks kind of unappealing. No, it's perfect. Cutting Ren off, Amanda raised her head to look at him. Deeply staring into his eyes, she put the bow away. Hey, Ren, Amanda called out. Yes, lean forward a bit. Ren looked at her with a confused look on his face. Nevertheless, he complied. What is it? The events that followed felt like a blur to Amanda. It all happened so fast that it took her a couple of seconds to realize what she had done. And when she realized what she had done, it was already too late. As Ren stared blankly at her. To Amanda's surprise though, she neither felt flustered nor shy. Staring at Ren, her smile softened and she turned around. Lowering her head, she gently bit her lips before she murmured in a low whisper, "Thank you." Without looking back, she walked back into the building, leaving Ren standing outside with a blank expression. Clank. Welcome back, Ren. The sound of my mother's voice welcomed me into the apartment. But to be honest, at this very moment, everything just felt weird to me, as I just merely greeted her with a nod. I couldn't quite process everything around me as a weird feeling surged from within me, a feeling that I couldn't understand. In the end, much to the confusion of my mother and Nola, I walked toward my room and shut the door behind me. Clank. When I reached my bed, I sat down on it and just blankly stared at the ceiling of the room for what felt like a very long time. My mind was a bit of a mess at the moment as I struggled to comprehend the events of today. It was a fun day. So much so that it felt as though time was flowing at a different speed than usual. It was a strange yet pleasant feeling. Never before have I ever felt as relaxed as I did today. I thought that this feeling would continue till the date ended, but, slowly raising my hand to touch my lips, I softly murmured. Soft. Chapter 557. Ren, are you listening to me? As I absent-mindedly lifted and lowered the spoon in my hand, I heard a familiar voice tickle my ears. Ren. The voice grew louder with every passing second, and before I knew it, it was right next to my ear, startling me out of my daze. Ren Dover. Huey. I screamed as my hand reached out for the corner of the desk to stop myself from falling. Unfortunately, my efforts proved futile as I inevitably still fell to the ground. Bang. Ugh. With my butt feeling the cold hard ground, I slowly raised my head to see my mother's face looking down at me. She had a rather worried look on her face. Are you okay, Ren? Did something happen? No. Pressing my hand against the ground and picking up the chair, I sat back down. Then, picking up the spoon, I took a mouthful of cereal and ate it. Ren. I've got a lot to think about. Don't speak while you're chewing. With a small rag in hand, my mother sat down next to me. Supporting her chin with both hands, she leaned her body a bit. Be honest with me. I can tell that something happened. You can tell your mother, I'm all ears. Lowering the spoon in my hand, I turned to face my mother. My brows soon furrowed and I sighed. Fuck it. I'm going to leave again. Immediately following those words, I closed my eyes expecting my mother to go bonkers. But, to my surprise, I did not hear my mother lose it even after half a minute had passed. Upon opening my eyes, I was surprised to see my mother smiling at me. The sight caused my brows to jump up. Mom. See, it wasn't so hard to tell me, was it? What? Opening and closing my mouth, my head tilted. I was legitimately very confused at the moment. Are you not angry at me for leaving again? Angry. Cocking her head a little, her neat blonde hair gently fell over her shoulder. Plucking her lips a little, she asked, "Why should I be angry?" Raising my hand to scratch the back of my head, I didn't know how to respond. What's going on? This wasn't the reaction that I had expected from her. Was there something wrong with my mother? Was she sick? Worry instantly flashed across my face. Don't look at me like that. With a frown on her face, my mother slowly stood up. Taking the rug from the table, she walked toward the kitchen and placed it on the counter. Throughout the entire time, neither one of us spoke as I waited for her to start speaking. In no time, she asked me a question. Ren, do you know why I was angry last time? It's because I didn't say anything before leaving. Right. With a turn of her body, I met my mother's eyes. They looked an awful lot like mine. If you know that, then why do you think I'll get angry over you leaving? You're already an adult. What you do with your life is up to you. I can no longer control you like when you were a kid, as your safety was my responsibility. It still is, but considering our circumstances, I can no longer protect you like when you were young. A sad smile flashed across her face as she leaned her body a bit. That's why I'm never going to stop you from doing whatever you want to do. You are strong, and I've seen it. Pausing for a moment, My mother let out a gentle sigh. All I ask is for you to tell me when you're going on such dangerous trips, just so that I don't have to worry about where you are all the time. You can do that for me, no? Okay. Taking my eyes away from my mother and staring at the bowl of cereal in front of me, I slowly nodded my head. I'll do that. As water flowed from the faucet in the kitchen, the sound of the water echoed throughout the room. While putting one of the plates in the sink, my mother suddenly asked, "When are you leaving?" My hand suddenly paused. Bitterly smiling, I answered, "Most likely today." Unfortunately, we couldn't push the trip any further and therefore had to go today. As a matter of fact, I probably shouldn't be here right now. There were also a lot of things that I needed to do in order to ensure that the trip was going to be successful. I had already contacted Small Snake about the little stuff, and so that was fine for now. The real problem was something else, Jin. The plan to kidnap him was still on full steam. But in order for that to work, there were some things that I needed to handle. Ha! A sigh escaped from my mouth. Today was going to be a busy day. As my mother replaced the plate in her hand with a new one, she placed the old one on a rack beside her. "For how long are you going to be leaving?" "I'm not too sure." Clank. Exactly at that moment, the kitchen door opened and a familiar figure appeared. While rubbing her eyes with her little fists, Nola held a small teddy bear by its arm. Still in her pajamas, Nola dragged the bear behind her and slowly walked toward the kitchen table and helped herself up. It was clear that she was still sleepy, as she took no notice of me who was sitting in front of her. Smiling to myself, I got off my seat and sat down next to Nola. "Sleepy?" Raising my hand, I gently stroked Nola's head. In spite of this, she did not react as she simply lowered her head so that I could stroke her better. How cute. While thinking of something, I tapped my bracelet once. In the blink of an eye, a large teddy bear appeared in my hand. "Hey, Nola. Look. Urging the bear forward, I pushed it toward Nola. When the bear touched Nola, her mind cleared up a little and her eyes opened wide. "Wah!" She let out a startled shout. A broad smile appeared on my face as soon as I noticed her reaction as I leaned my head to the side. "How about it, Nola? Do you like it, brother?" In an instant, Nola's eyes glowed with excitement. Extending both hands, she jumped toward the bear and hugged it tightly. A particularly amusing aspect of the situation was that the bear was almost twice Nola's size, making it appear as if she had vanished. Muffled sounds rang out as Nola hugged the bear tightly. The sounds persisted for a couple of seconds before they stopped. "Nola," I called out as my brows furrowed. Why did she stop moving? Getting up from my seat, I circled around the bear to discover Nola's figure motionlessly hugging it. "Hey, Nola." I immediately became startled as I placed my hand on her back and shook her. "Nola." I was met with no response. Panic started to set in from there as I shook her even more fiercely. "Hey, Nola. NOL. Boo. Whoa." Startled, I took a couple of steps back and almost tripped on the ground. Raising my head, I was met with the sight of Nola extending her tongue in my direction. He. Calming down and realizing that I had been fooled, I glared in Nola's direction. "Do you seriously think that you can get away with what you've just pulled?" "Kaye. No. Mother. Haha. He. No. I tickled Nola's sides. Just like most children in the world, Nola was ticklish. In fact, she was especially ticklish. Just tickling her legs would send her crying with laughter. Ha. Brother. Stop. Ha. Out of mercy, I stopped after 10 seconds. I wasn't cruel enough to punish her for too long. "You better have learned your lesson." "Yes. Sorry, brother. I will never do it again," Nola muttered on top of the bear on the floor. It was needless to say that she had learned her lesson, as she was having a hard time breathing. A triumphant look spread across my face when I stared at Nola. Lowering her head, our eyes met and Nola stuck her tongue out. "Stinky brother. On second thought, let's go for another round." "Kaye. No. Ahahaha. Did something good happen to you?" In the midst of putting her shoes on, Edward stared at his daughter. While her face was covered by her hair that was leaning forward, she was currently wearing a long black coat that reached all the way to her knees. Shaking her head, Amanda replied, "Nothing in particular." "Is that so?" Squinting his eyes, Edward decided to let it go. Turning his wrist, he checked the time. 9:17 a.m. "Let's get going. We're about to be late." "Okay." Finally managing to put on her boots, Amanda brushed her hair behind her head. After that, she turned around to wave at Natasha, who was staring at the both of them with a warm smile on her face. "Have fun, you two." "What fun? We're going to work. How about you help out as well?" Edward rebutted as he playfully glared at his wife. "Have you missed me so much that you want me to work next to you?" "I do," Edward seriously replied. With a wave of her hand, Natasha's cheeks blushed slightly. "How smooth. But I wasn't joking." "Oh, you." Clank. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Edward turned his head only to see Amanda leaving the house with a weird look on her face. "Hey, Amanda, where are you going?" "Work. Wait for me." Bitterly smiling in Natasha's direction, he followed after Amanda. Clank. "Hey, Amanda, you can't just leave like that." Closing the door behind him, Edward followed Amanda from behind. Halting her feet for a moment, Amanda turned her head to look at her father. "And you can't just flirt in front of your daughter like that." Speechless, Edward closed his mouth and stopped speaking. Awkwardly scratching the side of his neck, Edward came up with an excuse. "Amanda, your father and mother have not met after so many years. It's normal for them to." Clank. Cutting him off was the sound of one of the apartment doors opening. Turning his head, Edward spotted a familiar figure. Ren. But contrary to Edward's expectations, Ren did not greet him back, but just stared in Amanda's direction with a blank look on his face. Most shocking was Amanda's next course of action. Good morning. Walking closer to him, she greeted. Leaning her face closer to him, a mischievous grin spread across her face. Going to work? Yeah. Ren replied with an odd look on his face. Though not exactly flustered, he didn't seem his usual calm self. Odd. Edward's eyes began to squint once he realized this. This was the first time that he had seen Ren lose his composure like this, and the cause seemed to be his daughter. Don't tell me. A sudden thought crossed his mind as he alternated his gaze between Amanda and Ren. You too. Chapter 558. That. Feeling Edward's gaze on me and staring at Amanda, who was closely staring at me, I was left speechless and silently glared in Amanda's direction. Do something. I urged her with my eyes. Turning around, Amanda looked at her father. Yes. Alternating his gaze between Amanda and I, Edward looked to be at a loss for words. He eventually managed to speak. Are you trying to take revenge for what happened this morning? Unexpectedly, and much to my confusion, Edward talked about something else entirely. I glanced at Amanda, who gazed at me from the corner of her eyes and brushed her hair behind her ear. You finally understand. Ugh. A difficult look appeared on Edward's face. Soon, his shoulders slumped. All right, I'm sorry. After that, he proceeded to walk all the way toward the elevator. The sudden turn of events left me dumbfounded as I pointed in his direction. What's up with him? Nothing. Amanda gazed at her father's back. Stretching her body a bit, she hummed in joy. Let's just say I took a little revenge for what he did this morning. At my expense. Without answering, Amanda flashed a small smile. Taking a small step forward, she followed her father toward the elevator. I'll see you soon, she whispered as she got into the elevator. The elevator doors soon started to close, and the last thing I heard was Edward's faint whispering voice. Hey, Amanda, that was a prank, right? There's nothing really going on between you two, right? Maybe. Amanda. This is not Clank. This should be all. With a satisfied smile on his face, Kevin clapped his hands together. In front of him were two large bags filled to the brim with goods. With a wave of his hands, the two bags magically disappeared. After that, Kevin tapped the air with his finger. A translucent blue screen formed in front of him. Quest. Information. Stop the Demon King from consuming this planet. Location. Cassaria. Goal. Stop the demon corruption of the planet. Rank. A-. Requirement for transportation. A ranked core. Total people. 3. Reward. Demon King Ascension plus 1 year. Minor realm rank up. Synchronization plus 15%. Penalty. Demon King Ascension minus 1 year. I hope I'm not too late. He had been delaying this quest for quite a while now, and he was finally going to embark on this new trip. Phew. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it doesn't look like the delay has caused the mission to become harder. Kevin feared that his delay in the mission would have increased the mission's difficulty. Fortunately, it turned out to be a needless worry since the system prompt remained the same. I better get going. Turning his wrist to glance at his watch, Kevin headed out of the door. Ah, right. When he was about to leave, his feet slowed. As he turned around, he glanced at a picture frame positioned on top of one of his desks. There were two people in the picture. Both bear a striking resemblance to Kevin. Moving to the picture frame, he slowly caressed it and his face softened. Mom, Dad, I'll be leaving for a bit now. The faint sound of his voice echoed through the room. It's going to be a dangerous mission. One that might force me to leave this place for quite a long time. But strangely enough, I don't think there will be much trouble. I've got 2 reliable people coming with me. A faint smile spread across his face as he scratched the side of his nose. They both are weird in their own way, but I trust them, so I'll be coming back soon. Touching the frame, Kevin slowly closed his eyes. I hope you don't miss me too much while I'm gone. Ha. After parking my car and getting out, I gazed at the distant warehouse. Closing the car door and heading there, I sighed. What a headache. The mere thought of what had happened not too long ago caused my head to hurt. Recalling Edward's last words, I involuntarily let out another sigh. He definitely suspects that something happened. This was going to be troublesome. Beep. By pressing my hand against the wall, the metallic door that led to the warehouse automatically opened. Who are you guys again? I heard a familiar voice in the distance as I entered the warehouse. It was shortly after followed by more voices. Oh God. Just how bad must your memory be if you can't even remember what someone told you 10 minutes ago? Hein, do something. Me. What am I supposed to do? I don't know. Maybe try knocking your shield against his head. That should knock some sense into him. But it'll get dirty. As I was far, I couldn't quite understand what they were arguing about. But without a doubt, it was probably something annoying. Walking toward the main lobby and opening the door, I spoke up. What's going on? My words immediately ended the argument, and everyone turned their attention to me. Ren, you're finally here. Finally. To my surprise, the moment I arrived, the rest of the group rushed toward me with bright looks on their faces. They looked like children who had just found their parents. What's going on? Their reaction instantly raised alarm bells inside my head. When had any one of them ever greeted me like this? There was definitely something fishy about the situation. Ren, I've been trying to contact you since last night. Why didn't you answer my calls? Small Snake was the first to complain, looking rather haggard. Staring at him, my eyes flashed with pity. He must have gone through a lot. Did you just pity me? Just your imagination. After taking out my phone and checking it, my brows raised slightly. This was because I had noticed that I had over 20 missing calls. Ah, you're right. You really did call me several times. You think. Small Snake rubbed his forehead. I know that you're busy with a lot of stuff. But what do you think will happen during an emergency if you don't answer? Scratching the side of my head, I apologized. You're right. To be honest, I had never experienced stuff like this in the past as I always tended to check my phone. Yesterday was the only exception. And for so much to happen on the exact day that I did not check my phone, I could only blame my bad luck. Really. I'll make sure to pay close attention to your call next time. After putting the phone away, I looked around the room. I wanted to see exactly what was causing Small Snake to be so distressed. My confusion grew as I looked around and saw nothing. What is the emergency? Everything looks fine. My eyes locked in a certain direction halfway through my sentence, and I suddenly stopped speaking. Lightning Dragon. It was there that I spotted a familiar face. With his long hair falling down his shoulder, and signature yellow eyes, Lightning Dragon leaned against one of the tables. Similarly spotting me, he greeted. Yo, yeah, I just arrived. Hold on. I was cut off by Small Snake, who alternated his gaze with Lightning Dragon and me. It was then that he looked straight into my eyes. He actually remembers you. Yeah. What kind of question was that? Of course he remembered me. It would be weird if he didn't recognize me. But it was at that moment that I suddenly recalled something. Raising my hand to cover my forehead, I gazed at the others and finally understood what was happening. A wry smile spread across my face as I turned my attention back to Small Snake. He has memory problems. No shit. Small Snake answered as he glared in my direction. Shifting my head a little, I silently muttered. Kind of rude. As if you were never rude. Small Snake grumbled with his arms closed. I don't think you understand how much trouble he caused the moment he walked in. I don't. I wasn't exactly there to see it. However, Small Snake's words sounded rather ominous as I suddenly felt an ominous promotion. Glaring in Lightning Dragon's direction, Small Snake raised his voice. The first thing he did as soon as he came into the warehouse was attack us. Attack you? I dumbfoundedly stared at Lightning Dragon. Seriously? Yes. Not just me, but everyone else in here. Oh god. While staring in Lightning Dragon's direction, I couldn't help but feel a massive migraine coming my way. Taking a deep breath, I looked at Small Snake. Everyone seems to be fine at the moment. It was probably a short fight, right? Do you see Leopold and Angelica anywhere? Small Snake suddenly asked. Glancing around the room, I shook my head. Now that I think about it, I don't see either of them. Obviously not. The two of them are injured upstairs. What's with the monster you brought? Small Snake stared at Lightning Dragon with lingering fear in his eyes. The same could be said for the remaining others in the room. He was clearly reminiscing the events that happened not too long ago. What about Han Yufei? Then I noticed one person was missing. It was Han Yufei. Him. Famously known as the babysitter of the group, Small Snake was quick to answer. He's gone to the place you told him to go. He should be back by noon. I see. He's a lot faster than I expected. After I gave him the Gravar-style location, he immediately rushed there without wasting a moment. As expected of him, he was efficient. Scratching the back of my head, my eyes became serious. How badly injured are Angelica and Leopold? Fortunately, not by much. Small Snake sighed in relief. We were somehow able to calm him down after one of us shouted your name. From there we were able to figure one thing. Oh, what did you figure out? That everything is your fault. Oi. No need to deny the truth. After staring at Small Snake for a few seconds, I shook my head. All right, fine. It was indeed my fault. When I decided to have him come directly to me, I probably should have thought more carefully. Maybe I should have written in the letter. Don't beat people up. Not sure. Let me handle the situation from now on. In any case, I was glad the situation didn't escalate any further. Given Lightning Dragon's strength, he could have most likely beat everyone present apart from maybe Angelica, who strangely seemed to have lost. I'll have to check up on that. After patting Small Snake on the shoulder, I walked toward Lightning Dragon. Lightning Dragon. It's Liam. Lightning Dragon suddenly interrupted me. I was taken aback for a moment. Excuse me. I'm Liam, not Lightning Dragon. Ah, right. Indeed. Lightning Dragon was just a made-up nickname for the arena. Now that he was no longer there was no need for me to call him by his nickname. Stopping in front of him, I pointed toward myself. You remember me, right? I do. Liam's answer was fast and quick, surprising me and the others in the room. That's great. I nodded my head in satisfaction. I was glad he remembered me. Now things would be much easier. Unfortunately, my joy was a bit premature, as his next words almost knocked me over. I do remember who you are, but I don't know why I'm here. Seriously? Yeah. My lips smacked together. I had already lost count of how many times I wanted to facepalm my face by now. Turning around, I waved my hand at Liam and urged him to follow. Follow me for now. I'll tell you the details soon. I think I know of a way to solve your memory problems. Okay. Nodding his head, Liam complied and followed me into my office. Just as I was about to leave the lobby, I turned to look at Small Snake. All right, before I forget, a couple of people will come soon. Notify me when they come. Who is C? I had already left before Small Snake could finish his words. I was in a bit of a hurry. Solving Liam's memory problems was the current priority. Chapter 559. Relax your mind for a bit. I pressed my hands against Liam's head and circulated the mana inside of my body. Make sure to leave your mind unguarded. If not, it will hurt quite a bit, and I will not be able to do anything. Sure, but Liam's confused voice echoed out as he slowly opened his closed eyes, staring right into my eyes, his brows furrowed. What exactly are we doing right now? Shit, he's already forgotten. I smiled while cursing to myself inwardly. Just do as I say. You can trust me. Oka. Hook. Liam's eyes suddenly jumped up in shock as the mana inside my body flowed out and activated my skill. Sorry, but this might hurt a bit. I forcefully activated the skill in the midst of his speech. Considering the current circumstances, this was the only option available to me. Whenever I explained what I was going to do to him, he would end up forgetting. If this continued, it would be an irritating never-ending cycle. Thus, I decided to just do it. Arg. Throughout the room, Liam's pained voice echoed as a white hue spread from my body before swiftly covering everything around me. Relax your mind. I spoke through my gritted teeth. If you guard your mind, all it will do is increase the pain and make it hard for me to help you. In spite of his pain, Liam managed to hear my words and soon stopped struggling as his face relaxed. I sighed in relief when I saw this. Thank God. Things could have been extremely complicated if he hadn't calmed down. Hugh, let's get this over with. I closed my eyes and focused my mind. Instantly, I was bombarded with thousands and thousands of images and scenarios, all of which were scattered apart. The amount was so overwhelming that my brain almost fried on the spot. Thankfully, I had something to help me. The chip. With it going at full throttle inside of my mind, I was able to sort out all of the different scenarios inside of my head, alleviating a lot of the burden on my brain. During that time, I began to notice how the images broke apart with every passing second. Is this the reason why he's losing his memories? The moment I saw this strange phenomenon, I realized why Liam's memory was so poor. I wasn't exactly sure what it was, but something inside Liam's head kept destroying his memories. Let's see if I can do something about this. Forcing a quarter of the remaining mana out of my body, the white hue around me brightened up considerably. It was during this time that Liam's memories stopped dissecting. Satisfaction washed over me once I saw this. But this wasn't all. Looking through the memories and finding the corresponding pieces, I slowly brought them together and merged them. And just like puzzle pieces, they slowly combined together. It worked. After observing for a few seconds, I noticed that the two pieces I connected were no longer disconnecting. My eyes lit up when I saw this. It worked. My method worked. There was now a way for me to fix Liam's memories. Chugging down a mana potion, the hue around my hand expanded. Alright, let's continue. Keep your eyes closed and empty your mind. Repeating the same process again, time eventually flew by. Before I knew it, 30 minutes had passed, and droplets of sweat dripped down toward the ground, forming a small pool of sweat. Ha, ha. The sound of my heavy breathing echoed throughout the room as I struggled to concentrate. It's too much. I shook my head as my brows furrowed tightly. In spite of the fact that I was being helped by the chip in my head, there were still too many memories, and simply put, my mana was already almost exhausted. It looks like I have severely underestimated just how big his problem is. In addition to the insane amount of mana needed to complete this simple task, there were just too many memories to sort through. Had it not been for the chip inside of my head, I would have already given up long ago. I can't. I dropped to the ground as I removed my hands from Liam's head. Ha, ha. While I was heavily breathing on the ground, Liam slowly opened his eyes and blinked a couple of times. Surprise flashed across his face as he scanned the room. I carefully lifted my head and stared in his direction. How do you feel? I've felt better, Liam replied as he blinked his eyes. Massaging my forehead, I decided to test him. Why are the two of us here? To fix my memory problems? Do you remember what you did before coming here? Beat up your people. My mouth twitched at his answer. Nevertheless, I was satisfied with what I heard as I slowly sat up straight. It looks like your memory has improved. It looks like it, Liam quietly mumbled. His reaction surprised me as I tilted my head. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? No. Liam shook his head as his brows furrowed. It's just that I can only recall a select few memories, not all. Ah. Standing up to scratch my body, I reassured him. About that, I've only been able to partially restore some of your memories. It'll take a lot longer to completely restore all of your memories, if ever. I honestly doubted that I could ever fix his memory given the huge number of memories he had. Not only that, but the source of his problem was still not resolved. He was still going to forget everything that was going to happen to him in the future. That was not something that I was able to fix. All I did was make it so some of the memories he experienced could not be forgotten. The problem is most likely due to the art that he practices. If it's too much to ask, do you have a copy of the martial art you practice? Liam looked at me as he scratched the side of his face. To be honest, I don't remember. Figured. I waved my hand as I took out a towel to brush away the accumulated sweat on my body. I'll have a look at it during our next session. Pinching my soaked shirt, I proceeded to head out of the room. Now that the treatment was over, I needed to properly rest. I was exhausted. Clank. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by a familiar figure sitting on one of the sofas in the room. With a curious look on his face, he seemed to be looking around the place. Kevin. I greeted him. Immediately after I called out for him, his head turned to face me. Ren. Taking a moment to look at me, he was taken aback. What happened to you? Don't worry about it. I sat down on one of the sofas and let out a long breath. Wrapping my arms on top of the sofa, I stretched my body a bit. Let me rest for a bit. At least till our final guest arrives. Guest. You'll know soon enough. Han Clan. As multiple figures sat on nicely carved wooden chairs by the side of the halls, a heavy silence engulfed the majestic clan's halls. At this moment, all eyes were drawn toward the middle of the room where a figure stood. His sleek black hair was neatly pushed behind his head in a pomade style, his back was straight, and he was wearing traditional Chinese attire. He was none other than Han Yufei. Have you found it? A deep voice echoed throughout the room. It belonged to none other than the figure sitting at the forefront of the room. Han Ge, Han Yufei's father, and current head of the Han clan. Raising his head to meet his father's line of sight, Han Yufei proudly nodded his head as he extended both of his hands forward, revealing an old and worn-out brown book. It was as he promised. This truly is 5-star sword art, Gravar style. There was a deafening silence in the room as no one spoke. In the midst of the silence, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the elders' heavy breathing, all of whom were reverently staring at the book in Han Yufei's hand. As expected of a 5-star sword art, Han Yufei thought as he scanned the room with his eyes. A 5-star sword art simply had that much appeal. All of the elders in the room could barely restrain themselves from rushing to him and grabbing the art. In any case, as Han Yufei gazed at his father, he didn't move. He was waiting for his father's next decision, and he didn't have to wait for long as his father soon opened his mouth and ordered, "Make sure you practice the art well." What? But his next words came as a shock to everyone in attendance. Immediately after everyone processed his words, they all stood up from their seats to protest. Quiet. But before they could do that, Han Ge's voice thunderously reverberated throughout the room. A tremendous pressure erupted from his body as he scanned the room with his eyes. His fierce gaze shook all of the elders out of their thoughts. They soon lowered their heads in shame. Taking a few moments to let the elders calm down, Han Ge gazed in Han Yufei's direction. "As you were the one who managed to find the sword art, you will be the first one to practice it. Under my name, Han Ge, I pledge not to let anyone take your sword art from you until you have fully mastered it, me included." Standing up from his seat, Han Ge's robe fell toward the ground. As his gaze swept toward the elders in the room, he continued, "Remember this clearly. Our priority is the future of our clan, and Han Yufei is the only one in our clan that is qualified to practice this art. You are all too old." While Han Ge's words echoed once more, the faces of some of the elders turned bitter as they nodded their heads. Taking note of their reactions, Han Yufei sighed in relief. "I'm glad I talked to father about this." As he had already taken a small glimpse of the Gravar style, Han Yufei learned that only those who were below the age of 25 could learn this art. For anyone older than that, the result would only end up in their death. Furthermore, even if someone practiced the art at the appropriate age, there was still a high mortality rate. Simply put, the art was far too dangerous to share with the other members of the clan. And most of the people in the room understood this as the Gravar style was quite famous back then. Even then, their reluctance was evident. After discussing it for a bit, Han Yufei and his father decided to let him practice it first before letting the other have it. Although his father wasn't exactly on board with the idea of having his son risk his life to practice sword art, Han Yufei was adamant, and so he had no choice but to agree. After all, the fate of the clan was riding on Han Yufei's shoulders. They would be in big trouble if he failed to master the art. Are there any objections? While his father's voice deeply echoed throughout the room, Han Yufei focused his gaze on the book and silently clenched his teeth. I have to master this at all costs. For the fate of his clan, who was currently under threat from the other clans, and for himself. He had to do it. In front of a large warehouse, a black sedan roared along with the sound of its engine. With it being the middle of nowhere, the sound went unnoticed. When the car stopped in front of the warehouse parking lot, its door slowly rose, revealing a figure inside. When would you like me to pick you up, young master? You can wait here for now. I don't think it will be long. Jin stepped out of the car and placed his hand over its hood. His brows knitted as he gazed toward the distant warehouse. It looks pretty badly maintained. Taking a moment to study the warehouse in the distance, Jin was left confused. Taking out his phone and double-checking the location, his confusion only grew when he realized that he was in the right place. Are these really his headquarters? He couldn't believe it. For someone as wealthy as Ren to have this sort of place as his headquarters. Just how much of a cheapskate was he? Well, whatever. Putting his phone away, he tapped the car with his hand and headed to the building. Perhaps the internals of the buildings are better than the externals. Chapter 560. Have a cup of tea. As I slid the teacup across the table, I smiled. With a skeptical look on his face, Jin sat opposite me. Following that, he pointed to Kevin. What is he doing here? You don't want me here, Kevin replied as he took a sip of the tea. He had a rather hurt look on his face. Jin's eyes squinted as he stared at Kevin. He eventually shook his head. No, never mind. After that, he extended his hand and grasped the teacup that I passed to him. As he brought the cup to his mouth, he asked, So what have you called me here for? Let's not get to that first. How about we catch up a bit first? There's no rush, I replied as I took a sip of the tea in my hand. What a delicious tea it was. Furrowing his brows, Jin took a small sip of the tea. But I am in a rush. Smacking his lips together, he brought the cup away from his mouth and stared at it. His brows tightly knit against each other. What's wrong? I curiously asked. Turning his head to look at me, Jin shook his head. Nothing, I just thought that the tea tasted weird. The tea tasted weird? When I turned my head to look at Kevin, he was looking back at me in a similar manner. Taking another sip, Kevin looked at Jin. Strange, I don't notice anything weird with the tea. Following his actions, I also took a sip of the drink. Me too. After smacking my lips together, I looked at Jin. Perhaps it's just you. Maybe. Taking another sip of the drink, Jin frowned again before putting the drink down. I don't like it. A pity. I also put the teacup down. Brushing my hair back, I leaned back on the chair I was sitting on. As I pried my lips out, I asked, anyways, did you think about my previous offer? The one about going somewhere with you? Yes. I subtly nodded my head. Since it had been some time since I had last offered him the deal, there was a chance that his decision had changed. I prayed that this was the case. It's still a no. However, Jin didn't seem to have changed his mind as he shook his head once more. If you had asked me another time, I might have been able to come, but I am currently extremely busy with clan-related matters. Is that so? Tap, tap, tap. Tapping the armrest of my chair, I frowned. Does this have anything to do with Edward's return? When those words left my mouth, Jin's expression changed a little. Bingo. I thought to myself as I took notice of his actions. As expected, he really is worried that Edward might do something. What if I can guarantee you that Edward will do nothing until your return? Will you consider my offer then? Jin raised his brow in surprise as he heard my words. Are you saying you can stop Edward from doing anything while we're away? Yes. I firmly nodded my head. Given the fact that I saved his life, I didn't doubt that he would listen to my simple request. Jin's face turned serious as he covered his mouth with his hand. For the next couple of seconds, he didn't say anything as he looked lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, I looked at Kevin, who was similarly looking at Jin. He was clearly hoping that Jin would accept the proposal, but I still can't. Jin once again shook his head. Placing both of his hands on the armrest of the chair, he helped himself up. There are a lot of things that I need to handle at the moment. Even if you somehow are able to stop Edward from acting, I don't think that I will be able to come. Jin's fumble became more prominent, and it didn't take long for him to understand that something was wrong as his eyes opened wide. His line of sight instantly fell toward the teacups. As he took a knee to the ground, he placed both hands on his throat. The look of shock and betrayal on his face as he lifted his head to stare at me was evident. How could you do this to me? My apologies, Jin. Pressing my hands on the armrest of the chair, I also stood up. I then pointed at Kevin. I would like to start by saying that this is all Kevin's idea. Oi. Kevin reached out for my arm and glared at me. Staring back at him, I relented. All right, fine. It was my idea. Jin remained silent throughout the entire time, glaring in our direction. If ice could kill, I'd probably have died many times over by now. My heart almost ached for him as I stared at him. What a poor soul. In an effort to meet his eye line, I lowered my body to meet his gaze. My sincere apologies, Jin. But since you kept refusing our offers, we were left with no other choice but to kinda. Excuse me. I meant, give you a helping hand. Believe me, had there been another choice, I wouldn't have done something like this. Maybe. Extending my hand, I patted Jin on the shoulder. Anyhow, sleep for now. By the time you wake up, you will be on a fun adventure with Kevin and I. With a glare that was many times more intense than before, Jin mustered all of his strength to raise his hand before giving me the middle finger. Fuck you. Thump. Those were the last words Jin uttered before he passed out. That was kind of rude. Scratching the side of my head, I stood up to look at Kevin. Operation Kidnapping Jin complete? Just stop. Pitifully staring at Jin, who was passed out on the ground, Kevin sighed. Crossing his arms together, he asked, what do we do now? Go to his driver and tell him that Jin is going to stay with us for a while. What? Why me? I looked at him with an all-knowing look. Do you really need to think about it? If there was one person in the human domain that was thought of as a kind and humble hero, it was Kevin. The driver might just believe him if he was the one telling him that Jin would stay with us for a while. Of course, those weren't the only preparations I made. Tapping onto my bracelet, I tossed Kevin a small USB drive. Also, give the driver this and tell them that it's from Jin. What's this? Catching the USB drive, Kevin skeptically looked at it. Waving my hand, I urged him out of the room. Just do as I said. We don't have much time. All right. As Kevin clutched the device in his hand, he nodded his head and left the room. I'll go tell the driver now. Good. Clank. A sudden silence filled the room as he closed the door behind him. Silently mumbling to myself, I stared at Jin still on the floor. I better get to work. It had been an hour since then, and we were standing in the middle of my private training grounds. It looks like you spent a lot of money on this place, right? Kevin asked as a dumbfounded look spread across his face. The place looks just as advanced as the training grounds as the Lock and the Union. Well, yeah, that's the whole purpose. While staring around the training room, my heart started to bleed. As I thought back to the amount of money I spent on this place, tears started to fall by the side of my eyes. I spent way too much money on this. Enough to make me want to regret my decision. You really have too much money in your hands. Do me a favor and set up the portal for now. I would appreciate it if you didn't remind me of this. I snapped at Kevin while pointing toward the middle of the training grounds where there was an empty space. Don't worry about something going wrong. I didn't spend so much money on this place for nothing. If something truly goes wrong, I'll knock you out and bring you out of the place. All right, I trust you. With a nod of his head, Kevin carefully walked toward the center of the training ground before stopping. Thinking of something, he turned around to look at me again before pointing in my general direction. Is Jin going to be fine like that? Him. As I glanced over my right shoulder to see Jin's passed out figure, I waved my hand. There is no need to worry about him. Set up the portal now and stop wasting time. Fine. Turning around and nodding his head again, a dark green orb materialized in his hand out of nowhere. It was the A-rank core that was needed in order to set up the portal. In a hurry, Kevin brought the orb forward before it vanished magically. An instant later, a white ball the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in front of Kevin. Mana started to spiral toward the ping-pong ball in the air, distorting the space around Kevin. In no time at all, the mana in the air rushed toward Kevin before continuously circling the white ball. Within a minute, the spiral had grown to twice Kevin's height, and a portal soon started to form. In the air, the mana density increased with every passing second, and by the time the portal formed, the mana density became extremely thick. With sweat trickling down the side of his face, Kevin turned to look at me. Ha, done. A portal. Opening his eyes, Jezebeth gazed into the far distance, peering through space with his eyes, his gaze on a particular planet, Earth. His brows furrowed as his eyes locked onto his planet, more specifically toward a thin white layer covering the planet. Trying to peer through the space around Earth, Jezebeth's energy quickly dissipated. I'm still not strong enough. There was no change in expression as he realized this. It was within his expectations. After all, he knew that it would still take him a few more years in order to break the last protective barrier protecting the Earth, or more specifically, the layer designed to protect Kevin, the Akashic holder. Nevertheless, just because Jezebeth couldn't kill him on Earth, it didn't mean that he couldn't kill him elsewhere. It was precisely because of this that his mind was extremely alert at this moment. After all, Kevin was planning to travel to another planet. While Jezebeth was focusing his gaze on Earth, he suddenly noticed something. His brows jumped up in surprise. Why do I sense 5 more points concentrated with Akashic laws? At this moment, Jezebeth realized something was amiss. Although he couldn't see through the planet barrier, Jezebeth could tell from a glance that Kevin had used the Akashic powers to create 5 linkage points. But exactly for what reason had he done that? Jezebeth soon fell into a state of deep contemplation. I understand. It didn't take long for Jezebeth to understand what was going on, and the expression on his face darkened. This must be your backup plan. With his hands raised to face the Earth, Jezebeth closed his eyes slowly. This might set me back a bit, but a crack began to appear in the space around him, and the world around him began to twist. Crack, crack, crack. It's worth it if it can help me kill you faster. Chapter 561. As Kevin and I gazed at the portal, a homing sound reverberated throughout the room. Kevin turned to look at me. Should we go? Wait. I shook my head as I deeply gazed at the portal in front of me. Let's just wait a little bit. There was something about the situation that did not sit well with me at the moment. After covering my mouth with my hand and slipping into deep thought, I turned my gaze to Kevin. Are you noticing anything strange with the system? Nope, Kevin replied as he gazed at the air in front of him. The frown on my face deepened. Am I overthinking things? Perhaps I was, but considering what Kevin told me before, I thought there was something amiss. If Jezebeth is truly responsible for Kevin's system malfunctioning, might he be waiting for something? Or was the last time just a fluke, and he couldn't do anything at the time? My mind was filled with so many questions. Unfortunately, in light of the limited amount of information I had at the moment, I was unable to discern the truth. Ugh, this is frustrating. I muttered to myself while ruffling my hair into a mess. This sucks. I was really frustrated by the idea of not knowing what was happening. Besides that, I also felt a little apprehensive about the whole trip. Kevin's whole speech about the system not working had raised alarm bells inside my mind. So, Kevin's voice echoed from beside me. Patting Jin's back, I turned to look at him before gazing at the portal again. Observing the portal once more, I once again inquired, "Are you sure that there is nothing wrong with the system?" "Doesn't look like it." Kevin shook his head in response. All right. In the end, I relented after a few seconds of observation and seeing that he was being completely honest. It might seem overly cautious of me, but we should both take some precautions just in case something goes wrong. As in we should wear this. Taking out a couple of small devices from my dimensional space, I passed one to Kevin. It was a small black pin, one with golden engravings in it. As he stared at the same device, Kevin wondered, "What's this?" Looking at Kevin, I placed the device on the right side of my shirt, and did the same for Jin, who was passed out on my shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Once I was done putting on the device, my face twisted slightly. It's a one-time use S-rank artifact. Ha! Surprise flashed across Kevin's face as he looked at me. His face changed once more as he lowered his head to look at the device. Where did you get this? I bought it, I replied while trying my best to stop myself from making a weird face. Where else do you think I can find 3 S-rank artifacts like these? Dunno, a dungeon? As if I have time for that. The device that I gave Kevin and Jin was an S-rank one-time use defensive artifact. In line with its name, it would stop working after a single activation. Nevertheless, just because it was a one-time use device didn't mean that it was bad. After all, with it, I doubted even an S-rank could one-shot me with it. As a whole, I spent most of my magic card money on them. At the moment, my bank account was almost empty, and my heart bled at the thought. Regardless, I didn't regret it, especially after hearing about the problem with the system. Better safe than sorry. Wear it for now. In case nothing happens on the trip, you can give it back to me. All right. Kevin slowly nodded his head before leaving the device on his shirt. Inhaling deeply, he turned to look at me before taking a step toward the portal. Then I will go first. Good luck. Thanks. From behind, I carefully observed him with squinted eyes. It wasn't my intention to enter the portal just yet. I wanted to wait and see if anything happened to Kevin first before anything else. All right. Without further ado, Kevin took a step into the portal, and the mana in the air danced wildly. Observing him throughout the entire time, and seeing half of his body slowly entered the portal, I was pleasantly surprised to see his body disappear, without any trouble. Good. I secretly sighed in relief when I saw this. The same could be said for Kevin, who waved his hand in my direction. Looks like everything is good. I'll be going first. I'll meet you on the other side. Sure. I nodded as Kevin's figure disappeared into the portal. As he left, a gentle humming sound echoed throughout the room. Phew. After taking a deep breath, I carefully studied the portal in front of me for a few more seconds. As soon as I confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it, I decided to move forward. It looks like the coast is clear. Glancing at Jin, who was slumped on my shoulders, I took a step forward and entered the portal. Here goes nothing. Ha. With his hand extended in a certain direction, Jezebeth slowly opened his eyes. It's time. Locking onto the energy in the distance, Jezebeth slowly clenched his fist. Immediately after clenching his fist, he felt the portal in the distance begin to destabilize. A powerful hue sprung out from his body, as the space around him shattered completely, and his hair blew back. As if I'm going to let such an opportunity slip. Following the 5 extended threads that were connecting with the Akashic laws, even more power sprung out of Jezebeth's body, as his face started to twist, and his armor started to crack. Crack. Immediately after his actions, Jezebeth outstretched his arms before joining them together. Clenching his teeth tightly, he glared toward the distance. Since you can teleport back to Earth thanks to the links you created, how about bringing them with you? As he uttered those words, the space around him collapsed, and waves of energy spread from his hands. Seconds later, the waves joined up together before shooting toward the Earth. As the waves reached Earth, they slowly reached out for the 5 connecting points, and everything around Jezebeth calmed down. Coo. Letting out a short groan, Jezebeth's knees buckled as he stared toward the distant Earth. Jezebeth touched his cheeks as he felt a moist sensation. A look at his finger revealed that it had become bloody. Paying no mind to it, he turned his focus back on Earth, and a satisfied smile soon spread across his face. This will do for now. Puff. While Leopold held onto a large cigar, a wave of smoke diffused in the air. With both feet on the tea table in front of him, he turned to look at Small Snake. Hey Small Snake, what exactly is Ren planning on doing? No idea. Lifting his glasses up, Small Snake placed a piece of paper on top of a large stack. A slight twitch appeared on his face as he lifted his glasses up. As a result of all the time he spent working, Small Snake now wore glasses, and he wasn't used to them yet. It's likely he's doing something crazy again. Just ignore him. You'll find your mental health will improve when you realize this. I see. Puff. Leopold took another puff of the cigar. Can you stop? Waving her hand over her nose, Ava glared in Leopold's direction as she entered the room. In addition to growing a few centimeters, her previously long hair was now cut to reach her shoulders. Why is it that every time I see you, you're smoking? Puff. You wouldn't understand. Leopold extended his hand, which was holding onto the cigar. How about you try it yourself? I'm good. Ava snappily replied before turning to look at Small Snake. Walking up to him, she placed both hands on the desk and leaned her body forward. Anyways, Small Snake, we've got a problem. A problem? Taking off his glasses and rubbing his eyes, Small Snake looked at Ava. What's the problem? It's he. Halfway through her sentence, Ava's eyes snapped open widely as her head jerked toward the faraway distance. Towards a certain room. She wasn't the only one to react like this as Leopold dropped the cigar in his hand and stood up. Taking note of their sudden reactions, Small Snake grew alarmed. Hey, what's going on you two? But before he could even finish his sentence, the room in the distance suddenly burst apart. The last thing he heard was Ava's panicked voice as his vision soon turned dark. Run. Keeping up with the news, the stock of the Demon Hunters Guild rose significantly over the past few days following Edward Stern's return. It has increased to a point where the overall value of the guild has more than doubled over the past few days. This is an unprecedented event. Click. Turning off the radio, Han Yufei focused on the road in front of him. We will reach the destination in the next 2 minutes. A sweet voice echoed throughout the car. Turning to glance at his GPS, Han Yufei tapped on the car screen and turned off the music that was playing in the background. Focusing his attention back toward the road, he let out a long sigh. Now that I've finally received my end of the deal, I have to uphold mine and sign the contract. To be honest, Han Yufei's feelings were rather complicated at the moment. He was excited about the upcoming future. After all, he did just acquire a new 5-star sword art. The Gravar style at that. One of the most famous sword arts in the human domain. But it was exactly because of this that he felt his emotions become complicated. While tapping onto the steering wheel of the car, he silently muttered to himself. It is rumored that the Gravar style requires an inhuman level of pain to master. Only through such pain can they reshape their bodies and fully learn the sword art. However, through such a method, there is a very real possibility of death. It was those words that gave rise to the complex feelings in Han Yufei's mind. And with the fate of his clan on his shoulders, Han Yufei felt a great deal of burden. Even then, Han Yufei was prepared. For whatever would allow him to grow stronger and faster, he was prepared for anything. You have arrived at your destination. Pressing onto the brake, the car soon came to a stop. Clank. Getting out of the car, Han Yufei gazed toward the building in the distance. Covering his face with his hand to block the sunlight, he silently muttered to himself. I still can't get used to the sight. It truly was really ugly on the outside. Thankfully, having been inside, he knew that it was only like this on the exterior. The exterior was much nicer. A slight fluctuation of the mana in the air caused Han Yufi's brows to knit as he approached the warehouse. While it was only subtle, it instantly raised alarm bells inside Han Yufi's head as he became more cautious as a result. Is someone planning on attacking this place? The thought made him even more apprehensive as his eyes sharpened. But just as he had taken a pose, another mana pulse shook the air. This time, it was a lot more powerful and fierce than before. Han Yufi's head quickly snapped toward the source of the pulse, the warehouse, and his eyes immediately grew wide. What's going on? Before he could even finish his sentence, his world grew dark. Chapter 562. Give this to the guild master. Extending her hand, Amanda handed Maxwell a stack of papers. Printed on them was a long list of names and guilds. The list was essentially one Amanda made while her father was away. It was a report detailing all the schemes and problems that a few individuals had caused the guild during her tenure. Additionally, it included a list of former guild members who are now looking to return, as if she was going to let them return after leaving the guild. Understood. A courteous smile spread across Maxwell's face as he took Amanda's list in his hands. Taking a brief looking at the file, he soon closed it. I'll make sure to report this to the guild master. He will be pleased with the list. I hope so, Amanda replied with a faint smile. With a bow of the head, Maxwell bid Amanda goodbye and left the room. I'll be taking my leave now. Okay. His departure left the room silent, leaving Amanda all alone deep in her own thoughts. Drumming her fingers on the wooden desk, she turned around to stare at the scenery outside. He's probably already left, hasn't he? Although he may not have told her when exactly he was planning to leave for the trip he told her about, Amanda could make a rough estimate, based on his personality, that he had probably already left. Just the thought made her shake her head as she bitterly smiled. That's just so like him. While he may have many mysteries, his personality was quite predictable once you got to know him well. I wish I could leave here as well. Amanda's lips quirked as she stared at the long stack of papers in front of her. An inescapable sigh escaped from her mouth as she thought of all the work that she had to do. Over the past few years, she had honestly grown tired of all of the desk work she had to do. Not only were they boring, but they were also extremely time-consuming. Furthermore, it also started affecting her real strength, as despite never missing a training session, she could feel her skills stagnating. Oh well. Once again sighing to herself, Amanda turned to focus her attention back on the papers in front of her. While it may have been a pity that she couldn't attend, she also had responsibilities of her own. Maybe another time. A bright white light engulfed Amanda's body as she cut her sentence off mid-sentence. What's going on? She stood up from her seat. As Amanda stood there, a small crack appeared beside her. An instant later, a small wind gale blew her hair back, forcing her to back away. Coo. While holding both hands over her face, she tried to peer through the crack. Am I being attacked? She instantly grew alarmed at the sight as a bow materialized in her right hand. A powerful aura suddenly enshrouded the room as the bow appeared. It was none other than the S-rank bow that Ren had given her. Additionally, she attempted to press the emergency button to warn the other guild members of the attack. In the midst of doing this, Amanda felt her body lean forward as she felt a powerful suction force appear from the crack in front of her. Her face twisted with horror. Ugh. While clenching her teeth, Amanda looked right and left to see if she could find any support. Unfortunately, there wasn't, as the suction force intensified with each passing second, forcing her toward the crack. And before she knew it, Amanda's body was suddenly tossed into the crack after she could no longer hold herself still. It all happened so fast that she didn't even have the time to scream. Bang, bang, bang. In response to her disappearance into the crack, all the items in the air fell to the ground, bringing the office to a state of silence. At the same time, 5 milligrams of acetylix should be enough. Squeezing the top of a pipette, Melissa carefully observed the transparent liquid that was dropping onto a small test tube in front of her. She was in a state of extreme concentration as she tried to moderate the liquid that was dripping down the pipette. It wasn't long before the drop of liquid finally fell into the test tube seconds after the pipette was squeezed, and smoke started to rise immediately. Shit. Melissa cursed out loud as she threw the pipette in her hand and snapped her head in Rosie's direction. Quickly, go get me a powerful alkali. I fucked up. Ha. Startled by Melissa's sudden outburst, Rosie didn't know how to reply, as she just dumbly stood still. This irritated Melissa to no end as her voice raised. Quick, what are you waiting for? Did you not hear what I just said? Bring me some powerful alkali. I need to neutralize the solution. Yes. Immediately snapping out of her thoughts, Rosie left toward a different side of the laboratory to find the alkali she was looking for. In the meantime, Melissa returned her attention to the test tube, which was now engulfed by weird purple flames. Just great, she muttered in a dissatisfied tone. Another failure. Her most recent project was developing a method to control wild animals. She had received a little something from Ren not too long ago, and she clearly wanted to put it to the test. After all, whenever he gave her a theory, he oftentimes proved to be right. Sort of. At least idea-wise. Most of the time it was just her filling in the blanks. In fact, just the thought irritated Melissa to no end. Why does he always give me these incomplete details? You really dislike making my life easier, don't you? Glaring at a set of papers beside her, Melissa pulled her glasses up and sighed. I really can't deal with him. If there was one person she couldn't handle, it was Ren, and that irritated her to no end. Extending her hand for the papers, Melissa's hand suddenly paused. Sensing something, her head snapped toward her right. What the? Before she could comprehend what was happening, her body vanished out of thin air. It all happened so fast that within a quick second she was gone. For the next couple of seconds, a deep silence enveloped the lab. The silence was soon broken by Rosie's voice as she rushed towards where she used to sit. I've got the alkaline that you've requested. Rosie was disappointed to find Melissa gone just after she had entered the room. In a confused expression, she gazed around after lowering her hand that was holding onto a jug filled with the alkaline solution. Don't tell me that she's already left? Placing the jug on the table next to her, Rosie was left in dismay. I'm not even surprised at this point. Hayek. On a rocky terrain covered in red rocks and sand, two lizard-like creatures, with sharp spikes protruding from their back, were half the height of a human, walked on two legs, and reptile-like eyes, carefully scanned the surroundings. They seemed to be looking for something. Hayek, communicating with one another, one of the creatures pointed toward a large rock in the distance. Following his comrade's line of sight, the other creature cautiously headed toward where the rock was. When the creature reached the rock, its spikes sharpened as a dark green liquid began to fall from its body. Tiss. A hissing sound echoed in the air as the liquid touched the ground, forming a small and bottomless hole on the ground. It was clear that it was some sort of extremely potent poisonous substance. In an attempt to take a peek, the creature moved toward the right side of the rock, but a sharp silver blade swept through the air, cutting the creature's neck off as the creature turned to look behind the rock. It all happened so fast that the creature was unable to react to the sudden unexpected situation. Thump. With a low thump, the creature's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Catching sight of what had happened in the distance, the other creature grew enraged and stuck its tongue out, letting out a shrill cry. Hayek, a young female with long auburn-colored hair emerged from the other side of the rock. Apathetically glancing at the creature in the distance, she held onto a short sword in her right hand. Using her pinky to pick her ear, she muttered before tossing her short sword in the air. Noisy. After tossing the short sword in the air, she twisted the heel of her foot and kicked the short sword with the sole of the foot. Bang. Hayek. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the short sword shot in the direction of the creature, impaling it right in its chest area, sending it crashing into the distance. Wham. Yawning out loud, Emma glanced at the creature and muttered to herself, who would have thought that I would be able to deal with them so easily? Recalling the time when she used to struggle to handle such creatures, Emma felt a bit of shame. In her defense, the creatures were both B+ rank. Back then she was only around B rank. Had she not spent over half a year in her family dungeon to accumulate experience, she would have never been able to defeat them. This should be the last one. When Emma approached the creature and picked up her short sword from its body, the world around her began to distort. She sighed in relief when she saw this. I guess it's time for me. Currently, she was inside her personal VR machine, not a dungeon. After just coming out of the dungeon a couple of days ago, she wanted to try out a virtual simulated scenario. Staring at the time, 38 hours 29 minutes 58 seconds, it was fair to say that she had improved a lot. Her excitement was suddenly interrupted by something unexpected. Emma raised her head. Exactly at the same time the world around her started distorting, she noticed cracks starting to form in the air around her. What's going on? Alarm bells instantly rang inside of Emma's face as she looked around her. What has happened? But before she could even finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a suction force envelope her body, and her consciousness slipped. Chapter 563. Crack. Over the expanse of a large grassland, a crack began to form in the very air, causing the grass beneath to bend down prostrately. Crash. After a short while, the air tore apart, and a large black portal appeared from thin air, spewing out the outline of a figure. Ugh. Upon impact with the ground, Kevin's body slid against the grass, tearing it to shreds. Stumbling over repeatedly, he soon came to a stop. Pooey. Laying down with his back facing the sky, he spat the grass in his mouth and silently murmured to himself. That hurt. After massaging his head and blinking a couple of times, Kevin's mind instantly came back to reality. Is this Cassaria? Taking a look around him, he found the scenery around him to be surprisingly normal. The sky was clear, and there was one sun in the sky. The grass was as green as it was on Earth, and the air also felt as fresh as it did back on Earth. It looked no different from Earth. Furthermore, the gravity is also pretty much the same. While jumping in the air, Kevin was surprised to discover that the feeling was similar to that of when he jumped back on Earth. Simply put, the gravity here in Cassaria was almost the same. It's better if it's like this. This was great news for him as it meant that his movements wouldn't be slowed down by gravity, and he could fight in optimal conditions. Wiping his forehead, Kevin turned to look at the portal that was behind him. Currently, it was merely fluctuating and showing no signs of change. The situation clearly unnerved Kevin, who murmured inwardly, is he coming or not? Waiting for the next couple of minutes, Kevin's brows knit tightly. What's taking him so long? Approaching the portal, Kevin's frown tightened. Taking a moment to pause in front of the portal, Kevin decided to wait for a bit longer. Did Jin perhaps wake up, and is Ren now busy trying to knock him out? If so, it would make sense. But did something really happen? After 10 more minutes went by without Ren and Jin showing up, Kevin became increasingly concerned. To make matters worse, the portal suddenly started to twist and distort. When Kevin saw this, he began to really worry. Hold on, what exactly is happening right now? The alarm on his face grew as he tapped in the air and muttered, "System, error, 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 error." Immediately after opening the system, he was met with a streak of long texts all saying the same thing. Error. Not even a second after his words echoed out, the portal in front of him started to fluctuate wildly before suddenly shrinking together and disappearing out of thin air. What the fuck is going on? Kevin's heart tightened. Waving his hand in the air, he quickly looked through the system mission. Quest. Information. Stop the Demon King from consuming this planet. Location. Cassaria. Goal. Stop the demon corruption of the planet. Rank. S. Requirement for transportation. A ranked core. Total people. 3. Reward. Demon King Ascension plus 1 year. 2 minor realms rank up. Synchronization plus 25%. Penalty. Death. What? Kevin's eyes opened wide in shock. The mission rank increased to S rank. How is this possible? Even though this wasn't the first time the difficulty of a mission had changed, it was the first time it had changed so abruptly without any warning. Furthermore, the difficulty of the mission was way above that of his level. There was something extremely wrong with the mission. Kevin was genuinely shocked at the moment as his mouth opened and closed repeatedly. Something terrible must have happened. The impending sense of doom he felt a few days ago once again was felt by Kevin as he paced around the area he was in. His feet soon came to a pause as he recalled something. What about Ren and Jin? Did something happen to them? Kevin's heart sank the moment he thought about them. In the event that something truly did happen to them, Kevin would not know how to react since he saw it as his fault for dragging them along. Please be fine. After waving his hand again, he pressed the soul linkage interface on the system interface before him. Thank God I have this. Kevin silently murmured to himself as the system interface expanded to show him a large map. As a result of this new feature, he was able to tell whether his friends were in danger or not. And much to his luck, Kevin was able to see Ren's and Jin's name. They appeared to be close to one another, but far from him. Phew. Kevin sighed in relief once he saw this. It looks like they are on this planet as well. Taking note of the fact that they were on the same planet as him, Kevin felt even more relieved. However, his relief did not last for long as his face soon hardened. What? He was stunned to see another dot appear on the map as he stared at the interface. How? Almost immediately after, another dot appeared and shortly thereafter another followed. It didn't take long before Kevin was left in a state of utter shock. Kevin's whole body started to tremble as his face paled. Bringing the interface closer to the interface, his voice shook. How? How did they get here? Taking a moment to restore some of his lost stamina, Jezebeth steadied his body. Drip, drip. While clenching his teeth together, he heard the sound of his blood dripping toward the ground. He paid it no mind. Slowly he brought himself to the throne on the other side of the room and gracefully sat down. Ha! A small groan escaped Jezebeth's lips as he slowly closed his eyes to rest. I didn't expect the backlash to be this strong. Murmuring to himself, Jezebeth reopened his eyes. Crack, crack. With a wave of his hand, a crack formed in the space in front of him, and a figure appeared on the other side. Because of how far he was, the features of the figure were obscure. Regardless, Jezebeth was still able to hear his voice clearly. Your Majesty. The figure's surprised voice echoed. Magnus. Jezebeth acknowledged him by calling his name. I apologize for my behavior. How may I be of service, Your Majesty? Despite being surprised by the sudden call, the individual behind the voice quickly composed himself. A faint smile spread across Jezebeth's face when he took notice of this as he slowly opened his mouth. Magnus, how many planets are on the verge of being completely contaminated, as in nearly corrupted by demonic energy? Yes, give me a moment. Even though Magnus, the demon summoned by Jezebeth, was surprised by his request, he immediately set to work. In the next minute, the halls fell into silence as Jezebeth kept his eyes closed awaiting Magnus' words. Jezebeth's intentions at the moment were simple. His goal was to figure out which planet Kevin was on. While he was able to stop his backup plan, he wasn't aware of which planet he arrived on. In any case, it didn't really matter as Jezebeth was quick to figure out his intentions. In order to set my plans back a bit, you are working to prevent one of the planets under my control from being completely corrupted, right? What other reason would he have to leave for another planet? If there was one way to delay his inevitable rise, then it was through stopping him from corrupting a planet. Jezebeth wasn't stupid, and he naturally understood what Kevin was trying to do. Of course, this was also a great chance for him to kill him. Ultimately, only when Kevin died would he really be able to win this game he had been playing for so long. I've got the reports over here, Your Majesty. Disrupting Jezebeth out of his thoughts was the sound of Magnus' voice. Leaning his head on his hand that was propped up on the armrest of the throne, Jezebeth opened his mouth. Speak. As you wish. Following his order, Magnus started to speak. As of right now there are a total of 58 planets that are being corrupted, of which 8 are on the verge of being completely corrupted, 21 are a couple of years from being corrupted, and the remainder are still half a decade away. Listening to the report, Jezebeth's eyes began to squint. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. Realizing that looking through all 58 planets would take too much time, Jezebeth thought for a moment before ordering. Magnus. Yes, Your Majesty. Quick to respond, Magnus' voice raises a few pitches. He was evidently scared of displeasing Jezebeth. Not minding his attitude, Jezebeth ordered, "Send me an inquiry to all 58 planets, asking if there are any humans there, especially if they had seen any of them arrive recently." Humans. Magnus' confused voice echoed out in the halls. Jezebeth's brows knit as his voice deepened. "Is there a problem with my request? Can you not do it?" A powerful force suddenly sprang out from his body, before spewing into the crack in front of him. No, not at all." Struggling to speak, Magnus quickly tried to appease Jezebeth. Don't worry, I can get it done." Deeply staring at the void, the pressure coming out of Jezebeth's body appeased. "Make it quick, I don't have much time." Understood. Following his words, the void in front of Jezebeth distorted before disappearing. Silence once again returned to the room as Jezebeth slowly closed his eyes. He was trying to take this moment to recover from the wounds he previously sustained. Amidst the silence, opening his mouth, he silently mumbled, "Just you wait, I'll be coming very soon." Darkness. That was all I could see at the moment. It was a familiar sight, one that I had seen many times in the past, but compared to before it was different. This time, feeling the cold hard ground against my back, I knew that I was alive. I cannot move my body. I was currently paralyzed and unable to move my muscles. Where am I? My mind was filled with many questions as I tried to figure out where I was, but as time passed and I struggled to move, I realized that the situation was a lot more dire than I initially thought. This was especially so after I realized that my mana was sealed. Shit. My heart started to beat faster as my survival instincts started to kick in. Drip, drip. At the moment, all I could hear was the repetitive sound of water dripping from the side of where I was laying. Was I inside a room? I couldn't tell as all I could see at the moment was a pitch-black darkness. I thought of calling out for someone, but upon further thought, I realized that it wasn't a wise idea. Keeping quiet was the best course of action. "I'm thirsty," I mouthed to myself without making any noise as I moved my pinky, which was finally moving after a long time of trying. Unfortunately, my bracelet. My eyes dilated as I tried to move my right hand, and it was there that I was shocked to realize that my bracelet was gone. Shit. The realization came as a sudden shock that left my mind blank for a few seconds. I couldn't afford to lose the items inside of my dimensional space. They were simply too precious. I have to calm down. The panic did not last for long as I clenched my teeth and forced myself to calm down. I knew better than anyone that panicking in this situation was only going to be counterproductive. Taking a deep breath and calming my nerves, I closed my eyes and summarized my current situation. Let's assess the situation for a moment. Currently, I'm inside an unknown place where my mana is sealed and my bracelet is missing. Furthermore, my entire body is paralyzed, making it difficult for me to move around. The more I thought about my situation, the more my face twisted. I was in a really crappy situation, wasn't I? As I stared blankly into the darkness, I was quick to come to a decision. My priority right now should be to finally get my body to move. It would be impossible for me to figure out what was going on without a functioning body. Thus, closing my eyes, I focused all of my attention on the muscles of my body. I guess it's time to practice my new martial art. Chapter 564. How long has it been? I wondered to myself as I dully stared upwards. By now, all I could see within my vision was empty darkness. Nevertheless, I continued to keep my focus on my body. As long as I could move my body. The body strengthening method requires me to suffer quite a bit in order to practice it, and at the moment it is of no use to me. However, the very first part of the exercise does not require me to do anything of the sort, since all I need to do is feel my muscles in order to feel the nerve connections to my body, which might actually be able to solve my paralyzing problem. Focusing my attention on the muscles of my body, I shut my eyes and thought about the martial manual Han Yufei had given me. With the aid of the chip inside of my head, I was able to somewhat recall most of the most important points of the first technique, body hardening. This is my only hope. There was only one goal I had at the moment, and that was to move my body again. Only that way could I figure out what was actually happening to me. Now that I think about it, what exactly happened? My memories were hazy since all I could recall at the moment was seeing the portal swallow me up with Jin. Everything was sort of a blur as, after that, I had no recollections of anything. Actually, thinking about it, there was indeed something else. I do faintly remember having my body carried somewhere. Did I perhaps pass out during the incident and got taken prisoner by the demons? Suddenly, different scenarios began to appear in my mind as my heart slowly sank. If that's truly the case, it makes sense as to why I'm here and my mana is sealed. Not only that, but to have also taken my dimensional space. The situation was a lot more precarious than I had originally thought. What happened to Jin? When my thoughts paused there, I suddenly recalled that Jin was beside me right before everything happened, and my eyes immediately darted to my right and left. I was only able to see darkness at the moment. I didn't give up though. As I closed my eyes, I tried to focus on my hearing to see if there was anyone else nearby. If I can hear his breathing. Drip, drip. After a few minutes, I realized I was all alone inside of this space, as the only sound I could hear was the sound of the liquid dripping from the side of the room. Its rhythm icle drops messed up my concentration several times as my face contorted. Struggling to hear for the next minute, I eventually gave up. Fuck, just what in the world is happening? I became frustrated once again, as I stopped whatever I was doing and concentrated on practicing the art Han Yufei had taught me. An impending sense of danger washed over me. Ugh. Jin's mind was currently in a haze at the moment as he could hardly think straight. While his stomach churned, his head throbbed. Where am I? His groggy and tired voice echoed out. Opening his eyes, all that he saw within his vision was darkness. A darkness which he was able to quickly adjust himself to as he had long been accustomed to such darkness no thanks to his strict training. It was then that found that he was unable to move his body. With wide open eyes, his mind immediately became alert. However, that did not last for long as his brows knit. Ren, Kevin, he shouted at the top of his lungs as he clenched his teeth tightly. Jin felt boiling rage rise from within him as he remembered the events leading up to his awakening. Those bastards fucking drugged me, didn't they? What did you guys do to me? Let me go this instant before I get mad. He once again shouted as he lied in his sentence. He wasn't going to get mad if they didn't let him go as he was already mad. Just wait till I get out of here. I'll fucking kill you both. The loud shouts he let out were greeted with silence as he felt his anger boiling over. Bastards. He shouted once more as the veins on his neck protruded and his face reddened. He could even feel some of his spit land on his face as he spat out those words. But even then, he was met with no response, forcing Jin to calm down and stare at the darkness before him. Blinking his eyes a couple of times, he took heavy breaths. Ha, ha, just you wait you fuckers. Jin inwardly cursed as he finally calmed down and observed the area he was in. Suddenly, Jin realized he was lying inside of what appeared to be a small, rocky room that was covered in some sort of strange moss. By the corner, there was a small section where water dripped down. Drip, drip. The rhythmical dropping sound of the water falling brought calmness to his mind. With a knit of his brows, Jin wondered to himself, what's going on? Ha, my mana. It was then that he suddenly took notice of the fact that there was no mana inside of his body. Closing his eyes to see if there was something wrong, he realized that he truly couldn't feel his mana, and his heart quickened. Further adding to that, he couldn't feel his dimensional ring on any of his fingers. Alarm bells instantly rang inside of his mind. This seemed a little bit too strange for a prank that Kevin and Ren would pull. Maybe not for Ren, but knowing Kevin well, Jin knew that something was up with the situation. He would never go as far as this. It soon finally dawned on him that this perhaps have not been a prank. Thus, closing his eyes he stopped speaking and focused all of his attention on his body. Whether this is a prank or not, the first thing I need to do is make my regain the senses of my body. I can feel something. Feeling a small electric current flow through my body, my eyes lit up. When I closed my eyes, I repeated the same thing, and I felt my arm reconnect with me. It wasn't long before I could finally fully feel my senses grow back as I slowly raised my hand in the air. I rejoiced inside of my mind as I waved my hand in front of me and felt the air on my face. It's working. I can't finally move my arm. A relieved smile spread across my face as I took notice of this fact. Thank God. I quietly murmured to myself. In the end, it took me a total of 4 hours to get my arm moving again, but instead of being annoyed by the thought, I was happy as I closed my eyes once again and repeated the same process for my other arm as well. Hope rekindled inside of my mind as I focused all of my attention on the muscles of my body. As long as there was progress. Ugh. But the process was anything but easy as a weird tingling sensation circulated around my body, creating a wave of discomfort. There wasn't anything painful about it, but I felt as though 1,000 feathers were tingling all over my body, trying to disrupt my concentration. This sucks. I thought to myself as I fell in and out of concentration several times. On a good note, my eyes were slowly adjusting to the darkness around me, enabling me to get a rough idea where I was. It appears that I am in a small room. The size shouldn't be too big considering the sound coming from the water dripping from the side. Even then, in the midst of my thoughts, I heard an unexpected rustic metallic sound coming from above. Clank. Uck. Falling to the ground, I felt a weird mucus-like substance fall all over my body, startling me. What's this? As I smelled the substance, my face contorted and my head recoiled. It smells like rotten eggs. My stomach churned at the smell, and I almost felt myself thrown up at the moment. But, clenching my teeth, I stopped breathing through my nose and continued to focus my attention on my body. Something told me that the substance was supposed to be my food. I really hope it wasn't. What is happening? Flustered, Kevin continued to stare at the interface in front of him as his attention was currently drawn to the dots on the map. The shock Kevin was experiencing was palpable as he covered his mouth with his hand, unable to utter a single word. He just couldn't understand how everything had turned out to be this way. Just how is it possible for everyone to be here? He really couldn't understand it. Unless he directly opened up a portal for them, it was practically impossible for them to be here. There was definitely something weird about the situation. However, Kevin wasn't one to remain flustered for long as he soon calmed down. Taking a deep breath, he analyzed the map in front of him. If I want to, I can teleport to anyone right now. Given that his skill enabled him to teleport to anyone he wanted, Kevin was tempted to just teleport his way toward where Ren and Jin were. However, he soon shook his head. The two of them don't seem to be in any danger at the moment as their vitals seem to be okay. If I recklessly teleport myself to them, I may put the both of them and me in danger. If he suddenly appeared out of nowhere during a fight, disrupting their concentration and resulting in injury, how would Kevin ever forgive himself? It was at that moment that a dot appeared next to them, and Kevin's brows knit together. It also looked like they were with Emma at the moment. Sort of. Jin's, Ren's, and Emma's dots were all moving in the same direction, making Kevin sigh in relief. It looks like Emma will be all right. With Jin and Ren with her, Kevin didn't have to worry about her safety. That being said, his brows soon knit as he stared at the two other dots, Amanda and Melissa. Just like Jin and Ren, the two of them were quite close to each other. They weren't exactly as close as Ren and Jin were, but they weren't exactly too far. Perhaps only a few kilometers away. Unfortunately, as the map Kevin was using wasn't clear at all, he couldn't tell exactly how far they were. Regardless, Kevin was quick to make a decision. I'll go meet up with Melissa and Amanda first. The reason for his choice was simple. Melissa alone was weak, and although Amanda was quite strong herself, she used the bow, making her short-distance fighting rather weak. After I join up with them, I'll join up with Ren and Jin. Making up his mind, and swiping his hand to the right to get rid of the interface in front of him, Kevin proceeded to head in their direction. First target, Melissa. Chapter 565. It is bright. Squinting, Melissa covered her face with her hand to block the light coming from above. It was really bright. Bright enough to make her eyes feel sore. Ugh. Her mind was rather groggy at the moment, and she wanted nothing more than to sleep at the moment. She felt tired. Extremely so. But, the fuck. With a sharp snap of her eyelids, Melissa stirred out of her slumber. After her mind sobered up a bit, and she recalled the events leading up to her finding herself in this state, she immediately felt uneasy. Shit, where are my glasses? In search of her glasses, Melissa tapped the ground with her hands. It was difficult for Melissa to see anything without her glasses, as everything around her was extremely blurry. Where are they? Touching around her and only feeling what felt like thick hard grass, Melissa's brows knit tightly. I knew it, Melissa muttered to herself as her face twisted in displeasure. I knew that I should not have agreed with Ren's deal. Whenever I do something with him, I am always hit with the worst of luck. Now I probably lost my glasses, and will never find them again. Right at that moment, Melissa felt something in her hand. Carefully touching it and recognizing its shape, she grabbed the item, and put them on her face. Never mind. She mumbled to herself as she got up and took a look at her surroundings. Still does not change what I previously said. Ha. Melissa's jaw grew slack as gazed into the distance. She was left in awe by what she saw as she struggled to comprehend the scene in front of her at that moment. Where in the world am I? The scenery. It looked like nothing like she had ever seen before. A majestic forest of thick canopy trees bent, at different angles covered the northwest part of the landscape. A vivid palette of rose, amber, and violet feathers-shaped leaves replaced the regular-looking ones to create a breathtaking spectacle. The air was thin and easy to breathe as Melissa had no trouble breathing. But, this is not Earth. Melissa was quick to guess that something was wrong with this place. It had no semblance of the Earth she knew. How is this possible? Rather than being flustered, Melissa's eyes twinkled with an uncommon excitement. It cannot be right. By tapping her bracelet, she took a tiny device out of her dimensional space and pressed the small button that sat atop of it. Beep, beep. A beeping sound echoed out. 61% nitrogen and 30% oxygen. Melissa's eyes opened wide in surprise as she read the measurements displayed on the machine. Her excitement soon reached an all-time high. Holy shit. I am really on a different planet. On Earth, the percentage of nitrogen to oxygen was around 78% to 21%. On rare occasions would it differ, but it was only by a small percentage. Compared to this place, the air was a lot more rich in oxygen. This level of oxygen levels were the same as back when Earth was in its infancy stages, and it could only mean one thing. This place was filled with enormous bugs and forest fires. Shit. The thought made Melissa cringe. If there was one thing she despised the most, it was bugs. And the idea of possibly finding bugs that were the size of whales made her face contort into weird angles. Even then, putting that aside, Melissa was still excited about her current situation. After all, if there was where she could collect data for her research, it was none other than this place. A place filled with prehistoric beasts. Wait a second. Melissa's excitement, however, did not last long. Her eyebrows knitted together. Right, I might be on a different planet, but how exactly am I supposed to go back to Earth now? She did not even know how she got here in the first place. In fact, she was extremely confused as to why she suddenly appeared here out of nowhere. She was quietly minding her own business in her lab when suddenly, out of nowhere, bam, she found herself stranded in this unknown place. Just what was going on? Melissa's excitement faded as reality dawned on her. She pinched the middle of her brows in annoyance as she quietly mumbled to herself. I am fucked, am I not? Several kilometers away from Melissa, in a different location. What is that? Squinting, Amanda peered through the thick canopy of trees and glanced to the distance where she saw a tall black pyramid. The moment Amanda saw the pyramid in the distance, her heart tightened as she felt a sense of existential doom. There was this suffocating feeling rising from the pyramid in the distance that set her off. Suddenly, a bright purple light also shot into the sky as she stared at the top of the pyramid. Slowly, the clouds in the sky darkened and the sky turned red. This phenomenon, taking note of what was happening, Amanda tensed her legs and leapt up as she took her eyes off of the pyramid-like structure. She landed perfectly on a taller branch of a larger tree. As she once again leaped toward the top of another branch, she eventually reached the top of the tree and was then able to see the pyramid in its entirety. Observing the structure in the distance, Amanda quietly mumbled to herself, I'm on a compressor. Previously, she was not quite sure what the pyramid was, but now that she could see it better, she was certain. It was a mana compressor, a large-scaled mana compressor, and a device used by demons to convert the mana in the air into demonic energy. Looking into the distance, Amanda knew one thing for sure. The mana compressor in the distance was not just any mana compressor. It was one designed to completely swallow up planets. From that point on, she was able to figure something out. I am not on Earth. In the event that a mana compressor of this size had been built on Earth, humanity or other races would have discovered it long ago. It was simply impossible for it to be on Earth, and she knew that. The same could be said for the unfamiliar environment, as Amanda marveled at the various plants and vegetation that she had never seen before. The size of the plants looked to be far bigger than anything I have seen on Earth. Amanda was quick to snap out of her thoughts as her attention was once again drawn toward the pyramid in the distance. How did this happen? It all happened so abruptly that she had no idea how she found herself in such a situation. At the moment, she was only here to get an idea of where she was. Little did she think she was on another planet, at least until now. I can finally move. With the help of the rocky wall beside me, I supported my body as I stumbled weakly, clenching my hand as I felt something soft on the side of the wall. I ripped whatever it was from the wall and brought it closer to me. Is this moss? Squeezing my hand to feel the texture of the lump on my hand, I brought it closer to my nose and sniffed it. It smells like it. Not that I knew how moss smelled like. As I dropped the moss on the ground, I turned my attention to the surroundings. It was dark. Looking around, I saw nothing but darkness. With a deep breath, I placed both hands on the wall and slowly began to move my legs in a sideways motion. At the moment, I was trying to figure out how big the room was. As soon as my foot touched the corner of the room, I could approximate its size. 10 steps vertical and 12 steps horizontal. It was neither too big nor too small, just about the size of half a basketball court. I am thirsty. Smacking my dry lips together, I moved toward the area where the liquid was dripping. The closer I got, the more pronounced the sound became. Drip, drip, gulp. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As of now, I had been here over a day and was extremely thirsty. Smacking my lips together once more, I extended my hand in the direction of where the sound came from. Wait. I paused just as my finger was about to touch the unknown liquid. Furrowing my brows, I swallowed what little left saliva I had inside of my mouth and bit my lips. It was then that I had a sudden thought. What if the water is poisonous? For me to recklessly drink the water coming out from the side of the walls of a room that I had no idea about. Yeah, that would be really stupid and reckless of me. I knew I had no choice but to hold back despite the temptation. Right now, the only thing I could do was try to find a way out of this dark room, whose purpose I knew nothing about. Given that my visibility was unavailable, my choices were rather limited. Regardless, I was quick to come up with a plan. It is definitely risky, but it might just work. Clenching my teeth tightly and taking a deep breath, I suddenly punched the wall with all my might. Bang! After punching the wall, I began to experience a terrifying pain emanating from my knuckles as tears started to form on the corner of my eyes. Fuck! I shouted inside of my mind as I closed my eyes and took a series of deep repeated short breaths. Hew. This weird breathing method continued for a couple of seconds before my eyes snapped open, and I repeated the process again. Bang! Kayak! Upon punching the wall a second time, I heard a subtle cracking sound. In the most likely scenario, I had broken my knuckles. Even then, without any regard to the pain, I proceeded to once again punch the walls. Bang! Ugh! I screamed in pain as my lips began to bleed. While it may appear that I have gone completely insane from the outside, I was currently practicing the body hardening technique. Only through repeated pain could one shape their body to be made out of iron. Realizing just how painful it was for one to practice the art, I also realized something else. It was that the art was essentially the Gravar style, but a milder version of it. What a perfect fit for Han Yufei. I thought to myself as I thought of him. For him to have reached that level of mastery in this martial manual, without a doubt he was an extreme masochist. Unfortunately, I sort of was one too as I once again punched the wall with all my strength. Bang! Fuck! Cursing once again, I grit my teeth and opened up my fist. The pain inside of my body doubled, and I almost screamed out in pain. Drip, drip. Hearing the sound of my blood spilling on the ground, I bitterly smiled. At this rate, I might actually lose too much blood. It was already bad enough that I was dehydrated, but now that I was also losing blood, I knew that time was running out for me. But I have no choice. At the moment this was the only method I could use for me in order to escape this place. Bang! Chapter 566. Jin carefully moved around the room, feeling the hard texture of the walls. At the moment, he was searching for anything that could help him escape. He had no trouble seeing through the darkness, thanks to his extensive training in the darkness. It was because of this that he also had no trouble moving around the small room. In fact, he was almost like a fish inside of a pond. As he raised his head, he noticed a small hole above him. He was instantly able to tell what it was as he looked down at his clothes, which were covered in filth. Should I perhaps wait until when they open up again, and take a chance from there? Jin thought to himself as he carefully observed the tube. That won't work. He soon shook his head. The hole was a bit too small for him to fit in. Even if he managed to somehow deal damage to the person above, it would only serve to anger them, which in this situation would prove fatal. Just what am I supposed to do? Moving toward a certain section of the room, Jin placed his finger on a certain area of the wall, where he felt a slightly wet sensation. Without further ado, he brought it to his mouth and drank. I'm glad all of my training is paying off, Jin thought as he tasted the water in his mouth. From a glance, he could tell that it was water, and not poison. It did not release any strange smell that he was familiar with. Of course, that wasn't the only reason why Jin could tell it wasn't poisonous. There were several other clues that indicated to him that the liquid was drinkable. One such example was the fact that it left no trace on the wall behind it. Typically, with strong poisons, it would leave corrosive lines on the hard rock. Further adding onto that, the moss around it did not decay but seemed to rather thrive on it. That alone was already an indication that it was unlikely that the liquid was poisonous. Regardless, Jin didn't really care as his body was immune to poisons. With the amounts of poisons he had tasted in his lifelines, he wasn't afraid of any of them. Given his profession, this was a must. What sort of assassin could not withstand poison? This place. It was like the back of his house. Bang. It was at that moment that Jin suddenly heard a muffled banging sound coming from the other side of the room he was in. He immediately became startled. What was that? Bringing his ear close to the wall, he tried to see if he could hear the sound again. Bang. Once again Jin was able to hear the same muffled banging sound. It felt as though someone was punching the wall with full force. Are there other people here? Was he perhaps not the only one that was trapped in this place? There were in fact others too. The thought suddenly reanimated his mind as he carefully placed both hands on the wall to better hear the sound. Bang, bang, bang. Over the next few minutes, Jin would continuously hear the same banging sound coming from the wall. Keeping track of the intervals between each punch, Jin slowly took a step back. 8 seconds delay for every sound. Sometimes a little bit less and sometimes a little bit more. But that was more or less the time interval between each punch. Counting down from 8, Jin's brows furrowed. It stopped, waiting another couple of seconds to see if the sound was going to appear again. He soon realized that whoever was the one responsible for making the sound had stopped. This might be a gamble, but it's worth a shot. Jin was quick to come up with a decision. Clenching his hand into a fist, he pushed the wall as hard as he could. Bang. Auk. Screaming out in pain, my knees buckled and I kneeled on both knees to the ground. Fuck. It hurts like hell. Drip, drip. With blood dripping down on the ground, I heavily panted for breath as I closed my eyes and repeated the same breathing technique from before. This was an essential thing that I needed to do. It wouldn't matter how hard I pounded the wall if my breathing was incorrect. Incorrect breathing would give me no benefits and would make everything that I had done senseless. Gulp. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva, my head turned toward the direction of where the water dripping sound came from. While licking the top and bottom of my lips, I forced myself to stop thinking about the water. The more I thought about it, the thirstier I felt. Fuck. I once again cursed as I felt my mind go numb. Just as I was about to despair over my circumstances, my ears pricked up a muffled banging sound coming from the right side. Bang. My head snapped in the direction of where the sound came from as I slowly stood up and walked toward the side of the wall. Pressing my ear on the side of the wall, I tried to hear the sound again. Bang. And I wasn't left disappointed. Exactly a couple of seconds after I pressed my ear against the side of the wall, I heard the same muffled sound coming from the distance. My eyes lit up when I heard this. Is there someone close by? The joy did not last for long, however, as I quickly grew a little apprehensive. What if the one that is making the noises is one of the people responsible for trapping me here, and was just toying with me? This was a very real possibility that I couldn't exclude as my excitement died down a lot. Bang. Even then, moving back from my spot, I tensed my back and once again punched the wall. Bang. However improbable it was, this was my only hope at the moment. While I still had energy, I repeated the same breathing technique. Hew. Bang. Smashing his fist against the wall, Jin merely frowned at the pain. With how sturdy his body was, he only received minor pain when punching the wall. 1, 2, 3. Counting down to 8, Jin prepared to punch the wall once more. However, just as he was about to punch, he suddenly heard another muffled banging sound coming from the other side of the room. Bang. A thin smile spread across his face as he heard the sound. It looks like he heard me. Thinking of something, Jin didn't immediately punch the wall like the last time he did. With a rather complex look on his face, he took a small stance and murmured to himself. Hopefully whoever it is that's on the other side, they know Morse code. Then, without wasting a single second, he punched the wall in short and long time intervals. Bah, bang, 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 bah, bang, bang, bang. Right as my fist was about to hit the wall once again, my hand suddenly froze as my eyes opened wide. This pattern, bah, bang, bah, bag. I soon covered my mouth with my hand as the chip inside of my head started to run at full throttle. It wasn't long before I realized something. It's Morse code. This type of long and short standardized sequence pattern resembled Morse code. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I was currently on another planet. What were the chances of a demon knowing Morse code? Unless, halting my thoughts there, I proceeded to listen to the wall. Bah, bang, bah, bag. Dark room. With the aid of the chip I was able to instantly make out the message, and my head snapped upwards. Human. This confirmed it. Whoever was communicating with me at the moment was a human, and they were in a similar situation to mine. I had no doubt about this as I crossed my arms together and fell into thought. It's most likely Jin. I mumbled to myself after a while. This was the conclusion I came up with after contemplating it for a while. My train of thought wasn't complicated. Rather, it was simple. We were currently on a planet where no humans should exist, confirming that the other person was human, and that during the time the portal expanded Jin was resting on top of my shoulders. This was the only logical conclusion I could think of. There is no doubt that the person on the other side of the wall is Jin. I once again reaffirmed to myself. It could also be Kevin, but at the time he seemed to have entered the portal without any problems, making the validity of this theory rather low. The moment I realized that Jin was possibly the person behind the other room, the chip inside of my head started to run at full throttle once more. I was currently trying to formulate a message. Within seconds I was already done as my hand clenched into a fist. Here goes nothing. Bah, bang, bang, bang. Jin? I stepped away from the wall after getting my message across. While I waited for an answer, my heart raced uncontrollably, and the pain in my knuckles became negligible. If Jin was truly the person behind the wall, then there was perhaps some hope in this situation. Bah, bang, 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 bah. Who are you? My eyes lit up. It's really him. Unable to contain my excitement, I moved toward the wall and punched it again. Bang, bah, bang, bang. It's me, Ren. Bah, bah, bang, bah. Is this a prank? A prank? It took a moment for my mind to register what he was trying to say, and I quickly started sweating bullets. Shit, shit, bang, bah, bang, bang. Not a prank. Something went wrong. Believe me. Bang, bah, okay. Thank God. Ugh. It was at that moment that my vision suddenly grew blurry, and I stumbled a couple of steps. Pressing my hand against the wall, I felt a nauseating feeling wash over me as my knees buckled. Shit, I've lost too much blood. It didn't take me a moment to understand what was happening to me as I felt the blood slip down from my knuckles. Sliding down and leaning my back against the wall, I smacked my lips together. This is bad. Drip, drip. The dripping sound of the water in the distance never sounded as enticing as it did now. Struggling to use my head, I weakly raised my hand up. Using the last bit of energy inside of my body, I banged my fist against the side of the wall. Bang, bah, bang, 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 bah, bang, bang. Dark room, water, drinkable? This was all I could write in my current state, but it should do, considering he had said he was also in a dark room. Perhaps he knew whether the liquid flowing down the wall was drinkable if he had one. If not, I could only risk it. Bang, bah, yes. It wasn't long before Jin's answer arrived, and my eyes rekindled with hope. Thank God. Then, as though my energy had returned to me, I clenched the wall and propped my body up before stumbling across the room. Water, water. I weakly mumbled to myself as I arrived at the wall. Pressing my hand against that side of the wall, I stuck my tongue out. Ah. Chapter 567. As I leaned back against the wall, I rested my hand on my raised knee. Things are a lot more complicated than I originally thought. After conversing with Jin for the past couple of minutes, I realized that the situation was not as hopeless as I thought it was. Firstly, the mush that was thrown at me a few hours ago was actually food, and Jin also got it at the same time as I did. The reason why I knew it was food was because Jin said that it was edible. Likewise, the moss on the wall was apparently also edible. It made me realize something. Whoever trapped us here does not want to kill us. In fact, it seems as though they have plans for us. Had they actually not cared about us, they would have already killed us by now. For them to provide us with water and food, they definitely had a use for us, and Jin also seemed to have understood this. The real question was, what use did we have for them? Is this some kind of experiment where we are the experiments? Or are we more than just lab rats? Despite not knowing at the moment, I knew that I needed to put this on my priority list. My future courses of action depended on this. My brows furrowed suddenly in the middle of my thoughts. Now that I think about it, is it possible that other people got dragged into this planet as well? There was no explanation for Jin and my sudden appearance. My last memory before appearing here was seeing the portal expand in front of me. After that, my vision grew black and my consciousness slipped. By the time I woke up, I found myself in this unfamiliar environment. Jezebeth. A name suddenly slipped out of my mouth. He was the person whom I thought was responsible for all of this. This was not just a hunch, but my belief that he was responsible for hurling Jin and me into the portal was solid. The real question was, are there any others that got swept into the portal as a result of his actions? If so, then this was more serious than I thought. Logically speaking, almost everyone in the mercenary group was strong. The key word was almost. In contrast to the others, Ryan and Small Snake did not have any combat skills, and both were extremely weak as well, around F and G rank respectively. I could only fear for their lives if they suddenly became entangled in this world. There was a reason why the mission was judged to be a rank. Shit. This realization prompted me to get up from the ground. Taking a few deep breaths, I tried to calm myself down. There is no use thinking about this right now. All I can do at the moment is continue training. It would be useless to think about the others at the moment since I was trapped here. It would only serve to distract my mind. Taking a stance, I massaged my knuckles, while feeling the crust that formed over them. Although I am not entirely sure if this is true, I believe that once I reach a certain stage I can break through the walls and reach Jin. Hopefully. Bang. After that, I punched the wall with all my might. What in the world am I? A confused look appeared on Liam's face as he scanned his surroundings. In his hazy memory, he could not quite recall what had happened moments prior to showing up here, but the last thing he remembered was being in the same room as Ren as he helped him remember his memories. So how did I get here? Liam furrowed his brows as he reached out to touch the leaf of the tree next to him. What a weird plant. Did Earth ever have plants like this? In addition to its rhombic shape, the leaves on the plant were in a zigzag pattern, which Liam found particularly bizarre. Scratching the back of his head, he reached out for one of the leaves and carefully touched them. Weird. He muttered as he finally let go of the leaf. Thousands of tiny glass-like needles were trying to puncture his skin as he felt the rough texture of the leaf. The toughness of Liam's skin prevented them from penetrating it, but it still nevertheless seemed strange. Was there ever a plant like this on Earth? Am I in the demon world? But how was that possible? He clearly remembered leading Ren out of the demon world. It was one of the memories that he had helped him recover during the session. He quickly shook his head. Since it is impossible that I am in the demon realm, I must still be on Earth and probably got lost on my way back from that ugly-looking warehouse. The environment was indeed weird for the Earth, but since Liam realized just how bad his memory was, he knew that the reason why he felt this way was probably because he could not recall any of the plants and vegetation in front of him. Oh well. With a shrug of his shoulders, he took out his phone. He was shocked to discover, however, that there was no signal on his phone. Just great, he mumbled to himself as he put his phone away. Now what do I do? Taking a look to his left and right, Liam felt helpless in the current situation. Without his phone, he was fucked. If only my memory. Halfway through his sentence, he saw a sudden movement toward his right side from the corner of his eye. Rustle. A brown furry creature jumped from one of the bushes and headed toward Liam immediately after a rustling sound echoed out. Throughout the entire time, Liam showed no reaction as he carefully observed the incoming creature. With a simple movement of his hand, he reached out with his hand and grasped whatever was heading in his direction. Kayak. Kayak. A sound resembling a monkey's squeaking was heard from the distance. What is this? A curious look crossed Liam's face as he brought the creature closer to his face. Is this how a monkey should look like? There was no doubt that the creature in his hand was related to a monkey. Everything about it was the same, from its body to its fur. The only problem was, why does it have 8 eyes? Since when have monkeys on Earth gotten 8 eyes? Liam's face only became more confused as the monkey in his hand squealed more loudly. Hayak, hayak, hayak. Well, whatever. Having lost interest in the monkey, Liam brought his other hand near its head. Since you attacked me first, do not blame me for what happens next. Then, without any warning, Liam flicked his finger toward the monkey's head, causing blood to spill everywhere as the monkey's body vanished. How tiresome. Clapping his hands together to get rid of the blood on his hands, Liam proceeded to look around him. Ha. A long sigh was let out as he walked away from the scene. I really do hope I find a city soon. I do not want to be stuck in a forest like all the other times in the past. Although his memory was short, he could recall many instances in which he got lost inside forests. What he was currently experiencing was a simple case of déjà vu. I'm getting closer. Continuing to stare at the map interface before him, Kevin jumped across different branches. Due to the lack of detail on the map, he could only follow the dots to get closer to Melissa and Amanda. This proved to be a task that was a lot more difficult than he had imagined, as dangerous beasts lurked everywhere. In the event that he was not careful enough, he might just end up without a head. Ha, ha, it should be near here. Standing on top of one of the branches, Kevin leaned forward and supported his body with his knees. Shit. This is a lot more tiring than I thought. Having run for almost 2 days straight, Kevin was quite frankly exhausted. Unfortunately for him, he really did not have much of a choice. He was on a different planet, not a city. It took him an extraordinary amount of time just to get to Melissa. Amanda also seems to have distanced herself quite a bit. Taking note of Amanda's dot, Kevin could only sigh to himself before jumping down from the tree branch he was on. Thud. Softly landing on the ground, he scanned the surrounding in hopes of finding Melissa. According to the map, she should be here, and considering that it is never wrong, she. Stopping himself mid-sentence, Kevin's brows tightened as he noticed something weird. Turning his head forward to the right, he felt a weird monopulse coming from that direction. It was very subtle. Subtle enough to make it hard for even someone of the S rank to notice. However, as Kevin was currently trying to find Melissa, he was able to quickly take note of the small pulse. What is this? Without thinking too much, Kevin took a step forward and headed to where he felt the pulse, and it was there that he suddenly felt an even weird sensation. Halting his steps in front of a certain area, he reached out with his hand. It was right at that moment that a ripple appeared in the middle of the air as the scenery in front of him started to distort, and the scene changed. What the? Kevin's mouth was left to hang open in shock as he stared at the scenery in front of him as he suddenly noticed a large white tent appear in front of him. Most shocking was the fact that he could see Melissa joyfully humming something as she boiled something over a pot. This. Unable to find the right words to say, Kevin just dully stood on his spot. Clank. Upon hearing a familiar sound, I immediately moved to the right side of the wall and avoided the strange goo that came out after the sound. Splash. My stomach churned as I heard the strange sound that came from the goo hitting the ground. Holding on to my stomach, my face grimaced as I mumbled. There is no way I am eating that shit. Although I knew from Jin that the food was edible, I still could not bring myself to eat it. The smell alone was enough of a deterrent. Instead, reaching out for the moss beside me, I pulled it out and brought it to my mouth. I would rather eat the moss. Bang, ban, bang, ba bang. Spoiled. Making out the message sent out by Jin, my lips twitched. Bang, ban, bang, ba bang, ba, bang, ban, ban. Shut up. How does he even know I did not even eat it? Clicking my tongue, I sat cross-legged on the ground. Alright, it's been about 2 to 3 days since I've been stuck in this place with Jin, and I still do not know the purpose of this place. Every day, it was the same thing. At a specific time, both of us would receive food, and we would be left alone till then. Just what sort of purpose did this room serve? Also, if my theory of the others possibly coming to this planet just like Jin and I was true, were there other people in here? I really hope it isn't the case. I am not sure. Suddenly, just as I was about to finish my sentence, I heard a rock grinding sound coming from the right side of the room. In an instant, light spilled from a small crack around the room, and I felt my eyes sting like crazy. Covering my eyes with my hand, I stumbled back and fell to the ground. Shit. The fuck is going on? Chapter 568. I wonder what will happen when I combine the two together. Melissa cheerfully hummed as she mixed a couple of herbs in a small pot. The situation would have frightened any normal person, and they would have frantically tried to find an escape from this strange planet. But Melissa was different. Her attachment to Earth was quite frankly non-existent. Neither she nor her family liked each other. Her staff did not like her, and she did not like them. Maybe there were her friends there, but could she really even call them friends? Maybe. Well, it did not matter. At the end of the day, what Melissa cared for the most was research. The way she presented herself made it seem as though she was troubled with all the work she was doing, which was true. There was no doubt that she was overworked, but it did not mean, however, that she disliked what she was doing. In fact, she loved it. Trying new things and proving her father wrong was a lifelong passion of hers that she would never trade for anything else. Just thinking of his salty face. Yeah, I love research. The fact that she found herself on a new planet, with its new vegetation and surroundings, only served to arouse her excitement. Thinking about all the different combinations she could make by extracting the essence of the different plants around her. Isn't this the best? Stirring the pot in front of her, Melissa's smile grew wider. Rustle. The sound of rustling caught Melissa's attention. Her head snapped to the direction where the sound originated. The space surrounding her started to distort, allowing her to get a clear sight of what lay beyond the barrier she set up. Who is there? She raised her voice and stood up. A series of different cards and spheres appeared in her hand. Mana circulated from out of her body, covering the area around her. Shit, how is it possible for my barrier to have been found out? It must be noted that she set up an extremely high barrier. It was something she had paid a lot of money for since she was planning to leave the human realm to collect samples of different plants. Who would have thought it would come in so handy? In any case, Melissa's expression turned extremely solemn as she understood that for someone or something to have already seen through its camouflage, that person was extremely skilled. Hold on. It was at that moment that Melissa heard a familiar voice coming from the distance as she lowered her hands a little. Right then, Melissa was able to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure who was looking at her strangely. Kevin? Spotting the figure, Melissa immediately recognized him. Well, it was not that hard. There were not that many people as handsome as him. Maybe Jin. And definitely not Ren. Although he did seem to have become a lot more handsome than in the past. Not that Melissa would openly admit it. A mere thought of the faces he would make if she admitted which facts made her stomach flip. Melissa, let me in. Tapping onto the barrier revolving around her, Melissa watched as ripples formed around it. Staring at Kevin, Melissa did not answer immediately. Instead, she squinted her eyes and carefully observed him. Melissa? The frown on Melissa's face tightened when she heard him call her name. What is the nickname Ren uses whenever he talks with you? A confused expression spread across Kevin's face as he looked at Melissa. What are you doing? And what does that have to do with anything? It has to do with a lot. Melissa replied as her eyes sharpened. So, crossing her arms together, her foot began to tap on the ground. Currently, she was testing if the person outside was really Kevin. In spite of her excitement about her circumstance, she was not stupid enough to invite anyone who looked like Kevin. Her guard never went down. If you do not answer me within the next minute, I will keep you out. Melissa grew impatient as she saw Kevin's struggling expression. Ugh. Letting out a groan, Kevin's face grimaced as he eventually murmured something. Pushover. Ha, I did not hear it clearly. Placing her hand behind her ear, Melissa leaned her body forward. Her hair fell toward her right shoulder. Staring at Melissa, Kevin clenched his fists tightly before he glared in her direction and raised his voice. Pushover, okay? Ren's nickname for me is Pushover. Sounds about right. Confirming that he was indeed Kevin, Melissa walked toward the cabin and pressed a button. Immediately after that, the barrier around her tent quickly started to disappear, and Kevin was finally able to come in. Coming out of her tent, Melissa carefully observed Kevin. So, do you have any idea about what is going on? This was the answer that she wanted to know the most. Although she did not show it externally, she was actually quite happy with the fact that there was hope for her to return to Earth. How would she rub her new discoveries to her father if she was not able to return? That was her biggest grip with the whole situation, and now that it was solved, she was a lot more relaxed. While Melissa was in the midst of her thoughts, scratching the back of his head, Kevin apologetically looked at Melissa. About that, taking note of Kevin's sudden strange behavior, Melissa's head snapped to face him directly. Kevin's wryly smiled when he saw this. About why you suddenly found yourself here. I think this might have to do with me. Bang. While stumbling on the floor, I felt an intense pain aimed at my back. What do you think you are doing with all the banging on the wall? A sinister voice echoed out as I felt a kick on my ribs area, and my body flew toward the other side of the room. Bang. Uck. Letting out a groan, I heavily gasped for air. The pain. It was excruciating. In spite of this, as I heavily breathed for air, I made sure to breathe in a certain way. If I was going to get beat up, I may as well do it while training. As I felt something hard smash against the side of my head, I bitterly smiled. I am truly becoming more and more of a masochist. Bang. Coo. Do you really think that we are unaware you are communicating with the person next door? Don't worry, we will move you both immediately. Awk. Feeling something grasp my hair, I was suddenly dragged out of my room. Although I kept my eyes closed, I still felt a burning sensation in my eyes as I was pulled by my hair out of the room. It was painful, but compared to what I had experienced in the past, it was not anything worth complaining about as I was soon thrown back into a different room. Thud. I smashed against the hard ground. Be obedient and stay over here. If I see you pull any shit like that again, I will kill you. There was an echoing sound of rock grating coming from the hallway, and the doors immediately closed. The most important thing was that the darkness returned and my eyes were once again opened. Tears slowly fell on my cheeks. The sudden contact with the light had truly messed up my eyes. In any case, this sudden scenario confirmed one thing for me. The person trapping me and Jin are demons. Despite having my eyes closed the entire time, and not looking at them directly, I could tell this much from two things. The sharp nails I felt at the back of my head, and the fact that the person handling me was talking using demonic language. The long demons used. Considering how important it was only natural that I learned it, and it was also thanks to this that I was able to live in the arena back in the demon world. Hugh. Taking a deep breath, I pressed my hand against the side of my ribs. Although I did not think they would be this rough, I already knew that this was going to happen. In any case, Jin and I knew that the people who had trapped us would soon make a move after all the noise that we were making. Thankfully, it went all according to our calculations. And now we wait. Taking another deep breath, I started to repeat the breathing exercise that I memorized from Han Yufei. Outside a room blocked by a small black door, a demon gazed toward the distance. Have you sorted him, Exilian? I have. Walking over to the other demon, a scowl spread across the face of the demon known as Exilian. He, along with the other demon, Impedius, was in charge of guarding the rooms. Did he put any resistance? Impedius asked as he looked at Exilian. No. Exilian shook his head in disappointment. It turns out he is a much tougher nut than I thought. It did not matter how much I kicked or beat him, he did not seem to respond. Same went for me, Impedius said with evident disappointment in his voice. When he recalled how barely he reacted when he dragged the human out of the room by his hair, he could only be disappointed. Shaking his head, he raised his head to stare at Exilian. Has the leader contacted you yet? No. Exilian shook his head. They still do not know how humans got on this planet, but for now they said to treat them like any other laborer. Before they are sent to a labor camp, break their minds and make them obedient. Understood. With a nod of his head, Impedius turned to stare at two different rooms in the distance. Out of curiosity, he asked, how are the three other humans faring? Turning his head to also look in that direction, Exilian thought for a moment before replying. Two of them are doing fine, but the other human seems to be on the verge of death. Verge of death? He may last a little longer, but I do not know. Unlike the others, he cannot seem to get out of the paralysis. Focusing his attention toward the far end, where a room sat, Impedius cracked a smile. Just as rumors said, humans are fun creatures to break. Chapter 569. Creak, creak. As footsteps rushed out, a creaking sound was heard coming from the wooden floor beneath. A young teen clutching a small soup ran toward a bed in a rundown apartment, as a sickly figure lay on it. There were cracks on the walls, and there were spider webs on the corner of the house, as dust filled the area. It was not a place where a child should be in. Have some soup, mother. Kneeling down, the youth's hand shook as he carefully placed the soup on the shelf beside the bed. The youth was rather skinny and his complexion was rather pale, but his green eyes shone with ambition. Mother, mother. Carefully touching the woman that was resting on the bed, the youth tried to wake her up. The more he stared at her, the greater the pain and void in his heart became. Brian, Brian. The woman finally awoke, revealing a pair of beautiful green eyes as she touched the youth's cheek. As her sickly and skinny arm touched the youth's face, it barely remained there before falling weakly onto the bed. Picking the arm back up, the youth placed it on his cheek. A bright smile adorned his face. Mother, I've got good news for you. A wave of excitement washed over the youth as he stared at his mother lying on the bed. I've finally got a job. The youth's voice raised as he thought of the job offer that he received not too long ago. In a world that was primarily dominated by the strong, those that didn't have strength were not treated well. Rather, they were considered to be the burden of society, as they contributed nothing to the crisis that enshrouded the world. The youth who was staring at his mother was one of the unlucky few who was born without a talent. Or rather, he had one, but it was only of the G-rank level. Just like his mother, such talent was a curse in this world, as jobs were scarce. Who in their right minds would hire such talentless individuals? People with great talents were the only ones able to land jobs since they were able to use their skills to complete tasks faster and more efficiently. Farming. Why need farmers when you could have an awakened do the same tasks faster and more efficiently? Complex calculations. Just a simple skill, and they would be able to do it faster and more efficiently. A tough world greeted the mother and son duo, and they were just one of the many unfortunate ones. That was until most recently. Listen here, Mom. I know that you're doubting me, but this job is clean. You can trust me. As he held tightly onto the sickly figure's hand, the youth thrust his face forward. Mom, the pay is really good, and with it, I will be able to finally pay for your medical bills. You will be healed. Imagining his mother recovering and playing with him like in the good old days filled the youth with excitement. Mom, just watch me. I will definitely cure you. Feeling a clench of his hand, the youth looked toward his mother, who looked back at him with a proud smile. I believe you. Her weak and frail voice echoed throughout the room. Biting his lips, the youth squeezed her hand harder. Trust me. Ugh. Powerless, a figure lay on the floor groaning in a dark room. Help, help, he murmured quietly as he struggled to move. Currently, his body was paralyzed and he couldn't move a single muscle. He could only just barely feel his right foot, but that was just about it. He felt trapped inside of his one body. I'm thirsty, I'm hungry. To make matters worse, it had been quite a while since he had last drank or eaten something. His mind was blurry, and he was going in and out of consciousness. If only I was born with more talent, the individual thought in the midst of his despair. One thing was clear to him, despite his lack of understanding of what led to the sudden situation. Had he been stronger, he would have never found himself in this situation. This paralysis he was experiencing would have never happened if he was stronger, or even a little bit more talented. Never. Drip, drip. The dripping sound from the corner of the room served no purpose as it only heightened the individual's paranoia and sense of thirst. His eyes slowly grew bloodshot. While biting his lips until they bled, the individual moved his body with all his strength. Water, water. He desperately needed water at the moment. Without it, he was a goner. As veins bulged on the side of his face, the figure slowly pushed his body with his foot, the only part of his body that he could feel. I will definitely make it. All right, I'm done packing. Let's head back to Earth. Melissa patted her hands in satisfaction as she headed toward Kevin. Kevin shook his head and stared into the distance. We aren't leaving him yet. Melissa tilted her head. Didn't you say before that it was your fault for bringing me here? You surely must know of a way to return. I do, Kevin replied while squinting his eyes and staring at the interface in front of him. He was currently looking at Amanda. Amanda has been staying in the same spot for quite a while. Is she troubled with something, or is she just resting? Kevin. Startling Kevin out of his thought was Melissa's voice. Turning his head, he was met with her annoyed face. What? Did you not hear me? Taking a look at one of the plants in the distance, Melissa raised up her glasses. What are you thinking about? Are you telling me that there's no way back to Earth? Calm down for a second. In an attempt to stop Melissa from talking, Kevin raised his hand and gazed in Amanda's general direction. There is a way to go back to Earth. But there's a bit of a problem. I don't like the sound of this. Melissa's face hardened a little bit. Whenever I hear such words, I know there's incoming trouble. Scratching the side of his cheek, Kevin meekly looked at Melissa before bitterly smiling. Right on. It's not what you think, Melissa. The problem isn't exactly big. Not big. Melissa raised her brow. Crossing her arms together, she smiled. Please do tell me. The smile she wore on the outside looked normal, but Kevin knew just how angry she was inside. Her anger was understandable. For her to be suddenly dragged into a different planet out of nowhere, anyone else in her situation would react the way she did. This was why Kevin didn't get angry or react. Kevin struggled to find the right words to say as he gazed at Melissa. In the end, he came clean as he noticed Melissa's darkening expression. Basically, you weren't the only one dragged here. Amanda and the others have also been dragged here. After the assault, 3 days passed, but nothing really changed. Except for the fact that Jin and I weren't in opposite rooms anymore. The routine was pretty much the same. Drink water and bang the wall with my arms. Wasn't exactly the most exciting routine, but it was better than doing nothing. As I sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, I took a deep breath, and my chest heaved up and down rhythmically. I'm getting close. My arms were tingling, a sign that I was on the verge of reaching the next stage of my body art practice. Body hardening. Since I only used my arms and hands at the moment, those were the only areas that were hardening. But in any case, this was what I wanted since I could feel power surge from within me. With enough practice, I could break down the wall with just one punch once I mastered the art. It might take a while, but it was definitely possible. And that was all possible with my mana sealed. Taking another breath, I mumbled underneath my breath. Just a little bit more. Crack, crack. In a world where red dyed the skies, rotted vegetation, sparse water, and cracks tore the ground apart, a dark silhouette stepped into the middle of the void, tearing apart the space, and finally entered the planet. Observing the planet from above, the figure fell slowly toward the ground. What a shithole. Landing on the ground, his presence spread throughout the planet, and the ground beneath him trembled. Immediately after, several demons rushed from a very far distance as the demon that had just arrived noted their approaching figures. Your Royal Highness, Magnus. In front of the dark figure, the demons kneeled immediately. There were approximately 2 of them, and both did not dare look up. Briefly glancing at the demons, Magnus waved his hand. Rise up. Yes, Your Excellency. Slowly, the demons rose to their feet. Standing up, they perspired from the sides of their faces as their backs remained straight. Taking a look at the surroundings, Magnus monotonously asked, have you seen any humans on this planet recently? Humans. Suddenly faced with a question, The two demons turned to look at one another with confused looks. Taking note of their reactions, Magnus immediately lost interest in them. So you haven't. Quiet. Flicking his finger, the demon that was just about to speak disintegrated on the spot. After that, the other demon's expression paled significantly as his back straightened further, and he stopped speaking altogether. The fear in his eyes was evident as he looked at Magnus. Meeting the demon's eyes, Magnus softly muttered, "I don't like it when someone speaks, when I don't give them permission to speak." The demon immediately nodded his head. With no regard for the other demon, Magnus sank into thought. This is the third planet where humans have not been found. While I don't know why His Majesty is so fixated on a couple of humans, considering his personality, it must be about something extremely important. In Magnus' eyes, Jezebeth was like a god, a figure that was beyond the realm of mortals, and was omnipotent. Nothing could escape his eyes. And for him to pay this much attention to some humans, Magnus knew that he had to take this task extremely seriously. There is still a couple of planets missing. The closest one should be Ionia, while the closest one after that is Cassaria. I will step into Ionia first before paying a visit to Cassaria. It shouldn't take too long. Magnus nodded to himself as he planned his future course of action. Taking a glance at the demon beside him, he waved dismissively. You have a good sense. The space in front of him cracked immediately after he said those words. Crack, crack. Taking a step into the crack, his figure soon disappeared from the spot. Chapter 570. In the dense vegetation, Melissa noticed something ahead of her. Watch out. As Melissa pushed Kevin behind her, she stomped on a plant in front of him. A strange pink gaseous substance was released into the air immediately after she did that. A quick wave of her hand cleared it from Melissa's view. What was that? Kevin was startled by her sudden actions and asked what was going on. In fact, he was more surprised by the fact that she knew that the plant she stepped on could do that than anything else. Melissa glanced at Kevin while patting her hands together. What do you think I have been doing while you were gone? Having just recalled her boiling something over a pot and relaxing in her tent, Kevin was not sure what to say. She clearly looked like she was having the time of her life with him. Nevertheless, he chose to go with the answer he thought was correct. Checking the attributes of the plants. Correct. Melissa bent down and carefully picked up the small flower from the ground. I call this flower pendulum mimosa, a flower with the capabilities to render one immobile and paralyze their muscles. Kevin looked at the flower in surprise. Exactly how strong are the properties of this flower? Not that much, Melissa replied as she tossed the flower away. It isn't exactly very potent, however. That is mostly because the concentration of the flower extract is not very high. If I wanted to, I could create a paralysis effect that would be able to incapacitate even you. Kevin's face turned strange as he stared at the flower. Several questions were running through his mind at the moment, especially after learning that the flower could paralyze him, an A-rank hero. Can a little flower like that really paralyze me? He found it rather hard to believe if he had to be honest. Don't believe me. Taking note of Kevin's skeptical look, Melissa took out a small test tube from her dimensional space. The liquid inside had a blood-red color. Well, you are in luck, Kevin. I have already tested this in the past, and I have got a sample with me. How about you give it a go? I am good. After stepping away from Melissa, Kevin jumped up into the air and landed on top of a branch. He had a look of deep apprehension as he looked at Melissa. Let's say that I believe you. Just how much of the extract would you need to actually paralyze me? Not much if your mana is sealed. Putting the test tube away, Melissa followed Kevin's example and jumped up on the tree branch. Perfectly landing on it, she continued. As you know, the more one ranks up, the stronger their bodies become. Yes, Kevin nodded his head. His understanding of this concept was natural. Everyone who had attended the lock knew it. Each rank increase results in a stronger, more durable body. Of course, the human body was quite fragile compared to those of other races. Nevertheless, the fragility of human bodies did not matter much to most humans since they could coat them with mana to mitigate it. Their method was similar to that of the elves as they too had fragile bodies. How does that have anything to do with the poison? It has a lot to do, Melissa replied as she snappily looked at Kevin. The stronger one's body, the more concentrated the extract needs to be. If someone like you takes the extract, it would take a lot of time for it to take effect simply because of how much mana your body has. Pausing for a moment, Melissa took out another test tube from her dimensional space. This time the liquid inside of it was of a strange blue color. After testing, I learned that if you mix the extract with another extract of a plant I found, the Ilunamalier, you can seal their mana and simultaneously paralyze their bodies for a long period of time. Bringing the test tube in front of her, Melissa's eyes twinkled with excitement. The interesting thing about these two extracts is that they complement each other perfectly. As in, if the two extracts are mixed together, the strength of the mixture will increase enormously. What? Paying close attention to what Melissa was saying, Kevin found himself entranced by her words as he stopped moving altogether. What do you mean by what you have just said? Putting the test tube away, Melissa briefly looked at Kevin. I meant what I meant. If the two mixtures are combined together, the properties of both will increase and someone will find their mana locked for a very long time. The same could be said for their muscles, but that can quickly be resolved if someone has a good body art or connection to their muscles. I see. Kevin faintly nodded his head in understanding. Raising his head, he asked another question. What about the mana sealing method? Is there a way to get rid of that? No idea, Melissa replied with a shrug of her shoulders, causing Kevin to stumble on the spot. Taking note of this, Melissa looked at him with a strange look. What is wrong? Did I say something weird? No, not really. Kevin shook his head as he avoided looking into her eyes. Unfortunately for him, it only served to irritate Melissa more as she pressed her hand against his shoulder and turned him around. Out with it. Tell me exactly what is the problem. Ha. Realizing that he had no way out, Kevin could only sigh out loud as his shoulders slumped. I was just surprised by the fact that you did not know the cure for something like that when you are usually the type to know everything. Ha. Melissa's face turned strange as her eyes squinted and her mouth turned into a scowl. What do you take me for? Some sort of god? Why in the world do you think that I would know everything? I dunno. Kevin shrugged his shoulders as he looked toward the distance. I just thought that you knew. Melissa glared in Kevin's direction as her arms crossed. I will let you know that I have been experimenting with all sorts of different plants. There was simply not enough time for me to properly test all of the plants on this planet yet, especially when it only took you a day for you to find me. Melissa suddenly paused there as her brows jumped up. Wait a second. Raising her head up to look at Kevin, Melissa calmly asked. Where are headed at the moment? Didn't you say something about finding Amanda? Yeah, I did. Kevin was quick to reply. But he was also quick to regret. After saying these words, he covered his mouth with both hands as he looked at Melissa, who was looking at him with a strange yet disgusted expression. I did not pay much attention to this detail a while back, but now that I think about it, it is quite strange that you found me suddenly. And now you tell me that you are looking for Amanda, as though you know exactly where she is. Her eyes turned into slits. Kevin, don't tell me. Stay behind me. Angelica carefully surveyed her surroundings after pushing Ryan behind her. While scanning the surroundings, she had her mind fully alert. After appearing in this strange world for a couple of days, she was at a loss as to what to do next. One silver lining about the situation was that she was not transported alone, but with Ryan, who was helping her heal her injuries from that weird human who had assaulted her not too long ago. He is strong. Recalling the short moments prior to when the two of them fought, Angelica found herself dreading their next encounter. In spite of the fact that he did not exactly beat her at the time, because he caught her off guard, and she already had a weakened state due to a sudden situation, Angelica knew she had only a 50-50 chance of beating him. In any case, she was currently stuck in some unknown place with Ryan, and they were currently looking for a way out of the place. I see something. It was right at that moment that Angelica was able to hear Ryan's voice. Turning around, she softly asked, What did you find? Ryan frowned as he zoomed in on the drone feed, revealing a small clearing inside a forest. From there, he could see several silhouettes running away from something. When Ryan pinched his fingers on the screen, he was able to get a better view of the situation, and he recognized three familiar faces from there. They were Leopold, Hein, and Ava. It is the others. Immediately after recognizing them, Ryan jumped up in the air as he rushed toward Angelica. Angelica, look. Wait a moment. Hyuk. Ryan choked on the shirt after Angelica grabbed him by the collar. Indifferent to Ryan's behavior, Angelica snatched the device in his hand and carefully examined it. After that, she quickly dragged him behind her. Hey, wait. In spite of Ryan's complaints, Angelica paid no attention to him as their bodies jumped in the air and shot toward the distance. Let's go. They looked to be in trouble. Chapter 571. Russell. Three figures were running through the dense forest. A group of three creatures twice their size followed them from behind. Hein, do something. Ava shouted as she looked behind her. Confusion clouded her face. After being thrown into an unknown location, Ava had no idea what to do. She was fortunate to be standing next to Hein and Leopold when she appeared in this new place. Had it not been for them, she would have already lost her mind trying to figure out what was going on. Having talked to them for a while, she discovered that they were also clueless about the sudden situation. To make matters worse, as they were planning on exploring the area to get a better idea of what was going on, three large A-ranked creatures attacked them. Shit. Cursing out loud, Ava caught a glimpse of the approaching creatures and picked up her pace. Turning to look at Hein, who was running next to her, she raised her voice. Do something. What? Hein snapped his head back to face Ava and shouted. What in the world do you expect me to do in this situation? They are much stronger than me. I will get torn into millions of pieces if I try to block them. Also, pausing mid-sentence, Hein's face twisted. He looked to be struggling to utter his next words. Taking note of his expression, Ava's face turned serious. Also what? Also, my shield will get dirty. The mere thought of what would happen to his shield when he faced the beasts behind him sent shivers down Hein's spine. It could not happen. Speechlessly staring at Hein, Ava did not know how to respond. Rather, she was just disappointed in herself. She should have seen the answer coming from miles away. Ever since the Dwarven domain, Hein had never stopped obsessing over the cleanliness of his shield. Recalling all of the arguments and fights they had over this situation made Ava clench her fists in anger. Whoever turned Hein like this? Just you wait. Hey, you two wait up. Ava was jolted from her thoughts when she heard Leopold's tired voice. Ava almost tripped over her footsteps when she turned around. Click, click. As Leopold attempted to light up the cigarette in his mouth, sparks flew in the air as Ava watched him run behind them with a cigarette in his mouth and a lighter nearby. At this moment, she could not quite comprehend what she was seeing. The scene before her was just too baffling for her to understand. In fact, a part of her was not even surprised. But to be trying to smoke while being chased by multiple A-ranked creatures. Only someone like Leopold would think of doing such things. Stop trying to smoke. It is no wonder that you cannot keep up with us. Your lungs do not even work. Puff. Taking a small puff while smoke diffused in the air, Leopold glanced at Ava. My lungs are perfect. Cough. Cough. As his footsteps slowed down, Leopold coughed uncontrollably as he choked on some of the smoke. In the meantime, Leopold's body twisted as he took out his gun from his dimensional space and shot it toward one of the creatures behind him. Bang! A powerful blasting sound echoed out as his body propelled backward, allowing him to distance himself from the creature. Unfortunately, the creature was unharmed by the sudden attack. Rather, it seemed even more enraged as its roar shook the vegetation around. Roar. That was a close one. Reloading his gun by channeling some of his mana into it, Leopold caught up with Ava and Hein. Puff. He then took another puff, completely disregarding what had happened not too long ago. How about it? Not bad, right? Don't even. Shaking her head, Ava increased her pace. At this moment, she wanted to do nothing with the two of them. Boom. From behind her, Ava heard what sounded like a large explosion. Likewise, Leopold and Hein turned their heads to stare at the source of the noise. Their eyesight was obscured by a cloud of dust. The dust soon cleared, and when everyone finally saw what was happening, they were surprised to see a familiar figure standing atop the creature. Angelica. The excitement in Ava's voice was palpable as she ran up to her. There was finally someone with some common sense. What was sad about the situation was that someone was a demon. Ava's footsteps slowed as she noticed a small figure hanging from Angelica's hand as she reached her. Is that Ryan? How could she describe his current condition? He looked nothing like his usual self as his figure was incomparably pale, and he looked to be on the verge of puking. You guys are also here. Taking a light step off the creature's body and nodding toward Ava, Angelica let go of Ryan, who fell to the ground and stopped moving. Do you have any idea of what is going on? I don't. Ava shook her head while describing to Angelica what she remembered before finding herself here. In the meantime, Leopold rushed in Ryan's direction and shook his body several times, hoping to wake him up. Hey, you are too young to leave the world. Ignoring Leopold, Ava continued. After looking carefully at the surroundings, I have come to realize that we are most likely not on Earth. You think so too? Knitting her brows, Angelica looked around her. Closing her eyes for a moment, she soon opened them up again and nodded her head. I can feel traces of demonic energy coming from the distance. If my guess is not wrong, there is a mana compressor in the distance that is trying to swallow up the whole planet. Immediately after her words fell, the face of the people present changed. Everyone here was not stupid. They all understood what a mana compressor was. It was because of this knowledge that they knew they were in a very dangerous place. What should we do now? Her gaze turned to Angelica as she asked. Ava subconsciously treated Angelica as the second in command whenever Ren or Small Snake were not around, as she was the strongest in the group and the one who had been following Ren the longest. Her opinion was that she was the most trustworthy person present. As Angelica pinched the middle of her brows, she hesitated before speaking. Our best bet is to go to the mana compressor at the moment. If it is exactly like I think it is, I believe that there is going to be a portal in there that we can use to go back to Earth. Furthermore, I have reason to believe that Ren is also here on this planet, and if I were him, I would also go to the mana compressor. Raising her head to look at the others, she continued. That is our best bet at the moment. What do you think? Sharing her thoughts with everyone, Ava and the others looked at each other before nodding their heads. We are okay with your decision. Taking a moment to stare at the others and seeing them nod their heads, Angelica nodded her head. All right, then that is the plan. Without further ado, she turned around and prepared to head toward where the mana compressor was. However, just as she was about to move, she was stopped by Ava. Wait. Turning around, Angelica looked at Ava. What is wrong? Taking a moment to look at the others, Ava had a worried look on her face. Opening her mouth, she asked. Now that I think about it, where is Small Snake? A dead silence followed after her words. Through the narrow gap between the leaves of a large tree covered in leaves, two eyes quietly observed the enormous black pyramid in the distance. Lowering her presence as much as possible, Amanda's brows furrowed tightly. My best bet to return to Earth at the moment would be to infiltrate that place and somehow find a portal. Her best course of action at this point was without a doubt this. Sadly, it was also the riskiest. However, she did not have much of a choice. As she stood in a new world, knowing nothing about it, alone, the mana compressor in the distance looked like her only hope. From what I have observed, there are 4 gates in which one can enter the pyramid. And of those gates, there are 5 demons guarding each and every one of them. It was difficult for Amanda to determine their strength level, but from what she understood, they were all at least count-ranked demons. Something that would prove quite troublesome even for her at the moment. My best bet at the moment. Cutting her sentence short, Amanda suddenly felt a couple of presences coming from behind her as her body snapped backward and she drew her bow. A translucent blue arrow formed on her bow. Rustle. Rustle. Wow. Suddenly, Amanda saw familiar figures emerge from the trees behind her. Of the figures, she recognized one, Kevin, as she saw him approaching her holding his arms up. Amanda did not lower her guard as she continued to keep her bow raised. Kevin, that is me. Kevin replied with a bitter smile on his face. Why does it always turn out like this? He softly whispered in a quiet tone. Still not quite enough for Amanda not to hear. Amanda, believe me. It is me, Kevin. What is the name that Ren always uses when calling you? Kevin was cut off by Amanda as she asked. The moment she said those words, Kevin's face hardened. So, do not do this to me. Placing her hand over Kevin's shoulder, Melissa softly murmured, "You are what you are, Kevin." Ugh. There was an even greater distortion in Kevin's face. Fortunately for him, the small interaction he had with Melissa convinced Amanda that they were indeed Kevin and Melissa, so she lowered her bow. Her shoulders relaxed as a result. "What are you guys doing here?" "Looking for you," Melissa replied. Her sudden reply caught Amanda off guard as she raised her brow. "Looking for me? How did you know that I was here?" "Ask him." Kevin's smile only grew bitter as Melissa pointed at him. As he waved his hand at Melissa, he pushed his body forward and cleared some leaves. Taking a look at the large pyramid-like structure in the distance and staring at the air in front of him, his brows furrowed tightly. "This is problematic," he quietly murmured. Taking note of his sudden behavior, Amanda walked up to him and asked, "What is wrong?" "Shit." Looking back at Amanda, Kevin shook his head as his face turned extremely solemn. "Jin, Ren, and Emma are all inside of the structure." Jin, Ren, Emma. Amanda and Melissa both looked at each other in surprise as their heads snapped toward the pyramid in the distance. The fact that Kevin was blatantly avoiding the topic of how he knew everyone's location did not go unnoticed by Amanda, who tactfully asked another question. "What do you want to do?" Clenching on some of the leaves next to him, Kevin furrowed his brows tightly before quietly muttering, "I am not sure if it can work, but if you two place your hands on my shoulder, I might be able to teleport us to them. The real question is, who should I teleport to?" Chapter 572. Hugh. Inhaling deeply, I focused my attention on my muscles. Like a calm well, I immersed myself in my own mind as everything around me disappeared. It was important for me to take note of the different nerves used throughout my body, as I felt every twitch and movement. To harden my body completely, I must break the microfibers within my muscles and replace them with stronger ones. It was just like building muscles. A person's muscles become stronger and more durable by breaking the microfibers inside of them through exercise and building them again through recovery. As for me, I intentionally destroyed the microgivers according to Han Yufi's instructions in order to build them back up, stronger and more durable than before. By carefully snapping a selected few microfibers, one would find their body rapidly hardening. This method had only one drawback, and that was that it required a high level of concentration. I was fortunate to have a high level of concentration after all of my experiences. Hugh. Taking another deep breath, I slowly opened my eyes. This is enough for now. As I carefully helped myself up with the wall, I ignored the twitching happening all over my body. It was annoying, but at the same time, bearable. "How long has it been?" I murmured to myself as I glanced around the room. As there was no clock here, I estimated that about 1 week had passed since I arrived. It may have been less or may have been more. I wasn't sure. My brows knit at this realization. What is taking Kevin so long? Honestly, Kevin should have already figured out I was with Jin. As he was able to teleport to us, he should have already appeared in front of us by now. While he may not know that I knew this, I was very aware of his stalking feature. It was something that was within my memories. Yes, I knew not to trust my memories, but I realized that he had gained them after he managed to somehow find me when I was on a date with Amanda. It was fairly obvious if I had to be honest. In any case, with that ability, he should have already gotten an idea of where Jin and I were. I furrowed my brows even more. What if he is hesitating, thinking that his sudden appearance might put us in danger? Upon reflection, this made sense. Kevin might end up endangering me and himself if he showed up in a delicate situation. If this was the case, his caution was understandable. Aside from that, there were 2 other scenarios that I thought of as I pondered over Kevin's possible delay. 1, he was simply too far away from us, and he did not know about our current circumstances and judged us to be safe. Or 2, he was looking for the others that have also appeared on the planet. But I really hope this is not the case. The mere thought made my heart skip a beat. I could only fear for the lives of the others if they were also brought into this world. In contrast to Kevin, Jin, and me, the majority of them were unprepared for this world. If they were not ready, they could find themselves dying at any moment. Especially Small Snake and Ryan. I was really worried about the 2. Fuck. A curse escaped from my lips as I clenched my teeth. I need to get out of here faster. Cry. My mind was jolted out of my thoughts when a grinding sound echoed out, and the room's doors slowly opened. My eyes quickly closed as I noticed light spilling through the small gap in the door. As a result of my previous experience, I was prepared this time as I also covered my eyes with my hand. In any case, the sudden situation caught me off guard as I thought to myself, what is going on? My heart grew tense. For the doors to suddenly open out of nowhere, there was definitely something up. A little bit before, as Exilian, one of the demons responsible for overseeing the rooms, gazed at the black doors, he identified one room in particular. A smile spread across his face as he stared at the room. His expression caught Impedious' attention, and he asked, "Why are you smiling, KK?" A chuckle escaped from Exilian's face as he pointed toward the distance. Toward the door he was previously gazing at. "He is about to die." "What?" Slowly walking toward the door that Exilian was examining, Impedious examined it carefully, with a surprised expression. His fingers touched the door for a while before letting go. "You are right." He then turned to face Exilian. "What should we do? Should we let him die?" "No." The smile on Exilian's face widened as he shook his head. Impedious was puzzled by his reaction, so he curiously asked him, "So what should we do with him? It is obvious that he is on the verge of death." Approximately 2 hours from now, he should die. After taking a peek inside, Impedius spotted the individual, who appeared to be lifeless lying on the ground. Besides being dehydrated, he also appeared to be starving. He was practically useless. To Impedius, such an individual was not worth saving. Do you have any plans for him, or something? I do, Exilian replied while walking next to him and carefully touching the door. Taking his hand away from the door, he suddenly asked, "What is our goal?" "To break the minds of the individuals and make them work for us so that the mana compressor continues working." "Correct," Exilian replied while he turned to gaze in the direction of the other rooms. "That is how we usually do things. We break the minds of the prisoners and make them work for us, but what if?" With a sudden pause, he turned to point at 2 different rooms. What if the people that are imprisoned know each other? Then they might do anything possible in order to help each other, especially when one of them is on the verge of dying. Impedius finished the sentence as he suddenly understood what Exilian was trying to get at. Covering his mouth with his hand, Impedius's back hunched forward. Haha. A chuckle soon escaped from his lips as the smile on his face became sinister. "So are you saying that we should use this human in order to motivate the other humans to work harder?" "That is exactly it." Matching his smile, the eyes of the 2 demons shined. "Does this not sound fun?" "It does, it really does." Walking up to the nearest cell, Impedius placed his hand over the door. "Let us start then. I like your attitude." Walking up to another room, Exilian placed his hand over the door and a rock grinding sound echoed out. "Cry, cry." Soon the doors started to open. What is going on? When Jin left the room, he simply blinked his eyes once or twice to adjust his eyes to the light. By now, he had done this so many times that it had become second nature to him. As Jin surveyed the surroundings, he noticed 2 familiar figures walking out of rooms that seemed similar to the one where he was trapped in. Jin was not one to get surprised often, and when he did not show it, but as he called out their names, his face could not help but change. "Just what in the world is going on?" "Emma, Han Yufei. This voice, is that Jin?" Emma called out as she covered her eyes with her hand. "You are also here, Jin." Unlike Emma, Han Yufei did not cover his face with his hand, nevertheless, he still had his eyes closed. It was clear that they were not able to adjust to the sudden shift in lighting like Jin was able to. "Emma, Han Yufei." The sound of another familiar voice echoed in Jin's ears as his gaze snapped to the distance, where Ren stood with an incomparably grave expression on his face. His eyes were of course also closed at the moment. Though he did not show it on the outside, Jin suddenly felt a sense of superiority as he gazed at Ren. "I guess all that training ended up paying off." This familiar voice, "Is that you, Ren?" Emma's voice echoed out once more. Turning to gaze in Emma's general direction, Ren solemnly replied, "Yes, it is me. Do you know why we are here?" Ren did not answer. Instead, he turned to gaze toward his right, where nobody stood. "Han Yufei, how did you get here?" "I do not know." Answering Ren's question, Han Yufei turned to face his general direction. "All I saw was a bright light, and I suddenly found myself trapped inside of a dark room." "Shit." The frown on Ren's face deepened as he cursed out loud. "What is wrong?" Emma quietly asked as she crossed her arms together. Her reaction honestly surprised Jin, as he had originally expected her to throw a tantrum as soon as Ren ignored her. This was how things usually went with the 2 of them. But much to his surprise, this did not happen. The fact that Emma did not throw a fit really surprised Jin. "She has changed," he quietly thought to himself. Massaging his eyes repeatedly, Ren slowly opened his eyes. Well, at least attempted to, as he soon closed them again. "This is bad," he softly whispered as he continued to massage his eyes. "It looks like we are not the only ones who got teleported into this world." It was just as I feared. Trying to calm my nervous heart, I massaged my eyes and stood still as my eyes adjusted to the light. The fact that Emma and Han Yufei are both here confirms it. Jin, Kevin, and I were not the only ones that go transported in this world. This was an obvious conclusion after taking note of their presence. But what I really wanted to know at the moment about the situation was exactly who got teleported here. Last I recalled, Han Yufei was not in the mercenary house back when everything happened, and Emma, well, who knows what she was doing. It was certain, however, that she was not with us. For her to have also shown up, there is something seriously off about the situation. The ominous feeling inside of my heart only grew with time. Massaging my eyes one more time, I slowly opened them. Ugh. As soon as I opened them, a groan escaped my mouth, but I kept them open despite the pain. This gave me a clearer understanding of what was around me, and allowed me to see the others for the first time. Except for Jin, all the others looked bad. Their clothes and hair were a mess. They had a healthy complexion, but it was still paler than usual, and a far cry from their past selves. They did not look terrible, but there was something else that caught my attention. A particular room in the distance. Seeing everyone outside their own rooms, and noticing there was only one room apart from mine, where no one else stood, I felt an ominous feeling. Slowly I walked up to the room. I hope it is just a random room, I thought to myself as I walked to the room. I seriously hoped it was that. Chapter 573. This will do for now. Brian carefully combed his hair and adjusted his clothes in front of the mirror. In addition to his white shirt, he wore a black pair of pants that seemed a bit too big for his body. His shirt was slightly wrinkled, but given his current living conditions, it was all he could do. It was still nevertheless a good look for him. He looked sharp. Ha. As Brian exhaled, he leaned forward and placed both hands on the side of the sink. Softly mumbling under his breath, he gazed at his reflection, particularly his green eyes. You can do it. You can defiantly do it, Brian. This was the first day of his new job, and he could not screw it up. Brian's resolve hardened as he thought about his mother's condition. I can definitely do it. As Brian turned around, he slapped his cheeks and closed the faucet. As he carefully opened the bathroom door, he felt his previous nervousness disappear completely. Upon exiting the bathroom, Brian was greeted by a blast of cold air coming from the air conditioner of the building. You must be the newbie. A young man in his mid-20s greeted him near the entrance to the bathroom. With long black hair that flowed down his shoulders, he had a face that mesmerized everyone who looked at him, especially his eyes that made one fall into a trance with just a glimpse. Handsome. As he stared at the man in front of him for a moment, even Brian was mesmerized for a short couple of seconds. He fumbled with his words. As he extended a hand, the man carefully scrutinized Brian's face. Nice to meet you, newbie. A bright smile adorned his face. My name is Hemlock. Hemlock Feiner, and I will be your supervisor. Small snake. Small snake. Small snake. Suddenly, he was awakened by a familiar voice. After slowly coming to his senses, Small Snake spotted a familiar face. Ren. He silently thought to himself as he struggled to open his mouth. He could feel water dripping inside of his mouth as some of the water began spilling all over his face. He did not know for how long this had been going, but he no longer felt as thirsty as before. Even so, his body and mind remained numb. Small Snake. Small Snake. He heard Ren's voice calling out for him. Why is it him out of all people? When Small Snake thought about how someone would hallucinate near death, he was not sure whether to laugh or cry. If there was a face that he did not want to see when he was close to death, it would definitely be Ren's. He had been traumatized enough by him. Small Snake. Small Snake. Smack. Smack. Upon feeling his left and right cheeks sting, and after the dream cleared up a bit, he realized he had not been dreaming, and Ren had indeed been slapping him continuously. Smack. Smack. Stop. Stop. You are awake. Small Snake heard Ren's relieved voice as the slapping stopped. Yeah. Small Snake similarly replied in a relieved voice, but for a different reason. Thank God the slapping stopped. They really hurt. Are you okay? Yeah. The moment Small Snake tried to move his body up, he realized he could not move a single muscle. UGK. A pained groan escaped from his lips as his mind blanked. Stay down. A hand pressed down on his chest as Ren shook his head. You are still far too dehydrated to move. Fortunately, I have given you enough water to hydrate you, but your conditions are still terrible. Though Small Snake could not see clearly at the moment, he could see Ren's face turn bitter with worry. I guess he cares. He was somewhat happy to see this. Sometimes, Small Snake really doubted that Ren cared for him, but seeing how worried he was for him, Small Snake realized that he indeed cared. He was just too much of an ass to show it. A smile spread on his face as he turned his gaze away from Ren, and he stared at the ceiling. It is bad, isn't it? It did not take a genius to understand that his current condition was terrible. From barely being able to move his body, to feel little to no energy, Small Snake could tell. He was on the verge of death. This sucks. Small Snake uttered inside of his mind as his eyelids grew heavier. I do not want to die yet. There was still something that he wanted to do before dying. Something that he promised himself to accomplish no matter what. He could not die just yet. Yet, his eyelids progressively became heavier. He did not know what was happening, but the incoming darkness scared him. The only thing he could see at the moment was Ren's blurry figure. He could also faintly hear something, but his mind was too out of it to properly process what he was trying to say. In the end, darkness slowly overtook his vision, and his consciousness slipped. Fortunately for him, he was able to make out the last words that Ren had said to him. Have a rest. Unknowingly, a faint curl spread on his lips before his mind slipped. Okay, this is bad. I carefully stood up as I stared at Small Snake, who was passed out before me. His current condition was quite frankly terrible. If something was not done soon, I could not guarantee his life. I need to do something about this quick. It is just like you said, they know each other. What did I tell you? Suddenly, two sinister voices filled with malice echoed throughout the room, as my head snapped back, and I saw two demons standing behind the door of the room. Who goes there? I asked while taking a glimpse behind them. It was there that I caught sight of the others on the floor. Seeing Jin and the others on the ground staring at me with their eyes open, I realized that they were probably responsible for beating me up and trapping us. Rather than answering my question, one of the demons slowly walked in my direction. Oh, so you know demonic language. Similarly, taking a step forward, I tried to shield Small Snake away from the demons. His current state was critical, and if anything happened at the moment, I feared that he would die. Shit. Just the thought made my heart palpitate with anxiety. No matter what, I cannot let anything happen to Small Snake. It was not just because his safety was my responsibility, but because he was one of the people I knew for the longest. Even before Amanda, Kevin, and the others, he had been with me through my highs and lows. I could not for the love of God let anything happen to him. I am quite curious as to how you humans managed to get into this planet. One of the two demons asked. He had a rather bulky figure and two large horns on his head that circled inwardly. The darkish red tone of his skin and the aura he exuded were similar to those of a Viscount-ranked demon. On normal occasions, such level of strength was not anything that I would take note of. But since my mana was currently sealed, it certainly felt like I was staring at a huge mountain. I am also quite curious. Have the humans perhaps figured out a way to teleport to other planets? If so, that would truly be problematic. The other demon spoke up. Unlike the bulky demon, he had a rather lanky build, and his horns were sharp, rather than curly like the other demon. Nevertheless, he also exerted the strength that closely resembled a Viscount-ranked demon. Posed with their questions, I did not answer them, but rather carefully looked around my surroundings. Opening my mouth, I asked a couple of questions. Where are we, and what do you want from us? My current priority was figuring out where we were before anything else. I already had a little hunch, but I needed to make sure before anything else. Where we are. As the demons glanced at each other, they had strange looks on their faces. As they laughed silently to themselves, a smile cracked on their faces as they turned their attention back to Small Snake, who was lying behind me. There is no need to be so impatient. You will see soon enough. You will see soon enough. You can teleport. With wide open eyes, Amanda and Melissa stared at Kevin. How come you never mentioned this before? Melissa asked as she leaned her body forward to get a better look at the giant pyramid in the distance. As she pushed some of the leaves away from her face, she silently muttered. And you are also saying that you know of a way to teleport to anyone you want. That is correct. Does that include Amanda and I? Yeah. Kevin scratched the back of his ear as he kept his gaze toward the front. At the moment, he was truthfully answering all of their questions. He was really afraid of what they would do if they realized that he had a way to know where exactly they are located at any point in time. Feeling Melissa's sharp gaze, Kevin stood motionless as he did not dare utter a single word. Taking another look at the pyramid in the distance, Melissa asked, "Are you sure that Ren and the others are inside of that thing?" "Sure," Kevin confidently replied as he caught a glimpse of the system interface in front of him. Massaging the bottom of her chin, Melissa's brows furrowed even more tightly. "And are you sure that you can teleport to any of them at any point in time?" "Yes," Kevin once again confirmed. However, recalling something, he added, "I can only teleport once though. I cannot teleport back out since there is a cooldown for the skill." "I see." Rather than being surprised by the sudden revelation, Melissa did not show any reaction. It was only after a while that she removed her hand from her chin and gravely nodded her head. Putting on a pained expression, she let out a long sigh. "Although I hate to say this, it looks like we have to make some sacrifices. It was nice knowing them for the time that we did. We are going to Ren." Cutting Melissa off, Amanda placed her hand on Kevin's shoulder and grabbed Melissa's hand. Her sudden action surprised the both of them as they looked at Amanda with a baffled look. But instead of caring about how they looked at her, Amanda sternly looked at Kevin and ordered, "Get going and stop wasting time." Chapter 574. Hurry up, Kevin. Don't waste any more time. The firm voice of Amanda echoed throughout the surrounding area as Melissa and Kevin stared at her, baffled. When was she ever like this? Simultaneously, they thought. Ignoring their looks, Amanda urged, In a state of shock, Kevin had no idea how to respond to Amanda's abrupt attitude shift. He really had no idea. When Kevin was about to say anything, Melissa covered her forehead with her hand and extended her other hand to cover his mouth. In the distance, she glanced at the large pyramid and sighed. Going now would do more harm than good. What do you mean? Kevin and Amanda simultaneously looked at Melissa. They were both wondering what her words meant. A second sigh escaped Melissa's lips as she stared at them both. Bringing her arms towards the leaves and pulling them away, she glanced at the pyramid in the distance and asked, "Kevin, you said that Ren and the others are currently inside of the mana compressor, right?" "That's right." Kevin nodded his head. Bringing his arm out to push some leaves away, he also gazed at the nearby pyramid. Beside him, Amanda leaned forward a bit to get a better look. In the meantime, Melissa continued to speak. "Currently, my best guess is that Ren and the others are inside the building not because they infiltrated it, but rather because they are imprisoned there. But if it's Shut up." Melissa extended her hand and stopped Kevin from interrupting her. Her glare and her stern voice were enough to stop Kevin from speaking as he nodded his head. Massaging her chin, Melissa pondered for a bit before continuing. "Let me finish before you say some of your usual nonsense." She brushed the side of her hair behind her ear. "According to how mana compressors work, especially ones of this size, I would guess they are currently somewhere beneath the pyramid, trying to fuel the device. As with any large machine, it consumed a lot of fuel when it was running, and Melissa estimated that the pyramid in the distance consumed a lot of energy, large enough that it needed a lot of cores and ores in order to fuel. Her conclusion was that if Ren and the others were truly in the compressor, they would have gone into labor to fuel the compressor. We would not only bring trouble to ourselves, but we would also bring trouble to them if we left now." Melissa shook her head, letting go of the leaves that soon returned to their usual position, blocking her view of the pyramid. "I was only half joking when I previously said that they should be sacrificed. I mean, Emma and Jin are pretty important people. Their death would bring me quite a lot of trouble." Biting her nail, Melissa looked at Kevin and Amanda. "In any case, you two have heard my analysis. You should now know better than to act rashly and teleport yourselves there." Her stern words prompted Amanda and Kevin to nod their heads in understanding. "Good." Melissa patted her hands in satisfaction. Her face was adorned with a half-smile. Rustle, rustle. A rustling sound was heard at that moment, and Melissa noticed Amanda let go of Kevin's shoulder. "What are you doing?" "The obvious," Amanda replied, prompting a frown to appear on Melissa's face. "Sounds annoying. It's the only way." She then disappeared from Kevin's and Melissa's sight. Dumbly staring in Amanda's direction, Kevin turned to look at Melissa and asked, Where is she going? To get some information, Melissa replied while she crossed her arms and sat down. Turning around to look at Kevin, she shook her head. In order to gain a better understanding of the building's infrastructure, and Ren's and the others' conditions, she'll probably abduct a demon. It only took a simple glance from Melissa to understand Amanda's next set of actions. Although she had let emotions get the best of her not too long ago, now that she had calmed down, she understood exactly what she needed to do. Melissa was happy with that. There couldn't be more than two idiots at the same time. All right. Finally understanding Melissa's point, Kevin turned back to look at the structure in the distance. I'll keep watch of the pyramid while Amanda takes care of the information gathering. This is so that I can react if anything outside my expectations happens. All right. Finally, having sorted the situation out, Melissa took out a set of equipment from his dimensional space and carefully placed them in front of her. Clasping her hands together, she smiled. Let's continue what we were doing. Earth. As Liam scratched his head, he looked at the large black miasmic pyramid in the distance. He could feel the thick demonic energy emanating from the large light above the structure from where he stood. Standing on top of a peak overlooking the distance, he caught a glimpse of several demons guarding the pyramid's entrances. Demons. Taking note of the horns on their heads, Liam was able to instantly guess what the creatures were. They were demons. Where am I? He had previously thought that he was on Earth, but as he stared at the demons and structure in the distance, Liam was starting to have second doubts. Was he perhaps still in the demon world? But how could that be? He remembered leaving with Ren's. How strange. His yellow pupils lit with a yellow hue as the world around him zoomed, and the world around him shifted. The demons guarding the door appear to be Viscount-ranked demons and, blinking a couple of times, a frown emerged on Liam's face. I can also feel the presence of a couple of Marquis-ranked demons inside. A Duke too, but his aura feels strange. It looked rather lethargic in his eyes. Perhaps the demon was old. Liam couldn't exactly tell, but from what he was seeing, it looked to be the case. How troublesome. How troublesome. Covering his face with his hand, a sword sheath materialized in his other hand. Attacking them now would truly be a stupid idea. A very stupid one. But a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes, and lightning cracked around him at that moment. Crack. Crackle. As he stepped forward, his body zoomed all the way to the pyramid's entrance. Who's there? Intruder. His sudden appearance startled the two demons guarding the place. Hey, there's no need to be this panicked. He raised both hands in the air as he muttered. However, his words did not seem to reach the demons' ears as demonic energy erupted from them. When Liam saw this, his eyes twinkled with excitement. Don't tell me I didn't warn you. Click. In the air, a subtle clicking sound resounded as the heads of the two demons fell to the ground without him moving from the spot. Thud. Thud. Rolling towards Liam's feet, he kicked the head to the side and strolled into the gates of the building where a long and dark corridor met his sight. Although it's not the same, this will do for now, Liam muttered as he walked through the corridor, and his bright yellow pupils shined in the midst of the darkness. It'll take a couple of tweaks, and might be different from what he showed me, but it'll get there eventually. Humming to himself, Liam's figure soon disappeared into the building. In the dense foliage, Amanda pondered. I was being too emotional. Amanda realized just how flawed her previous thinking was after hearing Melissa's comments. She had let her emotions get the best of her. Even now, she wasn't exactly in the best state of mind. She wanted nothing more than to rush in and help Ren and the others out, but as she thought back at Melissa's words, she could only force her emotions down. Now is not the time. Catching a glimpse of something in the distance, a bow materialized in her hand. Immediately after that, she raised it and pulled its string. Kaka. Suddenly, a thin blue arrow shot towards the distance at incredible speeds before disappearing from sight. The piercing sound in the air was just as if a sharp knife was running across a glass pane. Around B rank, she had felt something coming from that direction. Rustle. Rustle. Pushing aside the leaves coming from the trees, Amanda's feet soon came to a pause. Strange, she muttered as her eyes squinted. Bending down on the ground, and taking note of the ground that was burned due to her arrow, Amanda's delicate brows knit. My arrow definitely hit something. She was sure of this. It wasn't well known, but Amanda had a special talent that enabled her to tell when her arrow had hit something. Therefore, she was sure that she had hit something. The fact that it didn't leave anything behind could only mean one thing. Rustle. Her head snapped back and her feet pressed against the ground lightly, enabling her to distance herself from the direction of where the sound came from. Swoosh. It was at that moment that she felt a fierce wind blow against her, sending her hair scattering away as a sharp tip aimed for her face. Amanda was quick to react. With her keen eyes that were honed to see the tiniest of details, she carefully avoided the sharp tips and raised her bow. Rippling waves visible to the naked eye congealed in the air, as if light itself was twisting. After that, 3 thick arrows formed on her bow. Bang! A fierce blast suddenly shot out from one of the bushes as Amanda spotted a bright white light headed in her direction. Hein! Ah fuck! After the blast, a bulky man emerged from one of the bushes holding a large shield hidden beneath a thin white cloth. Not only that, but following after him was another girl holding onto a flute in her right hand. She was currently sitting atop what seemed to be a large black wolf, one that was the size of half an elephant. A whoa! The wolf's cry echoed throughout the forest. They look familiar. Amanda took a step to the side and narrowly avoided the blast coming from her. The mana in her body slowly fluctuated as she got an even better look at the people surrounding them. It was then. Wait. A crisp and pleasant voice echoed out loud as a stunning beauty with long black hair, and 2 horns stepped out. Instantly, Amanda's face changed as she recognized who the demon was. It's you. Chapter 575. Amanda's face turned cold as she stared at the enchanting figure that was staring back at her from the distance. It is her. Amanda was able to recognize her with just a simple glimpse of her face. How could she not? She was the demoness that had placed a curse on her mother. She was the same demon that worked for Ren and fooled her by transforming into a cat. Pudding. The sudden recollection of Pudding resulted in a slight twitch of Amanda's hand. She managed to hide the twitch by bringing her hand behind her back. Amanda's emotions were currently in disarray as she stared at Angelica. She didn't exactly know how to react. She still couldn't quite bring herself to forgive her. Hugh. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself down. I need to stop being emotional. Amanda's face became indifferent as she remembered what she had told herself previously. After alternating between the others and realizing that they were the people Ren had once introduced, Amanda relaxed. It looks like you have also been transported into this world. Her bow disappeared into thin air, and the mana in her body stopped flowing. Following her actions, the others also relaxed. Puff. With smoke diffusing in the air, Leopold suddenly spoke. You are? Amanda replied as she turned to look at Leopold. Taking a short glimpse of the cigarette in his hand, Amanda was at a loss for words. She couldn't quite understand how one would smoke in these circumstances. Amanda, ha. Tapping the butt of the cigarette, Leopold crossed his arms. Have we ever met before? Yes. His question caught Amanda slightly off guard. Does he not remember that I went to his daughter's concert? Halting her thought process there, Amanda's eyes suddenly sharpened. It was at that moment that she suddenly recalled that he was Sophia's father. We have met before? Is that so? We're EX. In Henlauer. She interrupted him mid-sentence before turning to look at the others, pausing on Angelica at the end. As opposed to greeting her, she immediately began asking her questions. Amanda seemed rather distant, but it was merely because she didn't want to let her emotions get the best of her. Do you have any idea where we are? And how did you guys appear here? I was hoping you might know the answer to that. Angelica replied while staring toward the surroundings. She didn't seem to mind Amanda's distant attitude. The last thing I remember is being teleported in this place before meeting up with the others. Same for me. Crossing her arms together, Amanda pondered for a bit before she turned around and suggested, come with me for now. Come with you? The others exchanged glances as Amanda's sudden actions surprised them. Amanda ignored them and went deeper into the forest. If you guys are looking for Ren, I know where he is. Her figure vanished into the forest after that. Ugh. I groaned as I inhaled the thick pervasive sulfuric gas that was permeating the air and burning up my nose. Additionally, my feet were burning as I walked barefoot over rocks that released steam in the air as a result of the heat. Plop, plop. Magma bubble burst in the air from beside me as some of it landed on the surface of my clothes, burning my body and clothes. Hugh. Taking a series of calculated breaths, I tried my best to ignore the pain and continued to march forwards. It's heavy. I could barely keep my knees from buckling as I carried 2 large boulders behind my back. But it's the only way. I turned to gaze toward the far distance, where I caught sight of Small Snake laying down on the ground with heavy sweat trickling down his pale face. Beside him were a couple of smaller rocks. Shit. I cursed as I noticed his condition. My grip on the rocks behind me firmed as I accelerated and headed towards Small Snake. His condition looked worse than ever. Bang. Dropping the rocks behind me, I moved to where Small Snake was laying. His complexion was extremely pale, and his face was drenched in sweat. Hey, are you okay? Wiping the sweat on my forehead, I tried to get a better look at him, but he simply brushed my hand away. I am fine. His weak voice echoed out. I shook my head as I noticed the tremble in his voice. You're anything but fine. Taking a deep breath, I looked at Small Snake's rocks and my own. My eyes turned to Small Snake as I slowly stood up and picked his rocks up. What are you do? Shut up. After slapping Small Snake in the back of his head and knocking him out, I picked up his body over my shoulder. Then, moving back to my boulders, I bent my body and picked up my 2 boulders. Ugh. A sharp pain coursed through my body as I slowly lifted the boulders off the ground. I could feel the muscles of my body tear apart as blood started to drip down from the side of my lips. Ignoring the pain, I slowly moved my body forward 1 step at the stone. Thump, thump. With each step I took, the ground beneath me shook. A sizzling sound reverberated throughout the air as my sweat dripped to the ground and instantly evaporated. Hugh. Enduring the pain and heat, I breathed in the same manner that Han Yufei taught me and slowly continued to walk forward. Despite the pain, I could feel my body slowly getting better over time. This was a result of all the training I did. I'm close. After walking for the next 10 minutes, I was able to spot a large cliff in the distance where a large black hole resided. Standing near the cliff were several demons, alongside different figures, ranging from orcs, elves, and dwarves. Most notably, I also spotted a couple of familiar figures. Looks like they are already there. Gritting my teeth to the point where I thought they would shatter, I continued to head toward the hole. Faster, hurry up. Near the hole, I could hear the demons shouting louder, and it wasn't long before I spotted what looked like a massive graveyard, filled with thousands and thousands of corpses that littered all over the hot ground. Had it not been for the sulfuric smell that permeated the surroundings, I would have already puked from the smell of the rotten corpses on the ground. Ugh. Feeling the squishy and rotten sensation on my feet, as I stepped over the corpses, my stomach churned. But as I glanced at small snake on my shoulders, I continued to persist and move forward. I was almost there. What are you doing? Taking his eyes away from the pyramid, Kevin turned to look at Melissa, who seemed to be busy doing something. She seemed to be mixing a series of different colored mixtures. What am I doing? Pouring one test tube over the other, and mixing two substances together, Melissa glanced at Kevin from the corner of her eyes. Did you forget our previous conversation? About the weird flowers you were previously talking about? Yeah. Melissa nodded and shook the test tube. Slowly the mixture started to turn green. Taking a careful look at it, she continued. I'm currently trying to decompose the effect of two different flowers I found, and trying a series of new things. And, uncapping the test tube, Melissa casually tossed the test tube toward the distance. Coming into contact with the ground, the test tube shattered into pieces, and the liquid spilled onto the ground. Immediately after that, the vegetation around where the test tube broke apart started to slowly disintegrate and decay. Nice. A smile adorned Melissa's face as she stared at the effects of the mixture she threw. Taking out a piece of paper from her dimensional space and a pen, she jotted down a couple of things. The mixture seems to contain strong chorus. Rustle, rustle. A series of rustling noises echoed out, and Melissa and Kevin stopped whatever they were doing and stood up. It appeared that multiple figures were heading in their direction based on the sound. A sword materialized in Kevin's hand as he prepared himself for combat. A familiar voice interrupted him just as he was about to channel his mana. It's me. Coming out from one of the bushes was Amanda, who was soon followed by a series of other familiar figures that Kevin was able to instantly recognize. It's you guys. Immediately, Kevin lowered his sword. How? His state of mind was currently in a state of disarray, as he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. How is it possible that they are also here? It was already confusing to him how Emma, Amanda, Melissa, and the others were dragged into this world. He could only explain it by the link he had created with them, but how did they get here as well? Kevin couldn't recall having set up a link with any of the people in front of him. How could they have shown up in this world as well? Just what in the world is going on? So you are also here. Jolting Kevin out of his thoughts, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was none other than the demoness that worked with Ren. Angelica was it? Quick to calm down, Kevin looked at the other people and judged Angelica to be the leader of the group, especially after taking a quick glance at the others. Puff. What are you doing? It's obviously a bit dirty. No, it's not. Just what kind of people did Ren recruit? Shaking his head, Kevin was just about to walk up to Angelica when his head suddenly snapped back, and his eyes paused on a large pyramid in the distance. He wasn't the only one to react, as both Amanda and Angelica also reacted and turned their gaze toward the pyramid in the distance. Without saying anything, Kevin brushed the leaves to the side to get a better look at the pyramid. It was then that he spotted a shocking scene. It was a scene where an individual that looked to be a human walked toward the entrance of the pyramid while decapitating the heads of the two demons guarding the entrance. Most shocking was the fact that he never moved from his spot the entire time. What? Kevin's eyes opened wide in shock. While he was shocked by the idea of someone barging into the pyramid through the front door, he was most shocked by the sword art he used. It was the same as Ren's. How? Kevin wasn't the only one startled by this as Amanda's eyes met Kevin's. What's going on? They both wondered at the same time. It's him. It was then that Angelica's voice echoed out. Both Amanda and Kevin turned their head to gaze at her. You know him? Biting her lip and nodding bitterly, Angelica glanced at Kevin out of the corner of her eye. Yeah. With a squint of her eyes, she softly murmured. He is someone that Ren brought, and is someone that Ren said is even more talented than him. In spite of her soft voice, Amanda and Kevin felt her words ring powerfully inside their heads as they couldn't comprehend what she was saying. More talented than Ren? How was that possible? Ren was already on the verge of breaking through to S- rank by the age of 21 or 22, and was already so strong. And now he was saying that there was someone even more talented than him. Staring at Angelica, Kevin couldn't help but ask again. Is that true? Yes. Angelica nodded her head as her face turned complicated. I don't particularly agree with what he said since he is older and has the same rank, but as I've fought with him already, I can say that he's incredibly S. Enough with the chit-chat. Cutting Angelica off, Melissa placed her hand over Kevin's shoulder as she lifted her glasses up with her finger. You wanted to save Ren and the others, right? Squinting her eyes to look into the distance, Melissa clicked her tongue. Seriously? Why bother recruiting someone that recklessly goes into enemy territory and doesn't even bother killing them? Does this guy even know that demons have cores? Angelica and the others turned to face the pyramid following Melissa's words and noticed that the demons that had been decapitated were gradually regenerating. Everyone's face turned weird when they noticed this, especially Angelica, who covered her face with her hand. He most likely forgot this. Forgot? Seriously? Melissa's face cringed. Shaking her head, she gripped Kevin's shoulder. I can't be bothered. Anyways, Kevin, you better hurry up and teleport everyone to where Ren is. Once the demons regenerate, they will most likely alert the other demons, and that will most likely be the best chance for us to fetch that sack of shit. Hume. Halfway through her sentence, Melissa coughed and silently mumbled. Almost slipped. Unfortunately for her, almost everyone understood her words. Pretending to be oblivious to this, Melissa patted Kevin on the shoulder. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Chapter 576. Hugh. My chest burned with every breath I took. The pain was unbearable. It almost felt as though I was breathing fire, but keep breathing. The familiar voice and hand pressing against my back prompted me to keep breathing in the same manner as before. It was hard, very hard. In the process of dropping the boulders into the hole, I almost passed out from overexertion. It would have been catastrophic if Han Yufei hadn't dragged me away and hidden me in a corner to help me. Fortunately, as this seemed to be a common scene, none of the demons took particular notice of me. You're almost there. Han Yufei's voice echoed out once more. Clenching my teeth, sweat dripped down from the side of my face as it sizzled on the steaming hot ground. Ugh. Despite the pain, I persisted through the pain as I felt myself progressing. A slow but steady increase in strength and recovery was occurring in my muscles. In spite of the fact that I had no mana inside my body was slowly recovering. It was nothing short of miraculous. Don't lose focus. Han Yufei's voice once again echoed inside of my head as he helped me master the first stage of his family martial manual, body hardening. Compared to the other two sections, it sounded like the most lackluster stage of his martial manual, but I beg to differ. At the moment, I find it to be the most effective method. There was a simple reason for this. With it, I might be able to increase the power and time of my last skill, Limit Breaker, the most ominous skill that I had, but also my biggest reassurance. With every use, I knew that I would have to follow my other self's arrangements, but I also knew that I would be able to live longer through this skill, especially since I was still quite weak compared to my enemies, and I ended up facing enemies that tended to be way above my rank nowadays. There are 4 phases to the body hardening method: bronze body, silver body, gold body, and diamond body. You've currently achieved the bronze body, and you're close to achieving the silver body. If you keep practicing as I told you, then you won't have any problems breaking through to the next level anytime soon. I slowly turned around as I felt Han Yufei's hand leave my body. The sensation of cooling that was coursing through my body vanished at that moment. A pity, I thought as I slowly stood up and stretched my body. How's his condition? Crouching down next to Jin and Emma, who were sitting not so far from where we were, I carefully examined Small Snake's condition. He seems to be fine, Emma replied as she examined his body carefully. Placing her finger over his wrist, she closed her eyes for several seconds. His heartbeat is a bit weak, and his complexion is a bit pale, but for now, he isn't in any danger. He is just exhausted. That's good. I sighed in relief once I heard her words. As I've said before, it was my responsibility to keep Small Snake alive. I couldn't forgive myself if anything happened to him. Let's get going, Jin said as he stood up and looked toward the distance. The demons are coming. They won't like it if they see us doing nothing. You're right. As I looked into the distance, I saw several demons approaching in our general direction, and picked up Small Snake's body. I then placed him over my shoulders. At least they're not overworking us, Han Yufei commented as he stretched his shoulders. I nodded slightly as I turned to face his direction. Yeah. Surprisingly, for a labor camp, the demons were rather lax. Or rather, they weren't stupid to the point of overworking the people here. We were allowed to have short breaks in order to recover our stamina. This was so that they could ensure maximum performance from the people working. The breaks weren't long, about 10 minutes long, but it was still nonetheless something. As we sat on one of the rocks, some of the people from the other races were also taking short breaks and quietly eating some of the strange goo from before. I guess all the deaths over here are mostly from suicide, I thought as I stepped over the corpses beneath me. The rotten feeling still made my stomach churn, but I simply endured it and headed for the far end where the boulders were. Things would have been a lot easier if my mana wasn't blocked, I muttered as I walked. If my mana wasn't sealed, I would have been able to finish my task faster and more efficiently, but apparently, the ores inside of the boulders reacted negatively to any form of energy, and hence why our mana was sealed. Kind of bullshit, but it wasn't as though I could do anything about it. Ha. Sighing deeply, I walked toward the rocks in the distance with Small Snake on my shoulder. I really want to get out of here. Has everyone placed their hands on Kevin? Melissa impatiently looked at the others and checked whether they had placed their hands on Kevin. It was the necessary condition in order for the teleportation skill to work. Yes. Yep. Ready. Upon confirming that everyone had placed their hands on Kevin, she patted his shoulder. All right, do your thing. Kevin's mouth twitched as he felt Melissa's pat. In a soft voice, he whispered, "What am I, a dog?" Yes. Melissa nodded, clearly overhearing his whisper. Patting Kevin in the head again, she turned to look at the pyramid in the distance and urged, "Now hurry up. We don't have much time." Fine, fine. With a roll of his eyes, Kevin turned to face the pyramid and pressed the air. His actions caused the others to look at each other with a weird look on their faces. However, it didn't last for long as their vision soon blacked out, and they felt a familiar sensation engulf their body. Their bodies slowly disintegrated into particles, and they vanished from their spot. Clank. What followed after the all too familiar rock grating sound was complete darkness as I found myself back in my room. Ha. Ha. My energy was dwindling as I breathed deeply. My body was completely exhausted, and I barely felt any energy inside of my body. Shit. I let out a curse while covering my face with my hand. Now is not the time to rest. After ripping the shirt off my body, I sat cross-legged on the floor. Then I started breathing rhythmically, recalling Han Yufei's previous teachings. There was a time for everything, and now was not the time for me to relax. I had to train. If I persevere through the exhaustion and pain, as Han Yufei said, my body will continue to improve, and I will soon be able to progress to the next phase of the body hardening method. Imagining how much stronger I would be after learning the skill excited me to no end as my eyes closed shut. Just you wait. In that moment, a bright light flashed across the room, forcing me to add more strength to my eyelids that were keeping my eyes closed. Are we here? Why is it so dark? Because the lights are off. Where is my cigarette? A series of familiar voices echoed after the bright light, as darkness returned to the room. Ha! My body jumped up in shock as I recognized the voices. What in the world is going on here? So you're saying that you haven't seen any humans here? Several demons prostrate themselves to the ground, not daring to look up, as a sinister voice reverberated across a vast expanse. Yes, Your Highness. One of the demons replied as his body shook uncontrollably. It had to be noted that the demon was a Duke-ranked demon, and yet he was trembling like a newborn cub. For him to fear the figure in front of him, it displayed just how powerful the figure was. So not on this planet as well. Observing a large pyramid-shaped structure in the distance, Magnus massaged the bottom of his chin. This marks another planet that has no humans inside. Thinking of His Majesty's orders, Magnus couldn't help but doubt whether there truly were any humans on any of the mentioned planets, but as his faith in Jezebeth was high, he didn't question his orders. I have no choice but to continue to fulfill his orders. Is there anything else that you would like to know? The same demon from before spoke. Lowering his head and carefully scrutinizing the demon, Magnus showed a surprised look. Oh, a thin smile spread across his face. Normally, I don't like it when people talk without my permission, but since I'm in a good mood today, let's see what your next response is. The surrounding area was enveloped in deathly silence as the demons began to tremble uncontrollably, especially the demon that had previously spoken, as he felt the humongous presence coming out of Magnus and heading in his direction. A thick killing intent permeated through the air as Magnus' eyes shined with a red hue. I will try to answer to the best of my abilities. The Duke-ranked demon knew from that moment that his next words would decide his life or death as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Good. Magnus nodded as he brought his hands behind his back. What clan are you from? All the demons present froze on the spot following his words. It was especially obvious on the Duke-ranked demon, who trembled uncontrollably. It was a simple question, yet the implications behind it were massive. It had to be noted that killing a demon of Duke rank from another clan was the equivalent of waging war against them. Magnus was simply threading on a thin wire. After slowly raising his head to gaze at Magnus, the demon replied, I'm from the clan of Pride. Pride clan. Magnus' brow raised. You from the Pride clan? A chuckle escaped from his lips as he shook his head. It wasn't long before his face twisted. Even though you know that you belong to my clan, you behave as if you have no shred of pride inside of your body. It became increasingly difficult to breathe as every word he spoke bore down on everything around him, forcing the demon to lower their heads even further. Pathetic. With a swipe of his hand, the Duke-ranked demon turned into dust. Turning his body to face the distance, Magnus' fingers flicked in the air and a fissure appeared in front of him. Cassaria was it. Magnus slowly entered the fissure. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 577. Bang. A powerful blast reverberated through a large room as a figure skidded back. Cough. Cough. What followed after the blasting sound was a series of coughs as the dust in the air settled, revealing a figure with long black hair and yellow eyes. Cough. Liam smiled as he wiped his mouth and noticed the smudge of blood on his thumb. That was pretty strong. What is another human doing here? An effeminate-looking humanoid with two curly horns floated in the air opposite Liam. While levitating in the air, the demon licked his lips slowly as he gazed at Liam. Now that I'm getting a closer look at you, you're quite the handsome lad. Ah, shivers ran down Liam's body as he felt the gaze of the demon. What's going on? What prompted the shivers wasn't the demon's weird gaze, but something else. Something deeper. It was his sixth sense. Something he had honed over countless battles and struggles. At the moment, it was telling him that something was wrong with the situation. His instinct was right as he felt a sharp whistling sound coming from his right cheek. It was there that Liam noticed the demon appearing right beside him. It had only taken a short second for him to appear next to Liam and attack him. Fast. Liam thought as his eyes gleamed with a strange yellow hue, and lightning began to crackle around his body. Clang. A metallic ring echoed throughout the air as the demon's sharp nails came into contact with the sheath of Liam's sword that was only slightly tilted to the right. Even then, cough. Skidding several meters back, Liam coughed again. This time, blood came out of his mouth as his knee trembled, and he was forced to stab his sword to the ground in order to stop himself from crashing against the nearby wall. How powerful. Lifting his head up to gaze at the demon, Liam clenched and unclenched his fist as he placed the sheath of the sword next to his waist. Massaging the side of his neck, he quietly mumbled to himself. As I thought, fighting against a marquis rank demon, while I'm still A+ rank, isn't suitable. In the meantime, the demon was carefully observing Liam. You're pretty strong, the demon commented. Raising his head to stare at the demon, Liam lowered his head. Thank you. Key. The demon chuckled as the wings on his back folded together. He then extended his hand. Continuing this fight is pointless. You're weaker than me, and you know that. It would be a pity to let such talent die so. The demon's hand was suddenly enshrouded in a black hue as a scroll unexpectedly materialized on the top of his palm. How about signing a contract? I'm good. Liam cut the demon off before he could even finish speaking. Taking a glance at the contract, he shook his head. I appreciate your offer, but I'd rather not sign a contract with a demon belonging to the Lust clan. Tapping onto his dimensional space, an apple appeared in Liam's hand. Crunch. When he bit into the apple, juice spilled on the ground as an echoing crunching sound was heard. You guys are rather munch. Weak. Munch. I would much rather sign a contract with a demon from the Envy clan. Munch. Of course, that is only on the premise that I'm interested to sign one in the first place. Munch. But I'm not. Licking his fingers after having devoured the apple in his hand, Liam stretched his neck. Good snack. He then placed his hand on the sheath of his sword. All right, I'm ready. Haha. After Liam finished his words, the demon let out a small laugh as he covered his face with the hand that was holding onto the contract. Ha 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 ha. The laugh soon turned into a full maniacal laugh as the demon pressed his stomach and hunched over. By the second, his laughter became louder, and a frown appeared on Liam's face. What's so funny? Liam asked with a confused tone. Following his words, the demon stopped laughing and his face twisted. Your naivete. Fwop. The back of his wings expanded rapidly, and a terrifying aura suddenly sprang out from the demon's body as the room started to shake. To think that there would be someone stupid enough to reject my offer and choose to die like this. His menacing pressure reached all the way toward Liam, who felt his clothes and hair flutter. Within a couple of seconds, the pressure had already expanded toward every inch and corner of the room, as the demon's terrifying pressure continued to expand. I'll show you exactly what happens when someone rejects me. The figure vanished from the spot before reappearing right in front of Liam. Die. Click. A clicking sound echoed throughout the room. Thump. Everything happened so fast that no one was able to react to the sudden changes. After that, with two loud thuds, a dissected body landed on the ground in front of Liam, who picked his ear with his pinky. You talk too much. He mumbled under his breath as he let the sword fall into its sheath. After that, he kicked the demon's body and flipped it around. How? It was there that he heard the demon's voice as he stared at Liam with eyes wide open. Given that his core had still not been shattered, he was still alive. How did I defeat you? Tilting his head, Liam brushed his hair back. With a shrug of his shoulders, he replied, since I couldn't beat you when I was ranked A+, I just decided to rank up. His words caused the demon's eyes to open even more. Shrugging his shoulders once again, Liam's yellow eyes shined, and he stabbed toward the demon's abdomen area. Crack. A cracking sound echoed out and the demon's body slowly disintegrated into the air. All right. Stretching his shoulder a little, he turned around and headed toward the far end of the room, where he was met with another dark corridor. As he slowly walked in that direction, his footsteps halted, and he lowered his head. He suddenly recalled something. Did I break the cores of the two demons that were standing outside? A frown emerged on his face as he deeply thought about the situation. Ugh. But after wrapping his head over the matter, and being unable to recall anything, he eventually ruffled his hair, and continued to head deeper into the tunnel. Whatever, it'll be more fun this way. It'll help me test my new strength. Now that he had broken through to S- rank, he felt a lot more powerful, and he couldn't wait to test his new strength. Blinking several times to make sure that I was hearing correctly, I picked my nose with my pinky. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything wrong with my hearing. Am I that far gone after all that training? It may have been dark, but the small familiar light coming from what seemed to be a cigarette, and the smell. Leopold. I instinctively called out. Hey, puff. Not expecting a reply, I flinched and took several steps back. What's going off? Stopping mid-sentence, I felt something soft embrace me. My thought process halted for a short second. I'm glad you're okay. A faint whisper sounded near my ear, causing my body to shiver as a strange feeling enveloped me. What's happening? I can't see shit. It was then that a familiar voice echoed, and Amanda distanced herself from me. Following that, my eyes reflexively closed as a bright light flooded the room. Ren. A voice called out for me. I could easily make out that the voice belonged to Kevin as I slowly opened my eyes and saw several figures standing in front of me. So many. Taking note of everyone that was present, I opened and closed my mouth, speechless. Just how many people got transported in this place? Kevin, Melissa, Ryan, Amanda, Angelica, Leopold, Hein, and Ava. Excluding the others that were with me, practically almost everyone was here with me. How did this happen? I asked as I turned to look at Kevin, who shook his head with a bitter smile. I also don't know. I lowered my head to ponder over the situation. But just as I was about to speak my thoughts, I heard Melissa's sour voice. This place is pretty fragile. Knock. Knock. Melissa turned to look at me as she knocked on the side of the wall. Although they aren't exactly weak, given your strength, you should have been able to easily break the walls. How come you didn't escape? Everybody moved to the wall and felt it for themselves as soon as they heard her words. You're right. It's true. This is indeed pretty weak. Everyone turned to look at me as they confirmed her words. I wryly smiled and extended my hand. It would have been easy for me had I been in my normal conditions, but as you can see, my mana is sealed. I can't really do anything right now. Let me see. Grabbing me by the wrist, Melissa channeled her mana into my body as a hue came out of her body. She then closed her eyes. In that moment, everyone's eyes were directed in her direction, trying to see what she was doing. I did feel an uncomfortable stare coming from a certain direction, but I promptly ignored it. It was nothing big. Seconds passed and Melissa eventually opened her eyes. Her brows furrowed tightly. He's not lying. Covering her mouth with her hand, she had a thoughtful look on her face, before she turned my wrist and started patting my body all over. Whoa. Her sudden action startled me as I tried to move my body back. Stop moving. But grasping my wrist, Melissa stopped me from moving, and continued patting my body all over. Her actions caught everyone off guard. I took particular notice of Angelica's actions, as she covered Ryan's eyes with her hands. Hey, what are you doing? I want to see. To make matters worse, the stare from before became more intense as the back of my neck suddenly turned cold. Give me a break. I thought to myself as Melissa's cold hands continued to pat me around the body. Had it not been for the fact that she was currently a lot stronger than me, I would have already pushed her back by now. Alright, let me check your blood. Fortunately, her session of sexual harassment didn't last for long as she distanced herself away from me and took a small device from her dimensional space. It may have not been too bright, but the moment Melissa took the device out, I was able to instantly catch sight of what seemed to be a sharp needle. A bright smile adorned Melissa's face as she beckoned me to come to her. Come Ren, let me test your blood. I took a step back as I took note of her expression. Melissa, can we talk about this? Chapter 578. It is as I thought. Melissa stood up and walked in my direction. When I saw her figure walk up to me, I backed up. I was a little apprehensive about her. Recalling the earlier scenes that I wished to forget, I raised both hands and hugged my body. What do you want? What is with that look? You think I am going to assault you or something? Yes. I nodded my head. Yes. I repeated to make sure she understood. Well, I am not, so chill out. Melissa rolled her eyes. Taking out a chair, she sat close to me and showed me the device she used to test my blood. Pointing toward a certain section, she spoke. Your blood seems to be contaminated by something extremely concentrated and powerful. It is probably why your mana is sealed. Tilting the device in her hand, Melissa had a thoughtful look on her face. Taking off her glasses, Melissa switched them for another pair and tapped on their side. There was a small red light that shot from the middle of the glasses and headed for the device in her hand. Carefully examining the device in her hand, her face changed after a while. I see. She softly muttered as she put away the device and looked at me. By chance, did you experience some sort of paralysis effect when you first appeared here? Surprised, I looked at Melissa. How did you know? It is as I suspected. Instead of answering me, Melissa stood up from her seat and turned to look at Kevin. Remember what I mentioned to you before? Yeah. Kevin nodded as he turned to look at me. His brows furrowed tightly. Is it the same plants that you mentioned? Sort of. Taking 2 different plant samples out of her dimensional space, Melissa nodded. There seemed to be other compounds mixed in his bloodstream, but in general, the 2 main ingredients are indeed the ones that I previously discovered. Can you heal him? Kevin asked. As she stared at the device in her hand, Melissa shook her head. No, not yet. I will need some time in order to figure out how to remove the effect of the mixture from his blood. What? As I alternated between Kevin and Melissa, I did not quite understand what they were trying to do. However, seeing their serious faces, I knew they were trying to help me. How long do you need? Kevin asked, leaning against the side of the wall. His complexion was quite serious. Melissa scratched the back of her head and lifted her glasses. A couple of hours, she muttered after a couple of seconds. Her words instantly prompted the others to look at each other with some concern in their eyes. Their reactions caught me off guard as I could not help but ask. A couple of hours does not seem like much. Why the long faces? Were they afraid that the demons would find them? That is impossible. I shook my head. At the moment, Melissa and the others had hidden any traces of themselves thanks to some weird gadget that they were wearing. This was so that the demons would not notice their sudden appearance in the room. Further adding to that, they also seemed to have sealed a bit of their mana, so I doubted that the demons would even notice their appearance. The soundproof barrier that Kevin created also blocked sound from coming out, so there really should not be any reason for them to be worried about time. If you need a couple of hours, then I do not think it will be much of a problem. The room doors will not open until. That is not it. Angelica suddenly cut in. Confused, I turned to look at her, and it was then that I noticed her sour expression. I immediately had an ominous premonition, and I was right to think so as her next words made my stomach churn. The reason we were forced to come here to you is because the human you last recruited decided to go into the mana compressor by himself, and is probably fighting against all the demons on his own. I do not think it will be long before others recognize him and chaos will ensue. Shit. I cursed out loud as I covered my face with my hand. It is Liam, is it not? Angelica did not have to clarify who the individual was since his actions made it clear to me. It was without a doubt, Liam. This is exactly why I did not want to bring Liam with me on this planet. Given his terrible memory and thirst for excitement, this was an expected outcome. I should have seen it coming. The moment I realized Small Snake was here, I should have also realized that Liam would also appear here. Standing beside me, Amanda asked, "What do we do now?" I am not too sure. I silently muttered as my brows knit. Actually, this situation is not terrible. Suddenly, Kevin's voice rang out. While silently mumbling to himself, he walked toward the room door and gently touched it. Breaking through the door and getting free should be no problem for any of us. For now, before the alarms ring, we should wait here and try our best to get into our best conditions. Realization dawned on me as I immediately understood Kevin's intentions. You want to take advantage of the chaos to directly go to where the main operating board of the mana compressor is so that we can destroy it. Yes. Kevin nodded as his fist gently touched the door of the room. Our priority should be destroying the mana compressor. Once we destroy it, I will not have trouble getting all of us away from this place. Right. For a moment I almost forgot our mission, which was to destroy the mana compressor. We did not need to escape in the first place, rather, it was the complete opposite, we needed to destroy. All right. Nodding my head in understanding, I sat down on the ground and turned to look at Melissa, who was busy sorting out her equipment. I agree with your plan. For now, I will just wait for Melissa to do her thing. The faster she is, the better the situation. Taking note of what I said, Melissa shifted her head slightly and glared at me. What am I? Your dog. You only just realized. I looked at her with a strange look. From the magic cards to all the theories I have given you, you should already know what you are by now. Ha ha ha. Melissa covered her mouth as she laughed. The sound of her laughter echoed throughout the room, and was extremely pleasing to the ear. Of course, only the sound was pleasant, the vibe was nothing short of pleasant. Meanwhile, while Melissa laughed, Amanda appeared behind Melissa. Standing up, Melissa pulled her sleeves up and furiously charged in my direction. I will kill you. Ah, help. Attempted homicide. Seeing her charge at me like an enraged bull, I stood and hid behind Kevin. Kevin, help me. I am going to die if you do not do anything. Honestly, at this point, you deserve whatever is coming to you. Well, that is mean. Let go of me, Amanda. Amanda, who had already been expecting the situation, stood behind Melissa and held her by both armpits, stopping her charge. Let go. I will not kill him. In spite of Melissa curses and shouts, she never let go. I promise I will not kill him. I am only going to make him stop breathing, forever. That is the same thing, I thought to myself as I rested my arm on Kevin's shoulder. Turning to glance at him, I softly whispered, she must be in her period. Just stop. Within the mana compressor peak, there was a greenish human figure sitting inside a relatively luxurious room, with long white hair falling behind his back, and wrinkles all over his face. Duke Akiron slowly opened his eyes, revealing a set of red pupils that menacingly shone within the room. Hugh. While exhaling, he expelled turbid air, lowering his head to stare at his wrinkled hands. A purplish dark hue manifested on his hands before quickly turning paler and disappearing. I do not have much time left. Duke Akiron stood up, folding his hand into a fist, revealing a lanky figure almost entirely composed of bones. There was an obvious frailty to his figure as there was barely any skin on his body. Duke Akiron shook his head as he stared at his figure in the mirror standing at the opposite end of the room. If only I had more time. With a swipe of his hand, a black tunic with golden embroidery materialized on his body. How unfortunate. Had I not been forced to take care of this place, I may have been able to break through. Having lived for over 500 years, Duke Akiron was now on the verge of death. His imminent death was due to natural causes. Living past his life expectancy, he did not have much time left before he would close his eyes for good. He could feel his strength disappearing with each day that passed, and right now, he was not even confident he could manifest the same strength he used to in the past. Hugh. Taking another deep breath, Duke Akiron headed for his desk and sat down. There his eyes paused on a small bracelet and a couple of rings. Extending his hand, he held the items close to him and examined them. A black hue sprang forth from his hand as he tried to look through the items, but he soon shook his head. I cannot seem to open them. Bang! The door of the room suddenly burst open. What is going on? Duke Akiron abruptly stood up. How dare you barge into my... We have an emergency. A demon rushed into the room. There was clear panic on his face as he searched for the Duke. An emergency. Duke Akiron's rage quickly quelled, especially after he noticed the panicked complexion of the demons that had just entered. He quickly realized that something was going on. What is going on? An intruder has infiltrated the premises. Ha! Duke Akiron's head recoiled back in surprise. An intruder. Just one. Yes. The demon nodded, prompting Duke Akiron's face to change once again. Just one. Is he trying to have himself killed? It had to be noted that there were thousands of demons inside the mana compressor, including him, a Duke-ranked demon. For someone to try to infiltrate the place, alone, he must either be extremely reckless or strong. But as Duke Akiron closed his eyes and tried to feel for any strong presence, he could not feel anyone that was remotely close to the Duke-ranked level. This only meant one thing. The intruder was weaker than him. How bold. As he glared in a particular direction, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. It looks like people have started thinking that I am an easy target just because I am close to my death. Turning to face the closest demon, the Duke ordered, lock the entrances of the compressor, sound the alarm, and get all the other demons alert. We do not want to suffer too many losses. Understood. The demon replied with his back straight. Good. Nodding his head, Duke Akiron stepped forward and vanished from his spot. I will see exactly who has the balls to mess with me. Chapter 579. Exilian paced around and gazed at the doors to the rooms for a while before he suddenly halted. Strange. He muttered as he walked toward one of the rooms and placed his hand on the door. Sensing that there was only a person inside, he slowly let go. Nothing. Not too long ago, he felt a strange fluctuation coming from that room, but he did not see anything strange when he checked it out. There is a good chance I am overthinking this. Folding his wings behind his back, Exilian continued to pace around the rooms. Another room soon caught his eye as he walked. Walking up to it and placing his hand over it, a smile cracked on his face. It looks like he will not last for long. Feeling the weak heartbeat of the human inside, Exilian knew that he was almost as good as dead. Should I tell them of his death, or pretend he did not die and tell them that they will only be able to see him at the end of the month once the work is completed? Imagining the look on their faces when they realize they have been fooled. Key. Exilian chuckled out loud. The more he thought about the faces that humans would make when they learned that their comrade had died, the more his face twisted. What is so funny? Another voice echoed at that moment, and a demon slowly walked toward Exilian. He was Impedos, the other demon in charge of overlooking the cells. Nothing. Waving his hand at Impedos, Exilian stopped smiling and leaned against the side of the wall. Judging from your reaction, I do not think it is nothing. Well, it is nothing big. Knock. As he knocked on the door next to him, Exilian gave him a brief overview of what he thought. He is about to die, and I was just thinking of how I could mess with the other humans. Oh, a smile cracked on Impedo's face as he showed an impressed look. You call that nothing? It sounds a lot more entertaining than the other things I am doing. Key. That is probably because you are soon going to be promoted. You do not have much time to think of these trivial matters as you used to in the past. Shining. A bright light appeared on Impedo's lower waist just as he was about to reply, and the two demons changed their faces. An emergency. They both simultaneously thought as Impedos took out a small black orb from his waist and casually crushed it in his hand. Crack. Moments after the orb was crushed, purple flames rose in the air, and a series of words manifested in front of the two demons. Intruder emergency. Reallocate the workers in the emergency vault. The demons stared at each other for a few seconds before rapidly rushing into action, as they tried to figure out how to respond to the sudden message. Make it quick. After that, both demons went their separate ways and headed for a different door each and opened up the rooms. Car. A rock grating sound echoed out loud as the rooms slowly started opening. Plop. Everyone focused their attention on the tools in front of Melissa as a bubbling sound echoed throughout the room. How much longer? I asked. Removing the tube from the burner, Melissa shook the solution and glimpsed at me from the corner of her eyes. Half an hour at most. It might be faster if you stop speaking. Focusing her attention back on the mixture, she silently whispered. You think it is easy to find a solution to your problem when I have only handled the plants for like a day? I know I am a genius, but I am no god. Well, she is not wrong. Shaking my head, I sat down on the ground next to Amanda. How many days have passed since you arrived in this world? About a week. Amanda replied with a look filled with concern. Her concerns were understandable. Suddenly disappearing from the face of the human domain, her parents must be extremely worried about her condition. It was then that I suddenly had a thought. Turning to look at Amanda, I asked, you think they will think that you have come with me? No, Amanda shook her head. My thoughts were contradicted by her increased pitch at the end of her sentence. Ugh. Thinking about Edward possibly busting my ass after we returned back to the human domain suddenly made me not want to go back anymore. I think it is best if you return before me. I do not think I will be able to come back with you. Glancing at me, Amanda smiled and did not say anything. My brows furrowed when I saw her reaction. Oi, why do I suddenly have a bad car? In that moment, I heard a familiar stone grating sound, and the doors of the room suddenly opened, much to my and everyone else's shock. What is going on? Kevin was the first to react as he took out his sword and got into a stance. Light began to spill into the room, but unlike before, I no longer needed to cover my eyes as my eyes were already adjusted to the light. It was not long before the door opened, revealing the figure of a demon, who stared into the room with eyes wide open. What is going on? Hyuk. Shining. Kevin slashed his sword before the demon could complete his sentence, splitting his figure in half. Thump. Then, without wasting any time, Kevin extended his hand, engulfing the demon's figure in flames. Soon enough, a core appeared on the floor and Kevin stepped on it. Crack. It looks like we do not have much time. Lifting his head to stare into the distance, Kevin's figure vanished. Where are you going? I called out as I got out of the room. Who are you? A shocked voice echoed in the distance right as I got out of the room. Shining. At that point, I noticed Kevin dissecting another demon that appeared to be opening another door. Crack. Stepping onto the core of the demon, Kevin wiped his forehead. Done. That was fast. Rushing to where Kevin was and staring toward the cracked core on the ground, my brows furrowed. You should not have killed him. You should have questioned him before killing him. Bending down and pinching the shards of the core, I threw them back on the ground. Kevin, you should know better than anyone that we are currently in some unknown territory we have no idea. We cannot just move around without any information. About that. You do not have to worry about that. Melissa cut in just as Kevin was about to say something. I turned to face her direction. While still silently glaring in my direction, she tapped on her watch, displaying what seemed to be the structure of the mana compressor in holographic form. This may be a larger version of a mana compressor, but at the end of the day, it probably still functions the same as the smaller ones on Earth. So, as Melissa tapped on the holograph and motioned with her hands, the mana compressor expanded before her eyes, and she pointed to the second highest level of the pyramid. This is where we should be going. Is that where the main operating system is located? Amanda asked, to which Melissa nodded her head and pointed beneath the pyramid structure. We should currently be located at the bottom of the pyramid, meaning that we have to go up. Considering that the alarm just rang, the demons are on the move to catch that idiot that Ren brought. Hey. Shut up. Melissa glared in my direction. Had it not been for that idiot, we would have come to you with a more solid plan, and things would not be as difficult as now. I cannot argue against this. She was right. Had it not been for Liam, things would have indeed been a lot more organized. In any case, beggars could not be choosers, and now was not the time for us to argue. Guys, help me open the door. Jolting me out of my thoughts was Kevin's voice as he pointed toward the other doors. Ah, right. Turning to face the half-open door, I glanced in Angelica's direction and asked, Angelica, can you do me a favor and open the door? Me? Yes, you are the only one here that can open the door since you have demonic energy. Given that the doors could only be opened using demonic energy, Angelica was the only one that could open the doors. We could technically break the wall apart with just our strength, but that would not be appropriate, as there was a risk of someone getting injured inside. Our mana was sealed after all. Furthermore, I believe that this is where Small Snake is resting, so hurry up. The last time I left him, he was not in the best condition. I felt some anxiety as I realized the door was half open, and there was no reaction on the other side. Quick! The moment the others heard that Small Snake was the one inside the room, their faces changed. Small Snake is there? So that is where he went. Is he okay? Okay. The same went for Angelica, who hurriedly placed her hand on the side of the door and channeled her energy. A black hue sprang out from her body and completely enshrouded the door. Car. The doors began to open as a familiar rock grating sound echoed. Suddenly, everyone noticed a sickly figure lying on the ground. His breathing was extremely thin, and his complexion was extremely pale. Shit. I cursed out loud as I ran in his direction and called out for him. Small Snake. Small Snake. Small Snake. Chapter 580. Congratulations, Brian. There was a festive mood enveloping a small bar as two figures sat on stools and enjoyed their beers. There was an obvious contrast between the two figures. One was lanky and youthful, while the other was extremely handsome and more mature looking. Nevertheless, the two seemed to be on good terms with each other. The figures were Brian and Hemlock, his superior. You handled the situation skillfully and obtained connections despite not having any special powers. I can tell that you put a lot of effort into the negotiations. Thanks. Hick. Brian thanked Hemlock as his face flushed. He was clearly drunk at the moment. Not a heavy drinker, Taking a sip of the beer, Hemlock wiped the foam that had accumulated on the top of his lips. His actions instantly attracted the gaze of all the people around them. Not minding the attention one bit, Hemlock put the beer down. Although we have done a good job today, we still have a lot to do. Don't get too complacent. As a good supervisor, it was within his duty to remind Brian that he should not let success get to his head. Yeah. Brian weakly nodded his head as he heard Hemlock's words. He was currently extremely intoxicated, and whether he had truly understood his words or not, Hemlock was not sure. Nonetheless, Hemlock smiled. It really is a pity that someone as capable as you has such poor talent. There was genuine pity in his voice as he spoke those words. In the past half year, Hemlock noticed a dramatic increase in his work efficiency. He could now find all the information he needed within a few seconds of asking Brian. He was that amazing. Brian was thorough and especially fast. This was what made Hemlock like him so much. If only he had been born with more talent. A real pity. While bringing the drink down, he stared through the bar's glass window at the city streets through which he could see white and red lights drift across the streets. How beautiful. Hemlock mumbled silently. His complexion changed as he clutched the drink in his hand. His brows furrowed tightly. But it is truly a pity that this will not last for long. What do you mean? Brian asked as he overheard Hemlock's words. Hemlock shook his head as he stared at Small Snake, who was trying his best to keep himself from passing out. Why do you think that it will not last? Ha. Exhaling, Hemlock raised his beer and took a sip. Smacking his lips together, he asked, what is the rank of the strongest human at the moment? SS plus rank, Brian answered. Hemlock nodded his head in response. That is right. The current strongest human in the human domain is SS plus rank. Hemlock lowered his hand and placed the beer on the counter. Do you know just how strong the Demon King is? Or the most powerful people outside of humanity are? Not sure, Brian answered. Maybe around SSS minus rank. We have caught up quite a lot with them. Hemlock scoffed out loud as he shook his head. If you really think that, then that is naive of you. Why? You might not know it since your education is not the best, and you are still quite young, but the Demon King sees SSS minus rank as nothing in his eyes. They are merely bugs he can squish with a snap of his fingers. Is that so? Hick. Brian's body jumped up and he hiccuped out loud. Waving the drink in his hand, he almost fell off his chair. Watch out. Wah. Hemlock extended his hand and blocked Small Snake's chair. You have got to be more careful. Thank you. Sobering up a little, Brian thanked Hemlock. Hemlock's timely assistance prevented him from falling to the ground. No problem. Hemlock downed his drink and wiped his lips. Refreshing. He let out a satisfied sound. Placing the drink back on the countertop, he stood up from his stool. All right, let us get going now. Wait, I am not done. Brian waved his drink, which was still only half full. Hemlock looked at Brian with a strange look. You are going to pass out if you finish that drink. I will be fine. Hick. Taking another sip of the drink, Brian switched the conversation. Back to what you were saying about the Demon King treating SSS minus ranks as if they are nothing. Does that not mean that we are basically screwed? Hemlock's complexion shifted as he heard Brian's words. He quickly sat down back on the stool. Do you think otherwise? No. Brian shook his head repeatedly. If it is exactly as you have said, then we truly are screwed. I do not know when the Demon King will arrive back on Earth, but if we continue progressing at this pace, then humanity will face inevitable extinction soon. Heck, it would even be better to join the demons. At least, this way we can stop humanity from going extinct. Yes, yes. Hemlock's face brightened as he nodded his head. You also think so, right? Well, yes. Brian looked at Hemlock with a face that said, is it not obvious? Haha. Hemlock laughed a little as his shoulders relaxed, and he whispered softly, I see that you also agree with me on this matter. Maybe. Thump. Just as Hemlock was about to finish his sentence, he heard a loud thump, and it was then that he spotted Brian's head slumped over the table counter, completely passed out. I knew it. With a shake of his head, Hemlock took out his wallet and placed a couple of bills on the counter. Then, grabbing Brian by the shoulder, he brought him out of the bar. As he walked toward the exit of the bar, he turned his head to glance at Brian. Opening his mouth, he silently mumbled, maybe, just maybe, you will understand what I am trying to do. Drip, drip. Opening his eyes, Small Snake woke up to a familiar sight and sound. Darkness and the dripping sound coming from the corner of the room. Ha, ha. Breathing in and out, Small Snake felt extremely weak. Raising his hand to touch his forehead, he realized that it was boiling hot. Shit, I have got a fever. This familiar sensation that he had been feeling since childhood, without a doubt he had had a fever. Wiping the sweat from the side of his face, Small Snake carefully sat up straight. Ha, ha. As he heavily gulped for air, Small Snake found the world around him spinning as he felt lightheaded. This is bad. Not only was the world around him spinning, but his heart was also beating faster, as he could hear it reverberate throughout the silent room. Bah, thump, bah, thump. Make it stop. It was honestly driving him crazy as he hunched over his knees and covered his head with his hands. Soon his body began to shake and sweat dripped down his face all the way to the ground. It hurts. While his teeth chattered, Small Snake hugged his body even more tightly as the pain in his body increased. Time flew by, and Small Snake's condition started to worsen, and his eyes started to become more and more hollow. As he gradually let go of his knees, he could no longer feel any energy inside of his body. Help! Someone help me! He could not even speak. Car. Just then, in the midst of his despair, Small Snake heard the sound of the doors opening, and bright light spilled through the narrow gaps. The moment the light spilled in, Small Snake instinctively closed his eyes. It hurts. He thought as dread started to encapsulate him. He knew that he could not work in the conditions that he was in, and he would only be a burden to Ren. Once his thought paused there, Small Snake had a sudden thought. Should I just give up? He was useless. Ever since coming here, Small Snake had been unable to help Ren at all. It was then that he came to a realization, and that was that he was only dragging Ren and the others down. His weak talent was holding the others down. I knew it. I should just give up. Slowly the light that was spilling from the narrow gaps of the door started to dim as a soft smile spread across Small Snake's face. It was at that moment that Small Snake could tell that he was close to dying. Rather than being sad about it, he felt relieved. Maybe this is for the best. His death would allow Ren and the others to have an easier time for when they would escape. If that was the case, then Small Snake felt no regrets. Or rather, there was one, but he knew that it was now no longer possible for him to fulfill it. Ha! Letting out a small sound, darkness slowly invaded Small Snake's sight. Small Snake, Small Snake, Small Snake. Just as the darkness was about to completely swallow his consciousness whole, Small Snake heard a couple of familiar voices call out for him. There was Ren, Angelica, Hein, Leopold, and Ryan. I hope they will be fine without me looking after them. Those were his last thoughts before his consciousness slipped and darkness enveloped his vision. Small Snake. Chapter 581. Does anyone have potions? Quick. I panicked when I felt Small Snake's body, and his heartbeat weakening. Feeling his body, which was extremely hot, I knew that the situation was extremely bad. Not today. Pressing my hands against his chest, I started to move my body up and down as I tried to get the blood running through his body. I was currently waiting for someone to give me a potion. Only a potion could save Small Snake. Quick! I shouted out loud as I noticed Small Snake's condition worsening. Here. Thankfully, Amanda was quick to react as she handed me what seemed to be a small potion. As I was in a hurry, I did not get a proper look at the potion, but feeling the texture of the bottle, I knew that it was a really expensive one. I was secretly thankful inside my heart. Pressing my hand against Small Snake's mouth and opening it up slightly, I gently poured the contents of the bottle into his mouth. Watching as the liquid poured into his mouth, I could feel sweat trickling down from the side of my face. Please work. For the first time in my life, I felt genuine panic as I waited for the potion to take effect. I was not the only one panicking, as Ryan shook Small Snake's body and moved closer to him. Tears had started to gather from the corner of his eyes as he hugged Small Snake's body tightly. Please do not die. Please do not die. Please do not die. His voice was rather frail, evident that he was also in a similar state to mine. Behind him, the others were also showing similar reactions as they anxiously stared at Small Snake's body on the ground. Done. Throwing the now empty bottle away, I slumped back and gazed in Small Snake's direction. Please work. I thought to myself as I suddenly felt something press against my forehead, wiping some of the sweat away. Thank you. Upon noticing Amanda standing beside me, I thanked her for wiping away the sweat on my side of the face. It will be okay. You have already done everything you can for him. All you can do at this moment is hope that he recovers. She quietly reassured me as I felt her soft hand grasp mine. Hugh. I was not sure whether it was because of her sudden actions or her calm demeanor, but I slowly also started to calm down as I gratefully looked at Amanda. Thank you. I once again thanked her as I shifted my attention back to Small Snake. She is right. I have already done whatever I could for Small Snake. It will be up to him from this point forward. Given that the potion Amanda had given me was a highly ranked one, I expected its effects to be rather quick. But as minutes passed and Small Snake's condition did not improve, my complexion started to sour. Did it not work? I weakly mumbled out loud as my head lowered. My hand grasped at my clothes as a familiar pain engulfed my chest. I could not quite describe what I was feeling, but it felt as though all the energy had been taken away from my body. Shit. I cursed out loud as I felt guilt creep up into my body. How could I have let this happen? I should have refused Kevin's offer once I realized that something wrong was going on with the system. Had I been more cautious, none of this would have happened. If there was anyone to blame, it had to be me. Given all the experiences I had, I should have known better to be more prepared. But my sudden actions had prompted this mistake to happen. I knew that I was being harsh on myself, and that my faults lied elsewhere, but these thoughts never stopped appearing inside my mind. In fact, they were getting progressively worse as time passed. Small Snake. But it was right then that Ryan's high-pitched voice rang in the room, and my head snapped upwards. What happened? Immediately turning my attention towards Small Snake, the first thing I noticed was his twitching eyelids. Move away. Upon noticing this, I moved over to Small Snake and placed my hand against his neck, and tried to feel his pulse. It is working. Noticing that his heartbeat was slowly becoming stronger by the second, all the previous pain that I had experienced dissipated, and I felt a wave of relief enshroud my body as my shoulders relaxed and I slumped back on the ground. Thank God. Thank God. I quietly mumbled to myself as the others also showed similar reactions to mine. Especially Ryan, who hugged his body and quietly wept. Hugging onto his chest tightly, he murmured, "Thank you. Thank you." I felt a weird feeling as I stared at Ryan hugging Small Snake's body. With everything that has happened, the two of them must have developed a really close bond. Just the look of utter pain on Ryan's face was an indication of how much he cared for Small Snake. It was not just him, but the others as well, and taking a moment to study the faces of everyone present, did I finally realize just how much of an influence Small Snake had on the lives of each and everyone in the mercenary group. Thank God. I mumbled again as I slowly stood up and headed out of the room. Where are you going? Kevin asked as he followed me from behind. Secretly wiping the corner of my eyes, I turned to look in his direction and beckoned Angelica to follow me. Although I want to spend more time with Small Snake, I know that there is not much time left. We should free the others now. You are right. Kevin nodded his head as his face turned resolute. Pointing towards 3 particular rooms, I looked at Angelica. That is the room where Jin is located, that one is where Emma is located, and that is where Han Yufei is located. Do me a favor and open them up for me. Shifting her gaze to face me, Angelica did not say anything for a couple of seconds. Just as I was about to say something, she nodded her head. Okay. After that, she headed toward Emma's room. The reason for this was Kevin, who was standing next to it, waiting for Angelica to come to him. On the outside, he appeared to be patiently waiting for her, but as I noticed the hurried taps of his foot and his shifting eyes, I knew that he was anything but patient. As expected of him, I shook my head as I imprinted the scene inside of my mind. He never changes. Drip, drip. Hugh, 1035. Hugh, 1036. While sweat dripped down her face, Emma performed a series of push-ups. Her auburn-colored hair, which now reached all the way toward her back, gently fell in front of her face, covering her eyes. Nonetheless, this did not stop her as she continued doing push-ups on the floor. 1037. 1038. Ever since she had appeared in this strange environment, Emma never once found herself out of place. Rather, she felt a lot more relaxed than back when she was inside her family dungeon. Compared to that place, this place was like heaven. And even though her mana was currently sealed, it did not stop Emma from continuing to train her body. As Dad said, the stronger one's body, the quicker their strength will rise. The principle was rather simple. The stronger and more well-trained a body was, the more mana it could withstand, hence the faster the rank up. It was something that was quite well known, and even taught at the lock. In spite of that, no one really paid a lot of attention to this, as a lot of time was also required to train the body, and the little improvement they would receive from a better body would easily be surpassed by those that only focused on ranking up normally. That was also what Emma did in the past. Just like most people around the world, Emma also believed that training the body was a waste of time. But as she continued to do push-ups, and she felt her muscles contracting, Emma realized how naive her previous view was. It is like building a foundation for a building. The stronger the structure at the bottom is, the safer and more durable the building will be. Thinking this far, she lowered her body and continued her routine. Hugh, 1045. 1046. Cry. Halfway through her push-up, Emma heard a familiar rock grating sound and stopped doing whatever she was doing. Is it not a bit too early for them to open the door? Last she recalled, the door would open every day at a specific time. She had only just returned to her room, and now the door was opening up again. What exactly was going on? Ugh. Slowly, light began to spill in, and Emma felt a wave of warm and humid air enter the room. Not used to the light, Emma was forced to close her eyes. Emma. But it was right at that moment that she heard a familiar voice coming from the opposite end of the room. She instantly recognized the voice. It was Kevin's. The person that she had been longing to see for a very long time. How long has it been since I last saw him? A year. Half a year. Her single-minded focus on her strength had made her lose track of time. The thought of how she had held back others in the past angered her beyond words, as she pushed herself every day in order to not be weak again. Therefore, after finally hearing Kevin's voice once again after so long, her emotions were in a state of disarray. But, rather than immediately jumping up with joy, her brows furrowed. Kevin. She spoke out loud. It is me. Kevin's voice echoed out once again. Hearing the sound of footsteps heading her way, Melissa moved back a bit. Do not come near me. Kevin's surprised and borderline hurt voice rang out as his feet came to a pause. What is wrong? Kevin asked with concern. Do you not want to see me? No, not that. Emma shook her head and massaged her eyes, trying to adjust them to the light. In the end, in spite of her efforts, she was still forced to close them. She needed more time. The reason why I am telling you to back off is because I cannot trust anything. Who can tell that you are an imposter? And this is some sort of dream spell placed on me by one of the demons. Realization soon dawned upon Kevin, and he emitted a sound. He finally understood why Emma was behaving the way that she was. All right, ask me anything that you want. I will answer you and prove to you that I am really Kevin. Okay. Emma nodded her head. She lowered her head and thought to herself. For the next couple of seconds, she did not say anything as she carefully thought of her question. Something that only Kevin and a few people would know. It did not take long for her to finally come up with a question as her head snapped up. Figure it out. Yes. Emma nodded her head. All right, ask away. Sure. Taking a deep breath, she asked. What is the nickname that? Oh, for fuck's sake. Her sentence was cut off by Kevin's loud curse. Chapter 582. Car. Opening his eyes, Jin turned to face the door. Slowly, he stood up as a frown emerged on his brows. Did something happen? He wondered to himself as the light began to spill into the room, and the doors slowly started to open. It did not take long for the doors to open, and given that Jin had no trouble with the light as his eyes were instantly able to adjust themselves to the sudden shift in lighting, he was able to see who was behind the doors. Kevin. And he was surprised to see Kevin standing on the other side of the door. He had a rather gloomy look on his face at the moment. Hey. Kevin lazily waved at Jin. How did you come here? Jin asked as he looked behind Kevin and noticed Ren and a couple of other familiar figures. Amanda. Emma. What was going on? How come everyone was here? Something about the situation was off-putting. Turning his head to gaze in Kevin's direction, he was met by his fierce glare. I know what you are about to ask, and so I am telling you now to keep those thoughts to yourself. Jin raised his brow. What did I do? Taken aback by Kevin's sudden aggressive stance, Jin looked toward the others who shook their heads. What happened to him? Not once had he ever seen Kevin this fierce. The Kevin he knew was different. He was more naive and a bit of a pushover. What prompted the sudden change? Hurry up and get out. Jolting Jin out of his thoughts was Ren's voice as he urged him to get out of the room. Though not exactly pleased with Ren's tone, Jin did as he asked and walked out of the room. It was then that he noticed that there were even more people waiting behind. What is going on? His confusion only grew as his eyes paused on them, and he turned to look at Ren. Are they? It is a long story. Ren waved his hand, signaling him to let go of the topic. We do not have much time to talk right now. Turning to face the distance, he raised his voice. Are you done, Melissa? Shut up. He was met with a crisp voice. There was a noticeable annoyance in the voice as Jin immediately recognized whom the voice belonged to. Melissa. Jin thought. His thoughts were rather complicated as he thought about her. He clearly remembered chasing after her in the past, but now that he had grown up, he found himself distancing from her. Do I still like her? Staring at Melissa's approaching figure, Jin eventually shook his head. It does not seem like it. His heart no longer seemed to beat like in the past whenever he saw her. Rather, it was as calm as a well. Jin realized that perhaps his attraction to Melissa was superficial, as he was only interested in her because of her father's connections. He had long been obsessed with making the Starlight Guild the #1 clan in the human domain, and there was no better way to accomplish that than by seducing Melissa, the daughter of the top hero. Well, that was how he thought about it in the past. He no longer felt the same way. How disgusting. Thinking back at his past actions, Jin felt shame rise from deep within him as he avoided making contact with Melissa. Thinking of his past actions, he no longer knew how to react to her comfortably. So, have you figured out a way to get rid of the effects of the mana sealing effect? Nope. Melissa flatly replied to Ren's question. This is a task that is a lot more difficult than I previously thought. It might take longer than I originally thought. Tapping on her glasses, she tilted her head and closely examined what looked like a test tube in her hands. What seems to be the problem? Ren asked as he moved beside her. Raising her head, she dismissively looked at him. You would not get it. Why? Are you some sort of scientist? No. That is your answer. Still does not change the fact that I might be able to help. You. Melissa suddenly scoffed. Please do tell me how you are able to count the number of cells that are being attacked by the mixture and forcing your blood to stop carrying mana. Extending her hand, she handed Ren her glasses and the test tube. The glasses will be able to help you zoom into the blood cells, and from there you can count yourself. See if you can do it quickly. Crossing her arms, she no longer paid any attention to Ren, who quietly put the glasses on and tapped onto them. A bright light shot from the middle of the glasses before scanning the whole test tube. It should not be too hard, Ren quietly mumbled as he closely examined the test tube. While everyone was doing their thing, Jin suddenly took notice of Ren's eyes, which suddenly dilated extremely fast. Aside from that, he also observed green veins coming out of his face as it began to redden. He looked exactly like someone that was forcing blood into their head by force. What in the world is he doing? Jin wondered to himself as he closely examined Ren. His condition did not last for long, as he soon took the glasses off and handed Melissa the glasses back. Done. She stared at him with a small smirk on her face. As you can see, it is a lot more difficult to figure out then. There is exactly 8,097,564 different organisms attached to the red blood cells inside of the tube, of which 3,672,972 are of blue color. A baffled look spread across Melissa's face as he looked at Ren with a strange look. You are kidding, right? Incredulous, Melissa unfolded a small piece of paper from her dimensional space. Her face paled as she unfolded the paper and stared at its contents. She then robotically turned to look at Ren. How is this possible? She mumbled out loud as the paper in her hand fell to the ground. It was there that Jin was able to catch a glimpse of what was written. Status. Overall sample size. 4 millimeters. Estimate count per millimeter of blood. 2,001,300. 2,356,567. 1,987,931. 2,012,830. Estimate count per 4 millimeters of blood. 8,358,628. The numbers are close. Upon closer inspection, and recalling Ren's numbers, Jin was surprised to find that they matched Melissa's estimates. At least, the ones that were written on the paper. Did he really calculate all of that in the little time that elapsed? But how was that possible? It should not be possible. Jin tried to convince himself. But as he took notice of Melissa's expression, he knew that Ren was probably right. Answer me, how did you figure this out? Did you take a peek at my list and come out with some random number that is close to it? I will have you know that if it is a joke, it might make the situation worse. Do not worry about it. Bending down, Ren picked up the paper and handed it back to Melissa. He then pointed toward his head. You see, I have got a little something inside of my head. Finding something like this is like child's play for me, so you do not have to worry about whether I am right or wrong. I would not try to harm myself. Right. Still baffled by Ren's words, Melissa seemed at a loss for words. She rigidly moved her head and headed back toward one of the distance rooms. Was it Ren's room? Jin was not exactly sure, but it seemed like it. Give me 2 minutes. I will have the solution ready for you then. Bang. A figure crashed against the side of the wall, creating a small crater. The figure then slid down, and the dust in the air cleared, revealing Liam's features. Cough. So strong. Liam felt his whole body ache as a palpitating pressure completely enveloped his body, making his movements extremely rigid. He stared at the demon levitating opposite him. So this is how strong a Duke-ranked demon is. Wait, no. Slowly, he stood up, letting the pieces of rock that had been to him fall to the ground. Squinting his eyes, he took a closer look at the demon, and it was then that he noticed that his aura was rather weak. Channeling his mana toward his eyes, everything became more clear to him as he opened his mouth and spoke. You are dying. A deep silence permeated throughout the room as the Duke-ranked demon froze on the spot. Soon, his face changed completely as he looked at the little remaining demons in the room. They were not exactly strong, but that was beside the point. News of his eventual death could not spread. It would only serve to incite the other demons to try to take over his position. What sort of nonsense are you saying? His powerful voice shook the surroundings, and the pressure bearing down on Liam increased. His knees buckled as a groan escaped from his mouth. Liam knew that he had hit the nail on the head, and that he had successfully enraged the Duke-ranked demon. Nonetheless, perfectly knowing that he had angered him, Liam continued. You can try to hide it from the others, but you cannot hide it from me. I see everything. His eyes suddenly became brighter, and he took a step forward. Right about now, you should already be close to running out of demonic energy. Shut up. With a flap of his wings, the demons vanished from the spot and arrived before Liam. His speed was so fast that Liam was barely able to move his sword in a way that it protected his heart, the spot at which the demon was aiming for. Clang! A metallic ring echoed in the air, and Liam's body was once again sent skidding all the way toward the distant wall before he crashed. Bang! The impact knocked the wind out of Liam as he fell on both knees to the ground. Clenching the ground with both hands, a smile spread across his face. So fun. Liam seemed to have taken no notice of the condition of his body. All he could think about at the moment was the strength of the attack that had just landed on him. The prospect of meeting someone so powerful excited him to no end, especially since Liam realized something. He is beatable. Rotating his shoulders, he once again stood up. But just as he stood up, he suddenly noticed that one of his legs was twisted at a weird angle. His leg was broken. Oh. Within moments of realizing what had happened to his leg, the Duke-ranked demon appeared next to him. From that moment, time seemed to have slowed down for Liam, as he caught sight of the demon's sharp nail head straight for his eyes. Oh shit. Crisis suddenly rose from deep within him as lightning began to crackle all over his body, and he moved his head, trying to avoid the demon's claws. Just as he moved his head, he suddenly noticed the demon's hand following him, and the sense of doom increased significantly. However, it was then that something happened. It all happened within seconds. By the time the demon's claws were near Liam's face, Liam caught sight of what seemed to be a bright light, and the demon's figure was instantly thrown back, before skidding a couple of meters back. Click. What followed after the crash was a familiar clicking sound, coupled with a familiar voice. Looks like I am not too late, no. Turning his head, Liam caught sight of a familiar figure. A thin smile spread across his face. Sitting back down on the ground, he took out an apple and bit into it. Crunch. Just a little. Chapter 583. Looks like I'm not too late, no. Brushing my hair back, I moved to where Liam was. In my right hand was a small silver sword. It was a spare sword that Kevin had handed me before separating from me. Just a little. Liam's words left me speechless, especially after he took out an apple and started to take bites out of it. While he took a bite of the apple, the juices from it spilled all over his fingers before falling onto the ground. I shook my head when I saw this. Here. I handed him a potion. I don't need it. Catching the potion, Liam threw it back to me. His actions surprised me as I blinked a couple of times, unable to fully understand why he rejected the potion when he was clearly not in a good state. Seemingly being able to read my thoughts, Liam raised his hand and showed me the apple. You see, this isn't a normal apple. Standing up, his broken foot magically started to twist and squirm. Within the span of a couple of seconds, his leg had completely healed, and he lightly jumped in the air. See, I'm fine. Liam threw what remained of the apple on the floor, and turned to gaze in the direction of where the demon was. I did too. Another intruder. Unfortunately, my surprise attack didn't seem to have had much of an impact on the demon, as he appeared to be completely unscathed. The situation was made worse by his apparent anger, as his face twisted savagely, and a powerful force enveloped the scene. Currently, we were standing in a small hall, with tall pillars supporting the ceiling. A smoky and iron-like scent lingered in the air. Not bad. Not bad. The demon spat through his clenched teeth as he alternated his gaze between Liam and I. Then, looking toward the other demons present in the room, he finally noticed something. Dead. The aura that was revolving around his body fluctuated slightly. A thin smile spread across my face when I noticed this. I was right to kill the others first. It had been quite a bit since I had arrived here, and during the time that I was here, I spent my time killing all the demons that were in the room. None of the demons in the room were that strong, but they still posed a liability that could cause trouble in the middle of the fight, which was why I decided to kill them before saving Liam. The others should also be attracting the attention of the other high-ranked demons. Furthermore, having separated from the others who went for the core of the mana compressor, I knew that they would attract the attention of a marquee-ranked demon, and in turn, stop any reinforcements from coming to the Duke's aid. Not that he really needed any since he was already a lot stronger than Liam and I. Where is everyone? My decision proved to be the correct one, as the Duke-ranked demon seemed taken aback by the sudden situation. And it was right at this moment that I exchanged glances with Liam. Let's go. We understood what our task was even before we spoke as mana erupted from my body, and a dark shadow appeared beside me. Shadow Servant. Active. Taking a step forward, a black disc formed beneath my feet, and I propelled my body forward. Crackle, crackle. At the same time, lighting crackled around Liam's body, and his figure vanished from the spot, before reappearing right in front of the Duke-ranked demons. Extending his hand, he slashed toward the demon. Sheeing. I, on the other hand, pressed my hand against the hilt of my sword. First movement of the Keiki style. Quick slash. Click. A bright white light followed a clicking sound as mine and Liam's attack landed simultaneously on the Duke-ranked demon. Clang, clang. But much to the disappointment of Liam and I, the only thing we heard after our attacks landed was a strong metallic sound. Once the flash of light disappeared, I was shocked to see the Duke-ranked demon blocking both of our attacks with just an arm. Or, to be more precise, his bones, as he didn't seem to have any muscles in his body. What do you think you're doing? His sinister and aged voice echoed throughout the place as his red pupils glared in our direction. A menacing and powerful pressure suddenly sprang out from his body, forcing the two of us back, as the wings on his back expanded, casting a large shadow over the area we were in. Clenching his teeth, the Duke-ranked demon didn't say anything and just flapped his wings once. His figure disappeared from the spot before reappearing right in front of me. His speed was so fast that by the time I had activated Eyes of Chronos active, he was already a couple of inches away from my face and closing the distance. Shit. I silently cursed to myself as my heart tightened and cold sweat dripped down my back. I should have known better not to challenge a Duke-ranked demon in spite of the fact that it was already old and almost dying. Even with its strength rapidly declining, the demon was still leagues above my level. Fucking Liam. Why in the world did he even think he could fight against a Duke-ranked demon? He was worse than Kevin when it came to being a calamity magnet. If I was careless for even 1 second, I could kiss goodbye to my life. When I was trying to figure out the way out of the situation I found myself in, I noticed what looked like a sword tip heading for the Duke's head in the midst of my thoughts. Fast, I thought as I stared at the moving sword. It had to be noted that currently, time was flowing a lot slower than it was supposed to be. For the sword to be moving at the pace that it was, it could only be described as incredibly fast. When the sword was a couple of inches away from the demon's temple, I noticed the demon's eyes slowly moving towards where the sword was coming, and the demon's movements changed. He was no longer aiming to hit me, but rather, he was now trying to defend himself from Liam's sudden attack. Apparently, it wasn't something he could ignore. Unfortunately, Liam's attack proved to be too fast for the demon to stop, and it soon made contact with his temple and dug into it. After deactivating Eyes of Chronos, time returned to normal, and I saw the demon's body crash into one of the stone pillars. Bang! Ha! Ha! As that happened, Liam appeared next to me as he supported his body with both knees and heavily gulped for air. What just happened? I thought to myself as I stared in Liam's direction with eyes full of incredulity. Since when has Liam become so strong? The last time that I had fought him, our strength was rather similar, however. Right at this moment, he seemed a lot stronger than he was since I had last fought him. You broke through. When I noticed the pressure coming from Liam's body, at that moment, I realized he was now S- rank. Realization finally dawned on me, as I just speechlessly looked at him. Last I remember, only 1 week has passed. Did he break through in that short week that we were here? How monstrous. Ha, ha, yeah. Liam nodded his head before placing his sword on the floor and facing the direction of where the demon crashed. Still, I don't think it is enough. Right. Also turning to face the distance, my face turned extremely solemn, at the sight of the Duke-ranked demon slowly standing up from the rubble. Drip, drip. With black blood spilling from the side of his face, the Duke-ranked demon extended his hand to touch his wound. Staring at the blood in his hand, I was able to catch a glimpse of his pupils dilating. I'm actually losing. His voice, which was filled with incredulity and shock, echoed throughout the surroundings. I am really losing to 2 figures that are much weaker than me. Lowering his hand, the demon's eye soon turned hollow, and the room froze completely. This can't be happening. The demon mumbled as his voice turned strange, and a scent of death permeated the air. Liam's face changed drastically when he saw this, as he hurriedly grabbed me by the shoulder and dragged me back. Shit. He cursed out loud as he threw my body toward the other end of the room, sending me crashing against one of the walls. Bang. Auk. A painful groan escaped from my mouth as a sharp pain engulfed my back. It felt as though all the bones on my back broke. It was only a feeling though, as my body was now a lot stronger than ever. Thud. Falling down on the floor, I raised my head, and it was then that I caught sight of the demon robotically moving his head to gaze in Liam's direction. Raising his hand, he simply swiped it in the air. The only thing I saw after that was a pool of red blood as 3 huge claw marks appeared on Liam's chest, and blood spilled in the air. Everything happened so fast that I was unable to react on time. But it wasn't over. Raising his hand again, the demon once again swiped in the air, and more blood started to spread in the air as Liam's body dropped to the ground on both knees. Thud. Liam didn't even have time to say anything, as he passed out on the ground with his head lowered. Once Liam was no longer responsive, the demon turned to face my general direction, and I met his hollow eyes that were devoid of anything. Bah, thump, bah, thump. My heart squeezed as the rhythmical sound of my heart beating echoed throughout my ears and sweat dripped down from my back. Right at this very moment, I felt my life flash before my eyes. Gulp. One wrong move and I was done for. Chapter 584. In a large and wide corridor, footsteps echoed. Do you think it was the right idea to just let him go like that? Kevin asked, while he turned to face Amanda, who was running next to him. Before she could answer, he raised his sword and slashed toward his right. Sheeing. Hyuk. The body of a demon split in half. Yes. Amanda nodded. Taking out her bow, she brought the string back as 3 arrows formed on the bow. Clang. Letting go of the string, the arrows shot toward the distance and impaled 3 nearby demons. Since he has recovered his mana, he should have no trouble protecting himself, and he is not exactly alone. Lowering the bow in her hand, Amanda proceeded to head deeper into the corridor. Bah, thump, bah, thump. Feeling the demon's hollow gaze pause on me, my heartbeat started to rapidly increase, and my breathing also became more difficult. My back began to sweat when the demon once again began to raise his hand. Well, shit, I thought to myself as the Duke-ranked demon slowly brought his hand down. But a figure materialized behind the demon as his hand was halfway down and attacked him from behind. Spurt. The demon began spraying black blood on the ground, and I noticed an enchanting figure standing behind him. Her hand was currently reaching out for the demon's orb that was now visible to the naked eye through a gaping hole in his chest area. Took you long enough. I muttered with a smile and supported my body up. Thank God our plan worked. It was clear from the moment I decided to save Liam that I would not be able to defeat a Duke-ranked demon with my current capabilities. Even if it was weakened and I had Liam's help, I still saw no way to defeat it. Thus, I decided to have Angelica turn into a ring like usual, and dropped her toward one of the nearby pillars. Through communication with Liam, I was able to get Liam to push the demon toward the pillar where Angelica sat so that we could sneak attack him. That was our plan, and things should have ended there, but bang! I suddenly saw Angelica's body being swung to the other side of the room, before crashing into one of the pillars as a loud banging sound echoed through the air. A moment later, my body froze. Drip, drip. Raising my head, all I saw was black blood spilling from the demon's chest as he held onto his core with his hand. He then pushed it into his body, and his injuries started to heal rapidly. How is this possible? I thought in shock. Even after having his core exposed like that, he was able to move his body and force Angelica out of his way before hiding the core again. Opening my eyes wide, I alternated my gaze between Liam and Angelica. They were currently both still alive, but I knew that it was only a matter of time before they died. This was especially true for Liam, who was bleeding profusely, and a small pool of blood formed beneath him. I knew that I had to act fast. Fortunately, I also noticed that the demon was not in the best condition at the moment. He was currently in a weakened state as he was healing from his injuries. Furthermore, I was also able to notice that the longer the time passed, the weaker his attacks became. I understood then that he was on the verge of death. He had clearly been fighting using the last shreds of life energy inside of his body. If I just waited 10 minutes, or maybe less, then he would without a doubt die without me needing to do anything. Unfortunately, I could not afford such luxury. Taking note of Angelica and Liam's condition, mana erupted from my body as I placed my hand on the sheath of my sword. Now, I shouted as I turned to glance at my shadow servant. Following my orders, the shadow servant pressed his hand against the hilt of a black sword, and the mana inside of my body started to rapidly deplete. Click. After which, the shadow servant's figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared right in front of the demon. The third movement of the keiki style, void step, bang. Appearing right in front of the demon, the shadow servant stabbed his sword right where the demon's core was. Unfortunately, in spite of the extreme speed at which he appeared and attacked, the demon did not seem to be the slightest bit startled as he just moved a little back and avoided the attack. After which, he raised his leg and kicked the shadow servant right in the abdomen area, completely severing the servant into two. He soon disappeared into thin air, and the mana inside of my body rapidly halved. Ugh. After letting out a small groan, I pressed my sword's hilt with my thumb and carefully took a stance. Good enough. I did not really have anything in mind when I sent the shadow servant toward the demon. The goal was to stop it from healing and buy me enough time to accumulate enough mana to finally use my strongest move. The last and most powerful movement to date. The fifth movement of the keiki style. Space splitter. Craw. Crack. Crack. A bright white light suddenly enveloped the surroundings as the space around the Duke-ranked demon started to crack apart. All of this happened within the span of half a second, and it was not long before fissures formed next to the demon, and lights began to shoot out from them, heading toward the Duke-ranked demon at incredible speeds. Hyuk. The light soon completely impaled the demon's body, and even more black blood started to spill on the floor. The demon's helpless screams echoed out. Had the demon been in the right state of mind, and not as injured, he may have been able to easily avoid my attacks, but he was not, and it was not long before his figure started looking like a porcupine as a myriad of long white lights impaled his body completely. Drip, drip. Under the demon's body, a black pool of blood formed, before the white lights impairing him scattered, and he collapsed on the floor. Taking advantage of this moment, I rapidly appeared before the demon and reached out for his core. Crack. Not wanting to make the same mistake as Angelica, the moment I felt the core in my hand, I rapidly shattered it into pieces, and the demon's body stopped moving and scattered in the air in the form of fine black dust. Ha. Slumping back on my butt, I leaned back and heavily gulped for air. My chest was burning, and I was currently feeling extremely lightheaded. This was a lot harder than I thought. Despite all the preparations I had made in order to handle the Duke-ranked demon, it took everything I had to kill him. It also had to be noted that I had the assistance of both Liam and Angelica along the way. That was really close, I thought to myself. Quickly turning my body, I turned to gaze in Liam's direction and forced my body up. Ugh. As I stumbled towards him, I reached my dimensional space, a feminine-looking ring, and took out the same potion I had previously given him. Since my dimensional space was currently somewhere else, I could only borrow Amanda's. Drink it. Opening Liam's mouth, I forced the potion into his mouth. Compared to the time I fed Small Snake, I was a lot harsher. Ha, ha. Only once the potion emptied did I finally slump to the ground and stared at the ceiling. Looking at the ceiling of the room, I suddenly heard footsteps heading my way. I did not need to look to know who they belonged to. Angelica, are you okay? Yeah. Angelica replied while walking up to me. Soon her face came into my vision, and she spoke. We should get going. I believe the others are going to soon reach the core of the mana compressor. You are right. Chugging down a potion, and feeling the mana inside of my body replenish, alongside the injuries of my body, which were quickly healing, I weakly stood up and grabbed Liam's passed-out body before placing him on my shoulder. Cough, cough. Let us get going. Taking a look around the room and seeing that there was nothing else left inside, I headed toward one of the nearby corridors. I want to get out of here as fast as possible. In spite of the fact that the Duke-ranked demon here had already been killed, I still did not feel safe. The sense of crisis that I had been feeling ever since arriving here had not once disappeared, rather, it only increased with each passing second. I did not exactly know what brought rise to this strange feeling, but if there was one thing that I knew, it was that I needed to trust my feelings. Whenever I chose to ignore them, something bad always tended to happen, and so, let us hurry up. Picking up my pace, I ran toward where the others were located. I really do hope this is just a feeling. Craw, crack. A fissure formed in the middle of the sky, and a figure stepped out of it. When the figure appeared, the surroundings trembled as his presence enveloped everything that lay beneath him. Is this Casaria? Taking a look at his surroundings, Magnus' eyes shifted in a certain direction. Sensing something, a smile formed on Magnus' face. Opening his mouth, he mumbled, interesting. After taking a step forward, his figure vanished. Chapter 585. Are we in the right place? Kevin asked as he stood behind what seemed to be a large metallic door that was at least 15 meters in height. The room they were in used to be heavily guarded by demons. But after fighting against them for the past half an hour or so, they were finally able to clear all the demons in their way, and finally reach the doors that led to the monocompressor. The room was rather large, but was rather dark as there were no lights lighting up the surroundings. An iron-like smell, reminiscent of that of blood, lingered in the air. Let me check. Turning her wrist and tapping on her watch, a holographic image appeared in front of Melissa. Double-checking with the image and looking around, she nodded her head. It seems like it. Okay. Kevin pressed his hand against the door, and mana erupted from his body. He was currently trying to see if he could force his way through the door. As expected of an S-ranked mission, Kevin thought while he was checking the door. It took quite a while for Kevin to reach this place, and throughout the journey, he met a lot of Count-ranked demons. He didn't face a Marquis-ranked demon just yet, but he knew that there was most likely going to be one soon, and the thought made him involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Can I really defeat a Marquis-ranked demon? He may not have been alone, as there were others with him, but with Ren and Angelica gone, Kevin didn't feel confident in defeating a Marquis-ranked demon, especially since he was only A- rank. It wasn't exactly impossible, but it sure as heck wasn't going to be something easy to achieve. It doesn't look like the door can be opened through force. Taking his hand away from the door, Kevin looked toward the others with a complex look on his face. Then what should we do? Jin asked as he also placed his hand on the door. When he confirmed that Kevin was telling the truth, he also removed his hand from the door. We wait for Ren. Kevin replied while he sat on the ground, channeling the mana within himself. The door can only be opened through demonic energy, and since none of us here have any demonic energy, we have no choice but to wait for Ren. That's a dangerous plan, Melissa commented while pointing toward a couple of figures next to her. Particularly, she was pointing at Small Snake that was currently still in a coma. He isn't exactly in the best of conditions at the moment. Although the potion has stabilized his conditions, who knows what might happen if we suddenly get ambushed by demons, which seems to be a very likely possibility. You are right. Kevin nodded his head slightly as he crossed his arms and fell into thought. It didn't take long for him to raise his hand and stand up. Let's not wait over here. Let's move somewhere else while we wait for Ren and watch out. Halfway through his sentence, Kevin suddenly felt a powerful force head for their general direction. Without a second thought, he pushed his body forward and jumped toward where the attack came from. Bang! A powerful blasting sound echoed out loud, and dust swept the surroundings. Kevin! Emma shouted out loud as she stared in the direction of where Kevin had jumped. Her face was filled with worry as she looked in that direction. Fortunately, her worries proved groundless as the dust settled, and she was soon able to see Kevin's figure standing tall with what appeared to be a translucent ball covering his body. Crack! Something that was resting on the top right of his shirt broke into pieces and fell onto the floor, but Kevin paid no mind to it as he glared toward a certain direction, where he spotted a demon heading in their direction. Tap! Tap! The demon's calm and rhythmical footsteps echoed inside the ears of the people present as they felt their blood turn cold. This was especially so for Kevin, who felt the demon's sharp gaze pause on him. Strong! Strong! Kevin inwardly thought. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and he unsheathed his sword. He wasn't the only one that reacted this way, as Amanda raised her bow, Emma raised her short swords, and Jin took out his daggers. An incomparably solemn look spread across their faces as they gazed in the direction of where the demons was. It looks like a couple of humans sneaked out while something was going on downstairs. Wild demonic energy erupted from the demon's body as his sinister voice echoed through the air. Alternating his gaze between Kevin and the others, a small smile spread across his face. Especially after noticing Melissa, Hein, Ava, Small Snake, and the others. Clearly, they were weaker compared to Kevin and the others. This is good. The back of his wings expanded, casting a large shadow over the others. His wings then flapped, and his figure appeared right in front of Melissa. How about I start with you? Fuck off. Contrary to the demon's expectations, Melissa was quick to react. Casually flipping her middle finger at him, a transparent barrier formed in front of her, and the demon crashed against the barrier. Bang! What? An astonished look spread across the demon's face as he stared at the barrier, which had not broken after his attack. Immediately, Melissa's eyes met his, and she casually threw a couple of metallic cubes at the demon. I may be weak, but I'm fucking rich. Boom, boom. Coming into contact with the demon, the squares rapidly expanded before exploding right in front of the demon, forcing him a couple of steps back. Coo! Skidding back for several meters, the demon lowered his arms and raised his head to glare in Melissa's direction. Melissa's attack may have not exactly hurt him, but the humiliation he faced when he got pushed back by such low-ranked creature, it pissed him off. Sheeing. When he was about to retaliate against her, he suddenly heard the sound of air being split into two parts, and realized that the sharp tip of a sword was heading his way. Quick to react, the demon avoided the sword, but, Shiu. Just as he avoided the sword, 3 translucent arrows rapidly headed in his direction. The power behind the attacks wasn't anything noteworthy, but they would still nonetheless hurt him if they landed. Thus, the marquee-ranked demon was forced to dodge the attacks. But, right as he tried to dodge the attacks, he suddenly noticed thin black threads springing out from the ground, trapping his body. They weren't exactly strong. It only took the demon a split second to free himself from the threads, but that split second was enough to let the arrows reach him. Bang, bang, bang. The demon was forced to block the attack with his arm, and his body once again got pushed back several steps back. Just as he thought it was over, he suddenly felt a presence appear from behind him. Sheeing. It was none other than Emma, who slashed the back of the demon. Her movements were extremely rapid, and once they made contact with the demon's back, blood began to spill out on the floor. Pressing her feet against the demon's back, Emma managed to swiftly push herself back before softly landing on the ground. Sheeing. What followed after her attack was Kevin as he once again attacked, and the same pattern repeated again. From a distance, it seemed as though the 4 of them were working perfectly together to deal damage to the demon, who seemed to be rendered increasingly helpless. Their attacks were so quick and precise that whenever the demon tried to retaliate, one of them would change their patterns and disrupt whatever the demon was doing. It was really annoying. Arg! The demon shouted out loud as a terrifying black hue sprang out from his body, sending Emma, Kevin, and Jin scattering away. The black threads that were entrapping his body completely tore apart. Turning his head to glare in Jin's direction, he extended his claws and flapped his wings. It's you. In a heartbeat, he was already in front of Jin, and before Jin even had any time to react, his figure was sent crashing against the wall. Bang! Jin! Kevin cried out as the red hue coming out from his sword rapidly expanded, and he slashed toward the demon. Shiyu! Right at the same time that he slashed, Amanda's arrows arrived before the demon and crashed against his body. Contrary to the earlier scene, the demon did not dodge Amanda's attack, and let the arrows pierce through his body. Spurt! Black blood began to spill on the ground. Rapidly twisting his body, the demon raised his hand. Clang! His arm collided with Kevin's sword and sparks flew in the air. Yuk! In a flash, the demon reached out for Kevin's throat with his extended hand. His movements were lightning quick. Before Kevin could react, the demon's hand was already at his throat. I'm still here. A second figure emerged from the side and aimed for the demon's hand as the hand grasped Kevin's throat. The figure was none other than Emma, who swung both of her short swords. Noisy. Already expecting Emma to show up, the demon raised his foot and aimed a kick toward her head. Kaka. With one fluid whipping movement, the demon's leg collided against Emma's head, and Kevin's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Emma! He shouted through the narrow gap of the demon's hands that covered his mouth. The hue around his body expanded even more rapidly as the veins on his body protruded. His terrifying glare was directed toward the demon. I'm fine. A familiar voice suddenly interrupted Kevin's plans, and Emma appeared on the opposite side of where she used to be. Her short swords aimed directly at the hand that was grasping Kevin by the throat. Clang! Another metallic sound rang out, but this time, as the demon had been caught off guard, what accompanied the sound were traces of black blood as a long scar traced over the demon's arm, and he finally let go of Kevin, who took the opportunity to distance himself from the demon. Cough. Cough. Once he covered enough distance, Kevin coughed repeatedly and supported his body with the aid of his sword that was stabbed on the ground. You okay? Emma's figure appeared beside him. Turning his head to face her direction, he stared at her face, and it was then that he noticed that she was not paying attention to him. Now her attention was focused on the demon standing opposite her. She is changed. In the past, whenever such a situation occurred, Emma would drop everything and check to see if everything was okay. But unlike in the past, she now knew to not lose sight in the middle of the battlefield as her attention was still fully drawn toward the opponent. I am a bit jealous. Taking note of all the attention the demon was taking from Emma, Kevin wiped the side of his mouth and slowly stood up. I'm good now. Thanks for helping me out. Aiming his sword toward the demon, the red hue coming out from his body rapidly expanded, and he softly murmured, Overdrive. Chapter 586. Shit, where am I supposed to go? Looking toward my right and left sides, my footsteps came to a halt as I scratched the back of my head. Staring at the two different paths in front of me, I was stumped. Which way am I supposed to go? I turned to face Angelica, who looked at me and shrugged her shoulders. I don't know, she answered. Her tone was rather flat. Taking a look at Liam that was still slumped on my shoulder, I slapped the side of his cheeks. Oi, wake up and start being useful for once. While he may have tried to hide it, when I turned my head to face him, I noticed a slight twitch in his eye and knew he had woken up. He had already woken up and was probably embarrassed from the whole ordeal. Oi, wake up. I slapped his cheeks with more force. Okay, fine. Finally opening his eyes, Liam got off my shoulders and stretched his body a bit. For a short couple of seconds, I just quietly stared at him, waiting for him to say something. But as time passed and he continued to say nothing, my brows furrowed, and I raised my hand. I was ready to slap him again. That might help him wake up. Where do you want to go? A yellow hue sprang from Liam's eyes just as I was about to slap his face again. I let out a sigh when I saw this. I want you to help me find the location of where the core of the mana compressor is. It should be the place with the highest demonic energy and mana density. Since a mana compressor essentially converted mana into demonic energy, there should be a place in the mana compressor where the mana was extremely dense. That should be the place where the core of the compressor was located, and the place where the others were. Let me have a look. When Liam nodded, his eyes shone with a brighter yellow hue, and his head started to move all over the place as he searched for the location I had pointed out. Time flew by, and a minute soon passed. Tap, tap, tap. Impatiently tapping my foot against the ground, I looked at Liam, who seemed to still be having trouble looking for the core of the mana compressor. Find anything? Nope. Liam shook his head as his gaze paused in a particular direction. There seems to be a lot of places here where energy seems to be blocked. I've found several rooms on each layer that block any form of energy from coming in and out of the place. Since I can't tell whether the rooms are big or small, I can't really help you in finding the location that you're looking for. But if there's one thing that I'm sure about, is that the rooms probably are really important. I see. I lowered my head and crossed my arms together. This is more troublesome than I originally thought. While I promised the other group that I would quickly rejoin them once I was done helping Liam, after seeing how much time I had wasted, I realized that I had already broken my promise with them. I shifted my attention back toward Liam. All right, can you tell me exactly where the rooms that you said can't let energy escape are located? Why? Liam asked as he cocked his head to the side. I was quick to answer. Since you can't find the place, we are left with no choice but to look at each room individually. If there is one thing that I know, however, is that the place is located in the middle upper area of the structure, and if we cut out several sections. Wait a second. Liam suddenly cut in. Scratching the side of his head, he looked at me with a confused look. What's wrong? I asked as I noted his expression. Did he not understand what I was trying to say? If so, then I really didn't have time to properly explain it to him since we were short on time. But, while still scratching the side of his head, and allowing the hue in his eyes to recede, Liam suddenly opened his mouth and suggested, instead of doing it that way, wouldn't it be easier if we just kidnapped a demon and force him to talk? I mean, since they live here, they surely must know, right? In an instant, my body froze. Slowly, as I opened and closed my mouth repeatedly, my eyes began to open wide. I was genuinely at a loss for words at the moment as I ended up mumbling to myself out loud. How could I have not thought about that? I realized today what it meant when some said the hardest problems had the easiest of solutions. Let's go. Without second thoughts, I turned around and headed toward one of the tunnels. Liam, quickly tell me the location of the nearest demon. How strong? It doesn't matter. No, actually, as long as it isn't a Duke rank demon, then I'm fine with anything. Got it. I came to regret my words later. Light spilled from the sky as the clouds looked sparse, allowing the azure blue sky to spread all the way to the horizon. There were several figures standing beneath a tall glass skyscraper. An older figure received a small card from a skinny figure who appeared to be in his teens. Thank you very much. This is my business card, and if you would like to contact me, I will be available at any time. Brian, ha. The elderly figure stared at the card with a little bit of interest in his eyes. That interest didn't last for long, however, as he soon pocketed the card. I'll make sure to contact you if anything happens. Thank you. And if you need any tips on hitting a golf ball properly, I'll be happy to help. The skinny youthful figure lowered his body and thanked the elderly figure who burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. How polite of you. I am starting to like you more and more. Thank you. Thank you. Brian meekly thanked the elderly figure as he scratched the back of his head. Soon, he felt a hand pat him on the shoulder. Without raising his head, he knew that it was the elderly man. It's getting late. Lunch break is almost over. I'll make sure to call you if anything truly happens. Please do. Waving his hand, the elderly figure left the premise with what seemed to be his colleagues. A bright smile spread across the youth's face as he focused his attention on the figure's back. This continued until their back finally disappeared. While still waiting in the same spot for several more minutes, Brian's smile soon faded. It hurts. Massaging his mouth, the edges of his lips twitched. Not bad. A familiar voice echoed inside of Brian's ears. Without turning around, Brian already knew who the voice belonged to. Hemlock. It wasn't just his voice that gave him away, but the stares that were directed in his direction were also a dead giveaway. It was a scene that Brian was all too familiar with at the moment. I have to admit, you're incredibly Brian. How so? The two chatted as they walked through the busy streets of Ashton City. I'm just impressed by how you are able to quickly build up favorability with all the clients that we meet. Just how do you do it? It's simple really. Brian took out a small handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. It was currently extremely hot outside, and unlike Hemlock, who could control mana, Brian couldn't, and therefore couldn't exactly withstand the heat. It's hot. He waved his face with his hand. Picking up his pace, he pulled out several files from the well-worn briefcase that he held in his right hand and handed them to Hemlock. What's this? That's information regarding the client that we just met. Brian pointed toward the top right section of the paper. In here, I've got listed the person's hobbies, behavior, likes, dislikes, and so on. Study them carefully for at least 100 hours before meeting the client, and everything will be smooth sailing from there. You call this easy? Hemlock stared at Brian with a baffled look on his face. Taking the papers back, Brian nodded his head. It is. To build a good impression with someone, Brian would spend a substantial amount of time carefully examining the person he was supposed to work with. From their hobbies to the way they talked, where they were born, and everything. He needed to know everything before even thinking of talking to them. It was his principle. In this case, the client he was working with was called Igor Liviat, and he was currently one of the top heads of a famous guild in the human domain. In fact, just the fact that he was able to even talk to him shocked Brian to no end, but as he knew that this job was what was helping him pay for his mother's treatment, he didn't ask any questions, and continued to faithfully do his job. It was better this way. Since I'm born with no talent, this is the only way I can make a living in this world. I have to put in countless hours in order to achieve something that someone with a skill can achieve in minutes. It's the sad reality. A bitter smile spread across Brian's face. Just as Hemlock was about to say something, Brian cut him off. I know what you're going to say, and I'll repeat it again. I don't have talent, I just work a lot harder than the others. Putting the papers back in his briefcase, Brian turned his watch and picked up the pace. Now, on to the next client. Chapter 587. Bang, bang. What is going on? The sound of something crashing near Small Snake awoke him from his slumber. With each passing second, the sound became more clear, and it was not long before his eyes were fully open. Blinking his eyes several times, he thought to himself, am I still alive? He could clearly remember being on the verge of dying not too long ago. Did he die? Or was he still alive? Shit. Bang. Immediately after opening his eyes, he saw a figure being sent flying into the distance, before crashing heavily against what appeared to be a large metallic door. A muffled sound accompanied the figure's crash. Kevin, how much longer do you need? A female voice shouted. Who is she? Squinting his eyes, Small Snake's eyes paused on a female figure that he had never seen before in his life. She had long auburn-colored hair, and seemed to be rather beautiful. The way that she moved across the black marble floor seemed extremely nimble, and so were her attacks that looked extremely sharp. No, rather, she did seem familiar, but he just could not seem to recall who she was. Just buy me one more minute. Taking his eyes away from the female figure, Small Snake's eyes finally paused on Kevin, and it was then that he noticed a large red hue coming out from his body. The hue seemed to completely engulf the area they were in, making it extremely terrifying. What is going on? Blinking his eyes a couple of times, Small Snake turned his head slightly and finally spotted what seemed to be a demon. Demon. His groggy mind sobered up and he tried to lift up his body. Small Snake, you're awake. Feeling a hand press against his chest, Small Snake was shocked to see a couple of familiar figures rush in his direction. You guys. Small Snake. Before he could speak anymore, he suddenly felt something hug his body tightly. Ryan. He was shocked to see that the person was Ryan, who seemed to have tears streaming from the side of his eyes. As he raised his head, he saw Leopold, Ava, and Hein also staring at him. Their weapons were drawn out and formed a small circle around him. They were clearly trying to protect him. Taking a moment to process what was going on, a thin smile eventually spread across Small Snake's face as he lowered his head back down and turned to stare at the ceiling. So I'm still alive, huh? He may not have been sure before, but now he knew. He knew that he was still alive. A part of him felt great relief once he realized this. But that did not last long as he soon heard another crashing sound. Bang. Uck, shit, hurry up. The voice seemed to belong to another familiar figure, who was standing not so far from where she was. She seemed to be standing behind what seemed to be a large transparent barrier. I don't think I'll be able to last much longer. The core I'm using is about to run out of energy. So hurry up, Kevin. I don't want to die in this filth. A couple more seconds. Kevin shouted while the red hue coming out from his body started to fluctuate wildly, and the room shook alongside it. The demon, who had long noticed that Kevin was up to something, desperately tried to stop whatever he was doing, but regardless of much he tried, he would always get blocked by either the girl with the short swords, Jin, or Amanda. Ready. In the end, in spite of the demon's desperate attempts, he was unable to fully free himself from their attacks, and Kevin was finally able to complete his attack. Raising his sword behind his head, he took a step forward and appeared before the demon. In that moment, Small Snake felt as though time had frozen completely as the air around him solidified. The last thing Small Snake saw was the look of utter terror on the demon's face as Kevin's attack came crashing down on him, and a bright red light enveloped the entire room. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded out, and Small Snake was forced to close his eyes. In the aftermath of the explosion, Melissa took several steps back and her face paled as the barrier shook uncontrollably. Fucking hell. Small Snake heard her curse coming from a meter away from him. Tin, tin, tin. Though faint, Small Snake could also hear the sound of small rocks hitting against the barrier that was protecting the area around him. This persisted for a couple of seconds before it finally stopped. Opening his eyes, Small Snake was met with a large cloud of dust that soon settled down. At this point, he could clearly see the aftermath of the attack and saw Kevin as well as the others struggling to breathe. Their complexion was extremely pale, and their clothes were a mess. Nevertheless, they appeared to be relieved as Kevin held onto a small black orb in his hand. I did it. Kevin weakly murmured as knelt down on the ground and observed the core in his hand. Taking another breath, he squeezed his hand together and the core shattered into millions of pieces. Crack. Seeing this, everyone sighed in relief and tried to regain some of their lost energy. That was much harder than I thought. Kevin's voice echoed throughout the surroundings. Patting his hand on his clothes, he cleaned the small pieces of the core he had in his hand. Although I knew that marquee-ranked demons were strong, I didn't think they would be this strong. For a moment, I thought I was going to die. Tell me about it, Emma commented from a distance as she lay on the ground with both hands and legs spread apart. Not far from her were her two short swords. I don't think I'll be able to fight again. If another marquee ranked demon comes, just know that I won't be able to help you. You're on your own. And you think I'll be able to fight?" Kevin joked as he slowly stood up and turned to face one of the distant corridors. "Now all we have to do is wait for Ren and the others to come back. He told me that it might take a while, but I seriously think that if he takes too long, things will get quite troublesome for us." Their stamina was currently almost depleted. The same went for their mana, which was slowly recovering due to the aid of several potions. Nevertheless, they were not enough to completely heal him into top condition, and Kevin knew this, especially since he was still suffering from the aftereffects of having used overdrive. At this moment, his whole body was twitching uncontrollably. Since they were in no condition to fight, he hoped Ren would arrive before any demons could reach them. Fortunately, his hopes were answered, as not even a minute after he said those words, he was able to hear the sound of several footsteps heading their way. "Is it this way?" Furthermore, he could also hear Ren's voice. His complexion instantly brightened. The same could be said for the others as they slowly stood up. But as they turned their heads, they were confronted with a scene that changed their complexion, making their faces harden. "Just a little bit more forward. You know that I will kill you if you are playing tricks on me, right? Spare me. I'll think about it if you don't lie." Slowly emerging from the other side of the corridor, Ren held onto the back of the neck of a demon and dragged him across the floor. Coming from behind him were two other figures. But what was most shocking about the scene was not their appearance, but the demon that Ren was currently dragging with him. A marquee-ranked demon. Small Snake murmured as he, alongside the others, felt the pressure coming out from the demon's body. Recalling just how much they had struggled to defeat a marquee-ranked demon, and seeing just how Ren was handling one, Kevin and the others were left at a loss for words on how to react at the moment. Wasn't it a little bit too unfair? "Oh, so that's where you guys were." Finally spotting the others, Ren's face brightened, and he greeted them with a cheerful smile on his face. "Have you resolved the situation?" The first one to greet him was Kevin, who seemed to have somewhat recovered from the strange scene that he saw. "Yeah." Turning his head, Ren patted Liam's shoulder. "We somehow managed to defeat the demon he was fighting and finally managed to get back here." "I see." Kevin nodded his head as he examined Liam, who was standing next to Ren. He appeared quite lethargic at the moment as he cradled the sword in his body and kept opening and closing his eyes. He seemed to be on the verge of sleeping. Extending his hand, Kevin pointed toward the demon that was being held by the back of his neck by Ren. "Is that the demon that you two were up against?" he asked, while secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. As Ren looked at the demon, there was a brief silence in the room, before he quickly waved his hand. "Nah, no way. This is just a random demon that I picked up because I couldn't find a way to get to you guys. The demon that I fought against was way stronger than this one." Though he had already expected such an answer, the moment Ren's words echoed out, Kevin's shoulders slumped down and his head lowered. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Weakly waving his hand, Kevin pointed toward the door in the distance. He was clearly trying to change the topic. "How about we open the door for now?" Chapter 588. What should we do now? After finally opening the door that led to the core of the mana compressor, I curiously looked around the room. The room we were in was rather spacious, about half the size of a football field. Over the room's black and earthy floor, which was covered by a thin white mist, were thick wires as thick as a tree trunk. As I traced the wires, my gaze paused at a small altar, where a white orb rested, where a thin white mist floated from the top of it. It was clear to me that the mist was most probably caused by the white orb. Further adding onto that, an individual paying close attention would also notice that the mana around it was extremely thick. That's probably the area where the mana gets converted into demonic energy. Walking toward that area, Melissa carefully raised her hand to touch the mist. The mist passed through her fingers as she turned her head toward us. "If my guess isn't wrong, we should be destroying this area." "Got it." Listening to her words, Kevin walked up to where the white orb was and unsheathed his sword. He was rather decisive in following up on her instructions. I guess he must be eager to go back home. We were only a few steps away from returning home. All of us could return home as soon as the core broke, and he understood this. A red hue began to erupt from his body as he slashed down. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the surroundings once he slashed down. The mist scattered on the floor cleared away, and the room started to shake. Crack! Coming into contact with Kevin's sword, miniature threads started to form around the orb, slowly expanding like spiderwebs. In the end, after the cracks spread, the orbs didn't completely break like Kevin had expected it to. "This is tougher than it looks." Wiping the sweat that had accumulated on his forehead, Kevin raised his sword again and prepared to unleash another attack. Strange. My brows furrowed tightly while he was doing that. My mind was filled with a strange feeling at the moment. Kevin previously said that this was an A-ranked mission, and although it has now changed to S rank, why do I still feel like something is wrong? Firstly, for an A-ranked mission, this was a bit too hard. Sure, the Duke-ranked demon controlling the place was old and on the verge of dying, but he was still incredibly strong. Further adding onto that, there were several marquee-ranked demons. In no way should this mission be an A-ranked one. The current S rating was a far more accurate estimate. Yet, I still felt that something was wrong. For quite some time now, I had been feeling a sense of impending doom. As time went on, it only got worse, and I still couldn't understand where it was coming from. I had already killed the Duke-ranked demon, and so the largest threat was already gone, but for the feeling to still be here. "We need to hurry up. Let me help." Walking toward Kevin, I pulled my sword from its sheath. Feeling the thick grip of the sword, it felt a bit weird. This was to be expected though, as it wasn't my sword, I wasn't used to it. In any case, whether I thought it was comfortable or not, didn't really matter. Right now, my priority was to go back home. Raising the sword above my head, I slashed at the same time Kevin did. Bang! More cracks began to form on the orb, while the surroundings shook even more fiercely. But in spite of the fact that I had exerted all of my strength to slash, the orb still didn't break. Liam, help out as well. Knowing that it might take longer than I had anticipated to break down the orb, I enlisted Liam's help. It would have been helpful to have Angelica's assistance, but she was currently observing the door for any demons approaching, so I could only give up. Me? Why? Just hurry up and do it. Bang! I once again slashed toward the orb. Once again, at full power. Bah! Thump! Bah! Thump! As I swung with even more speed and force, the sense of crisis in my heart only grew stronger. It was what kept me going, and attacking with even more force despite using all of my strength in each swing. Suddenly, Kevin's movements ceased. Liam also stopped, and so did I. My body started to shake after that. I knew it. What I had been feeling throughout the entire time, I knew that it wasn't just me overthinking things, but rather, it was my sixth sense telling me that something terrible was going to happen. I knew it, and yet, I still failed to capitalize on this feeling before it was too late. Slowly turning my head, I saw a demon leisurely standing in the distance with an amused expression on his face. Beside me, Liam and Kevin also stared at the demon, and their bodies stopped completely as a suffocating pressure bore on all of us. What I was feeling, it was hard to describe. It felt like I was deep underwater, with all the pressure of the water bearing down on me. Breathing was impossible, and the longer I stared at the demon, the deeper my body sank in the dark ocean. Extending his hand in our direction, the demon smiled. "Keep doing what you are doing, I won't harm you. There's no need to be scared." The demon's voice sounded rather playful as his eyes swam all over us. I almost thought that His Majesty could have been mistaken, but as expected of him, he knows everything. As he extended his hand forward, my body, along with everyone else present in the room, levitated in the air before being pulled towards him. I could only helplessly watch the others get dragged alongside me, as the mana inside of my body was once again sealed. Damn it. I should have waited more time before coming here. I inwardly cursed while I stared at my skill. Limit breaker. If there had been anything that could have helped me out of this situation, it was that. But given that I had used it in the demon world, its cooldown wasn't over, so I was totally helpless right now. I could only helplessly watch as the demon moved my body in the air. What's with the scared looks? Didn't I already tell you that I won't be killing you? After dropping my body a few meters from himself, I landed upright on the ground. Besides me, the others were else in a similar situation, as we were lined up together. Once everyone was dragged over, the demon's eyes swam all over our bodies. Then, with a soft and gentle smile on his face, the demon started to introduce himself. Pardon my rudeness, let me introduce myself. My name is Magnus, the Demon King's retainer. I can't move. A tightly fitting tuxedo covered every part of his body, his black cascading hair falling gently to his shoulders, his pale and masculine face, moist cherry red lips, and large horns. That was who the demon that stood before Melissa looked like as she had trouble moving her head, or even breathing. Shit. A sense of impending danger loomed over her as his eyes swept over her body, before moving to the others, who seemed to be in a similar situation. At this very moment, Melissa knew that they were all feeling the same thing. Helplessness. Just the strength and power that was coming out of the demon rendered her, and the others helpless. He was strong. Too strong. How in the world were they ever going to get out of this seemingly impossible situation? Bah, thump, bah, thump. The rhythmical sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears. What's with these scared looks? I already told you, I'm not going to kill any of you. The demon's voice sounded rather pleasant to Melissa's ears. Compared to the other demons she met, she felt no malice in the demon's voice. That's bullshit. Nonetheless, Melissa could only scoff at the demon's words. She in no way believed that the demon would do nothing to them. Don't believe me? The demon suddenly smiled. Interlocking his hands behind his back, he calmly paced around them. I am here simply to report to His Majesty about your presence on this planet, not to kill you. Don't worry, I have already told him about everything, and he will be here shortly. By His Majesty, is he referring to the Demon King? As Melissa closely analyzed the demon's words, her face shifted and her body began to shake. Her body began to shake unconsciously at this moment. It had to be known that ever since she was born, like all children born in this era, they had all learned of the Demon King, the ruler of all demons, and the reason why the earth was in the state that it was. Having been told that the Demon King was personally coming to see them, Melissa felt a deep-rooted fear spill out of her chest as her complexion turned even paler and her heart raced. She wasn't the only one who reacted this way, as many of the others also seemed to have lost a part of their soul when they heard of the sudden piece of news. The only one that showed no notable change in expression was Ren, who kept his eyes on the demon in front of him. It might take a bit for him to arrive since he's far, so we have a little time in our hands while we wait for him. Lowering his head, Magnus pinched his chin and fell into thought. From his serious expression, he seemed to be thinking about something important. Clapping his hands together once, Magnus' face brightened. I know what we can do. How about we play a game? The elegance and suaveness of his actions were evident in everything he did. Sweeping his eyes towards everyone present, his eyes soon paused on Melissa, and their eyes met. The instant their eyes met, Melissa felt her heart stop. No, no, not me. She silently pleaded inside her heart. But her pleas ended up being fruitless as the demon calmly took a step in her direction. As you all should know, I'm a demon that belongs to the Pride clan. A clan that has pride in their blood, and just as much as we like strong and prideful individuals, we also love tearing their pride into bits. It is the greatest of joy for us. Melissa felt a hand press against her forehead as she tried to free herself from whatever was trapping her, but it seemed impossible since the demon's power seemed too strong. Now, I won't kill you. The demon's gentle words fell into Melissa's ears, but instead of calming her down, they only served to make her panic even more as her face twisted. No, she screamed inside of her heart. But her struggles were useless as the last thing she heard was the demon's words. I'm only just going to show your deepest secret to the others. Everything went dark after that. Chapter 589. As I watched the demon place his hand against Melissa's hand, everyone's eyes turned white. What's going on? Their sudden actions startled me as I tried to understand what was going on. But before I knew it, my vision darkened, and I was suddenly transported inside a dark space. Where am I? What's going on? Just like before, I couldn't move my body. I felt completely trapped. As I stared into the blackness before me while wondering about what was going on, I noticed that it had started to change, and it was not long before my surroundings started to change as well. Suddenly, white tiles appeared in the air and shot toward the ground, before they neatly positioned themselves together. That wasn't all. Also, desks began to form in the air before positioning themselves in what appeared to be a medium-sized room. About half the size of a standard living room. Books, files, glass panels, and awards. One by one a room started to form, and my height suddenly started to shrink. I had many questions that I wanted to ask, but my body was immobile. The only thing I could do at the moment was just watch as a scene unfolded in front of me. In just a few minutes, everything was set up, and by the time the last tile was placed on the floor, everything seemed to look gigantic. No, rather, it isn't the surroundings that are gigantic, but it's me. I came to this realization when I found that I was holding on to what seemed to be a small drawing that I couldn't quite understand. They looked like doodles, yet at the same time didn't. What happened to my hands? Most notable about the situation was the fact that the hands holding only the paper seemed to belong to a child. Their size. They weren't even a quarter of what my hands looked like. They were quite frankly tiny. The confusion within me only grew as time passed, but I didn't have much time to ponder over the matters as the door of the room suddenly opened. Clank. A familiar figure emerged from behind the door. It only took several seconds for me to recognize the figure, and when I did, I was left in a state of shock. Octavius. He looked exactly the same as the Octavius I knew. But why was he here? What exactly was going on? Amidst my shock at Octavius's sudden appearance, I realized that my body was shaking. I felt a weird emotion surge from deep within, one that I couldn't quite describe. What was it? Excitement, anxiety, or happiness? I wasn't exactly sure. Taking a timid step to the back, I hid the paper behind my back. All of the actions that occurred were not something that I could control, as the body moved on its own. Father. Opening my mouth, what sounded like the voice of a little girl escaped from my mouth. Father, Octavius. It was at this moment that I finally realized that I was in what seemed to be Melissa's body, and the events that previously transpired before coming here started to flood my mind. Right, didn't the demon say something about breaking pride? Is this what he meant? When I realized that I was seeing her memories, I realized that perhaps everyone else was also seeing the same thing. This is bad. I thought to myself as I tried to move the body in any way. In an attempt to stop what was happening, I tried to come up with anything, but my efforts proved ineffective. It was simply impossible. What was even worse was the fact that I was forced to watch the entire thing as I couldn't close my eyes nor turn my body away. Father. The man's feet never stopped moving toward the desk that sat all the way across the room, despite the girl's calls. Once he arrived at his desk, pushing the chair back, Octavius sat down on the chair and started to look through a stack of papers, completely disregarding the girl's existence. In the meantime, my feet gingerly headed toward his desk, coming to the side of the desk, and finally getting a glimpse of Octavius's side view. My head raised a little until I was finally able to get a good look at Octavius's face. Once again, I felt a weird feeling enshroud my body. This time, I could make out what it was. Anticipation. The feeling that I was feeling right now was that of anticipation. Anticipation of him noticing me. But that never happened as 30 minutes soon elapsed. In the 30 or so minutes that passed, not once did Octavius ever turn to face me as I timidly stared at his serious features. In that span of time, I could feel my feet start to hurt. Before I knew it, my body took a step forward, and my little hand clasped onto his trousers. Let go. As my hand touched his trousers, Octavius's words echoed. Immediately, I let go of his trousers. What do you want? Finally getting his attention, he lowered his head to stare at me. Those eyes. They are the same as now. Closely observing his eyes, I realized he hadn't changed since this event happened all those years ago. They were still as hollow and lifeless as they were now. Exerting more force onto the grip of the paper behind my back, my body shifted toward the right, and left before I took out the paper and handed it to him. Here. I felt hints of shyness coming from my body when I handed him the paper. Clearly, it meant a lot to the little girl. What's this? Taking a look at the paper, Octavius grabbed it and examined it for several seconds. A scribble? He asked. My head immediately shook. No. Then what is this? Some sort of molecular structure. Yes. A feeling of elation swept my body as my hands shyly twirled behind my back. A bright smile also spread across my face. Uncle Thompson told me that I just discovered something amazing and wanted me to show you. Oh. Taking another look at the paper, Octavius quickly lost interest and crumbled the paper in his hand. The smile on my face froze, and my eyes blinked a couple of times. It was only after Octavius tossed the paper in the trash that everything finally sank into the little girl's mind as my head raised up. Don't disturb me with this nonsense again. Get out of my room. Before I could even reply, Octavius waved his hand, and I felt my body shoot up in the air. Clank. The door burst open and I shot toward the room's entrance. Clank. With a loud sound, the door behind me closed shut, and my body suddenly started to enlarge before I dropped to the ground. Ha. Drip. I gasped for air heavily as sweat dripped from my face, and hair covered my vision, while they scattered on the ground where I lay. Every part of my body burned, and I could barely move my muscles, but, again, my hand moved toward the right, and tightly clenched what seemed to be a long pole. A spear, I thought. Feeling the grip of the pole, I used it to support my body up, and it was then that I was able to see where I was exactly. A training room. At the moment, I was standing in a white room with wooden tiles at the bottom. The room was surrounded by large glass panels, and from there I could see the reflection of a familiar figure. Is this really Melissa? She looked nothing like herself, with wet hair falling behind her back, no glasses, and sweat dripping down her face. It was as if she had become a completely new person, especially since the Melissa that I knew disliked exercising. How about it, young miss? Should we stop for now? Right then, my eyesight focused on a female figure wearing a black suit standing opposite of her. She had short black hair, an oval-looking face, a small nose, and large eyes. She was stunning. As she pointed the tip of a long spear at me, her heroic and charming figure appeared especially impressive. You look exhausted. It's best if you don't continue training. No. Melissa shook her head as I felt the grasp of the spear tighten. We're not stopping until I pass out. Taking a step forward, she charged to where the female combatant was and firmly thrust the spear in her direction. Her movements were rather smooth and sharp. In no time they reached the lady standing on the opposite end, but a casual swipe of her hand deflected Melissa's attack and redirected it toward the ground. Sloppy, the lady murmured before I felt a kick on the back of my leg, and I dropped to the ground. Ugh. A small groan escaped my lips as I fell to the ground. My body seemed to have lost all of its energy, as I dropped several times to the ground as I tried to get up. But in spite of my best efforts, I couldn't get up. Damn it, not yet. Give up, young miss. The lady from before spoke. Her words only served to incite a hidden anger that rushed out from within my body. Glaring at the lady, I spat through my gnashed teeth. I said, only stop when I pass out. Her threatening aura seemed to have worked somewhat, as the lady stopped insisting that she'd give up, and just let her do her thing. As you wish. Taking a step forward, the servant disappeared from the spot before reappearing right in front of me. Her movements were lightning quick, and although I could react to them, my body couldn't, and was soon thrown all the way toward the other end of the training ground. Crash. My body quickly crashed against the walls. I had originally expected to feel some pain while I crashed against the wall, but to my surprise, I didn't. It seemed as though we couldn't feel pain in this imaginary world. Nonetheless, I may not be able to feel pain, but I could still feel what Melissa was feeling. Frustration, anger, and resentment. Drip. With more sweat dripping from her forehead, I slowly raised my head and glared at the lady. Again. Chapter 590. Bang. I found myself flung all the way to the other side of the room once again as the training lady kicked me in the stomach. This time, my body did not crash against the wall and continued to move. Once again, my body started to rapidly expand, and before I knew it, I found myself standing in front of what seemed to be a large auditorium. I would like to congratulate Melissa Hall on her outstanding achievements. Without her help and assistance, we would have never been able to achieve a breakthrough in our research. It is bright. While a middle-aged man spoke beside me, I took note of the bright lights coming from the distance. Click. The rapid clicking sound of the camera shutters echoed throughout, and a multitude of white lights flashed in the distance. They were so bright that my eyes started to squint. I felt a wave of annoyance wash over me. Nonetheless, a smile adorned my face. Thank you. As I reached out for what seemed to be a small piece of paper, I looked at it briefly and brought it close to my body. It is an honor to have helped you. It is truly outstanding that you have managed to achieve all of this at the tender age of 15. Truly, you are a blessing to society. How kind of you. My hand covered my mouth, and I let out a fake laugh. If only that was really true. My mouth quietly murmured in the midst of the laughter. The sound was so quiet that no one could hear it. The announcer beside her was the only one who thought he had heard something, but I was quick to deny everything. Did you say something? No, I did not. My head started to shake. I see. Well, let us give another round of applause to Melissa Hall for her outstanding achievements. After he said that, the crowd became rowdier and everyone began to clap even louder. Clap. Thank you. As she bowed her head repeatedly, Melissa secretly tried to catch a glimpse of the audience from the corner of her eyes. Looking at the crowd, I felt a sense of anticipation. In spite of the bright lights, my eyes continued to scan the audience in search of someone. I did not know exactly who, but he seemed to be important to Melissa, especially after I realized what she was currently feeling. However, as time passed and she did not see anyone, the excitement cooled and my eyes drooped. I then felt a sting inside of my heart before my mouth opened and I murmured, "It looks like I will have to train more." Following her words, the lights coming from the distance started to become brighter, and before I knew it, all that dyed my vision was the color white. "What is your rank?" By the time the bright lights faded, I found myself back in the office space from before, Octavius' office. This time, unlike in the past, I was inside Melissa's older body. Sitting opposite me was Octavius. He looked exactly the same as he did during the first part of Melissa's memory. I bit my lips until they stung, then closed my eyes, and looked directly into Octavius' eyes. I have managed to come first rank in the theoretical department, and achieved an overall rank of second in the lock ranks. Tap, tap. Reclining against a large black leather chair, Octavius began tapping against the table. His complexion darkened considerably and Melissa's heart tightened. "Second." "Yes." Melissa nodded her head. She may not be showing it on the outside, but her heart was currently beating uncontrollably. I could feel it. There was also a mixture of anxiety and fear hidden deep within her, as she continued to fearlessly stare at Octavius. Leaning his body forward and interlocking his hands together, Octavius asked, "Who came first?" My brows furrowed at the question, but I nonetheless answered, "Some guy called Kevin Voss." "Kevin Voss?" Octavius' turbid eyes rippled slightly. He does not seem like someone famous. For him to have become the first in the rankings, I should have heard of someone this capable. Covering his mouth with his hand, Octavius fell into deep thought, and no longer paid any attention to Melissa, who clenched her teeth tightly. Opening her mouth, she called out for him, "Father." "Ha, you are still here?" When he spoke, my blood turned cold and my face hardened. Meeting my eyes, Octavius had a rather disdainful look on his face. "Do you expect me to praise you for your failure to achieve first rank?" His words hit like a truck as the pain in my chest intensified. "After all of the resources that I poured on you, you still fail to get into the top ranking of the lock. Is that something that you should even be proud of? Be thankful that I am not throwing you out in the streets for tarnishing my name and reputation." With every one of the words that came out of Octavius' mouth, I felt the emotions running inside of my body becoming number. Before I knew it, I was no longer inside of the office, but back in the training ground. But compared to last time, there was no strength inside of my body. Everything was just numb. "What is wrong, young miss?" Raising my head, I was met with the sight of the same lady from before. She looked a little bit older than before, but just like in the past, she was still beautiful. "Did something bad happen? You look out of it." Moving closer to me, the lady tilted her head and placed her hand on my forehead. "You do not seem to be having a fever. Maybe you have overexerted yourself." Turning around, the trainer took a towel to wipe off the sweat on her body, and then proceeded to shake her head. "Let us call it quits for today. You are probably exhausted from all the training you do. I told you many times that training for more than 12 hours a day every day is not healthy. Just look at yourself now. You are clearly exhausted. 12 hours. Every day." The trainer's words deeply resonated inside of my head as I struggled to digest her words. 12 hours. It took a while for them to sink in, and when they did, I came to realize just how much Melissa had been working herself. Although I was always busy, I did spend a lot of time training each day. My record was about 7 hours a day, and during that session, I remembered being too exhausted to even move. It was not something that I was willing to do again. Kevin also trained for a similar amount of time. Perhaps even more, as I did recall him saying something about training 8 hours a day at one point. Well, this was a long time ago. Times had changed since then and he probably trained a little bit less. In any case, that was beside the point. At this moment, I was still trying to process what was being shown before me, and the scene once again changed. Grand halls of the Demon King Palace. Sat on his throne, Jezebeth rested with his eyes closed as the energy around him fluctuated wildly. Despite his pale complexion and weaker aura than in the past, his aura still inspired fear in anyone who saw him. Time passed, and after an unknown period of time, his eyes opened. "Hugh." A small cloud of turbid air escaped from his mouth. Opening his eyes, his two blood-red eyes were revealed as they shone with a dangerous light. Staring toward the empty halls, Jezebeth opened his mouth and murmured, "I took more damage than I previously thought." The damage he sustained from breaking down the Akashic links a while back was a lot more than Jezebeth had originally anticipated. In fact, he estimated that it would take him at least half a year to fully recover from his injuries. This is not very ideal for his plans. This was not exactly good news. It was right at this moment that Jezebeth felt something, and his hand casually swept the air till a black portal formed in the air before him. After which, a familiar voice echoed throughout the grand halls. "Your Majesty, I have found the humans that you were looking for. They are located on a planet called Cassaria in the Concordia Galaxy. There are a lot more than I anticipated, but I will not have trouble holding them here. They are rather weak. I will be waiting for your arrival." The message was rather short, only a couple of sentences, but it was enough to improve Jezebeth's mood considerably as he stood up from his throne. "It looks like my plan has worked." Swiping his hand to get rid of the black portal, Jezebeth extended his hand and clenched the very air before him. Pulling it apart with his arm, a fissure formed in front of him, and he stepped into it. Finally, I am one step closer to my destiny. Chapter 591. What a pitiful child. My vision returned to what it was prior to the visions after the demon took his hand from Melissa's head. I did not know exactly how long had passed, but during the time where I was looking through Melissa's memories, it felt as if years had passed by. Of course, I knew that it was only my imagination. Thud. During the time that my vision returned, Melissa fell to the ground on both knees. Her complexion looked rather pale, as what seemed to be tears flowed down the sides of her eyes. I could not blame her, relieving what she was desperately trying to hide and forget, and knowing that the closest people she knew were also watching her deepest secrets. I could tell exactly what she was feeling. Shit. Lowering his body, the demon stood at eye level with her. Patting her head, he gently spoke to her. Your life is truly hard. You wanted to make your father proud throughout your entire childhood, but no matter what you did, he never satisfied you. Even when you excelled in a different field, he ignored you and only cared about your achievements in the combat field, yet you had no talent for it, but you knew this. Of course, you knew this. You are a smart child after all, am I right? Melissa's body trembled as the demon's gentle words echoed throughout. Slowly, she started to nod her head. Don't respond to him, I shouted inside of my head as I tried to move and open my mouth, but it all proved to be fruitless. I could not activate any of my skills, nor feel my mana. I was desperate. Melissa may not be aware at the moment, but the demon was definitely using some sort of skill at the moment. A skill that would severely weaken her mind the more she listened to him or spoke to him. Even though you trained for 12 hours every day, to the point of exhaustion, as a way to finally show your father the results of your achievements, he completely disregarded your achievements and treated you like trash, all because you could not take the first spot. Extending his hand, the demon patted Melissa on the back. When your father dismissed you after you placed second, that was the turning point of your life, was it not? You stopped caring about him, or about anyone else's opinion, right? You felt free when you stopped caring, right? And why do you treat everyone so harshly? Is it because you do not trust anyone but yourself? With each question that the demon asked, Melissa's complexion became, and it was not long before her eyes started to lose some clarity. Oh no. I instantly became alarmed when I saw this. This pattern, it was the same pattern that resulted in the creation of contracts. After thoroughly exposing the secrets and breaking their minds, demons used this exact scenario to convince their victims to sign a contract with them. Not good. Despite my best efforts, nothing changed and I remained in the same spot, shouting inside of my mind as I tried to struggle even harder. You look like someone prideful at a first glance, but in a way that is just yourself trying to distance others from you so that you do not get hurt again, right? It is a pitiful life, the one that you live in. The demon's eyes flashed with pity as he continued to pat Melissa on the back. Over time, her complexion worsened, and it was not long before her eyes became hollow and she lost her expression. Shit. I inwardly cursed inside of my mind when I saw this. How about you just GI? Oops. Halfway through his sentence, the demon finally took notice of Melissa's condition, and the smile on his face widened. It looks like I overdid things a little bit. I am not supposed to break you just yet. His Majesty might get mad at me if I do that. Standing up and no longer paying any attention to Melissa, the demon calmly patted his clothes. Then, once he confirmed that there was no dust on his clothes, he turned to glance at Melissa one last time. While I feel that your father's methods are harsh, he was not exactly wrong about you being talentless. It is a pity that I am tempted to make you sign a contract with me, but you are simply untalented from my likes. Plus, the demon's head suddenly turned, and it was then that my eyes met with his. After looking through your memories, I have come to find quite a nice gem over here. One that I am very interested in making a contract with. Calmly taking a couple of steps toward me, the demon soon reached where I was standing and stopped right before me. Calmly analyzing my body, I was able to catch a glimpse of a strange twinkle in his eyes. While he analyzed my body with his eyes, I felt the back of my skin crawl. You are quite young, yet you seem to be extremely strong for someone your age. Not bad, not bad. The more he looked, the more he seemed to be satisfied with me. Taking his eyes away from me, he then turned his head and his eyes lingered on Liam's and Kevin's bodies for a bit. These other two seem to also be quite the talent. It is quite hard to choose between the three of you, so how about we continue our little game? Turning his head to once again face my direction, the smile on his face became even more sinister, and his hand raised toward my head. No. Staring at the enlarging shadow cast by the hand slowly approaching, from the corner of my eyes I stared at the others who were else looking at me. My heart started to beat faster as deep anxiety started to permeate my body. Not my memories. I started to panic when I realized that the others would also see my memories. I cannot let that happen. Anything but that. The thought of all the things I had been trying to hide being revealed to them terrified me to the core. Imagining how they would react to what I did in the past and everything that happened to me made my skin crawl. Especially after they would find out the truth about my life at the lock and how I viewed them in the past. But I was helpless at the moment. No matter how hard I tried, I could not resist the demon's hand as it soon reached out for my head and grasped it tightly. Sleep tight. Everything went dark after that. Is it happening again? As Kevin walked past a paved driveway toward an area surrounded by iron gates and fences, he passed a small wooden chapel. Just like before, with Melissa, he could not control his body as it slowly headed toward the back of the chapel. Are these Ren's memories? Recalling what had happened before, and how the last memory he had was the demon grasping Ren's head, Kevin could make out what was going on at the moment. He felt a burning rage rush from deep within him as he thought of what the demon was doing. Bastard! Kevin's anger grew as he remembered Melissa's state a few seconds ago. Remembering her helpless and broken state, Kevin felt his emotions run wild. He called it a game, but this felt like no game to Kevin at all. In the midst of his rage, Kevin suddenly found his mind turning blank as his body moved past the chapel, and he was able to catch a glimpse of what lay behind it. Cars lining the road, a black hearse, pallbearers carrying what seemed to be 3 different caskets, mourners seated in chairs or standing in a clump, a religious leader praying or reading passages of scripture, fresh flower arrangements, and several people dressed in black standing with their heads lowered. A graveyard? The sight left Kevin in a state of confusion as the body continued to move forward. Approaching the graveyard, Ren's movements were rather slow and unhurried. He seemed to be rather relaxed at the moment, as though the scene in the distance had nothing to do with him. He was acting drastically different from the people in the distance who were mourning and crying. They looked somewhat familiar. Kevin could not quite make out the features of the individuals in the distance, but as he paid attention to them, he felt that they were quite familiar to him. Rather, extremely familiar. Unfortunately, he was unable to get a proper look at them as Ren's body moved toward where 3 carved headstones stood. What is going on? It was at that moment that Kevin suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain engulf his entire being as Ren's feet came to a sudden stop, and he grasped his chest with his hand. Soon his body started to tremble uncontrollably. Not now. Ren's voice echoed out as he took a step forward. Ha! Each step that Ren took felt as though a piece of his entire heart was being ripped into pieces. It was suffocating. The closer he got to the headstones, the harder it became for him to walk. Ha! As his breathing got harder, so did his vision, which became increasingly misty. Staring at the tombstones in the distance, Kevin found that Ren's whole body was trembling. He was becoming increasingly unable to bear the pain inside of his heart with each step he took as he had to force himself to stop several times. What is this pain? Feeling the pain that Ren was going through, Kevin did not know how to react. The pain hurt more than anything he had ever felt in his life. Kevin felt an undefinable type of pain drain away at everything he knew as Ren's trembling body stopped in front of the headstones. Right as he stopped in front of the headstones, Ren's body knelt on the ground, and Kevin was finally able to see what was written on them. His heart stopped soon after. How? Imprinted on the gravestones were 3 names: Samantha Dover, Donald Dover, Nola Dover. Chapter 592. Aren't these the names of Ren's parents? Kevin had only met them a handful of times, and didn't know them that well. The most vivid memory he had of them was seeing them cry at Ren's funeral. The image of Ren's sister crying in front of his picture left a big impact on him. It is definitely their name, isn't it? He couldn't exactly remember them, but as he took note of their last names and the pain that was permeating through Ren's chest, Kevin could tell that they were his parents. The real question was, why were their names imprinted on the tombstone before him? It doesn't make sense. Last Kevin recalled, they were still alive and well. He didn't remember hearing anything about Ren's parents ever passing away. How is this even possible? Thud. Kevin's vision suddenly lowered as he fell to his knees and the scenery around him shifted. It began with a soft whisper in the air that tickled the ear. A colorless pearl fell to the ground, landing perfectly on one of the blades of grass beneath the magically darkened sky. Pitter. The sound was like the glassy clinking of a champagne flute, clear and lifting. Pitter, pitter. Accompanying the first drop was a second, and then a third, and within seconds, a heavy curtain of rain fell to the ground. Fut, fut, fut. The noise on the surface of Ren's clothes, which were slowly getting drenched, was like that of ripened nuts made when they hit the ground. It wasn't like the soft, clear, mellow drops that were hitting the grass. It was like baseballs being thrown against a net. Louder and fiercer. Ren clutched his chest with one hand and grasped the tombstones in front of him with the other, oblivious to the cold caused by drenched clothes. Pitter, pitter. The plummeting rain masked Ren's tears as he kept his head lowered and sobbed. A fierce and sharp pain was invading Ren's chest as he slowly opened his mouth and muttered, Not again. In uttering those words, Kevin felt a pain that he had never experienced before, and he was struggling to keep his emotions in check as Ren's emotions slowly began to affect him. Ren's words were followed by a shift in weather. It was sunny once again. As the weather changed, Ren's position did not change as he grasped onto the tombstones in front of him. The cold that was previously embracing his body was gone, and his clothes magically dried. This time, the pain was even worse than before. It was unbearable, to the point that one might go insane from it. Why? Kevin murmured through Ren's mouth. Ren's voice reflected his genuine helplessness, and it was precisely because he could hear the helplessness in his voice that Kevin wondered, why is the weather changing? And why did he say no again? While he wondered to himself, the world around him continued to shift, but, with time passing and Kevin staring at Ren's memories, he was shocked to realize that all the memories were basically the same. Ren is mourning the loss of his family. The only difference between the scenarios was perhaps the weather, the time, and the seasons. Other than that, nothing really changed. It was the same funeral scenario being replayed in front of him, over and over again. So Kevin thought until the scene changed again, and something suddenly occurred to him. The pain. The excruciating pain that was permeating through his chest whenever Ren looked at the tombstones. It is milder than before. No, rather, my emotions are becoming more and more numb. When Kevin realized that Ren's emotions were changing, he focused all his attention on what he was feeling the entire time, and before he knew it, he was standing 5 meters away from the tombstones. He was no longer kneeling like in the past. The weather and season changed repeatedly in the background. Sometimes it would snow, sometimes it would be sunny, and sometimes it would be late at night. Amidst the changes in scenery, Kevin realized that the agonizing pain he was feeling had completely vanished, replaced by an absolute feeling of emptiness. All he felt was nothing. Not even a shred of emotion. How many times has the weather changed? Shifting his attention away from what he was feeling, Kevin realized that he had lost count of how many times the scenery had changed. He had been so absorbed trying to imprint what Ren was feeling inside of his mind, that he had long lost count of how many times the world around him had changed. However, in spite of that, if there was one thing he was certain about, it was that the scenery changed more than 100 times. For 100 times, Kevin watched as Ren attended his own family funeral over and over again. He is finally moving. At some point, Ren finally moved his body that used to stare at the gravestones of his family members while his emotions numbed. Suddenly, Kevin was faced with a scene that was even more shocking as his mind froze over, especially after hearing a familiar voice and seeing a familiar face. What is wrong with you? Do you not feel anything? Slowly heading in his direction was, is that me? When Kevin saw a figure that looked strikingly like him, he was shocked. The only thing that was different about him was that he looked older than he did at present, but Kevin recognized him at once. It was himself. But how is that possible? Kevin could not recall any of the things he was seeing. He never recalled attending a funeral in which Ren's family died. So why was he here? I have watched you just dumbly staring there without any sign of emotion on your face. I get that you are probably shocked by what happened, but it doesn't even look like you care at all about the fact that everyone is dead. Kevin suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. What is going on? When Kevin looked at himself and saw the anger and sorrow on his face, he was once again confused. Why was he reacting this way? Speak, damn it. Grasping onto Ren's collars, Kevin felt his body shake as his other self shook his body in a fit of anger. Fuck. Tears began to flow down his cheeks as he cursed. His sudden actions startled Kevin. He was now starting to doubt whether this was really him, as he simply couldn't understand why Kevin was reacting the way that he was. Do you seriously not feel anything when everyone has died? Letting go of Ren's clothes, Kevin pushed him backward. Stumbling a couple of steps back, Kevin watched as his other self dropped to the ground. Grasping the grass beneath him, his eyes were filled with sorrow. Did they really mean nothing to you? It was right as the other Kevin dropped to the ground that Kevin caught a glimpse of what was behind him. And it was then that he saw what appeared to be even more tombstones. The numbers were countless. No way. Reading the names engraved on the tombstones, Kevin felt his heart drop. Emma Rochefield, Amanda Stern, Jin Horton, Melissa Hall. What is happening? The sudden appearance of the others' tombstones shook Kevin to the core as he didn't know how to react. Just what in the world was going on? He didn't have much time to dwell on this as Kevin felt Ren's body patting himself on his clothes to wipe off any dirt that lay there. Slowly, he stood up. Fixing his clothes, he directed his gaze toward Kevin, who was kneeling on the ground. Walking up to him, Ren slowly knelt to meet him in the eyes. Kevin, he called out for him. His voice sounded rather cold, devoid of any emotions. Heeding his call, Kevin slowly raised his head. Placing his hand on his shoulders, Ren patted him on his shoulder. You asked why I don't feel anything when I see that everyone we care about has died, right? No. I just said that in the heat of the moment. I didn't really mean my words. Before Kevin could finish his sentence, Ren brought his face near Kevin's ear and whispered, because I killed them. What? Crack. Before Kevin could react, Ren squeezed his hand over Kevin's neck, and a cracking sound echoed. Thump. With a low thump, Kevin's body lifelessly fell to the ground. In the meantime, Ren slowly helped his body up and apathetically stared at Kevin's body before murmuring, time to restart. The scene around him shifted. Bang. A fist casually swung to the right, and black blood sprayed everywhere. For the next second, a black orb floated in the air. Crack. Reaching out for the core, Han Yufei shattered it in his hand. Breaking the core into pieces, he looked ahead of him. He was currently in what seemed to be a large storage room. The place was about half the size of a tennis field, and all sorts of equipment and devices seemed to be stored there. While his gaze swept over the equipment, he took a moment to close his eyes and channel the mana inside of his body. The entire room was enveloped in a small hue. This is nodded as well. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes again and shook his head. He furrowed his brows tightly. Where exactly is my stuff? At the moment, he was looking for his dimensional space alongside Ren's and the others. This was his task. As Han Yufei's dimensional space was one bound to his soul, he was the only one that could find where they were located. The only problem was that they seemed to be stored in a special container of sorts, blocking him from knowing exactly where it was unless he came close to it. I have already searched most of the lower floors, and I still can't seem to find it here. Maybe it's on the higher floors. I might end up meeting with the others. Ren and the others were currently on the second upper level, which was on the way. Massaging his neck, Han Yufei unclenched his hand and black powder fell onto the ground. It was the powder that came as a result of the cracked core. Massaging his fist, He looked at the room one last time before leaving. All right, since there is nothing here, it is best if I leave. Chapter 593. What did I just see? Kevin felt his heart grow cold. That can't be real, right? Ren would never do that. He was in a state of complete denial. But it was at this moment that he suddenly recalled his past flashbacks of what Ren had done with Emma, and it was from there that he was able to calm himself down. That's not the Ren I know. It's a different Ren, he repeatedly told himself. Recalling the conversation he had with Ren in the past and connecting everything with his visions, things were slowly starting to make sense. Why is it dark? Following his death, the scene once again shifted. This time, the world was dark. However, upon paying close attention, he could hear the sound of birds chirping in the distance. Chirp, 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 birds. What's going on? Kevin could faintly feel the warm, gentle sunshine enveloping his whole body. It was then that Ren opened his eyes and Kevin found himself inside a one-bedroom apartment. Rubbing his eyes, he blinked a couple of times and once more looked at his strange surroundings. This place. Kevin couldn't just quite remember where he had seen this room before. The room was furnished with the basic necessities that comprised a clean white bed, an old wooden spacious desk, a tall wardrobe, and a small bathroom. It was neither too big nor too small, but it seemed to have all the necessary facilities one might need when living. Why is this so familiar to me? Kevin thought to himself as he continued to stare at the room. It was strange, but Kevin knew for sure that he had seen this room before. But no matter how much he tried to think about it, he couldn't exactly remember where he had seen it. How odd. Shifting his body, Kevin's head turned to face the nearby window. Reflected on it was a familiar face. Jet black hair, pale white skin, blue ocean-like eyes. It was Ren's face, but younger, a lot younger. What memory is this? Kevin wondered as Ren's body shifted, and he pressed his foot on the ground to help his body up. Another failure, Ren muttered while he stood up and headed for the nearby desk where he sat down. Opening the drawer beside the desk, he took out a small notebook alongside a small pen. Grasping the pen beside him, Ren's body froze for a small second. With his eyes locked onto the pen, he slowly brought it next to his neck. Click. Pressing onto the top end of the pen, the sharp tip came out. Ren gently pressed it against his neck. Slowly, he began to put more pressure. What is he doing? Kevin wondered as he felt the sharp tip of the pen press against Ren's neck. His actions didn't make sense to Kevin at all. Don't tell me that he's... Before Kevin could come up with an assumption, Ren let out a long sigh and lowered the hand that held onto the pen. The pressure on his neck disappeared. Casually tossing the pen on the desk, Ren reclined on the chair and emptily stared at the white ceiling of the room. Grasping his chest with his hand, he mumbled, "What's the point? It's not like anything will change." Though his words were casual, they were enough to alarm Kevin, who was watching everything. At this point, no matter how much he tried to feel the emotions Ren was experiencing, he couldn't feel anything. He basically felt like an empty shell whose sole reason for living was something that Kevin was still unsure of. But from his earlier actions, Kevin had an inkling that perhaps, just maybe, Ren didn't really want to be alive. It was as if something was stopping him from dying. Or maybe he was just overthinking. But as he thought back at the moment he pressed the pen against his neck, Kevin was left uncertain about his theory. Leaning his body forward, Ren grasped the pen he had thrown on the table and opened the book. He then began to write something. Conclusion of Trial 209. Upon killing everyone that Kevin held dear, he fell into a state of emotional turmoil. Assessing the situation, I decided to terminate the loop. Based on my calculations, the possibility of him defeating the Demon King was beneath 1%. It wasn't worth continuing. Reading through what Ren was writing, Kevin felt his blood freeze. Chills ran through his body as he had a hard time processing what Ren was writing. It can't be right. Kevin wanted to remain in a state of denial, but he knew that everything he was seeing was real. There was no point in his denying anything. He had already figured everything out after connecting the dots from his vision. Yet, a small part of him still wished that this was not true. But he knew that it was only wishful thinking on his part. This may not be the Ren he knew, but he was still nonetheless Ren. A stinging pain started to quickly spread across Kevin's heart. Why? Just why? Trial 210. Circling those words with his pen, Ren continued to write more words. Goal: kill anyone that Kevin was close to in the previous loop before he comes in contact with them in this loop. The same goes for my family. It's better if they die early. Right as the last words were etched into the paper, the world started to shift, and a red sky enshrouded the world. Rubble and debris appeared everywhere as corpses and limbs sprawled all over the ground. Absolute silence enshrouded the world. Kevin suddenly found himself standing on top of a broken building, as the sound of his rough breathing broke the silence that was enshrouding the world. Where am I? Kevin wondered to himself as he looked around him. It was also then that he noticed that his right hand was missing and a long scar was tracing down Ren's well-built body. This scene, it looks familiar. Taking note of what he was seeing, Kevin suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. Slowly, Ren began to lift his head and his eyes laid on a figure who had white hair and red eyes, with black blood seeping down from his mouth, and his body laying down on a broken building. The figure blankly stared toward the sky as a cruel smile sprung up on his face. "It's no use, you won't be able to kill me." His playful words rang throughout the world as he proceeded to raise his hand. The moment he raised his hand, the world seemed to have come to a standstill as demonic energy gathered towards the palm of his hand, forming a small ball the size of a basketball. Stay put. Before the black orb could fully form, Kevin felt his hand rise before he motioned downward with it. Crack, crack. Under the red-eyed figure, cracks formed as the ground crushed against his body, resulting in a crater to form. It didn't matter how powerful the impact was. The red-eyed figure was completely unfazed as he gazed in his direction. The red-eyed figure's smile only deepened as their gazes met. Opening his mouth, he muttered, "Stop with your useless struggle. I've already won." "Shut up," Ren replied as the area around him pulverized into bits. The gravity around him started to warp, and the buildings in the distance crumbled. Rumble, rumble. His power was overwhelming. While Kevin suddenly felt his body turn, he was once again shocked to see a figure resembling himself standing in the distance. And it was right there that it finally hit Kevin. This scene. Your turn. With the palm of his hand motioned downwardly, Ren kept the other figure in check while he looked toward the other Kevin. However, it was painfully obvious to Kevin that his power wasn't enough to contain the other figure for long as he felt his hand start to shake. "What are you waiting for? End him." Kevin felt Ren's mouth open once again as he urged his other self who was standing in the distance. His voice sounded a little bit more rushed this time. Staring back at him, the other Kevin's lips trembled after glancing at the red-eyed figure, and then looking at the world around him. "Is this the outcome that you wanted? What are you talking about?" Ren replied back. His brows furrowed tightly, and his voice became even colder. Clenching his teeth, the other Kevin pointed towards the distance. "Take a look at the world. It's completely destroyed. Almost all of humanity has been destroyed because of your actions, and yet, you don't seem to care." As the other Kevin's fists clenched tightly, his voice rang throughout the world. "For the sake of killing him, you decided to sacrifice the whole of humanity. What's the point of killing him when there's no one left? What's the fucking point?" Quietly listening to the other Kevin's words, Ren slowly opened his mouth to say something. Matching his mouth, Kevin spoke inside of his mind. "Because I don't care. Because I don't care." It was at this point that Kevin finally understood why felt a sense of déjà vu before. This scene. It was the same scene that he saw in his vision. He could clearly remember each word that was about to be said. "You don't care." A powerful red hue suddenly erupted from Kevin's body. While the hue that sprang out of his body was very faint and almost invisible, the pressure it released was nothing to laugh at. "You don't care about the fact that because of your actions humanity is on the verge of extinction. What are you doing?" Ren's dull voice echoed throughout. The other Kevin pressed his palm to the space next to him and replied, "Something that I should have done the moment I remembered everything." Clank, 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 clank. To Ren's shock, black chains suddenly sprung up from the ground, and Kevin felt them clasp onto his limbs. For the first time in a long time, Kevin felt Ren's face crack when he looked at the other Kevin who was looking back at him. "What do you think you're doing?" Kevin raised his hand and felt his body try to move. But no matter how much force he applied, he couldn't move. A complete seal had been placed around his body's mana. Realizing just how much of a predicament he was, his voice raised. "What did you do to me?" Ignoring his words, the other Kevin turned to look at the other white figure, who was watching the scene with an amused look on his face. Although he was also on the verge of death, there was a triumphant look on his face as he looked at Kevin and himself. "It looks like it's going to be another failure." Clenching his teeth, the other Kevin proceeded to ignore the figure. Coo. Stumbling forward, the hue around the other Kevin's body slowly started to fade as his figure paled. Taking note of his sudden actions, for the first time in a while, Kevin suddenly started to feel emotions spring out inside of Ren's body as he opened his mouth and screamed. "Kill him now, end this now, end it. You know full well that you're the only one that can stop him. What are you waiting for?" Desperation. That was what Kevin felt as he felt his mouth open and scream. "It's always the same with you." Taking one more step forward, the other Kevin's feet came to a pause a couple of meters away from Ren. Their two eyes met. Clank, clank, clank. As he walked, Kevin felt the chains wrapping around his body become more and more numerous before they completely wrapped his body. Seeing that his words couldn't reach the other Kevin, Kevin realized that Ren had stopped shouting and the previous emotions that were erupting from within him completely disappeared. Lowering his head and glaring in the other Kevin's direction, Kevin felt his mouth open. "You think this will be enough to stop me? I don't know." The other Kevin shook his head. "But we will find out soon. At least for now, you won't be able to do anything." Spurt. Raising his hand, the other Kevin suddenly pierced right through his own chest. Instantly, blood leaked out of his body. Staring at the other Kevin, Kevin felt his voice grow colder. "Howdy." The moment Kevin's life slipped away, the world turned white and everything crumbled. It wasn't long before darkness once again returned. Clank, clank, clank. Amidst the darkness, the only sound that echoed was the sound of chains rattling. "What's going on now?" Kevin wondered to himself as he gazed into the darkness before him. The darkness continued to persist for longer than Kevin could imagine, as he soon began to lose track of time. "Why isn't anything happening? Am I still in Ren's body? How much time has passed? Why aren't you moving, Ren? Do something." In the course of time, Kevin gradually lost himself as the silence and darkness became unbearable. The more he thought, the crazier his mind became. Please, please stop this." In no time at all, Kevin's rationality started to crumble. In particular, Ren's feelings were synchronizing with his own. The world seemed so dark and lonely. A little more time passed, and Kevin had long since stopped speaking as he just stared at the darkness along with Ren. As far as he was concerned, it was all he could do. Biz. Biz. A buzzing sound echoed amidst the silence, and Kevin felt Ren's head raise. And an orb. Coming into his sight, Kevin spotted a white orb in the distance. His mind, which was on the verge of collapse, reanimated a bit as Kevin kept his eyes locked on the orb. What's that orb? Slowly, the orb approached their direction. Kevin didn't know how long passed, but it wasn't long before the orb stopped before them. Taking a glimpse of the orb, Kevin was suddenly taken aback. There's something inside of the orb. It was faint, but Kevin was able to see something reflected on its surface. Trying to take a better look at it, he was soon shocked by the scene that he saw. Ren. It was once again Ren. This time, however, he looked normal. Too normal. He wasn't anything like the Ren he knew. At least, demeanor-wise. Slowly, he began to watch as Ren's life unfolded. It first started with him attending the lock. Salma class as he was, same seating, but the way he acted was different. He sat alone in the corner, never speaking with anyone. As time passed, Kevin was surprised to discover that some events he knew never happened. There was one instance where Ren mumbled out loud the solution to one problem scientists were struggling with. Something about monopoisoning in beasts. That scene never happened. Slowly, the scenes began to change, and it wasn't long before the Hallberg incident arrived. An incident that Kevin clearly remembered. That's the incident where I got a proper look at Ren's power. His words were suddenly cut short when he saw Ren get stabbed in the heart by a black-clad figure attacking their mansion. What? Staring at Ren's body, which was lifelessly laying on the ground, Kevin had trouble processing the scene. Before he could say anything else, the image on the orb disappeared, and Ren suddenly opened his mouth. Ha, ha, ha. A hollow laugh escaped from his lips as his hair covered his face, blocking Kevin's vision. I knew it. Seconds after his laughter rang out, the orb glowed once more and the scene restarted. Ren once again laughed in a brittle manner. The laugh didn't last for long as he soon stopped laughing, and he proceeded to gaze at the orb. Is this what the chains are about? Trying to stop me from regaining my memories while you continue to struggle to defeat the Demon King. Letting out another laugh, a rattling sound echoed out. Clank, clank, clank. As if I'd let you. Slowly, Ren brought his hand toward the orb. Closing his eyes, he softly mumbled. Memory manipulation. Immediately after uttering those words, Kevin watched as black threads sprang up from the ground before covering the entire orb. Chapter 594. Coming out from beneath, the black threads gently wrapped around the white orb. Opening his eyes, Kevin felt his mouth open. How should I start? Ren's voice echoed throughout the dark void. After looking at the orb and seeing the reflection, Kevin felt his brow furrow as Ren fell into contemplation. He seemed to be thinking about the current circumstances. Let's see if it's possible for me to completely replace my memories with his. After uttering those words, Kevin watched as the black threads flung around like wild snakes, and attempted to wrap around the orb as quickly as possible. Coo. Kevin let out a short groan as his hand pulled away from the orb. Tiss. Lowering his head, Kevin caught sight of Ren staring at his hand which had become transparent. Taking a moment to raise his head again, he gazed at the orb's reflection. Looks like I can't do that. Whatever Kevin put on me sealed some of my powers. Silence ensued after he uttered those words. After which, Kevin watched as Ren kept his gaze on the orb, and the same scenario from before replayed. Time seemed to have passed by in the blink of an eye as the memories shifted, and it was now the fourth time that Kevin was staring at the same image of Ren standing up from his bed, in what seemed to be the lock's dormitory. This time, a change to the scenario happened. Ding dong. The door suddenly rang. What? Why did the bell suddenly ring? Taken aback by the sudden events, Kevin was unsure of how to react. Having watched the scenario well over 4 times, he had never seen this happen in the past. Kevin's attention was soon taken away by a subtle pull of his lips. Opening his mouth, Kevin spoke through Ren's mouth. As expected, you can't let this happen, can you? Without me, all hopes of defeating the Demon King are null. What followed after his words was the sudden appearance of a man in a blue jacket. He was holding on to a small box which Ren took and brought with him inside of the room. After which, he looked through the contents and eventually pulled out an unfamiliar red book. Kevin instantly recognized the book in Ren's hands. How could he not? It was the same book he had used back when Ren was in danger in the past. Oh, what an interesting book. Focusing his attention back on the reflection, Kevin was able to see what was written in the book. It was his life. As expected, it's the same. And it was from there that Kevin was able to confirm his suspicions. Time moved forward, and now, with the aid of the book, Ren no longer died during the Hallberg incident as he did in the past. He managed to survive. Kevin felt interest arise from within his body. Can this be enough to stop the loop? Kevin mumbled out loud through Ren's body. But, doesn't look like it. Time passed, and Ren once again died. This time, he died during the Inter-Academy tournament. He made it a bit further, but he still died. This won't do. The same scene repeated itself once again. This time, the red book appeared in each scene. Clank, clank. Reaching out for the orb once more, Kevin felt his mouth open as he muttered. I think I've got an idea of what I should do. Black threads once again started to form around the white orb upon reaching out for it. This time, they were a lot less than before. Nevertheless, there were still many. A red book, huh? Is this the only thing? Or have you left more? Kevin mumbled through Ren's mouth. Locking his eyes onto the red book, the black threads gently wrapped around the white orb. This might work. Thinking of something, Kevin felt Ren's brows relax. After that, he stared at the reflection on the orb. Since you've received a book that outlines exactly what Kevin is doing, it stands to reason that his altered memories have to do with a book. How about an author entering his own book? This would reduce the possibility of you discovering that your memories have been tampered with, and I won't have trouble giving him the power of foresight. Trying to wrap around the orb, more black threads emerged from beneath it with each passing second. Soon, a black cocoon formed in front of Kevin's vision. Since I have only a limited amount of power, I can't add too many details to his memory. Nevertheless, it shouldn't be a problem. Right now, my priority is making sure that he does what I want, and that is, have Kevin kill the Demon King. Removing his hand from the orb, Kevin felt his body take several steps back. Carefully observing the orb, Kevin once again felt his mouth open. Trial 1. Begin. Following his words, the black threads revolving around the orb started to scatter, and Kevin was once again able to see what was reflected inside of the orb. It's different. It was from this point that Kevin noticed that compared to the previous versions of the loops, Ren's actions were different. Rather, they were far too different from that of the Ren he knew. What is he doing? Going around places collecting all sorts of items and interfering with certain events in the past, such as the Hallberg incident, the Inter-Academy tournament. Kevin watched as Ren slowly started to get more and more powerful. Soon, his name became known by everyone in the world, and he was hailed as humanity's savior, only for everything to go dark and the loop to restart out of nowhere. What happened? Kevin wondered to himself as he continued to gaze at the orb. Why did the loop suddenly restart? Ren was definitely extremely powerful. Another failure. Halting his thoughts, Kevin felt the top ends of his brows furrowed tightly. While he opened his mouth, Ren's voice echoed throughout the dark space. He got greedy, and his meddling resulted in Kevin becoming weak and eventually dying. A short oversight on my end. What? He placed his hand on the orb once again. Trial 1. Failure. Subject meddled too much, resulting in Kevin and the others becoming too weak and inevitably leading to his death and their death. Black threads once again rose from beneath the orb, wrapping around it. Trial 2. I need to make a change in the subject's personality. If he is too smart or ambitious, he will derail from the plotline I have set up for him like the last trial. For that to happen, I decided to make some adjustments to his previous life personality. He will come from a world where magic does not exist and is a total loser that is rejected by society. His only ambition will be to live a happy life, and in order to do that, he must make sure that he thoroughly follows the plotline. Having him adopt this mindset, I will be able to better control his actions. The more Kevin felt his mouth speak, the more the black threads that emerged from the ground. Clank, clank. The rattling sound coming from the chains became more intense as time passed. But that's not enough. His actions for growth will inevitably lead to a change in the plotline. A pawn is necessary, one that would force him into the specific route that I want him to go. Clank, clank. The rattling sound coming from the chains became more and more powerful with each passing second. It was clear to Kevin that Ren was nearing his limit. Lastly, I need to ensure that he stays alive. Coming from a world without magic, he will be inexperienced and will have a high chance of dying. When the time comes, I need something to make him more decisive. The only thing that comes to me. Clank, clank. Out of nowhere, the chains that were rattling shook with a wild force, and Kevin felt his body get flung all the way back. Letting go of the orb, the black threads that were wrapping around it dissipated till only a few remained. After which, the familiar scene began to replay on the white orb. It's once again different. Paying close attention, Kevin was once again shocked to see the scene change. However, if there was one thing that particularly caught his interest, it was that he's much closer to the Ren that I know. The way he talked and moved, he resembled a lot like the Ren that he knew well. Slowly, Kevin watched as Ren left the academy and headed out for what seemed to be the black market. After that, he came into contact with what seemed to be a broker. Talking with him for a bit, he proceeded to head to a dungeon facility. Clank, clank. And it was then that Kevin felt his body move once again. Clank, clank. Followed by the rattling sound, Kevin felt his hand press against the orb. Red desolation. He only said 2 words, but it was enough for Kevin to understand what they meant. That's the name of one of the F-ranked dungeons on the list. Most shockingly, Kevin watched as Ren chose that exact dungeon. There were sand dunes everywhere, and the land was cracked. Marching through the dungeon, Kevin watched as Ren fought against monsters and trained himself. It was only after a while that he spotted several people lying down on the ground in the desert. They seemed to be a mercenary group. In an attempt to help them, Kevin watched their bodies eventually start to convulse, and they ended up dying. Mindbreaker curse. Familiar with the symptoms the mercenary group experienced, Kevin was able to tell with a glance how they died, and it was then that he came to the conclusion that there was a demon inside the dungeon. Ren also came to the same conclusion, but before he could do anything about it, a sandstorm engulfed him. The only thing Kevin saw in the orb was an endless amount of sand. Kevin was once again able to see what was happening only after Ren entered the eye of the storm. A massive castle appeared in the distance at that point. What is he doing? Shockingly, Kevin watched as Ren approached the castle and entered. Why did he enter the castle? Good. Cutting Kevin, he felt his mouth open as Ren's voice echoed. What good? His words caused Kevin to be even more confused. Before he could even make out what was going on, Kevin spotted a black humanoid figure sitting on a throne. Staring at Ren with an amused look on his face, he began to toy with him. Ren did try to put on a struggle, but it only ended in enraging the demon more. Make it stop. Unable to stand the scene, Kevin wanted to take his eyes away, but he physically couldn't. This wasn't his body. In the end, Kevin could only watch as the demon toyed with Ren till he died, and the loop restarted. After that, the loop repeated once more, and Kevin watched the same thing happen again. Training in the dungeon and dying right after. Repeat. This was repeated 5 more times. Fortunately for Kevin, as this was a memory, he only saw short glimpses of them. Why aren't you doing anything? Regardless, he still couldn't stand seeing the same scene of Ren getting tortured over and over again. Do something. Just as Ren was once again about to die, Kevin finally felt his mouth open. It took a total of 5 loops in order for me to recuperate some of the energy I lost and memorize all of the demon's movements. Placing his hand over the orb, more black threads shot into the air and wrapped around the orb. Finally, Kevin saw something change. Target likes to play with his subjects. The key is to pretend you don't work anymore and attack his core right when he loses interest in you. Exactly as he uttered those words, Kevin watched as the same scene unfolded. This time, however, he was shocked to see a change. Halfway through the torture, Ren pretended to no longer move, and exactly as the demon lost interest, he put up a last-ditch effort and cracked the core. It's exactly as he said. The astonishment in Kevin's voice did not last for long as he once again felt his hand press against the orb. Clank, 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 clank. Right at that moment, Kevin was stunned to see the chains that were binding him shake even more fiercely than ever before. It was right there. More sprang from beneath the ground and clung onto his leg and arms. Wrapping around his body, Ren was pulled away from the orb. In any case, what was even more stunning to Kevin was the fact that he felt his lips curl a bit. I've succeeded. Then, feeling his eyelids close, darkness enveloped his body. Ah! Kevin heard a blood-curdling scream. What's going on? Opening them up again, Kevin found himself inside a dark room. What is he doing here? Lying down on the ground before him was the same demon from before. Ah! He screamed in agony throughout the room as he desperately clung to each part of his body. Quiet. Kevin felt his mouth open. In the instant that his words rang out, the demon that was lying down on the floor stopped speaking. Raising his head, Kevin felt his eyes meet with the demon. This demon. He feels familiar. Upon getting a closer look at the demon, Kevin realized that he looked somewhat familiar. He knew that he was the same demon from the orb, but the familiarity actually came from somewhere else. He just couldn't exactly remember why. In any case, he didn't have much time to dwell on this anymore as the demon's voice rang. It's you. Kevin watched the demon slash towards him with a bloodthirsty gaze. Sadly for the demon, his attack went right through Kevin, and before he could react, Kevin felt his hand rise, and he pressed his finger against his forehead. The demon froze mid-air. I don't have much time to waste. I've already used most of the energy I had trying to get a small fraction of my soul to enter your body through your broken core. Kevin watched as a white glow suddenly enveloped the finger that pressed against the demon. Count yourself lucky that I chose you. Ah! Right as his words faded, the demon let out another scream, and his body arched backward. What did he do? Kevin wondered to himself as he watched the demon scream for the next minute. For him to react like this, Ren was definitely doing something to him. Unfortunately, the only thing Kevin could do was watch. The memories didn't allow him to understand what Ren was thinking or doing. He had to figure everything out himself. Ha, ha. Once the screaming finally stopped, the demon dropped to the ground and heavily gasped for air. Throughout the entire time, Kevin's gaze never left the demon. Have you come to your senses? Kevin asked as his mouth opened. Supporting his body with his arm, the demon raised his head to look up. It wasn't long before he began to smile. Is what you showed me true? Kevin wondered while he felt his head nod. It is. Coo, 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 coo. Hunching his body over, the demon began to chuckle to himself. Helping his body up, he began to spread his wings. Once again, his eyes met Kevin's. This is fun. This is very fun. I knew you would say that. Upon uttering those words, Kevin realized that his body was starting to become transparent. Taking note of this sudden change, the demon asked, "Is there anything you would like me to do?" Yes. Kevin felt his head nod. Once again pressing his hand against the demon's head, he slowly opened his mouth and began to speak. I want to test something. Go to the lock and kill me. What? Both Kevin and the demon sounded stunned by Ren's sudden words. Before the demon could say anything, Ren continued. I've left the last remnants of my power inside of your body. You should have no trouble infiltrating the lock and getting to me. The more he spoke, the fainter his voice became. Remember, go there with the intent to kill me. If someone shows up, don't be surprised. Those were the last words Ren was able to utter before the world once again turned dark, and Kevin found himself back in the dark void. In front of him was the same white orb. Taking a look at what was displayed on the orb, Kevin was instantly taken aback. This scene. Once again, he felt a weird sense of déjà vu. Inside the same room from the past, lying on the cold floor with terror-stricken eyes was Ren. Standing on top of him was the same black humanoid figure from a couple of seconds ago. With his hand raised, he prepared to kill Ren. But, clank! The door burst open right as the demon was about to kill Ren. Coming from the other side of the room was a black-haired youth with crimson-red eyes. His sudden appearance startled Kevin as everything started to connect inside of his mind. But before he could think of anything else, his mouth opened. As expected. You weren't happy with what Kevin did, were you? You can't let me die anymore, can you? It was Ren. His words sounded strange to Kevin, but at the same time, he had an inkling of what those words implied. Feeling his hand extend one more time, Kevin touched the orb and Ren opened his mouth. Took you long enough. Took you long enough. The demon inside of the orb mimicked Ren's words, raising its long skinny arm and pointing it towards Kevin. The black humanoid's figure smile widened. This is on you. Coo, this is on you. Grabbing Ren's figure on the floor by the neck, the sadistic smile on the black humanoid figure widened. Staring at Kevin, who was on the opposite side, the grip of Ren's neck tightened. For your repeated failures in defeating the Demon King, and making me go through these endless cycles, I am the sin you created. I am the sin you created. Licking his lips, the humanoid figure turned its attention back towards Ren, and tightened the grip on his neck. Yuck. I am the consequence of your actions. I am the consequence of your actions. Glaring at the black humanoid figure, Kevin snapped out of it and screamed at the top of his lungs. Don't you do it. Spurt. But it was too late. Before Kevin could do anything, Ren's head exploded into millions of pieces. No. Kevin's blood-curdling scream rang out. Not long after, the world started crumbling down. However, right before the world could completely crumble, the same raspy voice traveled through Kevin's ears. Never forget. I am the one sin you will never get rid of unless you manage to do what you were created to do. Never forget. I am the one sin you will never get rid of. Chapter 595. It looks like there's a limit to how much I can influence him with my sealed powers. At the rate that he's progressing, he will die early. Maybe if I find a way to weaken his soul temporarily, I will be able to have a greater influence on him. Upon muttering those words, Kevin watched as the black threads danced around the white orb and started to attack it. After striking the orb, the threads bounced back, leaving it completely undamaged. The sight caused Kevin's brows to furrow. I don't seem to have enough power to damage his soul, so I'll have to find another way. Feeling his hand pull away from the orb, Kevin felt his body take a step back. After that, he continued to stare at the orb for 2 more loops. He seemed to be paying particular attention to each and every one of the details in each loop. I see. Right before the second loop started, Kevin once again felt his hand pull toward the orb. I think I have found a way. With the fate of his words, the loop repeated, and Kevin watched the same events unfold once more. It was only after Ren woke up from the coma after having fought with Everblood that Ren finally took action as Kevin felt his body move. Taking a step forward and placing his hand on the orb, Kevin softly mumbled, "Let's see if it works." Black threads sprang from the ground, covering the entire orb. After that, just as he wished, while selecting the skills from the long list of skills in the black market, Ren eventually chose a particular skill. Picking it up from one of the bookshelves, he slowly began to turn the book around. A skill that enables users to erase all emotions and act as a supreme monarch that only calculates the best option regardless of circumstance. Mumbling those words, Kevin felt the chains that were binding his body rattle wildly. Clearly, Ren was trying to pull something. Clank, clank. But Ren didn't care as he eventually closed his eyes, stopping Kevin from seeing anything. Amidst the darkness, he was only able to hear 2 words. They rang clearly inside his head. Monarch indifference. I don't get it. What's going on? What am I seeing? Is what I'm seeing real? Amanda's mind was in a state of disarray as she watched the memories play out in front of her. It was difficult for her to comprehend what was happening. At one moment she saw Ren standing in front of a funeral, mourning the death of his parents, while the next moment, she saw the weather change alongside the time and seasons. Recalling the hand that reached out to grab Ren's head, Amanda knew that he was looking at his memories. There was only one problem. Ren's parents never died. She was especially sure of this. After all, she had been with them not too long ago, and she had gotten quite close to them. Their death would have surely been known to her. Ren must have somehow found a way to fake his memories. That was the only conclusion that Amanda could come up with upon further thinking. How else would it explain what she was seeing? Other than this, she really couldn't think of anything else. Or so she thought. Because I killed them. Conclusion of Trial 209. Upon killing everyone that Kevin held dear, he fell into a state of emotional turmoil. Assessing the situation, I decided to terminate the loop. Based on my calculations, the possibility of him defeating the Demon King was beneath 1%. It wasn't worth continuing. Trial 210. Goal. Kill anyone that Kevin was close to in the previous loop before he comes in contact with them in this loop. The same goes for my family. It's better if they die early. Scenes began to replay in front of her, and the confidence she had in her previous theory started to dwindle. What's going on? Even more, questions began to emerge inside of her head. What she was seeing was simply too much for her to understand. The scene switched, and she was now in what seemed to be a world filled with devastation and ruin. Is this the outcome that you wanted? What are you talking about? For the sake of killing him, you decided to sacrifice the whole of humanity. What's the point of killing him when there's no one left? What's the fucking point? Because I don't care. Amanda didn't understand a single thing about what was going on. Why is Kevin here? And what are they talking about? The way they talked. It just didn't make sense to Amanda. Clank, clank, clank. It was then that chains began to spring out of the ground, before binding the body she was in. What followed after was darkness. A darkness that lasted long enough to make her mind go numb. What's that? While her mind slowly grew numb, a white orb appeared. Displayed on it was, Ren? No, that's not him. It didn't take more than a couple of seconds for Amanda to realize that whoever was in the white orb wasn't Ren. The Ren she knew behaved and carried himself differently. Nevertheless, trapped inside of the body, Amanda watched Ren's life slowly unfold before her eyes. The more she watched, the less the thoughts in her head were. It didn't take long for her mind to grow completely numb, and she stopped processing what was happening before her altogether. She didn't understand anything, nor did she want to. What she was seeing was simply too much. That was all until one specific scene started to replay in front of her. This place. Closing her eyes once, she found herself in front of a large hall. Looking around the place, she spotted herself standing in the distance. Opposite her was Elijah. Slap, slap, slap. Deep slaps resounded across the hall. Amanda couldn't feel the pain that came from the slap, but she didn't need to. She could still vividly remember the scene. How could she not? This was the scene in which she first met Ren, and it was here that he left a deep impression on her. Click. Checkmate. Everything unfolded exactly as she remembered. Pretending to faint from the slaps, Ren woke up and killed Elijah, while he was injured from an all-out attack from her. Finally killing Elijah, he walked up next to her, and he knocked her out. Feeling her eyes close once more, she found herself in front of the same demon from one of the visions. His name was something along the lines of Everblood. Meeting his eyesight, he slowly bent down on one knee. Is there anything you would like for me to do? Yes. Amanda felt her head nod, as Ren's voice echoed. Your task is simple. Find the matriarch of the Charm tribe, Angelica von Droya, and give her a hint that I'm the one who killed her contracted, Elijah. Angelica? That's correct. Before the demon could ask any more questions, Amanda suddenly found herself standing in front of the white orb. Her mind was currently in a weird state. Recalling the scenes from before, she couldn't exactly make out what was going on. What exactly is he trying to do? Everything didn't make sense to her. What she was seeing, and what was happening. It didn't make sense. No, rather, she understood. She just didn't want to come to terms with what she was seeing. She just couldn't. In order for her to accept what she was seeing, she would also have to accept that her meeting with Ren was premeditated. And no, it's not. A strange feeling engulfed her heart. The feeling didn't last for long as her attention was soon caught by what was displayed on the white orb. Kukyuku, it seems like nothing escapes your perception, Madam Matriarch, or would you prefer it if I called you Angelica von Droya? Everblood spoke while staring at a figure that Amanda was able to instantly recognize. It is her. While her complexion was pale, and her hair seemed to be a mess, Amanda could never forget the demoness in front of her. She was the one who cursed her mother after all. It seems like you have a death wish, Everblood. Standing over the opposite building, Amanda silently watched her interaction with Everblood. In her heart, she understood just how important this scene was. You better not be playing tricks on me. Kukyuku, no need to be so aggressive. Here, Everblood threw her a black orb-like object. It appeared to be a devil's fruit, but that didn't seem to be all. Listen here, Matriarch. I may have a clue with regards to who is responsible for your little puppy's death. Smiling widely, Everblood shook his head. Taking out a picture from out of thin air, Everblood lightly threw it in Angelica's direction. Catching the picture with her hands, Angelica glanced at it. On it, a picture of a youth with jet black hair and deep blue eyes appeared. In the picture, he was seen wearing a casual set of clothes, walking in a busy shopping district. Glancing at Everblood, Angelica questioningly asked, "Who is this?" Smiling, Everblood didn't respond. Feeling her eyes close once more, she found herself back in the dark space. Scenes began to change, and before she knew it, feeling her eyes close one more time. Opening her eyes, Amanda found herself calmly staring at several demons coming at her from all directions. Moving his neck sideways, the hand of a demon brushed past his cheek. Shua. Feeling her body twist and catching a glimpse of the demon's solar plexus, Amanda felt Ren's body turn at a 45-degree angle as her elbow made contact with the demon. Bam! Connecting with the demon, a shockwave swept the surroundings. The demons that were heading her way came to a sudden stop. Ka! Falling to the ground, the demon spit out blood on the ground while he held onto his chest area. His face was filled with agony. Click! Following a clicking sound, the demon died and Amanda watched as Ren fought against the other demons. He was ruthless. His every action seemed flawless. Fighting against the demons, Amanda could only stare in a trace as he got rid of them with ease. Every single one of his actions seemed to be calculated and precise. No demon escaped his sights. Not long after, Amanda caught sight of Angelica in the distance. She seemed to be fighting against Kevin. Taking out the red book, Amanda felt her body move somewhere, and it was then that she placed a gargoyle statue facing a certain direction. What happened next was not within her realm of comprehension. Watching Angelica dash toward her with a bloodthirsty expression, Amanda realized that her body remained on the same spot throughout the entire time. It was only when Angelica's body was a couple of meters away from her that she felt her hand raise and her fingers snapped. Snap. For a split second, Angelica's body stopped moving. What happened next, Amanda couldn't understand. All she knew was that she heard a clicking sound, and bright white light permeated the surroundings. By the time the light died down, Angelica was on the ground staring at her with stupefied eyes. You how? Uncaring, Amanda felt her body stab right through Angelica's stomach area, extracting what seemed to be her core. After that, raising her hand, she swallowed the core, sending Angelica into a state of deep desperation. Be my peace. Those were the last words that Amanda heard before she found herself back in the dark world. With her hand extended over the orb and staring at Angelica, who was reflected in it, Amanda felt her mouth open. Done. Feeling a slight tug on her lips, Amanda felt her eyes deeply stare at the orb before her. With you, I have finally found a way to damage his soul. All that remains is to wait and see the fruits of my labor slowly ripen. Ah. At that moment, the truth that she so wanted to deny finally struck her. Although Amanda desperately wanted to deny the truth, a piercing pain filled her heart at that moment. Is this why you were always so hesitant? The pain was so strong that everything that came after that vision felt like a blur to her. Each passing second that passed from that very moment felt like agony to her. It can't be right? Tell me it's a lie. A figure stood in the middle of an empty void. He was currently unmoving, and his head was lowered. An orb with black threads circling it appeared before him. Like snakes, the black threads encircled the orb, which was filled with cracks. Behind him was another figure. He looked exactly the same as him. The only difference was that hanging on his arms and legs were thick black chains. Clank, clank. Moving closer to the figure, he broke the silence by speaking. So, what do you think? Chapter 596. How pathetic. Two words that deeply resonated inside Jin's mind. Staring at his figure, which was currently being held by the throat, Jin had mixed feelings about the situation. I was supposed to die today. Having seen through Ren's memories, Jin was confused. I'm really confused. He didn't understand a single thing that he was shown. His mind had grown numb at one point, but he was helpless. He was forced to stare at the memories in spite of the fact that he didn't want to see them. It wasn't something that he could control. To make matters worse, he didn't want to relive this one scene, which he tried his best to remove from his memories. Jin thought of this day as the most humiliating day of his life. Who would have thought that on this day, he was supposed to die? Jin had relived all the different scenarios, and so he knew. He knew that he was supposed to have died. I did not know that on that day, Ren saved my life. He had mixed feelings about the whole situation. Slowly, Jin felt his eyes close, and before he knew it, he was back in the black space. In front of him was a white orb. With the palm of his hand pressing against it, Jin felt his body slowly move away from it. Opening his mouth, Jin heard Ren's voice coming out. This should settle the matter. Whether he matures through this ordeal or not is up to him. Since his death will inevitably result in Kevin possibly regressing, it is best to keep him alive. At least this way, he will have a higher chance of surviving. Listening to those words, Jin remained silent. These last words were enough for him to understand everything. A bitter feeling arose within his heart. I was just a pawn, wasn't I? Melissa was a smart child. She knew this, and everyone around her knew this. It wasn't something that needed to be told to others. Her comprehensive abilities were something one would be envious of. With just a glance, she would be able to analyze and deduce a situation. It seemed as though nothing was out of her mind's grasp. At least that was how things were supposed to be. I do not get it. I do not understand. What is going on? Nothing made sense to her at the moment. It wasn't too long ago that she was exposed to her life's memories. Being reminded of her failures sent Melissa into a numb state. By the time she had recovered a bit, she found herself inside of another space, and it was then that she caught a glimpse of Ren's memories. In that moment, Melissa's mind blanked as all sorts of memories started replaying in her head. Ren went through a lot during that time. No, rather, a lot would be an understatement. She watched him go through what seemed to be hell. Going through what he experienced, her heart quivered. The same was for her mind, which numbed considerably. Everything felt dull, especially when scenes of her and Ren appeared. So all of the previous theories that Ren gave to me were things that I had created? She originally did find it strange that Ren knew so many different theories, but it was only after she watched what was presented in front of her that she realized all the theories he had given her, including the magic theory project. They are all things that I came up with. At least that was what she figured out from what she was being shown. She still understood nothing, but at the same time, had an inkling of what was going on. Ha, ha. She let out a hollow laugh. I guess things make more sense now. That is me. Reflected in the white orb was the image of a young girl lying down in a pool of red blood. Emma was able to instantly recognize the figure and the environment. It was her on one of the battle platforms in Isinor. Her hand was pressed on the orb, and thin black threads revolved around it. Maybe this will give her a wake-up call. Opening her mouth, Ren's words echoed out. His eyes locked on the figure that was in the middle of the platform, bleeding out. I originally intended to kill you. Emma didn't say anything while she listened to his words. Kevin relies too much on you, and you rely too much on him. If you die, then maybe Kevin will get his act together. But at the same time, I know that this won't work. Every single one of the words that Ren spoke deeply resonated inside Emma's heart as she just quietly watched everything unfold. His words, they hurt Emma deeply. His words felt like sharp knives that were stabbing straight through her heart. It wasn't so much about the words he said. It was more about one fact. So I will just use you to make Kevin stronger. Hopefully, you will mature and you will stop being a burden. I know, truth sometimes hurts. Ha. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. Ren's words echoed throughout the dark space. Reflected on the orb was the image of himself cutting his own face with what seemed to be a sharp knife. His whole body was covered in blisters, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Amanda's heart gripped with anxiety when she saw the scene. His words, the look of desperation on his face shook her to the core. All the previous thoughts she had in her mind vanished on the spot. It is not his fault. He is the true victim. It was at that moment that she realized something. The Ren in the orb was the true victim. Her heart was currently messed up, and so was her mind. What she saw, she did not think that she would ever be able to truly get over. But, if there was one thing she understood while she stared at Ren, who was currently screaming in pain and threatening to kill himself, it was that he was the true victim of everything. Having every single aspect of your life controlled, from emotions to decisions, Amanda was able to clearly understand just how much Ren went through, and she felt her heart grip. I don't want to live, but I really want to go home. Ren's weak voice echoed once more. Amanda felt her heart tighten once more. I don't want to watch this anymore. His desperate calls, his cries, and the way that he was suffering. Amanda couldn't bring herself to watch anymore. Unfortunately, she didn't have much of a choice. Regardless of what she did, she was stuck watching everything. Please stop. Halfway through her sentence, she felt her mouth open. Ren's lonely voice echoed throughout the space. I also want to die. So, what do you think? The chained figure asked as he moved behind Ren. What followed after his words was a twisted silence. What are your plans? Instead of answering the chained figure, Ren asked him a question. Currently, his expression was dull, making it hard to see what he was feeling. My plans? Closing his mouth, the chained figure stared at the white orb in front of Ren. Silence enshrouded the surroundings as neither of the two figures in the dark space spoke. Are you going to take over my body? Breaking the silence was Ren's voice that echoed out loud. Turning his head to stare at Ren, the chained figure merely tilted his head. Are you not angry? Rather than answering, he asked a different question. I must say, I am surprised that you are not acting out after having seen everything. Mad? A bitter smile spread across Ren's face. After turning his body, his eyes met those of the chained figure. Something flashed across his eyes. Rather than being angry, I pity you. From the very beginning, I had already had an idea of what was going on. The clues were there. I was already prepared for everything that was to come. Still, raising his hand, Ren clenched onto his chest. There was a faint tremble in his voice. To be honest, I don't really know how to feel about this. Lowering his head, Ren's voice turned into a whisper. My life has been merely an expression of your desire to end the loop. I feel like I have been living a lie my whole life. No. Ren shook his head. The bitterness in his voice only grew, and so did the pain in his chest. Let us be honest. My life is a lie. Listening to his words, the chained figure didn't speak for quite a while. It was only after a couple of seconds passed that he finally spoke. Not necessarily. The chained figure spoke. A lot of the things that you were subjected to were under my guidance, but there were several instances when things did not go the way I planned them. Remember when you returned back to the lock? Back then, you truly did surprise me. The original plan was to alienate you from society with the revelations of your past, but you seem to have somehow managed to deduce everything, and somehow stopped it. On top of that, you were also able to figure out that I could not read your thoughts. That in itself is praiseworthy. Once his words faded, he no longer said anything else and just silently stared at Ren, who was slowly starting to lose his composure, and his previous dull look crumbled. Ha, I do not really know what to say. I only did what must have been done. The chained figure shook his head and turned to look at the white orb. Slowly, the cracks that were forming around it were expanding. Crack, crack. A cracking sound echoed out. What followed after the first sound was the sound of another, and it wasn't long before the orb was covered with thin miniature crevices. Neither of the two figures in the dark space moved while this was happening. Opening his mouth again, Ren asked, so what next? What do you plan on doing? Nothing. The chained figure responded while absent-mindedly gazing at the orb. It is not time yet. The chained figure eventually spoke out loud, while turning his body to face away from the white orb. Overhearing his words, Ren turned around. Time for what? You will know soon enough. Taking a step forward, the rattling of the chains echoed out. Clank, clank. Ren turned around and stared at the distancing chained figure, which slowly raised its hand and snapped its fingers. For now, let us break this illusion. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the whole world started to crumble down. Chapter 597. He is coming. He is coming. Snap. All it took was a snap of his fingers to see the world around me shatter. Cracks appeared in the black void, and the pieces slowly fell to the ground, revealing a white background behind them. It was like broken glass. Gazing toward the breaking void, I turned to focus my attention on the other me that was standing not so far from where I was. In particular, my gaze fell toward the chains that were binding his body. A complicated look flashed across my eyes. What do I do now? I found myself questioning myself. With everything that I saw, I really found it hard to find the drive to move forward. Everything just felt so fake to me at the moment, as if everything that I knew before had now become something that was unfamiliar, be it the people that I knew, or reality itself. What should I do? I really did not know. Crack, crack. Behind me, a muffled sound echoed. It was reminiscent of the sound of sand rubbing against a hard surface. Without needing to look, I knew that it was the white orb cracking behind me. Crack, crack. Accompanying the cracking sound, I felt an unfamiliar energy enter every fiber of my body. It was slowly seeping into my body, making my muscles tremble. Feeling the power that was entering my body, my emotions numbed. How could they not? It felt as if a little part of me was fading with each crack in the core. I do not think I have long. With every crack, I could feel my existence start to disappear. No, rather, I felt it merged with something else. It was most likely the other part of me. I was not exactly sure about how long it would take, but I had a feeling that it would not take more than a couple of years. By then, would the current me still exist? I was not sure. I guess I have lived my purpose. I could not say that my life was the most fulfilling, but I was definitely happy with what I had. Added all together, I only existed for 4 years. Ha, ha, 4 years. The thought suddenly made me laugh. It hurt. The laugh hurt. Grasping onto my chest, I raised my head and stared at the cracking void. The cracks fell, and my eyes closed. Opening my eyes again, I found myself standing in the previous spot from before. Taking a look at everyone around me, I came to realize that all of them had also snapped out of it. Their complexions were rather pale, and they had a look filled with incredulity and shock. That was until they slowly turned their heads to gaze in my direction. Be it Amanda, Kevin, Jin, Small Snake, and everyone else that was in the room, all of their eyes were directed toward my direction. A myriad of different emotions flashed across their faces while they gazed at me. Closing my eyes, I turned my head to stare away from them before reopening them. I could not bear their gazes. Despite only being brief, their gazes were devoid of animosity and hatred. It was all I needed. My eyes then landed on Magnus. He seems to have also been affected. At the moment, he was sitting on his knees, staring blankly at the ground. A blank look covered his face as his mouth trembled and he whispered, Impossible. I took a step forward. Tap. In that exact moment, pressing my foot against the ground, the echo of my foot touching the ground rang in the air, and I caught a glimpse of several people flinching. My body was filled with a bitter feeling. I cannot blame them. Their reaction. It was not something that was outside of my expectations. With everything that they saw, they were probably extremely scared of the other version of me. The one that they did not know. It is me. For now. I spoke in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. I was letting them know that I was still me, and the other me had not taken over. Fortunately, my words seemed to have alleviated some of the cautions in the eyes of the others as their shoulders relaxed. Taking a deep breath, I continued to move toward where Magnus was. It did not take long for me to reach him. Pausing in front of him, I lowered my head and gazed at him. He still had the same blank look on his face from before. Pausing in front of him, his whispers became more clear to me. It cannot be. Ignoring his words, I reached out my hand and grasped his neck. Belief. An acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof. That was the definition of belief. Everyone had their own beliefs. Some believed in things that others did not, and the same went for others. A primary source of belief was religion. The belief and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. Many had a god that they worshipped and believed in. Magnus was one such person. His belief was in the demon king, Jezebeth. He was his god and the person he worshipped. His reverence was based on his belief that he was an omniscient and omnipotent being. All were under his control, and he was undefeatable. There was nothing that could defeat him. Or at least that was what he thought. Images began to sink into Magnus' mind, and his body shook. It cannot be. He whispered in a tone filled with denial. He cannot have been defeated. It is impossible. His whispers continued to echo throughout the room. There was a sense of loss in Magnus' eyes. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Those were the 5 stages of depression, and that was what Magnus was currently going through at the moment. Except for the fact that there was no 5th stage for him. Acceptance. By now, this was impossible. It was impossible for Magnus to accept what he saw. The side of his own belief, God, being defeated by someone else felt as if the world was collapsing around him. What he was currently feeling was akin to having their own existence denied. It was like receiving proof that the god whom he had been worshipping was actually not as invincible as he thought he was. Somewhat, he was not any different from Ren, who was also going through a similar state. The only difference, however, was the fact that Ren was able to accept reality, unlike Magnus. The memories, they must be fake. The only thing Magnus could go through at the moment was an endless cycle of denial. He was desperately clinging on to that little hope that perhaps what he had seen was fake. Deep down, he knew that what he saw was real, but he could not accept it. Impossible. Tap. Right in front of him, he heard the sound of soft footsteps echoing. When Magnus raised his head, he was met with a set of deep blue eyes. A chill ran down Magnus' spine when their eyes met as he subconsciously moved back a bit. It was very subtle, and almost no one caught sight of it, but this was a clear show of fear, and Ren did not miss it. You saw it, did you not? He asked while opening his mouth and reaching out for the back of his neck. His body exerted a tremendous amount of pressure. In reality, the pressure was not anything too outstanding for someone of Magnus' rank. It was still powerful, but nothing that would have affected typically put Magnus in a difficult spot. The only problem was that Magnus was not in the right state of mind. At the moment, Magnus perceived the current Ren to be exactly like the figure in one of the visions. They did not look exactly the same, but as their figures overlapped, Magnus felt terror rise from deep within his body. No. He reached his hand out and moved back. There was a clear look of terror in his eyes. Magnus was overwhelmed by Ren's hand reaching for his neck. It felt like a giant palm that was coming down from the sky, tearing everything that was in its way apart just to reach out for him. His body trembled even more. He wanted to put up resistance, but every time he did, images of the scene in which Ren defeated Jezebeth replayed inside of his mind, and all thoughts of fighting back disappeared. There is no way I can fight against someone that can defeat His Majesty. That was all Magnus could think of at the moment. At the moment, he was nothing but a shell of his former prideful self. His pride was completely shattered, and it did not take long for Ren's hand to grasp his neck. Ah, ha. Feeling his neck get tugged upwards, Magnus felt his head lift, and he was forced to meet Ren's eyes. For a brief moment of time, neither one of them spoke as they stared at each other. It was only for a brief moment, but to Magnus, whose mind was currently a mess, it felt like an eternity had passed. Cold sweat dripped down his back, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt an impending sense of doom at the moment, but he could not muster any courage to do anything about it. He defeated his majesty. I cannot fight him. Goodbye. Crack. Those were the last words Magnus heard before he felt the back of his neck get pressed together, and his core cracked. Just like that, a prince-ranked demon was defeated. He did not even put an ounce of resistance. Swoosh. Scattering in the room was his body, which had turned into fine black powder. With his eyes lingering toward the powder for a good couple of seconds, Ren turned around. In that instant, he once again felt everyone's gazes directed in his direction. Despite their different looks, none of them seemed to want to distance themselves from him at the moment. Nevertheless, there was this weird sense of estrangement lingering in the air. Breathing in the air, Ren felt weirdly suffocated by this weird sense. Right as he was about to open his mouth to say something, his expression changed, and he looked toward the sky. Opening his mouth, he mumbled, "He is coming." Chapter 598. I have been used to it. Coming out of the dream, Angelica did not know how to look at Ren at the moment. Realizing that she was merely someone that was purposely made to sign a contract with Ren with the purpose of damaging his soul, Angelica's emotions were in a state of disarray. In a way, she felt betrayed, and at the same time, she did not. From the very beginning, she had known that there was something secret about him. From the way that he knew certain things, and the fight he previously had with the Demon King not too long ago, she knew that he was hiding something. She just did not know that it was this sort of secret. Who am I to judge? Angelica inwardly shook her head while she took her eyes away from him. In reality, she had also been using him. He was the reason for her outstanding growth, and that was why she decided to stay with him. She realized that it would be hypocritical of her to not admit this much. Nonetheless, she still could not get rid of the weird feeling that was taking over her body. It was really uncomfortable. Tap. It was at that moment that Angelica heard the soft echo of a footstep. Raising her head, she saw Ren appear in front of the demon responsible for all of this. At the moment, he seemed to have lost his soul, as he mumbled to himself, and continued to stare toward the ground. Looking at him, Angelica knew exactly how he felt. As a devout believer of the Demon King, Angelica knew that his world must have come crashing down when he saw Ren defeat him in one of his visions. His reaction made even more sense of the fact that he was from the Pride clan. With his pride now shattered, he was a husk of his former self. Crack. With just a squeeze of his hands, Angelica watched as Ren ended the life of a prince-ranked demon. Taking particular note of Ren's expression, while he squeezed the demon's neck, Angelica began to lower her head, blinking her eyes a couple of times, and recalling the expression his face had while he squeezed the demon's neck, Angelica realized something. He is in pain. He is coming. I muttered while I stared at the distant ceiling. It was not very obvious, but I could feel Jezebeth's power coming my way. It would not be long before he arrived here. The tightening of my heart was proof of that. Turning my head to look at the others, my eyes paused on Kevin. Our eyes met. Looking back at me, he had a rather complicated look on his face. Nevertheless, he nodded his head. He understood what my words meant. I can only bring 3 people with me. Bring Ryan and Small Snake with you. Okay. Our conversation probably did not make sense to the others, but what I wanted at the moment was for Kevin to leave this place as fast as possible. The Demon King was about to come. He and the others were not safe at the moment, and it was best if they left. There was only one problem at the moment, and that was the fact that Kevin could only bring 3 people with him. It was something that both of us understood. It was a good thing that Kevin was not the only option we had available in order to leave this place. Further down, there should be a portal that we could use to make our escape. Nevertheless, it was best if Small Snake and Ryan left with Kevin first, since it would take time for us to reach the portals and activate them. Without them, it would make things more efficient for everyone. Make sure to tell me the coordinates of Earth before you leave. We will be stuck here if you do not. Yes. Nodding his head, Kevin raised his palm to face the distance. His body began to take on a red hue. Wait. Just as more and more energy began to gather toward Kevin, someone spoke up. Turning my head, I spotted Small Snake moving in my direction. My heart unconsciously sped up when I met his gaze. I let out a sigh of relief not long after. The way he looked at me was no different from how he looked at me back in the past. Pausing a couple of steps in front of me, he spoke. Ren, wait a second. What is it? I asked, while my brows furrowed. I know what you are planning to do, and I do not think sending Ryan and I first will be a good idea. How so? I curiously asked while raising my brow. Turning his head to stare at Ryan, who was behind Angelica, Small Snake sighed. Actually, if you are thinking of sending us away first, because you think we are too weak, then it is the wrong decision. Calmly listening to Small Snake's words, I tried to understand what he was trying to say. At the moment, his words did not particularly make sense. How was the decision of sending the 2 weakest people away the wrong decision? What I was doing was obviously for their sake. I need to hurry up. As I brushed my hair back, I felt the sense of doom gripping my heart increase. He is close. The sense of urgency increased, while cold sweat dripped from the side of my face. Small snake, we really do not have much time to discuss this. Just tell me what you want to say. Okay. With a solemn look on his face, Small Snake hurriedly nodded his head. As I mentioned, sending Ryan and I away is not the best solution. If there is anyone that can connect the coordinates faster and fine-tune the portal, it is us. Rather than slowing you down, we will make everything faster. The frown on my face tightened after hearing his words. He has a point. I thought after a while activating Eyes of Chronos to slow down time. Having been trained by Jimnook and Henlauer, Small Snake and Ryan are probably very knowledgeable regarding this kind of stuff, and their assistance will certainly be of value. No, rather, their assistance will definitely be useful, and perhaps even save me a lot of valuable time. I deactivated Eyes of Chronos and looked at Small Snake. All right, we will do as you say. My decision was made within the span of a couple of seconds. Lifting my head and staring at the others who were all looking at me, I took a deep breath. Then, taking a step toward the exit of the room, I started to speak. All of you probably have a lot of questions for me, especially after what you have seen in the visions, but I have just figured it out myself. I am just as clueless as all of you are. Sort of. Although I already had an idea of what was going on, I did not know it was to this extent. It is not the right time to ask questions right now. Let us get out of this planet before we figure everything out. Cutting myself mid-sentence, I turned to look toward the entrance of the door, and it was there that I spotted a familiar figure. It was Han Yufei. He had a rather confused look on his face at the moment. Have you managed to get the dimensional spaces? I asked. In a moment of contemplation, Han Yufei turned his head and stared at the room before looking back at me. I have searched the lower levels, and I have found no evidence of dimensional spaces being there. However, I have released several different prisoners, and they should now be attracting the attention of some of the demons that are standing guard below. Pausing his side on the room, and staring at our clothes and bodies, which were all roughed up, Han Yufei curiously asked. Been meaning to ask, did something happen while I was gone? This is problematic. Covering my chin to ponder, I no longer paid any attention to Han Yufei. The sudden revelation that he did not have the dimensional spaces made my toes curl with anxiety. This is really bad. Should I just leave without my dimensional space? The search for dimensional spaces might end in my death, but at the same time, losing my dimensional space was almost like cutting my strength in half. There would be no way for me to end the loop or whatever was happening without my dimensional space. Either way, I was screwed. Scratching the side of my face in a rushed manner, I clenched my fists tightly and came up with a decision. Shit, I cannot leave without my dimensional space. All my most important stuff is there. Without it, I would be screwed. Quite literally screwed. Setting aside my sword, which was a progressively growing artifact, there were many other things inside of my dimensional space that I just cannot get rid of. Their loss would result in my losing a considerable amount of power. I need to go get them. I made my decision within a split second. Han Yufei, do you have any idea where the dimensional space is located? Since he has searched all of the bottom levels, he must have gotten an idea. Yes. Han Yufei nodded his head. The dimensional spaces are located one floor above, right in the room above us. Since I have searched the whole place, I am quite confident in my deduction. All right. I turned to face the exit without hesitation. Whether his words were true or not, I did not have a choice at the moment. As I was pressed for time, I did not have the luxury of pondering over everything. Once again turning to look at Kevin, I opened my mouth. Kevin, bring whoever you want back to Earth. The others, follow Angelica. My eyes paused on her. If there was anyone that would know where the portal was located, it was her. Meeting my line of sight, Angelica wordlessly stared at me for a couple of seconds before grabbing Ryan's hands and nodding her head. Understood. Her soft voice reached my ears, prompting me to feel more relaxed. But that did not last for long as I suddenly felt my hand twitch and pain engulf my body. Shit, it hurts. In that short moment when I killed Madness, my strength soared up uncontrollably. However, it was only temporary. My current body was still too weak to handle all of his powers. Nevertheless, I could take consolation in the fact that my current body could withstand the power more easily than before. In fact, though I was not exactly sure, I think I may have already broken to S- rank. Normally, I would have been happy with this piece of news, but at the moment, I think I may have lost such emotion. With everything that had happened to me, happiness was no longer something that I could find. I cannot waste any more time. Taking my attention away from my strength, I proceeded to make my way out of the room. As I was about to leave, a hand pressed against my shoulder. Wait. A soft and crisp voice echoed through my ear. I did not need to look to understand who the voice belonged to. My heart tightened. Yes, I asked while hiding the expression on my face. We need to talk. Later, there is not time for us to talk. The Demon King could come any minute now. There was no time to talk. I am going to go and get a couple of things first. I will come with you then. My brows furrowed when I heard her words. Turning around, and just as I was about to reject her, my facial features froze. Blankly staring into her eyes and pursing my lips, I nodded my head. All right, come with me. Thank you, she softly whispered while tugging at the edge of my shirt. Closing my eyes once, I turned around and left the room. Chapter 599. Thump, thump. 2 arrows fired from Amanda's bow and impaled 2 demons in the head, killing them instantly. Lowering her bow, Amanda continued to silently follow Ren from behind. A complicated look spread across her face. I have to do this. The urgency in Ren's eyes told Amanda that the situation was very likely extremely serious, and that now would not be the best time to speak with him. But Amanda also understood Ren really well. And knowing exactly how he was feeling at the moment, Amanda clearly understood that Ren had some ideas about possibly leaving the others behind and going on his own somewhere. Though she wasn't exactly sure if her deduction was correct, she thought this was a very real possibility. This was why she wanted to speak with him now rather than later. Nonetheless, she still held herself back from talking at the moment. She would only do it when they arrived at their destination. "We're here." It didn't take long for Ren's footsteps to halt as he stopped in front of a large door. Lowering her bow and walking next to him, Amanda scanned the doors. The door was about 8 meters in height, and seemed to be made out of some sort of heavy metal alloy. There were carvings on the front of the door depicting some strange symbols and runes. They seemed rather foreign to her. This is most likely where the Duke-ranked demon rested. Ren's voice reached Amanda's ears. Putting his hand against the door and closing his eyes, silence enshrouded the surroundings. A white hue began to spring out of his body, making Amanda shudder. He has gotten stronger. This was her initial thought as she felt his power. She was not exactly certain, but it seemed to her that Ren had broken through. Again, bam. In the hall they were in, a loud banging sound, along with the quaking of the door, startled Amanda out of her thoughts. Amanda's sight was obscured by dust rising from the ground. As Amanda regained awareness of what was happening, she saw Ren standing in the same spot she had seen earlier. A low murmur escaped his lips as his brows furrowed tight. "It is tougher than I thought." Once again raising, he placed his hand on the door. As he pressed his hand against the door, the white hue that was emanating from his body became even more fierce, and another loud noise echoed. Bang! This time, he seemed to have exerted even more power as the halls shook with even more force, sending Amanda off balance. Fortunately, she was quick to recover and used her bow to keep herself balanced. That was close. A secret thought crossed her mind as she slowly stood up. Returning her attention to Ren, she watched the door slowly fall towards the ground, causing another loud noise. Bang! "Let's go." Without waiting for Amanda, Ren rushed into the room. Amanda followed him from behind. "So you've made a friend. I'm happy for you, Brian." Laying down on a clean white bed, a middle-aged lady held the hand of a youth who was looking at her with a thin smile on his face. "Yes, Mom, I've been doing well, so you don't have to worry about me. As you can see, I've been able to afford your hospital bills, and the doctors said that you will have no trouble recuperating from your illness." Bending down on one knee to the ground, Brian brought her hand toward his forehead as he whispered, "You will finally be cured." A smile spread across the woman's face as she heard her son's words. "I'm really glad that you're happy." Clank. Suddenly, the doors of the room unlocked, and a devilishly handsome figure entered the room as the son and mother were enjoying a heartwarming moment. He held a bouquet of flowers in his right hand. Right as he entered the room, his footsteps came to a halt. "Looks like I'm disturbing something important." Jolting Brian out of his moment, he raised his head and glared in Hemlock's direction. "What are you doing here?" "What? Didn't you tell me that I could visit?" Taking off his long brown coat, the figure sat down on the sofa opposite Brian and his mother. "All right." Recalling something, he got off his seat and moved to where Brian's mother was resting. Extending his hand, he gently placed the flowers next to Brian's mom and gently smiled. "Nice to meet you, ma'am. I'm Brian's colleague. I hope you don't mind my presence." "Oh my." With a sweet smile on her face, Brian's mother grabbed the flowers and placed them beside her. Turning to look at Brian, her smile became even sweeter. With a teasing tone, she spoke. "Why didn't you tell me that your friend was this handsome?" "Why would that matter?" "It of course matters," she protested while crossing her arms together. "I haven't been able to go out for quite a while now, and I need something to entertain my eyes." "Well, you can look at me for however long you want, ma'am." "Shut up. Brian, don't take this away from me." "Mom." In between glaring at his mother and Hemlock, Brian rolled his eyes at Hemlock one more time before standing up and deciding to bid her goodbye. "I think it's time for me to go. I'll contact you later, Mom. For now, it looks like I will need to go to work." "Sure thing." Aware of Brian's circumstances, Brian's mother waved goodbye to him and his friend. "Have a good day at work, the two of you. I hope everything goes well." "Thank you, ma'am. Your words are really encouraging me to work hard." "Shut up." "Hey." Unable to stand Hemlock's look, Brian grabbed him by the shoulder and dragged him out of the room. Clank. Closing the door behind him, Brian glared at Hemlock. "What do you think you're doing? Visiting a friend's mother?" "No, I get that. But what's with you flirting with my mother?" "But I wasn't." "Hey. You don't call that flirting?" "Indeed, I was just socializing. Something you don't seem to be able to do." Turning around, the smile on Hemlock's face slowly faded. "Let's not talk about that for now. We've got something important to do today." Brian's face similarly turned serious upon hearing those words. "How's the pay?" "Excellent. I'm in." "I know." Hemlock looked at Brian and shook his head. Hemlock knew he could count on Brian to participate as long as the pay was good. He was just like that. "Oh right, I almost forgot. It's supposed to be an undercover mission, so you must use a nickname." That sounds bothersome." "It's orders." "All right then." With a shrug of his shoulders, Brian thought for a moment before mumbling to himself. "A nickname. What should I use?" Turning his head to face Hemlock's direction, he asked. "Have you thought of something?" "I have." "Oh, what is it?" Turning his head to face Brian, Hemlock smiled before he muttered. "Malik al-Shayden. Small snake. Small snake. Small snake. Ha, ah." A pat on the shoulder jolted Small Snake out of his thoughts, and he turned to look at Ryan. "Are you okay?" he asked. There were notable hints of worry in his voice as he looked at him. Taking note of this, Small Snake smiled. I'm fine. When he turned his head to look at the others, he pressed his hand against the wall, and the mana in the air began to warp. I'm done. He watched as the air began to swirl with mana as the portal next to him started to activate. The mana in the air became thicker with each passing second. It was slowly starting to become more difficult for Small Snake to breathe. It didn't take long for the portal to fully form, about 2 minutes. Watching the portal fully form, Small Snake turned to gaze into the distance. He still hasn't come back yet. While he was worried, Small Snake knew Ren was a capable individual, so, turning to face Ryan and the others, he began to speak. You guys go in first. I'll hold up the portal for now. Because the portal needed someone to keep it functioning, Small Snake had no choice but to wait for Ren to arrive before he could leave. Lowering his head, he looked at Ryan. Ryan, since you're the weakest, you will enter first, and the others will follow his example after. Understood? Okay. Though reluctant, Ryan nodded his head and proceeded to head for the portal. Looking at him from behind were Angelica, and the others with the exception of Ren, Amanda, Kevin, Melissa, and Emma. Setting Amanda and Ren aside, the other three were busy destroying the core. Small Snake. Once again jolting Small Snake out of his thoughts was Ryan's voice. With his head turned and looking in his direction, Ryan looked at Small Snake and softly mumbled. Don't stay too long. Don't worry. A smile spread across Small Snake's mouth as he felt touched by Ryan's concern. I'll come back as soon as Ren comes back, okay? Okay. Ryan nodded his head, finally feeling a little relieved. Then, turning his head, he directly entered the portal and disappeared. Once his figure completely disappeared, Small Snake turned to look at the others. Alright, next. Chapter 600. Clank. A dull metallic sound reverberated throughout the air. Kevin clenched his teeth and swung his sword with everything he had as he beat the white core in front of him. Though his mind was a mess at the moment, he continued to strike with everything he had as he realized that the situation was serious. Things don't make sense. Why is Ren the only one that is remembering his memories of each regression while I don't? Clank. He struck the white core with his sword once more. There is definitely something that I'm missing, and I feel like I'll get my answer right after destroying this core and finishing the mission. Clank. Kevin had an inkling that the next synchronization would make things much clearer for him, though it was only a gut feeling at the moment. He just knew. Let me help. Beside him, Emma took out her short swords and similarly started to hack at the white orb. Clank. Hitting the white core, the sound it emitted was a lot crispier than his as it rang in the air for a longer period of time. Put more force into it, Kevin murmured while he took a glance at Emma, who took a couple of steps back as a result of the recoil from the first attack. It's a lot tougher than I anticipated, she murmured in embarrassment, before returning to Kevin and hacking at the white core with her short swords. Craw, crack. While the two continued to attack the core, it wasn't long before fine miniature crevices and cracks started to form around it. We're almost there. Emma's eyes lit up when she saw cracks appear on the core. The two of them had been at it for more than 10 minutes, and thus she was rightfully excited. The core or whatever the thing was, it was extremely durable, more than they had originally anticipated. Yes. We're almost there. Nodding his head, Kevin continued to slash with all of his power. He never lost focus once. With each passing second, the sense of doom engulfing his body became more intense, prompting him to attack with even more force. The cracks on the core only served to make him want to attack it at an even faster speed. Bah, thump, bah, thump. The sound of his heartbeat accompanied the sound of his sword smashing against the core. He could feel it and hear it inside of his mind. With each second that passed, the faster his heart sped up, and the more anxiety Kevin felt. He's coming. That was because he knew. He knew that death itself was coming. Unless he did something to the core now, the only thing that would await him was certain death in the future. Craw, crack. More and more cracks began to appear on the core while he and Emma continued to hack at the core, and the more hurried their breathing became. We're almost there. Just a bit more. Crack. In no time, pieces of the core began to fall to the side as the core slowly split. The scene was strangely reminiscent of a flower bloom. It was a beautiful sight to watch. The eyes of everyone present lit up at the sight, especially Kevin, who turned to face Emma and ordered, Emma, continue doing whatever you're doing. I'm about to open the portal. His hand raised in the air, and a red hue erupted from his body, engulfing the room. Thank God I remembered about the core. He had originally planned on leaving right as Ren left, but after realizing that the core was still intact, he took it upon himself to finish the job he was tasked to do. After all, the delay of the Demon King by 1 extra year was an extremely important goal. Crash. An audible glass-shattering noise followed, startling Kevin out of his thoughts. A smile soon formed on his face. She did it. That was because he knew. He knew that the core had finally shattered. Bang. With a thunderous crash, the door came crashing down vertically toward the ground, and a large room appeared in Amanda's vision. Following Ren from behind, Amanda entered the room. The room was about the size of a tennis court, neither too large nor too small. In the room, there were a number of decorations, of which there was a big desk, as well as a number of bookshelves and several statues. The decorations themselves didn't evoke any strong emotions in Amanda, but when she noticed the room's black walls and the golden chandelier that hung from the room's ceiling and softly lit the space, she began to feel a spooky, even menacing sense envelop her. She didn't particularly feel comfortable in the room. Where is it? Ren immediately began looking through the desk after entering the room. Looking at him from behind, Amanda didn't say anything and looked elsewhere. She was planning on helping him look for the dimensional spaces. 4 hands were better than 2. Clank. Opening one of the drawers, Amanda carefully looked at what was inside. Picking up an item that closely resembled a skull, she carefully placed it back and closed the drawer back. Taking out a napkin from her dimensional space, she cleaned her hands before she turned to look at Ren. Your dimensional space is in the form of a bracelet, right? Yes. Ren replied while he looked through one of the desk drawers. His complexion was extremely somber and serious. The look of urgency in his eyes was clear for Amanda to see, dispelling any thoughts of bringing the topic up right now. It's a black bracelet that can easily twist like leather ones. In fact, it is made to look like a leather bracelet. It's also not that thick, about the width of a small ruler. I see. Taking a closer look at the room, Amanda nodded to herself as she searched for anything that matched Ren's description. She looked through drawers, books, carpets, sofas, and whichever area she thought was possible, but as she continued to look, she was only left disappointed with the outcome. Not here too. Neatly placing one of the pillows on the sofa, Amanda tilted her head slightly before adjusting it properly. It was only after she was satisfied with the positioning that she felt her hand stop twitching. Phew. Letting out a sigh of relief, she looked behind her to see what Ren was up to. I think I found them. And it was right at the exact moment that she turned around that she saw Ren taking out what seemed to be a couple of small black rings. Tapping onto them, Ren's eyes opened a little. This should be Jin's. He mumbled out loud, prompting Amanda to drop whatever she was doing. There's no need to look anymore. Walking up to Ren, she asked, are you sure that it's the one? Yes. Ren nodded while he quickly scanned the ring in his hand. Once he was confident that it was indeed Jin's, he stood up and looked through the other drawers. What are you doing? Amanda asked, confused by his actions. Since he found the dimensional space, shouldn't he be leaving? I'm still looking for mine. It wasn't with the others. Right. Finally understanding what Ren was doing, silence enveloped the surroundings as neither of the two spoke. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of Ren sliding the drawers of the desk. A complicated look appeared on Amanda's face as she took a look at him. In the end, unable to hold herself back anymore, she blurted her thoughts out. Are you planning on leaving again right after we return? Ren's hand froze for a short second. His face, which was previously expressionless, hardened. Sliding the drawer open and taking out what seemed to be a ring, he calmly replied. What made you think that I'd be leaving? Just a hunch. Oh. Ren absent-mindedly nodded his head. Amanda's eyes squinted at his half-hearted reply. Although she wanted to say something, taking note of Ren's expression, she decided not to say anything and started helping him look through the desk. She could clearly see from his expression that there was something he was worried about. Nevertheless, she also understood that the priority right now was looking for his items. While Amanda walked next to him and helped him look through the items, raising his head slightly and meeting her eyes, he lowered his head again and pursed his lips. While he was looking through the items, he softly whispered something. It's best if you give up on me. Amanda's hand came to a sudden top. Her heart sank when she heard his voice, in spite of it being very soft. Taking a step back, Amanda felt her body turn cold. Despite that, she maintained her calm. What? What are you saying? I think I've made myself clear the first time, Ren said as his voice turned cold. Amanda experienced a sudden sharp pain in her chest as a result of his sudden change in tone. Is it because of the memories? Are you afraid that I'm not going to? It's not that. Ren cut Amanda off in a loud voice. Amanda immediately shut her mouth at his outburst. The pain in her chest only intensified. Ha. With both hands pressed against the desk, Ren lowered his head and whispered. It's not because of that. It's really not. Moving a couple of items around, Ren's expression crumbled a little. Then, taking a look at Amanda from the corner of his eyes, his face softened a little before he murmured. The reason why I'm telling you to give up on me is because I don't have long left to live. Ah. A soft sound escaped from Amanda's lips as she stared at Ren with her eyes wide open. At this moment, to her, it felt as though the world around her had stopped. Her body didn't even shake. Staring at Ren, she was in a state of total paralysis, unable to comprehend his words. You've seen the figure inside of my memories, haven't you? The only thing she could hear while in her state was Ren's frail words. It shouldn't come as a surprise. He's the real me. I'm just a byproduct of his desire to end the loop and kill the Demon King. I'm not someone that was meant to exist in the first place. Amanda's eyes slowly began to blink in response to the words he spoke. She was slowly coming out of her state of shock. It is faint, but I can feel it. I'm slowly getting devoured by him. I don't know how much time I have left, but I would say a couple of years at best. A bitter and hollow laugh escaped Ren's lips. If you think about it, my existence only really amounts to 4 years. As she leaned closer to Ren, she did not hesitate to take action. Turning his body around, her lips pressed against his and she interrupted him mid-sentence. Amanda felt a jolting concoction of emotions run through her body as her lips touched his. It was a hard feeling to describe, but to her, it felt as though a million different emotions burst at once. Unfortunately, the sensation was only short-lived. Fully understanding that they were pressed for time, Amanda quietly backed off. I won't make the same mistake again, Amanda quietly murmured while she looked at Ren. You expect me to forget all about you, and just move on after everything that happened, because you are going to disappear soon. Feelings didn't work like that. They weren't something that could be discarded as one wished. If there's one thing that I learned from what happened to my father, is that anything can happen when you least expect it. After everything that you've been through, and all the times you've almost died, or gone away to somewhere dangerous, did you seriously think that I wouldn't know the risk of liking someone like you? Amanda's voice was soft, yet powerful at the same time. All of her feelings came pouring out at this moment as she stared at Ren, who was standing opposite her. If you only have a couple of years left to live, then it only gives me more reason to stay with you. Opening her mouth again, she stopped herself mid-sentence. Staring at Ren, who was looking back at her, she lowered her head. I've spoken too much. Turning around, a sad smile spread across her face. It's best if I leave. I'm taking too much of your time. Without waiting for Ren to say anything, Amanda took a step forward and left the room, leaving Ren behind. Once she left the room, turning around a corner, her feet came to a pause. Pressing her back against the wall, her body suddenly started to tremble. The corner of Amanda's eyes began to water as she slid down the wall. It was only after she was no longer in Ren's sight that her calm facade crumbled and all her pent-up emotions came out. Regardless of how strong she was, the news of Ren's inevitable death made her heart feel as though it had been shredded into millions of pieces. Mumbling something, her lips trembled. I can't. Her body continued to tremble as she clutched her chest, and tears began to pour down the side of her cheeks. Why did things turn out this way? To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.